From now on, I grinned.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Unlocked Mysterious Gaming System after achieving Level 2 Movie 1. Before we start, please go support Sparta1617 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. After the battle against the Minotaur and bellcranel's miraculous victory, he would finally obtain his long-awaited Level 2, and with it he could choose a development skill. 4 abilities appeared to her, 2 very well-known abilities, one that Hestia said was close to divine protection, and a final one that even Hestia didn't know what it was. The developmental skill gamer manifested itself in the young rookie bellcranel. And although he wanted to choose another skill, gamer prevailed over Belle's wishes and ended up being the skill that would lead Belle to be remembered for all eternity. Chapter 1. Prologue, the ability that would change everything. 3 days ago, information about a pale-faced Level 1 adventurer had spread. In other words, the Minotaur appearing on the upper floors. More than half of the adventurers of Arario were surprised by the news brought by the Loki Familia and requested that detailed information be provided by the guild. Although monsters moving between floors was a common occurrence, according to popular belief, the magnitude was usually limited to going up or down 2 floors. However, this time the Minotaur witness reported that it had actually reached the 9th floor in the upper floors. The distance separating the monster's birthplace from the 15th floor was a difference of 6 floors. Clearly, this was unusual. However, it wasn't the first time a Minotaur had appeared on the upper floors. Because of this, the adventurer's discontent had doubled. Whenever she thought about Belle, Ina couldn't sit still. Numerous complex feelings arose within her heart. "Ah, there he is, your favorite adventurer Kun Ina," said Ina's friend Misha. After hearing her friend's drawn-out voice, Ina suddenly raised her head. He looked ahead and spotted a familiar person. After noticing Ina's gaze, Belle's face suddenly flushed and he smiled. "Aurora, that boy seems to be in a good mood," Misha laughed. This time Ina treated Misha's words like the wind. Her chest felt very warm, and after calming down, a smile blossomed on her face. Although she quickly hid it, her cherry-red lips couldn't relax, looking at Belle hopping like a rabbit as he approached with a happy expression. "Good morning, Ina-san," Belle said with a smile. "Good morning, Belle-kun. It's been a long time. Have you been working hard on the exploration?" "There's no need to say those words, is there?" Ina said with a smile. "Yes, I've been working hard, although the last time I was in the dungeon was a few days ago," Belle replied nervously. "Fufu, after all, rest is important too. When you need to rest, you should rest well, right?" Ina replied. As Ina smiled, she started talking to Belle, who was in a good mood. Seated on the counter stool next to her, Misha smiled at her as well. Perhaps for Ina's sake, she decided to get up and began preparing to move some documents. Ina's eyebrows relaxed gently, and then she continued speaking. "So what good things happened?" Ina asked. "Did you notice?" Belle said, sounding somewhat embarrassed. "With that expression, anyone would notice," Ina replied. "He really can't lie." Ina waited for Belle's next sentence, feeling calm as if she were looking at a younger brother. "I finally reached LV, too," Belle said with a smile. Misha's mountain of documents fell to the ground. Maintaining a position in which he faced Belle and Ina from behind, he seemed to have become a rock fixed in that place. Misha, who learned of Belle's situation through Ina, knew that as an adventurer he was a novice who had not yet reached 2 months. Ina smiled. She smiled beautifully. Then that beautiful smile froze rigidly and couldn't move. If it were to be described precisely, it was as if time had stood still. Leaving them aside, the boisterous sounds in the lobby still hadn't changed. Did I hear wrong? Ina wondered and tilted her head, maintaining her smile. Her cheeks tightened slightly. "Like I said, I became LV 2-3 days ago." Belle, who hadn't noticed Ina's appearance at all, responded energetically with the same phrase. "Level 2? Ina asked. "Yes," Belle replied. 3 days ago, Ina asked again. "Yes," Belle replied with a big smile. "You're not lying, are you?" Ina asked, hoping it was just a joke. "Of course," Belle replied calmly. "Belle-kun, when did you become an adventurer?" Ina asked. "A month and a half ago." Belle replied as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The conversation ended abruptly. The half-elf and the human exchanged light smiles. The adventurers who occupied the counter windows revealed expressions of surprise when they saw them. The scene next to Misha's stone statue remained stagnant for a while. Then Ina stood up from her chair and screamed, "LV2 in a month and a half." Ina shouted in great surprise. That scream drowned out all surrounding sounds. The scream that made everyone at headquarters freeze echoed like thunder. Then Belle, who was standing in front of Ina, shrank his body back dramatically. "I'm sorry," Ina apologized, deeply embarrassed. With her hands clasped together, Ina bowed her head. After a somewhat reckless scene at the guild, Ina and Belle went to a private room where Ina apologized several times for her sudden outburst. She then interrogated Belle about everything he had done in the past month and a half inside the dungeon. "So did you just come here today to report on your level up? Or is there something else you came to see me about?" Ina asked. "It's about development skills I'm talking about, Belle." "Ah, I see, because you reached LV2," Ina spoke. It was the skill that is discovered connected to the already existing basic skill. The moment it is discovered is during the level up. During each level up, there is a chance to add it to the status. The development skill had a different special characteristic compared to the basic skill, or rather, it was the result of a specific profession skill and could be strengthened. If that's the case, then do you have multiple development skills to choose from? Aina asked. Yes. Although I already discussed it with Kami-sama, I felt it was still best to choose carefully, taking your opinion into account, Aina-san. Bell explained. So that's what it is. Aina nodded. Regardless of whether a development skill was discovered, it was affected by the experience points accumulated on various occasions. The skills that were developed were related to the actions of the person who received the grace of God. If there weren't a large number of experience points, then even if a level up was obtained, a development skill wouldn't be discovered. Conversely, as long as there were experience points that met the conditions, then it was possible to discover numerous candidates for the skill. Although only one skill could be acquired per level up, the discovery process was unrestricted. The development skill will be shown in the status only through the level increase. So strictly speaking, Bell had not yet reached LV2. It was the period of hesitation before selecting a skill, waiting until the last skill updated and letting Hestia personally replace the entire status. In other words, it was currently in what's called the held state. How many skills can you choose? Aina asked. However, there is one ability that is not very clear, Bell replied. Aina nodded as she recorded Bell's developmental skill on the scroll. The first of these was abnormal resistance, which protected against the main symptoms of poison. Although not flashy, it was considered a treasure by adventurers who were plagued by a variety of abnormal statuses in the dungeon. Adventurers who were often subjected to the poisonous dust of the purple moth on the upper floors of the dungeon frequently gained this ability at a relatively early stage. The next skill was Hunter, which was specifically used for dealing with monsters. As long as you fought the same type of monster and gained experience points, your abilities would strengthen. It was very difficult to obtain as it was only available in the level up at LV2 and required defeating a large number of monsters in a short period of time. Hunter was seen as a valuable skill. It went without saying that among adventurers, even among the gods, it was a very popular skill. So the third one was luck. Aina stopped writing with her pen and blinked. This was because she, who was well versed in the knowledge of the state due to her work, had never heard of that ability. The effects could be vaguely perceived. That meant literally that their luck would improve. The problem was what kind of methods would be used to demonstrate that luck was going to be better. What did the goddess Hestia say about that? Aina asked. She said she was a little perplexed, Bell replied. It can't be helped, it's natural. Aina said that phrase in her heart. Until now, the information discovered about the state had been validated and analyzed long ago when the gods descended to the underworld. Even the gods themselves who awakened the state were unable to predict the abilities developed by the children upon receiving their grace. Whenever the gods heard the words rare ability and similar terms, they became euphoric to the point of dancing with joy. For most of the gods, the unknown was an irreplaceable gourmet meal. You've got me. Aina frankly thought that. It was a skill that had never been recorded by the guild and had never been heard of before. That was a true rare ability. Bell was probably the first person to discover that developmental ability. If it was only abnormal resistance or Hunter, Aina might be able to gather her opinions and make a recommendation, but faced with something completely unknown, she couldn't voice her speculations. Even though it was just Kami-sama's intuition, it might be something like divine protection. That's what he said, Bell explained. Regardless of what kind of god it was, a vision of one shouldn't be underestimated. If that's what Hestia surmised after seeing Bell's ability, then perhaps she was closer to the truth. Divine protection, in other words, an extraordinary talisman that unconsciously activated the effect. Perhaps it borrowed God's power to protect the target. Although that was only the realm of speculation, once she thought about it that way, Aina felt it was absolutely necessary that it be kept secret. It was in consideration of Bell not standing out even more. And what was the fourth one? Aina asked. An ability called the Gamer, Bell replied. Aina blinked a couple of times. This boy, thought the half-elf with a slight headache, that was another skill I had never heard of. Bell stared at Aina for a while. He was literally waiting for Aina to give him an answer to something that no one knew about. I'm back, Kami-sama, Bell said with a smile. Bell opened the door to the hidden room inside the church, and there he could see his goddess who was reading a book. Welcome back, Bell-kun, so have you decided which skill yet? Hestia said as she closed her book and looked at Bell. Yes, I want to choose luck, Bell replied. Then without further ado, let's quickly perform your level up, Hestia said with a big smile. Bell took off his shirt and lay face down on the bed as his goddess Hestia climbed onto his back with the aim of updating his status. Hestia opened Bell's state and tried to select the skill luck, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't let her. Hestia tried selecting Hunter and abnormal resistance, but it simply wouldn't allow it. For a moment, Hestia wept waterfall tears as she thought that she was such a useless goddess that she couldn't even do this. Everything changed when I selected the gamer development skill. An intense light blinded Hestia and made her fall backward. A. Bell thought as he saw a floating screen in front of him, the skill the gamer has been activated. Do you wish to receive the tutorial? Yes, no. Bell blinked a couple of times. He didn't understand what was happening. The gamer is a skill that will allow you to manage almost 100% of your progress independently. You will only need your god/goddess at very specific moments. Let us tell you about the parameters, LV. This is your level. The level is something special. Every 10 levels up to the 10th that this skill measures will become a level of the status that your god/goddess gave you, and it will be represented as follows: 1 1 1 2 1 3, etc. You could say that the levels of this skill are sub-levels, and the ones you gain when your god/goddess updates your status are whole levels. XP, these are your experience points. There are 3 ways to gain experience points. The first and simplest is to perform any action. Everything you do will give you experience points, but the amounts are so small as to be practically negligible, ranging from 0, 1 and down. The second way is to complete missions. The number of points awarded varies depending on the mission skill. The last way is to hunt monsters. This will give you a certain number of points, determined by the floor the monster belongs to. For example, a monster from floor 1 will give you 1 point, and so on. These points don't determine when you level up. They have another use that you'll learn about later. Points P. These are your status points. When you acquire thanks, you get 20 starting points, and from then on you'll get 5 points each time you level up in this skill until you reach a full level. You'll then get another 20 points as a reward. Computer example: LV10 equals 20p, LV11 equals 5p, LV12 equals 5p, LV20 equals 20p. Status points are used to improve your stats by allocating points to them, although some stats cannot be improved with these points. HP. These are your hit points. If they run out, it's game over. Never let them reach 0. HP will increase by 50 points each time you level up a whole level, and by 5 points for each sub-level you gain. HR. HP regeneration, this defines how quickly you will heal from damage. MP, these are your mana points. Magic is mostly created by gathering mana from the surroundings and using your body as a catalyst, which generates mental fatigue. But with mana, you can cast more powerful spells with less mental strain. On the downside, you'll lose the ability to cast spells using ambient mana and will only be able to cast them with your own. MP will increase by 50 points each time you gain a full level, and by 5 points for each sub-level you gain. Mr. Mana Regeneration defines how quickly the mana you have used is regenerated. INT. Intelligence refers to how intelligent you are. The more intelligent you are, the better your memory will become and the easier it will be to perform activities that require great mental capacity. WIS. Wisdom, as you gain experience from battles or actions you will become wiser. The more wisdom you have, the better decisions you can make. Every 10 points of wisdom your HR and Mr. increase by 1 point. ATK is the damage that each of your hits can inflict. It only exists for physical damage. Magic damage will be defined by the strength of your spell. AF. Physical attack. The physical attack is a damage bonus that will be given for each hit you land. DF. Physical defense, an invisible barrier that defends your body from physical attacks. Only physical attacks higher than your DF will cause you damage. AM. Magic attack, a damage bonus that each magic attack you perform will gain. DM, an invisible barrier that will protect your body against magical attacks. Only magical attacks stronger than your DM will harm you. Strength defines how strong you are. Every 50 points of strength your ATK will increase by 1 point, and every 200 points your AF will increase by 1 point. Resistance defines how much resistance you have and how much damage you can withstand. Every 100 points your DF will increase by 1 point, and every 500 your HR will increase. Dexterity. This means how skilled you are at anything from fighting and handling weapons to even sleeping. Anything you do to improve your skill in a specific area will increase your dexterity. Every 50 points of dexterity increases your wisdom by 1 point. Agility. This refers to how agile and quick you are. Magic. This refers to your skill in the field of magic, whether it's how quickly you can cast a spell or how adept you are at manipulating mana. Every 10 points of magic increases your MP by 1 point. Every 200 increases your AM by 1 point. Every 100 increases your DM by 1 point, and every 500 increases your Mr. by 1 point. This defines all your parameters or statistics. Note these statistics are special and unique to the gamer skill. There are also general statistics which are the basic parameters. Belle blinked a couple of times after finishing reading. She was understanding little or nothing of all this. Do you want to see your status? Yes, no. Belle pressed a yes without hesitation. Analyzing an error occurred. Because you haven't logged in with the gamer since receiving your grace, several parameters have been lost, for example, your XP. Since the gamer cannot obtain this data, you will be assigned 3001 points as compensation. This number comes from the number of monsters you have killed. The missing data is which floor each monster belongs to. What has been determined is that you are on level 2, so you will be assigned the corresponding status points. Bell blinked several times. He didn't understand anything at all. Statistics: the gamer, name bellcranel, gender male, age 14, family hestia, title little rookie, money 0, level 20, XP 3001, points 85, HP 190, HR 4 MMP 290, Mr. 4 MINT 15, WIS 21, ATK 21, AF 5 DF 10, AM 5 DM 10, strength 1091, stamina 1019, dexterity 1097, agility 1133, magic 1001, development skill. The gamer, the ability to manage your development almost 100% independently also creates unique skills. Magic. Firebolt LV1. Quick casting magic, if cast using the user's mana, will cost 10 points each time it is cast, and will cause 10 points of damage. Skill. Freeze liars. Growth increases as long as feelings remain unchanged. Hero's wish, Argonaut. The right to charge for an active action. General statistics. Name bellcranel. LV2. Strength I0. Endurance I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Development skill. The gamer, the ability to manage your development almost 100% independently also creates unique skills. Magic. Firebolt. Quick casting magic skill. Freeze liars. Growth increases as long as feelings remain unchanged. Hero's wish, Argonaut. The right to charge for an active action. Belle abruptly got out of bed, knocking Hestia off her feet, who was still trying to figure out what was going on. Kami-sama, I have 2 abilities, Belle said, smiling. Hestia. Hestia didn't understand how Belle had figured that out. She was going to tell him about the new ability he had gained, but she wasn't planning on telling him about the first one. How do you know that? Asked a very nervous Hestia. Belle excitedly began telling her about his new ability, the gamer, and about the other 2. Hestia, for her part, did not understand how all this had happened. This boy was definitely very troublesome. This concludes Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Status and updates. The goddess Hestia sighed as she brought her hands to her head. The gamer, that was a cheat skill no matter how you looked at it. The appearance of statistics or parameters never seen before was unprecedented. A true, rare ability. Belle-kun, you should never tell anyone about this, Hestia said seriously. Belle said, very surprised. Mentioning the words rare skill will only attract more attention than necessary. Many adventurers may be jealous of your skill and may want to harm you, Hestia said, referring to her 2 extremely rare skills. Belle nodded slightly. He was undoubtedly bad at lying. He didn't know how he would keep this secret. Well, you have 3001 experience points. What good is that to you? Hestia asked. Belle thought about it briefly and literally no answer came to him. Now I'm thinking about it, it's been a while since I've seen that floating screen. How did I make it appear? Belle unconsciously murmured, open. The floating screen appeared again, and this time there were 4 sections. Statistic. Information. Inventory. Store. Ahura had more questions than answers. He only understood the purpose of one of the 4 sections. Belle entered the second section with the intention of getting answers. This place can answer most of your questions. If you want information about anything related to this skill, don't hesitate to ask. Enter your question. After reading the message, Belle shrugged and typed using a floating keyboard. What is XP good for? Answer: experience points or XP are used to acquire spells, skills, or development skills. The better the skills or spells, the more expensive they will be initially. You can also use these points to level up your skills or spells, but it will become increasingly expensive to do so. What? Now I understood that point. That meant I could buy those 3 at the store. That was simple logic. Now, to answer many of their questions, he posed a new one. What is inventory? Answer: the inventory is a special dimension where anything non-living can be stored. There is no weight limit and time does not pass within it. To add or remove something from this place, simply think about it. After learning that, Belle proceeded to explain to Hestia what he had found out. Hestia, for her part, received a somber look. The more she knew about this ability, the more dangerous it was for someone else to find out. Hestia asked Belle to go into that shop and tell her everything that happened. Here you can find any magic, skill, or development ability you're looking for. Note that some require special actions to unlock them. First, Belle was able to see an introductory message and then 3 other sections which were magic, skill, development skill, and specials. He tried to enter magic but received an error message. You only have 1 slot for magic. You must obtain another in specials before attempting to obtain magic. Belle sighed and told Hestia what had happened. She told him not to worry and to look at that later, to look at development ability now, which was what intrigued her the most. Belle obeyed and went to that section, skipping the skills section. Note: development skills will receive a 90% discount if they become available for purchase upon leveling up. Upon reading that, Belle simply gave an unconscious nod before looking at the first 3 skills, which were the ones he had been able to choose from a few moments ago. Abnormal resistance negates the effect of abnormalities such as poison cost, 200 XP. Hunter improves skills against monsters the user has fought before and gained experience points from cost, 300 XP. Luck improves luck and gives the possibility of obtaining better loot and item drops cost, 2000 XP. Mixture improves the quality when creating medicines such as potions cost, 2000 XP. Blacksmith allows the user to add special abilities to their creations cost, 2000 XP. Belle, after finishing reading the first 5 developmental skills that appeared, trembled slightly. If abnormal resistance and Hunter weren't discounted, they would cost around 2,000 and 3,000 each, definitely a common skill alongside a slightly rarer one. The problem came in the 3rd development skill. Can you tell me again how much it costs? Good luck, Hestia asked, looking at the apartment. 2,000 XP, Belle murmured. With or without the discount, Hestia asked, still looking at the floor. With was all Belle said before hearing a scream from his goddess. Its normal price would be 20,000, shouted the busty lowly goddess. Belle had also realized this. It implied that luck was a top-tier skill. Kami-sama, what do I do? Belle asked. If my calculations are correct, you should be able to obtain the first 3 without any problem, Hestia replied calmly. She had already begun to make a habit of talking about this. Belle did as his goddess told him and watched as his XP dropped to 501. Okay, now try to level up these 2, mainly luck. How much does it cost? Hestia asked. Upgrading it from I to H costs 100 points. Belle speaking. Hestia nodded and simply said, do it. And now how much does it cost for the next one? Hestia asked. From H to G it costs 200, Belle replied. Hestia again instructed Belle to continue. The next one, Hestia said, 400, Belle spoke. It kept doubling each time, which could be a problem if I wanted to take a skill to S level. Try to bring up the other 2, Hestia spoke. Each one costs 50 XP. Belle speaking. Upgrading them to H would cost 50 and G 100. Belle should have 200 points left. He could upgrade both to H and 1 to G, but which one should he upgrade to G? Hestia was starting to get a headache from trying to think of a coherent reason, and in the end she opted to encourage Belle to come up. Hunter to G. All of this left Belle with only 1 XP point. Now came a second problem: how to distribute the points he had in his statistics. Belle, can you see which stats you can't raise by points? Hestia asked. Belle nodded as he looked at them one by one. HR, Mr. Strength, Endurance, Dexterity, Agility, and Magic. Those are the ones it won't let me level up. I'm talking to Belle. A new headache arose for Hestia as she tried to help her son. In the end, he decided to go to the meeting of the gods and leave all that problem to Belle. Belle had been pondering this problem he was facing for quite some time. HP and MP were very important, but so were attack and defense. Intelligence and wisdom were also good points to consider. Overthinking it wouldn't get you anywhere. He increased his DF and DM by 20 points. If he had a strong defense, his HP wouldn't be affected. That was his point of view. Now I had 45 points to complete. He was primarily a physical attacker. His magic was a support. Taking that into account, I distributed the remaining points. 20 in ATK, 10 in AF, 5 in AM, and finally 10 in WIS, which increased his HR and Mr. After making these changes, he did not feel visibly stronger. I should go to the dungeon to check, but I'll do it later. Ah, you finally arrived, Naya, said the waitress Anya. Ahaha, you really dared to arrive late, Adventurer-kun Runoa River. Belle did not respond. He simply raised his hand in greeting. He was breathless after running so far to get here. The poor white-haired man was pursued by an abnormal number of gods who wanted to assess his condition or recruit him. Even though my physical abilities must be far superior to theirs, but what the hell was that? There were a couple of times when I was almost caught. Belle thought, somewhat annoyed. So far, the only thing that stood out was that they wanted to recruit him. Unlike Hestia, no one believed in him from the beginning. Seal and the others have been waiting a long time, Naya. Even though the kitchen is so busy, we're still getting it ready, so hurry up too, Naya the Catman said cheerfully. I'm sorry, Belle apologized. If the main character isn't there, there's no way to start. Go quickly now, said the waitress Runoa. Belle gave a slight nod before wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and entering the bar. The white-haired man had barely entered when he heard someone calling him. Belle-sama, here, spoke a somewhat childish voice. At the back of the bar, which was packed with customers, Lily waved her hands vigorously to get Belle's attention. Belle approached a table in the corner of the bar, which had been prepared in advance for this celebration. Facing a smiling Seal and Ryu, who looked at everything with her usual stoic expression, Belle bowed his head to apologize for being late. As Belle took his seat, he felt many eyes close to him. He didn't understand how, but his hearing was much better than normal. He could perfectly hear what they were murmuring. A human with white hair, it must be him. I think it was something like Little Rookie. So that's the boy. Apparently he's called the fastest rabbit in the world. Hey, has it been decided yet? It must just be that the gods are making a lot of noise, right? No matter what, it's impossible in just 1 month. It's true. But it seems it's true that he defeated a minotaur, that monster that appeared on the 9th floor. That's why I say he only defeated one minotaur. Don't be so easily surprised. So when you were a level 1, you were able to defeat a minotaur, all by yourself, you know. He who would do such a stupid thing? Bell tilted his head slightly, and his gaze met that of an adventurer who quickly turned to look away. Intimidation to leveled up. Bell blinked a couple of times at this. His status bar suddenly appeared in front of him, and in the skills section there was a red dot. Would it look strange if he started moving his hand in the air? Thinking that he would look idiotic if he waved his hands around in the air for no apparent reason, the skills section was opened. I can handle it mentally too, convenient, Bell thought as he observed his abilities. Before we look at the skills, let me tell you that there are 2 types, passive and active. Passive skills are permanently active, while active skills require activation to be used. Passive skills cannot be improved with XP, while active skills can. There are also skills that cannot be improved with XP and can only be upgraded through special means. After that, Bell was able to see a list first of all of the skills he possessed, of which he knew 2, and he was unaware of the others. Passive. Illyris Freeze LV1. Growth increases as long as feelings remain unchanged. Gambler's Mind LV1. It allows the user to think things through calmly and logically. It promotes a tranquil state of mind and immunity to the psychological effects of crowds. Player Body LV1s. It grants a body that allows the user to experience the real world as a game. Sleeping in a bed restores HP and MP. Active. Hero's Wish Argonaut LV1 can only be specially upgraded. The right to charge for an active action, Intimidation LV2. Ability to intimidate the enemy through strong will. The skill that had leveled up was Intimidation. Although there were still many things he didn't know about this skill, he could understand the basics, or so he told himself to make himself feel better. Bell decided to postpone the investigation and simply enjoy the party, and although he wanted to improve his skills, he couldn't. He didn't have the money for that. You've suddenly become famous, Bell-sama, Lily said, trying to ignore all the stares directed at them. Just a moment ago, I was being chased by gods I don't know, Bell said. Surprisingly, he was remarkably calm about talking about something so embarrassing. And when I was looking for an answer, it appeared. Game mindset has leveled up. That seems to be the fate of a famous adventurer. It's not limited to you, Bell-sama, so please bear it patiently, Lily said. Bell simply gave a slight smile. So since you've arrived too, Bell-san, let's begin, said a smiling seal. The celebration proceeded normally throughout and messages kept appearing for Bell. Gamer mindset has leveled up. 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 Up to level 10, I had only leveled up 1 skill in a short period of time. The increase in that ability had caused the white-haired man's shy personality to gradually dissipate to the point that he could now remain calm in the face of Seal's insinuations. Drinking alcohol, on the other hand, led to the development of a new skill. Through a special action, a new ability has been developed. Alcohol resistance has been acquired. This skill went up to level 3. While Bell was slightly lost in his thoughts, a voice pulled him from them. Cranel-san, what will you do from now on? Ryu asked. Bell raised an eyebrow, confused. Your future actions, I'm a little worried about them, Ryu said. Bell thought about it for a while before speaking. Regarding that, I plan to prepare some equipment tomorrow with Lily. After all, my armor was almost completely destroyed, Bell explained, though he had to change his plans since Lily wouldn't be able to accompany him. Cranel-san, what happens after that? Ryu asked. Bell, for his part, looked perplexed at the question. I'm referring to what you'll do after you've prepared a good team, Ryu explained. Bell resumed a thoughtful pose. First, I plan to assess my physical condition on the 11th floor. If I can easily attack there, then I plan to continue and venture onto the 12th floor, Bell explained. That's a wise decision, Ryu praised. Although I can be a bit nosy, I feel it's still best not to venture into the middle floors. At least after analyzing your situation, that's what I think, Ryu said. In other words, do you think Bell-sama and Lily are no match for the middle floors, Ryu-sama? Lily asked. I didn't say that. I just meant that the upper floors and the middle floors aren't the same, Ryu explained. Ryu paused briefly after speaking before continuing. This isn't about individual skill, but rather that this isn't a place where one person can manage on their own. The middle floors is a place like that. I don't know how much help you can offer, Ardsan, but if Cranelsen is alone, he wouldn't be able to handle the monsters and the dungeon's terrain, Ryu explained. Then Ryu-sama Lily spoke as she understood where he was going with this. Yes, they need to increase the number of members on their team, Ryu said. However, Ryu, if it's just Belle-san and Lily-san, wouldn't it be easier to escape? If there are too many people, then someone might have difficulty escaping, right? Seal said, making his point. There's some truth to what you're saying, Seal. If they're planning to escape, then they're already in a difficult situation. Instead of imagining being forced into that dangerous situation, why not think about how to prevent it from happening in the first place? That's more constructive, Ryu explained. Belle couldn't help but let out a sigh. You should wait until you have a foolproof plan. At the very least, you should ask one more person to join your team, Ryu explained. As Belle pondered, he couldn't help but put his hands to his forehead. It almost looked as if he was going to pull his hair out from stress. Ha ha ha, are you worried about your team's situation, little rookie? A male voice spoke. Belle looked up slightly and could see another customer who was drinking while yelling at him. The customer, or rather an adventurer, got up from his table and brought his two companions to the table where Belle was sitting. When they arrived at the place behind, they stopped moving. However, it's really rough. Her forehead and cheeks were covered in deep scars. This would make anyone want to back down unconditionally. I heard what you were saying. It sounds like you're looking for teammates. If that's the case, why don't you join our team, he said. Belle was a little surprised but surprisingly showed no signs of being nervous. And what is the reason for the invitation? Belle asked. Something like a sixth sense told him that something was wrong. It's nothing, it's all for good intentions, good intentions. Because my friends are in trouble and I'm very kind, so I extended a helping hand. I don't seem like it, do I, he said. Belle narrowed his eyes. Something definitely seemed strange to him. Through continuous observation, you develop the ability to observe objects, situations, and people, allowing you to gather information quickly. The greater the skill, the more data you obtain. The observation skill is now yours. As soon as that message appeared above the adventurer, his name, level, and HP appeared. Mord Latro level, 2 HP, 70. This is to help others, so I'd like to get into the topic of fashion. Allowing you to join our team is not a problem, right? Said the one now identified as Mord. Belle couldn't take that adventurer seriously for one simple reason, an overwhelming smell of alcohol. Then we'll take you to the middle floors in exchange, the adventurer said. Obviously, he wanted something. Lend us these beautiful fairies, said the adventurer. At that moment, Belle's gaze darkened. Intimidation to leveled up. Intimidation to level up. Intimidation to level up. Intimidation to level up. Intimidation to level up. In an instant, Belle's ability went crazy and he began to level up level after level until level 7. I also want an elf serving me wine, you understand, right? I don't know how much money you spent, but sharing is the basics of being companions, right? The adventurer spoke. Aside from the man in the middle who was constantly talking, the two people behind him were giving Seal and Lily very vulgar looks. Lily, for her part, already had an expression of disgust on her face. Even though Belle's bullying was starting to affect Lily, the three adventurers didn't seem affected because of the alcohol. How could I cooperate with people who look at women with such eyes? Belle immediately thought of a way to get rid of the adventurers. There's no need, he doesn't need your help, Ryu said. Ryu, who had remained silent, was the first to speak. Oh, what's wrong, Elfo-chan? Are you saying we're not capable of protecting them? Mord said, yes, so please leave. Aha, hey, did you hear that? Some new rookies seem to think we're a nuisance. Isn't it the complete opposite? Haha, the man said mockingly. The men laughed together. I missed my chance to stand up and couldn't interrupt. Aju-chan, we've been staying in the middle floors for a long time, he replied with a superior smile. Really? Ryu asked. Yes, and we're all LV, too, the adventurer Mord replied smugly. I know, so hurry up and leave. You're not good enough for him, Ryu said. The man's refreshing laughter suddenly contracted. The smile vanished from her face for a moment, after which she laughed again. This time she narrowed her eyes and revealed a fake, mask-like smile. Also note that the atmosphere became very tense. Aju-chan, are we really that unreliable? Are we still brats who are like trash, he said. The adventurer took a step forward and tried to place his hand on Ryu-san's back. Elves, if they don't recognize the person, won't let them touch them, Belle thought as he recalled a phrase he had heard. Ryu had already anticipated the adventurer's movements and was prepared to counter them. Just as the adventurer's hand was about to reach Ryu's shoulder, she had already grabbed a jar with the intention of using it as a weapon. But there was something the elf hadn't counted on. Ryu blinked a couple of times at a rather curious scene. Belle had grabbed the adventurer's hand and pulled it away from Ryu. The waitresses were slightly surprised by this. None of them saw when Belle had moved. They could all move extremely fast, but they never expected, or rather never held the white-haired man in such high regard. Come on, we can discuss this when you're not drunk, Belle laughed nervously as he let go of Mord's hand. Mord took a few steps back while glaring at Belle. You have a new mission. Mission: defend what's yours. Description: defeat the three idiots who tried to take advantage of Ryu, Seal, and Lily. Reward 400 XP, 7,000 volleys, increased reputation with Lily and the members of the Lady of Abundance. Possible harem. If you fail, you will receive a beating and various taunts. Accept yes, no. What kind of mission was this? A possible harem. What kind of perverts post this stuff? Bell thought as with few options he accepted the mission. Advice: your player body doesn't know how to pace itself. All your attacks will have your ATK and AF at maximum regardless of the attack type. It's recommended to reduce these two if you don't want to kill anyone. In other words, it's recommended to reduce AF to 0 and ATK to 30 for this mission. ATK 41. AF of 15. Bell, heeding the advice, reduced his AF to 0 and his ATK to 30. What for Bell was a few minutes was actually less than a second. Mord, in a fit of rage, launched himself at Bell. He intended to strike him with his right fist, but out of nowhere she lost sight of the boy. All I could see was the wooden ceiling, then I felt like I was floating, and later I saw a pair of shoes. Everyone in the bar was surprised by what they had just seen. Bell, with a simple punch, had knocked out an adventurer of his same level but more experienced. The white-haired man could see how one of Mord's two companions now lunged to attack him. Scott Olds. Level 2. HP 50. The information about it appeared, but I'm ignoring it for now. Bell used his right leg to kick the adventurer named Scott in the face. The kick knocked out several of Scott's teeth and knocked him unconscious. Bell had barely set foot on the ground when he saw the third and final adventurer lunge at him. Guile India. Level 2. HP 55. Bell, using his right leg to propel himself forward, managed to land a knee strike to the stomach of this adventurer. The adventurer, breathless and in great pain, fell to his knees and then fell to the ground on his back like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Everything happened extremely fast. Bell hadn't even had time to think. He did everything by instinct. You have successfully completed your mission. Receive your reward. Bell sighed in relief at this, but his relief didn't last long. The first adventurer, Mord, managed to stand up and awkwardly drew a sword from its sheath. Mord's legs were trembling. Bell's blow had hurt like few other things. His nose and lip were broken. He had lost several teeth, and those he still had were stained red. Upon closer inspection, Bell could see that his HP had dropped to 40, while his companions had 20 and 25 while they were unconscious. You damned, Mord growled angrily. Bell prepared to fight. He was only going to give him one more hit. No, better yet, he was going to reduce his ATK. He didn't want to kill anyone. Just as these two were about to fight again in another direction, a massive explosion occurred. What happened this time? Bell thought as he started trembling again after a long time of not doing so. The bar, which was originally supposed to be a long, horizontal table, was now V-shaped. The customers sitting next to the bar were speechless with surprise. Standing in the middle of the collapsed bar was Mia, who threw a fierce punch downwards. Ranoa, who was near the bar, as well as all the other waitresses, showed expressions of fear. If you want to cause trouble, then do it outside. This is a place to eat and drink, Mia shouted. Bell immediately began to tremble as he became smaller and smaller. The shop fell silent again. Ranoa shifted her gaze from the massive dwarf and silently returned to her work. Mia finally glared at the adventurer standing there with a furious expression. Hey, you idiot over there, quickly take your gang of fools and leave. If you dare cause trouble again, I'll bury you under the tent, Mia yelled angrily. Burying it under the tent isn't a good idea, thought Bell with great fear. Mord nodded without saying a word. He took his companions and escaped in haste. Idiot, pay your bill before you leave. Mia shouted again. Why, yes. Mord shouted as he threw a bag full of volleys to the ground and started to run away. The adventurer tripped and crawled away from the bar, the guests gradually restoring the happy atmosphere. Bell, with great fear, turned his body around where he could see Mia with an unfriendly look, which gradually relaxed. You little brat, you shouldn't be getting into fights with drunks, especially not in my bar, Mia scolded. Bell nodded repeatedly like a robot in response. After that fight, Belle returned to enjoy her celebration party with her friends for a while longer until she decided to go home. This concludes Chapter 1. Statistics: the gamer, name bellcranel, gender male, family hestia, title little rookie, age 14, money 7,000 volleys, level 20, XP 401.0, HP 190, HR 5 MMP 290, Mr. 5 MINT 15, WIS 31, ATK 41, AF 15, DF 30, AM 10, DM 30, Strength 1091, Stamina 1019, Dexterity 1097, Agility 1133, Magic 1001, Development Skill. The gamer I. Abnormal Resistance H. Hunter G. Luck G. Magic Firebolt LV 1. Skill or Passives Lyris Freeze LV 1. Gambler's Mind LV 10s. Gambler's Body LV 1s. Alcohol Resistance LV 3. Observation LV 1. Active Hero's Wish Argonauts LV 1. Intimidation LV 7. General statistics, name bellcranel. LV 2. Strength I0. Stamina I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. The gamer I. Abnormal resistance H. Hunter G. Luck G. Magic. Firebolt. Quick casting magic skill. Lyris freeze. Growth increases as long as feelings remain unchanged. Heroes wish Argonaut. The right to charge for an active action. Chapter 3, Player Body and New Member. It was the day after the party for his level up. The little rookie had gotten up early in the morning. Due to his very well-developed biological clock from having lived on a farm, he always woke up at 6:00 a.m., but today he woke up 2 hours earlier and it was already 10:00 a.m. One of his main goals was to increase his dexterity in order to increase his wisdom and consequently his HR and Mr. Ryu had told him that he could increase his dexterity simply by training, whether by practicing with a weapon, practicing his fighting style, or simply exercising. He had already been practicing with an old dagger which he broke and was now doing some basic exercises. His player body was incredible. Regardless of the amount of mana or HP he lost, by sleeping in his bed he would recover a large part of it plus the mana. He could make the exhaustion in his body disappear with short naps and almost seemed to have infinite energy. All his training had brought his player body skill to level 10, but he hadn't got an increase for a few hours, probably because the higher the level, the harder it should be to raise it. UV leveled up, congratulations. Bell stopped doing his push-ups and sat down on the floor. He opened his status and could see his level at 2-1. He went to his overall statistics and could see the increase in these. It wasn't really a significant increase, but it made him very happy. You could save up to 5 points. Although first he wanted to see something that was catching his attention, he went to the shop section and then to the specials section, and there he could see what he was looking for. According to this, he could have a maximum of 3 spells since he had 3 magic slots, but 2 of those were blocked. Unlocking it costs 400 XP. That was literally all I had. I didn't know whether to improve my luck once more or unlock a slot for magic. Bell sighed before doing the second thing. Then he went to the magic section and saw what was available. Most of them cost a large amount of XP, and according to several messages, he was more inclined towards magic without singing, which is why it was cheaper. The ones that caught his attention the most were lightning, healing, and protection, both of which cost 1000 XP points. Bell put his thoughts aside and went to gear up. He would pay a visit to the dungeon to try some things out. Bell walked calmly through the dungeon corridors. It was the first time he had felt so calm in this place. I was currently on the 8th floor. I had discovered a few things about monsters. Floor 1. HP 36. ITK 2. Floor 2. HP 68. ITK 3. Floor 3. HP 810. ITK 4. Floor 4. HP 1113. ITK 5. Floor 5. HP 1315. ITK 5. Floor 6. HP 1516. ITK 6. Floor 7. HP 1517. ITK 6. Floor 8. HP 1618. ITK 7. That was an approximation of each monster's raw power and what information I had gathered. Clearly that was variable since a good weapon could increase those estimates. Bell held his dagger as he thought about that. Her hestia dagger had the ability to have an attack power half that of Bell. If I did the math, 41 ATK plus 10 AF and approximately 20 from his hestia dagger, his power per hit would be 71. That was something extremely big. Bell could see a monster running towards him. Until now I hadn't used my AF, so I didn't know how it worked. This reduced its ATK to 5 and activated its 15 AF. As soon as the monster got close enough, Bell threw a punch which made the monster back away. Bell could perceive that 20 points had been subtracted from his HP by that being, killing him in the process. So you simply added their AF points to their ATK. It wasn't that complicated after all. Now Bell decided to start using his magic to test its effectiveness. The white-haired man could only sigh at what he saw. It consumed 10 MP and inflicted 10 damage on the opponent. According to his assumptions and what his help messages said, the more he used his magic, the higher its level would rise and the stronger it would become. He had 290 MP, could cast 29 spells, and his MP would recharge after about an hour. Bell sighed. It was going to be a rather long day. Bell, after a hard day farming, left the dungeon with his head held high, and as soon as he stepped out, he received a notification. You have left the dungeon. During your stay, you defeat monsters on floor 1 equals 100 XP, 5 monsters on floor 2 equals 100 XP, 2 monsters on floor 5 equals 100 XP. 87 monsters on floor 8 equals 7040 XP. On this day, he had only managed to get 7340 XP. Bell smiled smugly, especially when he saw his level at 2. The white-haired man arrived at his headquarters with a smile on his face. It was barely 3 in the afternoon, but he would soon be leaving to get a new team. His target was the middle floors and he couldn't be complacent there. Bell sat on the sofa and opened the status bar. He planned to buy some magic and then level up his development skills. Firstly, I buy healing because it is considered more than necessary for a group. When he bought that magic, a suggestion appeared, and it was very attractive, so he couldn't pass it up, and that's why he had to unlock his third magic slot. After finishing all this, he had already spent 2400 XP and had 4940 left. When he went to the state to improve his skills, he saw something curious. Can I improve this skill? Thought Bell as he saw that the gamer skill was at Bell tried to improve that skill. He had 4940, which should be more than enough. You need 25,060 XP to improve this skill. Bell became deeply depressed at this. It cost 30,000 to upgrade the gamer from I to H. How much would it cost to take it to S? Bell tried to console himself with the fact that he had gained over 7,000 XP in a day, so sooner or later he would achieve that. Bell was very excited about reaching the top of a skill, but there was a problem. He had started doing calculations to find out how much he would have to pay in each range and what the total would be. It was too much. He would be content with raising all 3 to F for the time being, and for many adventurers that was a lot. 800 points in luck for F, 400 in hunter, and 200 in abnormal resistance for G and 400 for F. This gave a total of 1800. Ahura had 3140 left. What should he do now? He was preparing for the middle floors. He saw his magic, Firebolt, LV, 5. MP expenditure, 10 ATK, 14. Each level up increased his attack power, but his cost remained the same. Apparently it cost little XP to level this up since it only required 50 XP. The curious thing is that when some magic or skill levels up on its own, the XP cost remains the same as before leveling up. He turned his gaze to his 2 new magic spells. Healing, LV 1. Allows you to heal a target, consumes 10 MP and restores 5 HP. Electrosphere, LV 1. Creates a sphere of electricity which can be thrown at the enemy. Consumes 50 MP and inflicts 40 points of damage. All 3 of those spells cost 50 XP to level up. Bell decided to only level up healing. The other 2 would level up a few times through continuous use. When he felt stuck in one of these 2, he would use his XP points, but not until then. According to him, it was a wise decision. While praising himself, Bell began using XP on healing until he reached level 6, where to level it up they required 1600 XP and he only had 1590 left, literally 10 points away. Bell sighed as he decided to leave that for later. The next thing he did was use the 10 points he now had in wisdom. Now that all this is done, I would go and buy new equipment. Bell was at his family's headquarters. He was ready to leave. He put on his shirt and adjusted his shoes. Behind him was his goddess, who was looking with many mixed feelings at a sheet of paper where her states were written. That growth wasn't rapid, it was abnormal. Gaining skills just days ago and already having them at an F level was absurd. She doubted her own eyes. For several moments she thought she was dreaming, that the desperation of not having dependents had made her fantasize about one whose growth was absolutely rapid. Well, see you later, Kami-sama. I'm going to buy new equipment, Bell said. Just one armor? Hestia asked. She wouldn't say it out loud, but she was very proud of the knife she gave Bell, so much so that her Bell probably didn't need any more weapons. I also plan to buy a sword, Bell replied. Hestia felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her at this. The dagger you gave me is very useful, but it doesn't have the reach I need against the big monsters. I'm talking to Bell. Poor Hestia was suddenly enveloped in an emo aura. I thought you liked daggers, Hestia said. Well, let's just say I had no other choice. The guild only gave me a dagger and I couldn't afford a sword, Bell said. I should have asked Hephaestus for a sword, Hestia thought. Oh, by the way, Kami-sama, this knife is incredible. If you see the person who made it, ask them if they could make a sword for me. I would be totally committed to paying them for it, Bell said. Hestia nodded. A clear sky, a comfortable breeze blowing. It was a perfect time to go shopping, even though it was a little late. Bell's destination was the enormous White Tower, Babel. Because he needed new equipment, he decided to visit the Hephaestus family again. It goes without saying that all weapons purchased there have their quality guaranteed. In contrast to the first time he came to this place, he didn't feel uncomfortable about the price, because I had saved a lot of money before. Also, a few days ago, when I exchanged the Minotaur's magic stone for money, it was worth 50,000 volleys. In any case, Bell's budget was over 100,000 volleys. Now, without counting the money he had earned through his skill, his ability had the unique feature of giving him a magic stone every time he killed a monster, and this stone went directly into his inventory. This magic stone appeared out of nowhere as the monsters dropped magic stones themselves, along with various objects. For Bell, venturing out today without Lily was a torment. Thanks to her ability, the monsters dropped more items and he had to collect them all. When he finished and exchanged the magic stones he had stored in a bag, he also gave the ones he had in his inventory. It turned out that the stones were real and of very good quality. He also showed Ina the money he had earned on his mission, and it was real as well. A skill that creates things on its own was definitely a cheat skill. While Bell was thinking all this, he didn't realize that he was being followed by his goddess, who was heading to the same place as him but didn't want him to see her. The 8th floor. After walking for a while, Bell finally arrived at his destination, which was surrounded by many shops. Signs imitating swords, spears, and other weapons decorated the shop doors. Every time he passed by one of the shops, he would stop and look briefly to see if anything caught his attention. After a short walk, he finally arrived at his destination, the shop where he had first bought his armor. The shop was still like a forest of armor. Compared to the last time he'd been there, everything was black or gray. There weren't nearly as many flashy suits of armor as before. I should be able to afford the armor on this floor, right? Thought Bell. Thinking about the above, Bell began to check the prices of the armors one by one, 21,000, 35,000, 64,000. Yes, it seems I can handle it. I won't just buy the armor, so I have to be careful, Bell thought. Bell continued searching among the armors for one in particular. Among all of them, from very resistant to very detailed and beautiful, he continued looking for the work of a person. The light armor she always wore before being destroyed by the Minotaur. The name seemed to be rabbit armor or something like that, light, strong, and most importantly, it fit his body perfectly. Although his muscle mass had grown a bit now, I walked through every corner of the store. Just like the last time when I discovered that armor, I tried walking to the corner of the store but found nothing. I even checked every single box that was filled with armor pieces. In the end, he found nothing. Bell gave a long sigh. I remember her name was Wendy Crosso, Bell thought. With that in mind, Bell headed towards the counter to ask for the blacksmith in question. Even though there were many defensive gear sets that were superior to my previous armor, I couldn't make up my mind. When did I become one of their customers' fans? Bell thought with a small laugh. The little rookie, after taking a few steps, could hear some murmurs. Why is it like this? One of the people behind the counter, one of the employees of the Hephaestus family store, seemed to be arguing with a customer. It looked like a big fight. Why is it always in that kind of corner? Do you have some grudge against me? The person standing in front of the uncomfortable employee was a human woman. She wore a casual black kimono, though it looked more like rags. She had fiery red hair tied in a ponytail, a figure similar to Seal's or perhaps even more endowed, and her face currently showed anger. If she were relaxed or cheerful, she would probably be a very beautiful woman. On the counter were many boxes filled with light armor pieces. Judging by his fury, he seemed to be an adventurer. Was it because there was a defect in the armor he bought? I did it desperately. Shouldn't I have better treatment? The woman said. That's the decision from above, at least until you're able to sell it, the employee said. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? The woman said irritably. You should say those words again. The adventurer in the casual kimono shouted and refused to give up. The other counter employee who was standing to the side seemed impatient. Then he noticed Bell's presence. He immediately smiled and said, "Welcome." Despite being curious about the previous dispute, he went over to the employee. Do you have a problem? The employee asked. Yes, are you currently selling Wendy Crosso-san's work? Bell asked. At that point, the sound stopped. Not only was the employee in front of Bell shocked, but even the two people arguing were stunned and stared at the little rookie. Bell couldn't help but get a little nervous after being watched from 3 directions. Oh, about that, are you planning to buy jobs from Wendy Crosso? The employee asked. Why, yes. I want to use Wendy Crosso-san's armor, Bell said, smiling. In the conversation that was taking place, the next to respond was not either of them, but the young woman next to them. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it. Even if it's me, I still have 1 or 2 clients. The young woman laughed smugly. The employee, who was stunned, uncomfortably turned his gaze away. Just when Bell didn't understand anything that had just happened, the girl turned around and spoke to him. Adventurer, Wendy Crosso's armor is here, the girl said. Bell, feeling somewhat surprised, was unable to respond. These are them, the girl said as she dragged the box full of armor and pushed it toward the counter in front of Bell. Inside, there was a bright and gleaming light armor of blue iron. This armor was similar to the one I've used before. Although the details of the shape were slightly different, but I'm not mistaken, this one is authentic, thought Bell. How are you? Do you want to use it? The girl asked with a smile. Isn't this your item? Bell asked. At this, she only blinked a couple of times, then smiled like a child. In that way, she revealed a bright smile. This is my item. It's the work I created, the girl said, smiling. Bell was slightly surprised by this. Since this is a rare opportunity, let me tell you my name, customer fan number 1. I'm Wendy Crosso. Currently a very low-level blacksmith in the Hephaestus familia, the girl said with a big smile. Do you want an autograph? He asked with a smile on his face that seemed indelible. Bell's immense luck had probably not only led him to find the armor he was looking for, but also the one who created it. In the Tower of Babel, more specifically in the office of the goddess Hephaestus, a red-haired goddess could be seen with a very noticeable annoyance, while in front of her was a short goddess with black hair who looked like a scolded child. I knew I shouldn't have made that dagger in the first place, Hephaestus complained. Come on, you're not understanding what I came here for, Hestia said nervously. No, What I understand is that the weapon I made for your child has little range, and now he wants a long sword, which is what you came to ask for, said the goddess of blacksmithing. Wait a minute, that's just the beginning of the story. I came for something else because I knew you would never make a weapon like that again, Hestia said. And if that's not the reason, then why did you come? Hephaestus asked. I want you to give advice from a goddess with many dependents to one with only one, Hestia said. For a moment Hephaestus relaxed. And what would that be? Hephaestus asked. Hestia approached Hephaestus's desk and placed the paper she was holding in her hands. The goddess of blacksmithing took the paper and saw its contents. Hestia, we're friends, but I don't have time for jokes. I have a lot of work, said Hephaestus. It's not a joke, Hestia replied. Are you telling me that your child, who leveled up to 2 a few days ago, already has 200 in all his stats and has 4 development skills for being level 2? And of those 4 he has 3 in F when he leveled up to 2 a few days ago. Hephaestus spoke. If you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous and stupid, but it's real, Hestia said. If what you're telling me is true, you won't mind if I see his condition. Hephaestus asked. As long as you believe me, that's fine, but keep what you see a secret, Hestia said. Hephaestus sighed before standing up. When it's a joke, I swear you'll have to do twice the work, Hephaestus said wearily. The little rookie returned to his headquarters with a big smile. He had gotten the armor he wanted and a new member for his team. As soon as Bell entered the place, he could see 2 women, his goddess and a red-haired woman whom he quickly identified as the goddess Hephaestus. Hey Bellcun, can you take off your shirt and let Hephaestus see your condition? It's so he can give us some advice, Hestia said. Bell shrugged before turning his back and taking off his shirt. Hephaestus, for his part, could see Bell's condition. What he was saying was simply impossible. Update your status, the goddess of blacksmithing requested. Hestia attended before updating Bell's status in front of Hephaestus. Okay, I believe you, Hephaestus said with a heavy sigh. Hey Bellcun, could you leave Hephaestus and me alone for a while? Hestia asked. Bell nodded and with great simplicity picked up his shirt before leaving the room while putting it on. No sooner had Bell left than Hephaestus raised his hand and struck Hestia on the back of the head. Are you an idiot? You tell me to keep it a secret, but you don't even bother to seal Bell's state so that no one else can see it. That way, anyone who understands that writing will be able to read it, Hephaestus scolded. Hestia, with cascading tears, was scolded by Hephaestus for a long time, during which he told him all the reasons why she was a negligent goddess. But you do believe me, right? Hestia asked. Hephaestus, for his part, let out a heavy sigh before speaking. You have made me doubt my own eyes. This should be impossible, Hephaestus spoke. Hestia nodded. She believed the same. And what was the counsel you wanted? Hephaestus asked as he stood up. I wanted to know how to help Bellcun not waste his potential. He has the potential to surpass everyone in a short time and reach the top, but I feel that being in my family limits him, Hestia said. The only thing I can tell you is let him go, Hephaestus said. At this, Hestia opened her eyes in surprise. I've heard you're very possessive and overprotective of him. If you don't want to hinder his growth, just let him be free. Let him walk the path he deems right. Let him associate with whomever he chooses. As his goddess, you should only advise and guide him, not impose a path on him, Hephaestus said. Hestia nodded, looking somewhat dejected. As Hephaestus paced the room, he spotted a box containing Bell's old armor. Upon seeing the blacksmith's signature, he smiled slightly. The goddess of blacksmithing soon noticed a box Bell had left on the sofa. Inside was his new armor. She approached and took a piece, once again recognizing the blacksmith's signature. Hephaestus saw Hestia before he breathed a sigh. He hoped he wouldn't regret what he was about to do. Hestia, tell your child that I will forge him a sword equal to his knife, Hephaestus spoke. Hestia blinked a couple of times. In return, I want you to do me a favor, Hephaestus said. And what would that be? Hestia asked. There's a girl, stubborn as they come, who possesses a natural gift for forging magic swords. If she were to harness her talent, I'm sure she could create wonders never before seen. The fact that she refuses only makes me want her to. If your boy can get that foolish girl to forge magic swords, I'll consider the price of that sword paid in full, and with it, I'll settle 50% of your debt, Hephaestus declared. Is that girl really that important? Hestia asked uncertainly, considering the large sums of money Hephaestus was about to let slip by. I can get more money in a few years. I still have many years to live in this world. But that girl may live little longer than a human, but sooner or later she will die, and if I can see her achieve greatness in that time, I will be more than happy. Let's just say that seeing great blacksmiths emerge is incredibly satisfying to me, Hephaestus explained. Hestia gave a slight nod. Besides, let's just say it's an investment for the future. If that boy becomes immensely famous, it will give my business great publicity, Hephaestus said as he turned away. And I'll need your help like last time, Hephaestus said as he began to walk. Hestia nodded as she followed her. Statistics: the gamer. Name: bellcranel. Gender: male. Age: 14. Money: 7,000 volleys. Title: little rookie. Level: 22. XP: 1590.0. HP: 200. HR: 6M. MP: 304. Mr. 6M INT 15. WIS 45. ATK 45. AF 16. DF 32. AM 11. DM 32. Strength: 1291. Stamina 1219, Dexterity 1297. Agility 1333, Magic 1201, Development Skills. The Gamer I. Abnormal Resistance F. Hunter F. Luck F. Magic. Firebolt LV5s. Healing LV6. Electriosphere LV1. Chapter 4 Party. Belle woke up early in the morning. His goddess was not there at this time. The day before, she had left with Hephaestus and had not returned yet. The white-haired man, after waking up, did some basic warm-up exercises and then prepared a simple breakfast, leaving shortly after finishing it. As usual, he met with Seal and got his breakfast. After that, he went to meet with Lily. The only difference today was that Belle and Lily waited a while for the arrival of their third team member. Although Lily openly showed her discontent, Belle seemed not to notice. We finally reached the 11th floor. The redhead exclaimed, using one hand to hold her waist while carrying her weapon with the other. Just as the redhead had said, Belle's group had reached the 11th floor. The room in front of them was the starting point for the 11th floor. A wide staircase extended down its center. Although this floor also has fog, its format is different from the 10th floor. The view here was very expansive. Looking around, there was a lush meadow, the height of which was no more than half a boot, and the thick deadwood known as the dungeon arsenal was scattered all around. "Is this your first time on the 11th floor, Wendy-san?" Belle asked. "Ah, that's right, but I'm sorry, Belle. I kept bothering you almost all day," the redhead said. "No problem, and it's because of the blacksmithing skill. I'm not completely unaware of it," Belle said. "Since you're kind, that really helps me a lot," Wendy said with a smile. Wendy's goal was to gain the development skill blacksmithing. Not having that skill, one could say, made a huge difference to a blacksmith. Actually, according to common sense, regardless of your faction, when exploring the dungeon, you'll find people from your own family. Even though it's a little embarrassing to say it, but when those people go to the dungeon, they don't take me with them. Can you believe that?" Wendy said indignantly. In short, Wendy was being ostracized by members of her own faction. Although the level up required gaining a lot of higher grade experience points, she was unable to fight on the lower floors on her own, so her only option was to join a team from another family. The members of the Hephaestus Familia, before becoming blacksmiths, would work independently and seem to judge and solve various problems on their own, as well as learn from their competitors. To obtain the blacksmithing skill, in other words, to gain the level increase, they would not only have to risk their own lives, but would also join their familia companions with whom they had a good relationship to explore the dungeon. The redhead's situation after being excluded was, to say the least, curious. "Anyway, that's what happened. I'm very grateful, Belle. Even though I'm isolated within my family, I still have no intention of abandoning it," Wendy said. "Since I accepted your enormous gift, even though I wanted to refuse it," Belle said with a smile, probably blinded by gifts. After all, the brand new armor he was wearing still shone. "Even though you said there was a new partner, isn't it simply that your heart was bought by the team?" Belle-sama asked a noticeably unhappy voice. Those words, filled with discontent, made Belle tremble slightly. He looked toward the source of the voice and saw only Lily, her hands gripping the straps of her bag, her expression one of pure displeasure. Although Belle wanted to tell him it was a misunderstanding from a spectator's perspective, it was no different from being bribed. At this time, the equipment on Belle's body was a newly produced light armor previously created by Wendy. There were no significant differences compared to the light armor of the past. It consisted of a breastplate, knee guards to protect the knees, and bracers with small pieces of ruby that extended from the wrist to the end of the elbow. However, the armor was still light. Although, according to Wendy, it was thicker than the previous one, Belle didn't feel any weight at all. "Lily is so unfortunate, it's a truly pitiful sight. Even though you were only going to buy things, you completely followed Lily's uncomfortable expectations, and you caused a lot of trouble. Your kindness really makes Lily cry," Belle-sama, Lily said heavily. "You're saying too much, Lily. Wendy isn't doing anything wrong. What you said about causing trouble is absolutely a misunderstanding," Belle said, trying to calm things down. "How can this be a misunderstanding? Saying during the period before he obtains the skill is basically using us. And doesn't that mean he's a temporary member of the team? If this blacksmith-san, whom no one recognizes, completes his objective and leaves the team, then you'll have to fight all over again because there will only be one helper left. Will we make more progress only to have to fall back? Isn't that just wasting our lives?" "That's right, it's simply a bleak future," Lily said, making her point. With a sharp gaze, Lily destroyed all of Belle's possible arguments. New mission available. Control the livestock. Description: Lily and Wendy don't get along. Harem companions must get along. It's your duty to make them friends. Reward 10,000 XP, possible threesome. If you fail, separation from your team, multiple blows to your person, possible loss of your manhood. Do you accept the mission? Yes, no. Belle stared blankly as he looked at his new mission. Seriously, who sets these missions? Belle thought now that she thought about it, she could refuse to do the mission. If she refused, it was like refusing to even try. Lily and Wendy could get along. This could cause serious problems. With few options, Belle accepted the mission. Belle-sama, why didn't you discuss it with Lily and just casually allowed her to join? Asked Lily. And no, you can't do it, Belle said nervously. It's not that you can't, but having said that, there's no excuse for why you didn't discuss it with Lily. Hestia-sama also asked me to look after you, Belle-sama. Lily said, is that so? However, Kami-sama, you even asked Lily to do something like that. Am I really that unreliable? Belle thought sadly, what's wrong? Am I really an obstacle dwarf helper? Wendy asked. At this moment, Wendy, who was watching them from the side, began to speak. Originally, Lily didn't like Wendy. After hearing Shorty, her expression worsened. I'm not a dwarf. Lily's name is Lilaruka Ard. Lily growled, is that so? Then it's a pleasure to meet you, Assistant Lily, Wendy said, smiling. I won't argue with you since there's no reason to waste my energy, Lily said, looking away. Belle looked at Wendy, who was playing dumb. No, maybe she was very dumb. So Lily, although it's a bit late, let me introduce you. This person is Wendy Crosso-san, a blacksmith affiliated with the Hephaestus Familia, Belle said. Crosso. The instant she heard Wendy's name, Lily quickly turned around. The surname of the cursed blacksmiths of magic swords, that famous fallen blacksmith family, blacksmiths of magic swords, Lily asked, asking more questions than Belle could answer. Belle could only adopt a confused expression. Belle-sama, do you really not know anything? Lily said while shaking her head. Belle, having no way to deny it, simply nodded. Lily sighed and began to explain briefly. Before the Crosso family attained nobility by presenting magic swords to the royal family, they were a renowned family among blacksmiths. Accordingly, all of the Crosso family's creations were magic swords. The number of swords they had dedicated to the royal family across generations had already surpassed millions. It's not inaccurate to say they were the leaders in magic swords. There were also claims that their swords could evaporate an ocean, Lily explained. After Lily spoke, she stopped and looked at Wendy. One day, they lost the trust of the royal family. Since then, they've been on a complete downward spiral, Lily finished her explanation. It's not a problem. Anyway, that's what happened. It doesn't matter now. Since we arrived at the dungeon, there's only one thing to do, right? Wendy said, trying to ignore the topic. Belle simply nodded. Monsters were starting to arrive. The white-haired man drew his sword and prepared to fight. Up until now, I had been destroying a large number of monsters on the previous floors, mainly on the 5th floor and beyond. Literally in a burst of speed worthy of a first-class adventurer, Belle launched himself into attacking the monsters. None of them were noticeably strong. Belle's ATK was more than enough to kill the monsters in one hit. He had no need to use his dagger or his AF, but Belle knew it was bad to be overconfident, so he always had it activated when he was in the dungeon. One by one the monsters were dying, and magic stones and monster loot began to cover the ground. Lily and Wendy had already seen this several times, but it was still amazing to see it. For Lily, who had seen Belle at level 1, the difference between his previous level and his current one was immense. Wendy found it hard to believe that it was level 2. She estimated it to be at least level 3. I suppose I should help out somehow, Wendy said as she took her sword. Lily will pick everything up. I think I'll need 3 more bags, said Lily as she watched many purple dots glitter on the floor. Belle couldn't see it because he was busy, but Lily and Wendy had started working together. After the battle against a large group of monsters ended, Belle and Wendy stopped to rest. Belle watched as Lily gathered all the magic stones and monster loot. That must be a lot of work. The Hobbit had already filled 3 bags on this floor alone, and there still seemed to be a large amount of magic stones and loot left. Belle River within. He currently had a large amount of magic stones and monster loot in his inventory. His ability gave him a magic stone every time a monster died, and he could randomly gain loot from monsters. Although thanks to his luck ability, which was at F, he had an average of 4 out of 10 monsters dropping loot, an incredible average when the normal one is 1 out of every 50 or 100. Now that I think about it, maybe I was being selfish. Belle planned to keep the money obtained from the gems and loot, which was in his inventory, for himself, and what Lily was collecting would be divided equally. Belle had also told Wendy that she could freely take some of the loot to forge new weapons. As expected, having someone with talent in battle makes everything easier. Although relying on her too much is also a problem, the redhead said as she approached Belle. When I was fighting, I also felt that it was easier than before, Belle said as he tried to make conversation. Those are the benefits of having a team, because there's now some leeway, whether physically or mentally, actions will be different than before. Of course, the strategy for facing the monsters will also change, Wendy said. Wendy began talking about the benefits of having a team. Because she had entered the dungeon with a team before, she knew more about this than Belle. While Belle and Wendy were chatting happily, a deafening scream of terror was heard. Both Wendy and Belle quickly looked up. It wasn't just the two of them who noticed. All the adventurers in the room had fearful expressions and were staring in the same direction. At the entrance to the room where it connected to other paths, a monster with amber-colored scales made its way through the fog. It had a long tail, razor-sharp claws, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. It was approximately 150 centimeters tall, and its body was 4 meters long. A small dragon, a child dragon, an unknown adventurer spoke. That monster that walked on all fours was of the dragon race, which stood at the top of the countless monster races. Although its wings had not yet grown, it was clear at a glance that hard scales covered its powerful body. It possessed potential far superior to that of the orcs. Moreover, its blood-red eyes darted back and forth. Child dragon, a rare monster that appeared on the 11th and 12th floors. In these vast floors, the total number wouldn't exceed 5. Being able to find one was beyond rare. It could even be considered luck. That is, if we disregard the report that it once wiped out a group of low-level adventurers. What didn't exist in the upper floors, the lonely dungeon king, this little dragon was the true floor boss. With a mighty roar, the child dragon moved. It used its tail to sweep away the nearest elf adventurer, sending him flying. The adventurer instantly crashed heavily into the walls, his eyes widening. His neck snapped like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Shouts echoed from the surrounding area. Although not as strong as the Minotaur, it was still a powerful monster. It wouldn't be surprising if it ranked as a level 2. Only then did everyone disregard each other's unknown identities and forge a temporary alliance. Seeing the others ignoring the shackles of their equipment, they began chanting numerous spells. The Amazon warriors and dwarves also took up their greatswords and axes and rushed forward. "Helper Lily, run fast," Wendy shouted. Because Belle was surprised by the dragon's appearance, he only now realized that the little dragon was heading towards distant Lily, who was retrieving the magic stones in the room. Seeing the little dragon approaching, Lily was so scared she couldn't move. Child dragon. HP 22. ITK 13. Immediately after seeing the baby dragon near Lily, Belle drew his dagger and threw it with great precision. The dagger traveled a distance of 30 meters before hitting the child dragon in the head and killing it in the process. That hit dealt approximately 72 points of damage, even though the attack lost 1 point for every meter it traveled to reach its target. Impact with 42 points of damage. That was a special monster that gave Belle 150 XP. None of those who saw that could contain small gasps of amazement. Belle and his group finally left the dungeon after a day of hard work. Congratulations, you made it out of the dungeon alive. These are the monsters you defeated today and the XP you earned. Floor 140 equals 400. Floor 230 equals 600. Floor 325 equals 750. Floor 420 equals 800. Floor 530 equals 1500. Floor 630 equals 1800. Floor 740 equals 2800. Floor 835 equals 2800. Floor 940 equals 3600. Floor 1050 equals 5000. Floor 1160 equals 6600. Floor 1280, 1 equals 9600 150. Total equals 36,400 XP. Once Belle had left the dungeon, he and his 2 companions went to exchange the magic stones they had obtained. 4 leather bags filled to the brim were placed in the change window. "If you can divide the total by 3, Belle asked politely. The manager nodded as he placed bag after bag in front of Belle. The 2 girls next to Belle watched this in surprise. They knew it was going to be a lot of money, but it was still amazing to see it. 180,000 volleys, the manager said as he handed Belle 9 leather bags. The white-haired man, without much trouble, gave 3 bags to each of his companions. Wendy's discomfort was obvious. She didn't even earn 60,000 volleys in a month of hard work, and now they were giving it to her for doing almost nothing. Lily, for her part, was in the same boat. "Okay, Lily, when you sell the boots, we'll split the money," Belle said. Lily nodded somewhat uncomfortably. Belle was too altruistic according to them. When Belle saw Lily and Wendy getting distracted by talking together, he took the magic stones out of his inventory and exchanged them for money. Another 180,000 were given to him, plus the 50,000 he had earned on his solo exploration yesterday and the 60,000 from today, giving him 290,000 volleys. After putting everything in his inventory, Belle could see Lily and Wendy coming towards him. Without warning, the 2 of them gave her a leather bag each. "The 2 of us talked, and seeing that you do almost everything, we decided that 60% of the money from the magic stones belongs to you. Lily and Wendy each only get 20%, said Lily. Belle looked confused at this. Each of them was returning 24,000 volleys to him. "The same will happen with the monster loot. I'll take the best to forge weapons. Lily will sell the rest, and we'll split the money. 60, 20, and 20, Wendy said. At this moment, Belle was feeling guilty for keeping so many things to himself. "You have successfully completed your mission. Well, at least she'd managed to get them to get along, or at least to accept each other. Now she'd have to deal with her moral conscience." Belle sighed as he walked beside Lily. He still felt it was unfair that he got to keep the lion's share. The 2 had just come from selling monster loot. Lily was a terrifying businesswoman and the loot was of good quality. They sold them to a gnome and the Diane family. Although Belle didn't like that god, they paid well and the one who served them was pretty. By selling everything they earned 80,000 volleys, of which Lily and Wendy each received 16,000 and Belle received 48,000. Belle's moral conscience was definitely at rock bottom. "Belle-sama, is something bothering you?" asked Lily. "I feel bad for taking most of the money," Belle said. "Come on, Belle-sama, you do almost all the work, it's the least you can do," Lily said. "It's not like, how to put it, I have more money than what was exchanged," Belle said. Lily raised an eyebrow at this. To tell the truth, she wasn't understanding. It's not easy to tell her. If only I could show her, thought Belle, but he had no way of letting Lily see what he. Seeing his experience points, Belle decided to bet on increasing his skill. Maybe he'll gain some points for that. The gamer has leveled up. Enjoy the new party feature. MP and HP parameters have increased by 100 points. HR and Mr. have risen 10 points. How convenient, isn't it? Thought Belle as he looked at his new function on his main bar. Party allows you to share the virtues of this skill with other people for an indefinite period of time. Its development may be slower. You only need to say the person's full name and have a clear image of him/her. The application will do the rest. Lily, who was looking worriedly at Belle, who had been staring blankly for a while, almost fell backwards when a floating screen appeared in front of her. An hour later, after more explanation. With Lily being equally affected by her ability, she felt that her moral conscience was cleaner. Although Lily's stats were very poor, she could improve without needing her god to update her status. Belle, on the other hand, was happy not to have to lie to Lily about his ability anymore, although he only did so for a couple of days. Without much more, they both continued on their way. Chapter 5: Preliminary Preparations for the Middle Floors. Shortly after Belle discovered the party function and after Lily joined it, the two went their separate ways. Belle, meanwhile, went to his headquarters where surprisingly his goddess had not yet arrived, and Lily went to the gnome's house where she was staying. The hobbit helper threw herself onto her bed and stared at the ceiling. Name: Lilaruka Ard. Age: 14 years. Race: Hobbit. Family: Soma. How I hated being associated with that family. How I wished I could change it, but it was impossible. The money they were asking for was too much, and even if he managed to gather it, it would probably be stolen before he even got to see Soma. If only I could easily change families. Do you want to change families? The question was stupid. Of course I wanted it. Thanks to being linked to this fantastic, amazing, and incredible ability. Upon reading this, Lily immediately began to think that this ability was more than it seemed. He often spoke in the third person, referring to himself as a great ability, an ability with consciousness. Is that even possible? By exchanging 10,000 experience points through this skill, you can change families. Lily almost jumped when she read this, but instead she just sat on her bed and continued reading the messages. Before I tell you the pros and cons of changing families using this ability, I'll give you some brief instructions and details about party. Lily nodded, even though she was having a conversation with a skill. How strange. When you join a party, you gain a number of benefits. You'll receive all the advantages this ability offers, but at less than 10% of the original amount in most cases. Even so, it's a significant advantage against any other adventurer. Partying also allows you to share resources. Party members can share XP, items, and even stat points. Lily nodded in understanding. Now, to achieve your goal of changing families, you must acquire 10,000 points on your own. Whenever XP points are transferred to you by someone other than this skill, by completing missions, the counter you will see below will reset to 0. Getting 10,000 XP on her own, that sounded complicated. Now, the downsides of changing families are several. First, all your progress will be reset to 0. You can keep spells or abilities, but they will be disabled for a while. Second, you can only join the same family as the original holder of that ability or the leader of your party. Third, if for any reason your god or party leader is returned to heaven or dies, you will lose everything again and start from scratch. In short, you can only progress while you are with the holder of that ability. Lily swallowed hard when she read this. She was actually deeply in love with Belle and wouldn't be against going after him, even after going through 100 different families. The problem was Hestia. If she kicked her out of her family out of jealousy, she would be in too much trouble. The main advantages are being able to leave the Soma family without having to see this god. Secondly, all members of the Soma family will forget your existence. It will be as if you never existed. And thirdly, belonging to the same family as the user of this ability will increase the effectiveness of this ability to 50%. Would all the members of the Soma family forget he existed? Actually, that was a really good thing. He could stop hiding and live peacefully with Belle. But that was only possible. Now that he thought about it, the ability he had was impossible. Lily sighed deeply as she sank down onto her bed. She had too much on her mind. The next day. It's a bit late, Belle murmured as he ran through the streets of her. Belle picked up his pace a little, intending not to arrive any later, which he already would. "Oh, you really came," a female voice said. Bell opened his eyes in surprise at the sight of the redhead Wendy. He was surprised to see her there since the meeting place was the same as yesterday. What was she doing here? The redhead cheerfully greeted Bell, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Ah, good morning. About that Wendy-san, why are you here?" Bell asked. Assistant Lily sent a message. "It seems she can't attend today's dungeon exploration," the redhead explained. Bell's face turned confused at this. And faced with Bell's confused state, Wendy proceeded to explain everything to him. What happened was that when Wendy was alone in Babel, Lily rushed in with incredible force and explained the situation. Because the shop had been busy recently, the gnome owner with whom Lily was living had become exhausted. Apparently there was no one else available to take care of him. "What should we do? Should we go down to the dungeon by ourselves?" Bell asked. "If Lily, who was the assistant, isn't here, the recovery of magic stones and loot will be slowed down, strictly speaking of the part that doesn't go into Bell's inventory. That being said, if we don't explore today, it'll be a very idle day. That's what Bell would like to avoid." "Bell, why don't we do this? Can you come with me today?" Wendy said, smiling. At this, Bell tilted his head in confusion. "Didn't I tell you before?" "I'm going to completely rebuild your team," the redhead said seriously. "As expected, this light armor is sufficient," Wendy-san, Bell said, trying to decline the proposal. "There's no need to be polite. A blacksmith never goes back on his word," Wendy said with complete seriousness. Although it was something he promised before, when he said again, "Now I'll give you your equipment for free," I can't help but feel guilty since I'm lying to him about the earnings from our trips to the dungeon, even though it's only been once, Bell thought. "Bell, though it might sound a bit arrogant, it would be better if you were a little more greedy. Adventurers don't know what will happen tomorrow. Even if it's by then, they should arm themselves in the best possible condition, right?" Wendy said seriously. "That makes sense. He successfully shut me up," Bell thought. Bell sighed. Whatever he said wouldn't end well. He'd heard that blacksmiths and women were among the proudest people there were, and hurting a female blacksmith's pride could land him in serious trouble, so he decided to just follow Wendy. "So Wendy-san, where are we going?" Bell asked curiously. "To my workshop," Wendy replied. "Workshop?" Bell asked the void. What would that workshop be like? Since Wendy was a novice, it should be a common workshop where several blacksmiths worked. But it turned out to be an individual workshop. That was a privilege that all the blacksmiths of the Hephaestus family received. Wendy's workshop was a little way off Main Street. It looked a lot like an ordinary shack with a chimney sticking out of one side. "Don't just stand there, isn't it time for you to go in?" Wendy said as she entered the workshop. Bell apologized and entered the redhead's workshop. The first thing Bell noticed was the strong smell of steel, along with a great darkness which did not disappear until Wendy opened the windows, when it was finally possible to see the contents of the workshop. There were many iron tools placed on the walls. Hammers, scissors, in short, there were many, even tools I'd never seen before. In the corner of the room stood a large oven, and next to it was an anvil. Inside this room, which had no partitions, the tools and facilities used for forging were placed in rows. "I'm sorry, it's a little dirty in here. Could you please overlook it?" Wendy said somewhat sheepishly. To be honest, this place was anything but feminine. "Okay, no problem," Bell said, making light of the fact that the place was dirty. After that, they both took a seat. "In short, you'll only need to help with the size. Just leave the rest to me," Wendy said. "Size, huh?" Bell said. "Yes, it's similar to a custom-made set. Since I have to do it anyway, why not make a complete set of equipment especially for you?" Wendy explained. The equipment sold in the weapon shop was made for unknown adventurers, so many items are inaccurate in size. While these errors could still be corrected, most weapons and armor were actually designed for the average person. What do you think would be best? If you have any requests for the equipment, it's perfectly fine to say so directly. For example, if you don't have a shield, if you'd feel uncomfortable without one, or something like that, right? If there's anything you want, you can tell me, Wendy said as she turned her back to Bell to start looking at the various tools hanging on the wall. Bell really didn't know what to ask for. The only thing he could think of was a large sword so he could reach the biggest monsters. Suddenly, Bell noticed a shelf fixed in the corner of the workshop. Many weapons were hanging on it. "Wendy-san, can't I use this one?" Bell asked as he approached the shelf and stared at a sword. "It's not that you can't, but that's an item that was returned since it didn't sell," Wendy said. "But I want to try to use it," Bell said as he gripped the strangely light weapon. He was finding it very easy to turn the weapon while simulating some movements. "What's wrong?" Bell asked, feeling Wendy's gaze on his back. "Don't you want a magic sword?" Wendy asked with a clearly fake smile. At the sudden question, Bell almost dropped the sword he was holding to the ground. "Nothing. It's just that I didn't think you'd want a spare sword instead of a magic sword," Wendy said. Bell could only laugh nervously. He would be lying if he said he didn't want a magic sword. Bell, who was watching Wendy work, was lost in his thoughts. Wendy, for her part, was very nervous. She had missed several times while hammering the material, and one of those misses had resulted in the hammer hitting the anvil directly 10 centimeters from where it should have landed. The good thing was that Bell hadn't noticed. How can this be? Come on, it's not the first time someone's watched you work, Wendy thought as she continued to miss her aim. Seeing Wendy's face, which reflected sadness, frustration, and even anger, the white-haired man decided to speak to try and cheer her up a little. After all, he had brought up the topic of magic swords a few minutes ago. That was probably it. "Wendy-san, do you really hate magic swords?" Belle asked. Wendy, who had almost hit her hand with the hammer, slowly lowered it and remained silent. "From what you've told me, it seems your hatred is directed more at your talent than at magic swords in general. But your talent isn't bad, on the contrary, it's incredible. Your family didn't use it wisely, but you are Wendy Crosso. It's just your last name, it doesn't dictate a path you must follow. From my point of view, you should use your talent in Wendy's way, not in Crosso's. And if you're afraid of being corrupted by it and abandoning the path of the blacksmith you love so much, well, as long as I'm your #1 client, I'll never let fame or fortune cloud your vision. After all, if that happened, you'd probably leave me for wealthier clients," Belle said, finishing his speech with a small laugh. Wendy remained silent for a long time, so much so that Belle felt uncomfortable and decided to leave the workshop to leave her alone for a while. But if he had stayed, he would have seen the redhead cry slightly. Belle, after a few hours wandering around the city in search of a certain place, returned to Wendy's workshop. As soon as he entered, he saw her with a dagger with a coppery red blade and handle. Apparently, she was checking if it was properly aligned and sharpened. Upon seeing Belle, Wendy borrowed a holster from one of her other creations and handed the weapon to him. "You have completed the mission, Hephaestus' work. Description: motivate Wendy to forge magic swords. Reward 10,000 XP, constant supply of magic swords, obtaining the magic sword that surpasses all other magic swords, surprise gift. In case of failure, lifelong debt, Wendy leaving your team." Belle blinked several times when he had accepted that mission. "The name of the dagger is Ushiwakamaru. I don't know if you like it. If you don't like it, you can name it whatever you want," Wendy said, somewhat embarrassed. Belle looked at the redhead in confusion. It was the first time he had seen her act embarrassed. She was very cute when she did it, to tell the truth. "No, Ushiwakamaru is fine as his name," Belle said. "You have obtained the items, Ushiwakamaru. Characteristics: times a romantic weapon created from deep feelings and using a minotaur's horn as its base. It has an ATK of 10, and once every 10 minutes it can unleash a fire attack that deals 60 ATK in a 50-meter radius. Wait a minute, was that a magic sword, a romantic weapon? There were several things I didn't understand." Belle put the weapon in his pocket, and just as he was about to leave, he remembered something. "That's right, Wendy-san. If it's not too much trouble, you could make a lot of these arrows," Belle said, showing Wendy some arrows he'd bought from the Goibniu family. These were for Lily's little ballista. "Sure, there's no problem leaving it to a prodigy Herrera," Wendy said with a smile. Belle nodded in response, smiling. "By the way, could you stop using sand? I know we haven't been classmates for very long, but I'd like you to treat me the same way you treat Lily." Wendy speaking. "If that's what you want." Wendy. Belle spoke. The redhead nodded with a slight blush. The little rookie was walking along with a big smile on his face. In his right hand he carried his new weapon, which was a magic sword, although it would be better to call it a magic dagger. Even Wendy couldn't explain how she had created something like that, a magic sword with unlimited uses, something never seen before and of incalculable value. According to her, it would take a very long time to recreate something like that again. Upon entering his family's headquarters, Belle could see that his goddess had finally arrived, and once again he was with the goddess Hephaestus. The white-haired man momentarily ignored the goddess Hephaestus and went directly to his goddess to show off his new dagger. While Belle excitedly told Hestia every detail, Hephaestus took the dagger and examined it. One of the skills she still retained after coming down from the sky was the ability to evaluate weapons and armor. She could know everything about them just by touching them a little. The goddess of blacksmithing smiled broadly at what she discovered. "Hestia, it's time for me to go." "Oh, we'll talk about that thing later," said Hephaestus as he left with a smile on his face. The lowly goddess said goodbye to her friend and then spoke. "Hey, Bellcun here, it's what you wanted. Later I'll tell you who made it and you'll have to talk to him or her to discuss the payment method," Hestia said, smiling. Belle nodded as he picked up a box that was 1.5 meters long. Today, just 2 days before the trip to the middle floors that Belle so wanted to take place, he met with Lily a little earlier than usual, early enough that Wendy wouldn't be there. Belle-sama, Lily wants to give you something," Lily spoke. Belle nodded as he looked at the little hobbit. "But first, Lily has something very important to tell you," Lily said with a bright smile. Belle listened attentively to Lily's entire story. In the end, he couldn't believe that her ability could do so many things. "And what I wanted to give you is this," Lily said with a smile. "Lily has given you 45 status points." At the sudden message, Belle blinked a couple of times. "Lily, but these points are very important," Belle said. "Belle-sama, there's no problem. When Lily achieves her goal, all those points should be erased. If you help her while that happens, I'll be satisfied," Lily spoke. "You should distribute them in your state to help you reach that goal," Belle said. Lily thought about it too. But if I get too used to depending on those points, when everything goes back to zero, I would be defenseless and worse. Dependent on skills I would no longer have, Lily said. Bell sighed as he figured out how to give Lily back her points. Bell-sama, Lily will be very angry if you give those points back, Lily said. What do you think of 3015? I can't accept them all, Bell said. Lily nodded, thinking she would get the smallest part. She was pleasantly surprised when she received 30 stitches. Distribute them between your ATK and DF, Bell said as he started walking. Lily sighed as she put 15 on each one. Okay, Lily, you'll take care of all the monsters on the first floors and I'll be your support, then we'll take turns, Bell said with a smile. The Hobbit nodded, not very confident about this. Chapter 6. Middle Floors. Since Bell had obtained his Ushiwakamaru dagger, a long week had passed, days where Bell and his two companions had been preparing properly for the middle floors. They had bought salamander wool and had started farming like crazy. Bell managed to reach level 2. 4 where he increased his 10 points in DF, and the points that Lily had given him he had increased in WIS, ATK, and AM. During these days he had been getting used to using Ushiwakamaru and his new sword Fitan, as his goddess had named it. Lily had killed more monsters in a few days than she had in her entire life. Unfortunately, where Belle scored 10 points, she only got 1. Her goal would be difficult to achieve. Wendy, for her part, had been doing her best to keep up. Belle was simply too strong, and even Lily had become incredibly strong. She felt a little left out, to be honest, so she did her best to help her colleagues with whom she had been working for some time. Bellcranel smiled as he saw a perfect 250,000 XP on his status bar. The result of having worked himself to the bone, running through each floor multiple times and killing an absurd number of monsters, had also earned them a small fortune, but that was bragging a bit too much. What he was about to do was completely justified. He spent 50,950 XP to raise his luck to S to raise Hunter, and abnormal resistance to S. He now had 118,950 points left. During this week he dedicated himself to leveling up Firebolt and Electrosphere, in order to have more powerful attacks, which had reached level 15 and 6 respectively. Firebolt provided a swift and powerful attack against a single enemy or a small group of enemies. Electrosphere generated a devastating attack. It required a few seconds to charge, but when fully charged and unleashed, it could annihilate a group of monsters. Considering what he would do next, he leveled up each spell by 8, spending 25,500 on both. Now he had 92,750 experience points left over. Firebolt, LV23. Quickcast Magic, consumes 10 MP, has an ATK of 32. Electrosphere, LV14. Quickcast Area of Effect Magic. Consumes 50 MP, has an ATK of 96. Now he was going to save the points he had left for after this expedition. Now, speaking of the expedition, Bell recalled that he was running out of supplies. I'm almost out of potions, thought Bell. With that in mind, Bell headed to Maich's family to buy potions. Although he could very well have gone to Diane Sek's family to see that pretty receptionist, he had a direct contract, so to speak, with the Maich family. Both being poor families, they helped each other out. If he bought the mixing skill, he probably wouldn't need to go buy potions anymore since he could make them himself. He'd think twice about it next time. She had already been working non-stop for several hours, or rather days. How was this possible? Was this already becoming frustrating? The red-haired blacksmith sighed in defeat as she threw the weapon she had created into a box containing 4 others. 1 was a sword and 3 were daggers. With the one she had recently thrown away, there were now 4. How on earth had he created a magic sword with no limit to its uses? Wendy cursed a certain white-haired man in her mind. He had made her create a weapon that was theoretically impossible to make. She who so hated magic swords was finding herself needing to create them to recreate her greatest achievement. But how did he make it in the first place? What was he missing now? Could it be because of the material he used for Ushiwakamaru? If it definitely had to be the latter, he just had to make a sword with a material similar to a minotaur's horn. He couldn't normally afford to buy one, but recently he'd been making quite a bit of money, and he had a lot of monster loot that had been kindly given to him. The redhead sighed. She'd better stop forging and go rest. Tomorrow they would go to the intermediate floors. She didn't want to go tired, and honestly this was giving her a lot of headaches. The redhead left her workshop, leaving behind weapons worth millions of volleys like trash. A magic sword wasn't all that unusual. But like everything else, there were different levels. The most common ones could only be used once, and their effects were minor. High-class swords, crafted by blacksmiths like Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, could be used up to 3 times and would have devastating effects. Generally, the more times a magic sword could be used, the stronger the effect of each use would be. The swords made by Wendy Crosso had 6 uses and could easily double the firepower of Tsubaki's magic swords, definitely weapons worth no less than 10 million volleys, weapons even better than any of her ancestors could have made. Ash-colored rocks were visible everywhere you looked. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of solid stone. The air was cold and damp, almost musty. Belle's group was at the beginning of the 13th floor, the so-called first line of the dungeon's middle floors. "So these are the middle floors," Wendy said as she gripped the hilt of her sword. Lily had heard it before, but it's much fainter here than up above, Lily said as she meticulously looked around the place. A seemingly endless descending stone tunnel awaited the group of newbies. This was the path that connected to the first room on this floor. There were also large holes in a few places along the walls, pit traps connecting to the lower floors here too. The scenery, the poor visibility, it was nothing like the upper floors. The 13th floor is known for its long corridors that lead from one room to another. "We won't be able to safely fight the monsters in this area, so Lily suggests we find the first room as soon as possible," Lily said. The hobbit's equipment had visibly changed. She wore light armor very similar to Belle's, literally the same blacksmith had made it. On her back, she carried a much smaller backpack than she normally would, since she carried most of her belongings in her inventory. The backpack only contained a few items strictly necessary for her party, and it would literally only serve to store the magic stones and loot they acquired. On her right shoulder rested a spear approximately 160 centimeters long. Being a hobbit, it was a bad idea to fight monsters in melee. It was better to fight from a distance with a bow or from a medium range with a spear, which had also been crafted by Wendy. Speaking of long range, she still carried her little ballista in her right hand. "Let's move forward while there are no monsters around." "Wendy-sama, this is a one-way street, so move as quickly as possible," Lily said. "Okay," Wendy said as she started walking. The three of them started moving in a straight line through the intermediate floors, or rather the 13th floor. As the group of three advanced beneath their armor, a very striking red fabric could be seen. Basically, instead of wearing normal clothes, they were wearing salamander wool made by a fairy salamander. It was incredibly useful against fire, an expensive and essential item for this floor. The mere fact that the three of them wore custom-made clothes made from that fabric suggested that they had very high incomes for low-level adventurers. After walking along the rocky path for a few minutes, the three of them fell silent and stood still in the same place. Two dark shadows appeared in the gloom. Coming from the other end of the path, the monsters finally emerged. Their muscular bodies were completely black. Their glowing, dark red eyes practically embodied the meaning of the word monster. Figures with four legs too muscular to be dogs, hellhounds. "So what about this distance? Are we getting any closer?" asked Wendy. "My advisor warned me not to underestimate the range of the hellhounds," Belle said. Wendy raised her longsword over her shoulder as she gave us the signal to attack. The two hellhounds roared in unison before charging at the adventurers at full speed. A distance of approximately 50 meters disappeared in the blink of an eye. One of them howled and jumped straight towards Wendy. Belle jumped in front of the redhead and stopped the hellhound's attack with a small hand shield, a buckler, a shield that Wendy had made for him in the previous days. The hellhound was stuck in midair, flailing its paws. Wendy rushed forward as if she had been waiting for that moment and sliced the defenseless beast's body in two with a swift slash of her long sword that formed an arc. A strong defense paired with a powerful counterattack, the perfect coordination between mid-support and the front line. Belle pulled his blood-spattered shield from the mouth of the fallen beast. The remaining hellhound growled at the small group from a distance, rearing up on its hind legs and lowering its head to the ground. The three of them noticed. They could see sparks flying around its mouth in the spaces between its razor-sharp teeth. "A little slow," Lily murmured. However, the hellhound was struck by an arrow in its right eye just as it was about to launch its fire attack. It came from Lily's hand crossbow. It might not have been the most powerful weapon, but it possessed enough power to stop an enemy in place with good accuracy. Wendy rushed past Belle, her red jacket flapping, straight toward the wounded beast. She swung her longsword down. The last hellhound let out a scream before falling, its cheeks still glowing red from the flames. "Not a bad start, huh?" Wendy said. "We'd be in a lot of trouble if we couldn't work together on this point." "This level of coordination is to be expected," Belle said. "Yes, but that worked quite well," continued Lily. With the battle over, the three returned to normal. Belle could hear it, could feel all the Almiraj coming toward them from every angle. He continued attacking the monsters without allowing a moment of hesitation. "There's not even time to breathe, huh?" Wendy said. "Then don't speak," Lily said. Wendy swung her longsword from side to side, slicing through some monsters along the way, while Lily, using her newly acquired spear and training with it through trial and error on the upper floors, cut through monster after monster with accurate blows. 13 XP, 13 XP. Message after message saying she had earned XP started arriving for the Hobbit. 32471000. She didn't currently have time to see how many stitches she needed. Belle fought very well despite being completely surrounded. With the exception of agility, Wendy's status was greater than or equal to that of an Almiraj. She fought in the vanguard with Lily's support. Belle's job was to ensure they weren't flanked by eliminating as many monsters as possible. Every single rabbit fell with a single slash from Belle's daggers. It didn't take long for the monsters to realize that it was pointless to confront him head-on. His speed and power were only slightly higher than those of the average level 2 adventurer. "Wendy, get down," Belle shouted. "I've got it," Wendy said. Seeing that Wendy was about to be hit from both sides, Belle jumped to her aid. Belle flew over the back of his kneeling friend, slicing one almiraj in half with the dagger in his right hand and hitting another on the head with the edge of his shield. That was too close, thought Belle. The boy might have been hiding it, but his mind was racing. Fatigue was beginning to take its toll. His arms had never felt so heavy at any time on the upper floors. Naturally, the most powerful member of an unbalanced team had to carry the greatest burden in combat, but the increased number and intelligence of monsters on the middle floors only served to make that burden even harder to bear. Belle was beginning to realize how little stamina he had left. Another second and it would be too late to save Wendy. That thought sent a bead of cold sweat down his face. He needed to rest, and soon, Belle saw something strange out of the corner of his eye while. It was a team of 6 adventurers. The members of a different family were getting closer and closer every second. Belle raised his eyebrows in confusion. Battle teams preferred to avoid as much contact as possible in the dungeon to prevent problems on the surface. He could understand it if they were heading straight for the exit, but their current trajectory would take them very close. Almost as if that were their goal, the badly wounded battle team was heading towards them on purpose. They passed Belle by one step away. The step caught the eye of the girl with the shiny black ponytail. Velvet blue eyes on the verge of tears met ruby red eyes for a brief moment. "Oh no. They brought more towards us," Lily shouted. Lily was the only one able to respond to the actions of the other battle team and tried to warn her allies. She had used that same tactic during her time as a thief. She knew that practice all too well. Belle, for his part, looked confused. "We've been used as bait. More monsters are coming," Lily shouted at Belle's stunned face. A moment later, just as he predicted, another swarm of monsters appeared in the room. There were an incredible number of monsters, more than they could count. Belle turned around just in time to see the last member of the other family disappear through the exit of the room. "Retreat! Wendy-sama, the tunnel is on your right, move it," Lily shouted. "What the hell, you've got to be kidding me," Wendy shouted. Belle's battle team fell into confusion. Seeing the large number of monsters coming and seeing that more and more were being generated from the walls, almost as if the dungeon wanted to kill them, Belle trembled. The white hair raised her hand and he could see it trembling. What an idiot he had been. He was nobody special. His skill had blinded him. Of course he was still inexperienced and wouldn't have everything handed to him. Belle gritted his teeth and gripped Ushiwakamaru with his left hand while extending his right hand. "As soon as you hear an explosion, run," Belle shouted. Belle moved Ushiwakamaru horizontally while it was glowing bright red. Both Lily and Wendy could see a gigantic wall of fire that enveloped everything in a span of 50 meters. 100 monsters had been annihilated in that place. It was definitely a huge loss of money, but they had to escape. A special ability has been created, Collector, allows you to collect all the drop items dropped by the monsters that you or someone in your party defeats. This ability will also create a special section in the inventory for these items. "Stupid skill, give me something that will help me fight," Belle screamed in his mind. As Belle ran, he turned around and launched his electro-sphere attack. It was his most powerful attack, but Belle's right arm fell limply to his right side. The small electrical waves gradually numbed his arm. 3 shots and his arm was unusable for a while. And in this situation, he didn't have time to use cure on it. The boy could see the shadows of several monsters heading towards them from the other side of the tunnel. At the same time, Lily saw even more shadows approaching from behind Belle. "A pincer attack," Lily said. "Well, that's depressing," Belle said with an emo aura. A group of almiraj were heading towards them through the burned road all the way to their current position. The 3 adventurers quickly assumed a triangular formation back to back. Belle grimaced as he looked past the wreckage of the hellhounds and at their next opponents. "Why do monsters spawn so quickly on the middle floors? I need a break," Wendy sighed. "Because they're the middle floors, right?" Belle replied, trying to joke around to ease the tense atmosphere. Lily took a couple of potions out of her backpack and passed them around while the boys did their best to lighten the mood. The liquid could restore their physical strength, but it could do nothing about the mental fatigue flooding their minds. It was difficult for any of them to concentrate. "Belle-sama, Wendy-sama, Lily recommends we retreat. We need to rest and regroup. There will be no end to the monsters at this rate," Lily said as she swiftly annihilated her enemies. The spear in her hands was an excellent weapon, and because of where they were, Lily had a certain advantage. Facing a spear head-on in places like a tunnel is never a good idea. The team knew there was no more time to talk, and they prepared their bodies for what was coming next. The dungeon slowly but surely took its toll on the mental and physical strength of Belle's group. He did not allow any adventurer who made even the slightest mistake to get away with it. The dungeon was very cunning. Like a hunter salivating while toying with its prey, the dungeon didn't kill them all at once but strategically captured its meal, occasionally causing monsters to howl at them from afar, sometimes shaking the ground beneath their feet with powerful earthquakes. And of course, constantly creating monsters at the precise moment to cut off their escape. Those minor incidents weren't much on their own. However, the uncertainty of what was to come weighed heavily on the group. None of them could hide their exhaustion. It was much easier to bring down a castle with broken foundations. Lost physical strength wasn't easy to regain, and once they realized something was wrong, it was already too late. A very unpleasant sound reached Belle's ears. His body was already on the verge of collapse. She had lost track of how long she had been half fighting, half fleeing from the monsters. Her gaze darted around the tunnel, trying to find the source of the sound. The wall seemed as solid as ever, but the sound was getting louder and louder. The dungeon wasn't about to throw any punches now. The ominous sound surrounded them, resonating all around. Belle was the first to realize it. The sound was coming from above. Wendy and Lily followed its line of sight and gasped. A network of cracks and fissures stretched across the ceiling above them. More and more cracks resonated. It became harder to tell the difference between the new cracks opening and the echo with each passing moment. A piece of rock fell from the ceiling as the entire tunnel groaned, unable to bear the weight any longer. Monsters, thought Belle, the second that thought crossed his mind. The ceiling shattered with a thunderous roar as a swarm of evil bats emerged from the tunnel's ceiling. A chorus of high-pitched squeals echoed as the evil bats took flight for the first time. The dim lights above were suddenly obscured by countless shadows in the air. Enveloped in darkness, Belle and the others could only glimpse the severely damaged ceiling, until finally it collapsed. Belle, Lily, and Wendy's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. They all sprang into action a moment later. It was a rockslide intended to kill. The three of them made a mad dash forward, trying to escape the attack. Blow after blow, a new pain erupted with each impact. His eardrums were assaulted by the thunderous bombardment of stones and rocks falling like water. Rocks and stones kept coming down from above. There wasn't even a shred of time to worry about others. The three ran as fast as they could to escape the dungeon's howl. Finally, the rockslide calmed down, and as if fate hated them, many cracks appeared in the ground before it broke. The three of them were falling straight down to the next floors. Belle, as best he could, grabbed his two companions and put them on top of him. Of all of them, he had more HP. They probably wouldn't survive a fall like that. That's why he would take most of the impact. What good had it done him to raise his luck to S? This was definitely an unlucky day. Chapter 7, All or Nothing. HP, 153-0. Belle could see his HP bar slowly dropping, but he didn't care at the moment. The moment the ground collapsed, it had taken Lily and Wendy. The white-haired man hugged them both and, as best he could, turned around, leaving his back facing upwards. As a large number of stones fell between floors, they began to impact against Belle. 1 HP, 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 HP. Receiving all those blows was causing him great pain. The white-haired man cursed in his mind as he saw that the stones that hit the next floor broke this one as well. Now his destination should be the 15th floor. But as soon as he could see the ground, it broke again. Belle growled in anger at this and decided to take Lily and Wendy and throw them aside so that they would stay on the 16th floor and he would continue to endure this seemingly endless fall. Just as Lily and Wendy's bodies touched the ground, Belle prepared to continue falling, but impact abruptly against the ground. Unlike his two companions who fell softly on damp ground, he fell on solid stone and a pile of gravel. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end. A huge amount of debris fell on him. His legs and arms, his chest, his face, his entire body was battered by a barrage of stones. Cuts and broken bones were among the least of his injuries. HP 30300. Danger, major injuries and blood loss detected. Belle's vision was blurred, a strange ringing sound echoed in his ears and his whole body felt cold. Was this the end for him? Was this how he would die? How naive he was to believe he could defy the dungeon, still just a child with dreams of being a hero. No, I wasn't going to die here, I still had a lot to do. But how could he survive if his body was destroyed? Tip: when the gamer ranks up, HP and MP are restored. Belle sighed in annoyance. He was just under 40,000 XP short of being able to level up that skill. What a useless skill, thought Belle. Belle could feel his life slowly being taken from him. All these days trying to become strong had been in vain. A special action generates a special reaction. Healing has evolved into regeneration. To complete the evolution, you need to pay 20,000 XP. Do it, was all Belle could say as he felt his consciousness fading away. You have obtained the evolved magic regeneration. It regenerates lost HP. It cannot cure the effects of curses or poisons, cures ailments and diseases, as well as fractures, cuts, and serious injuries. Amputated limbs can only be reattached if no more than 12 hours have passed and the limb is in good condition. It consumes 10 MP and restores 115 HP. By the user donating a certain amount of their HP, they can regenerate lost limbs of another living being. Since Belle was on the verge of unconsciousness at this moment, the magic activated on its own. HP 120/300. Just 5 points away from dying, his magic activated and saved his life. Belle opened his eyes with a start. He was still under a pile of rocks. He managed to reach for the sword behind his back and drew it, slicing through several stones. Using his sword and moving it from side to side, he pushed aside all the stones and managed to free himself. An evolve spell typically emerges when a spell reaches its maximum level 100. It then receives a final invisible level boost 101. The MP cost can be doubled, decreased, or eliminated. Another way to evolve magic is in a special way. This will happen at very special times and when very difficult events occur. That explains several things. Belle sighed at the incredulous faces of his companions. He should be dead. How come he was still alive? Even he didn't fully understand. The white-haired man checked his MP bar and unfortunately for him it was completely empty. MP 15490. From now on I would have to use the mana from the environment. Belle had learned to use the MP present in the environment, allowing him to cast spells indefinitely as long as his mind was clear. His own MP gave him 0 mental fatigue and prevented the will-o'-the-wisp from occurring. Will-o'-the-wisp occurs when someone is unable to properly control their magic, causing them to self-destruct and explosion. Without hesitation, the white-haired man cast his new spell towards his red-haired companion, who had a fractured leg due to a bad fall. From what he could see, his new magic not only healed the wound but also restored mental and physical exhaustion. Forgive me, Kami-sama, Belle thought. Wendy almost fell backwards when she saw a floating screen in front of her. Although Belle was told not to reveal his ability so lightly, in this situation it was necessary. They had to make Wendy strong immediately. Apparently she was at level 19, she was close to reaching level 2, therefore she should have 65 status points. Now the problem was how they should proceed. Belle was confident in his strength, and with Wendy's newly acquired strength, they could eliminate most of the monsters on this floor and those above in one fell swoop. The problem was that if they were surrounded, they would be in serious trouble. His resources were limited. Even though he had bought many potions from NASA, he only had a few left. A new mission is available. Path to safety. Description: ensure all members of your team reach the 18th floor safely and without significant damage. Reward 150,000 XP, 30 status points, evolve one spell of your choice. If you fail, death. Belle trembled slightly at this. The white-haired man sighed as he took his sword Fitan and looked slightly as its edge glowed red and the runic inscriptions on its blade shone gold. It was a very beautiful sword. We'll go to the safety of the 18th floor, Belle said with firm determination. Her two companions nodded. They were at the end of the tunnel on the 17th floor. Wendy and the others had been moving forward hoping to find another hole that led to a lower floor. They reached a stop halfway. They didn't have much of a choice. The air was heavy, their breaths hot. The pressure was immeasurable. He had taken his place. The three were nothing more than easy targets. Wendy had never experienced that kind of intensity. Her ears were so attuned to every tiny sound that something as simple as a step forward blurred her vision. She was far beyond her limit. She had to grit her teeth to avoid fainting from the strain. Despite gaining a significant boost to her abilities, the fatigue was setting in. She had used 10 points in WIS, 30 in ATK, and 25 in DF. The rest was important, but it wasn't useful at the moment. She had no attack spells, so AM was useless. She could counter magical attacks with her own magic. DM was unnecessary at the moment, and AF was only a bonus to her ATK. It was better to just increase that. All their eyes focused further ahead in the tunnel. They knew something lurked in the darkness. Each heartbeat sent a shiver down their spines, their palms damp with sweat. Whatever was shrouded in darkness had such a powerful aura that its mere presence was torture. This isn't happening. Seriously, what the hell? Give me a break. Wendy's mind had reached its breaking point. I don't know a damn thing. Who the hell survives long enough to be that unlucky? The redhead thought. Her thoughts were stuck in a loop. She wanted to ask someone, anyone, if it was really possible for monsters to kill someone without touching them. The ground shook as new sounds emerged from the dark void. This is Lily trembled as she looked at her future enemies. Alarm bells were ringing in Wendy's head. She gripped the hilt of her sword as if it were her last line of defense. Her grip was so fierce that her knuckles turned white instantly. Finally, the bright spots on the ceiling burning like torches finally revealed a rusted body, clear as day. Its short, ragged breaths were accentuated by each step of its powerful hooves. The lights above highlighted its nascent muscles in ghastly shadows. The monster that appeared before Wendy had magnificent horns on its head, standing out like beacons of death. The head of a bull on the body of a man, 2 meters high and built like a stone wall. He held a stone axe, a dungeon arsenal, with both hands in front of his face. His eyes gazed down at his prey on either side of the blade. Wendy was so overwhelmed by her first encounter with a minotaur that she forgot to breathe. There was no way to defend oneself. His will was breaking down. First to disappear was his will to fight, then his ability to face the enemy, then his instincts, a devastating roar. It was intimidating enough to bind the mind and body of any living being with fear. Bearing the full weight of the LV, two minotaurs roar LV. One Wendy was completely helpless against her own paralyzing fear. She froze in place, her hand still collapsed on the hilt of her sword. Seeing his opportunity, the minotaur struck the ground with his powerful hoof and leaped towards her, raising his enormous axe above his head. Wendy could see her own life flash before her eyes in a few seconds. Wendy accepted her fate, that monster would be her executioner. But suddenly the minotaur's weapon was easily cut by Belle's jet black sword. The white-haired boy powerfully cut through the roar of the minotaur head-on, charging forward like lightning, quick as a rabbit. Wendy's eyes opened as wide as they could, but before her agitated throat could make a sound, a horizontal cut split the minotaur in half. Immediately after killing one, Belle quickly moved his sword and decapitated a second. The third received a diagonal cut that split him in two. The fourth and final achievement was passing Belle and heading towards some trembling girls. "It only has 35 HP, Belle said. Wendy couldn't believe what the white-haired man was saying. Seriously, that beast could die in one hit with his ATK, which was higher than that number. He didn't think twice before taking his sword and with all his might launching an upward blow with his sword, causing the minotaur to be pierced. Is this true? Had he killed a minotaur? This skill I was using was truly a cheat skill. If they could have fought them, why didn't they go up to the upper floors? All he knew was that his leader must have had his reasons. Another round of violent explosions. A whole pack of hellhounds fell to the ground in a shower of sparks and plumes of smoke. I didn't know how many times I'd seen Wendy's anti-magic by now. Their ragged, exhausted breaths were right next to my ear. Suddenly, Wendy had fallen to her knees. Her eyes were closed and her face was completely drenched in sweat. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Mental exhaustion, thought Belle. We had relied on him too much. Mental power or mind was necessary to use magic or the MP of the environment. Wendy had used so much of it that her body could no longer withstand the mental strain. All the magic potions and dual potions we had were gone. Belle heard a long, faint sigh behind him just before the sound of something falling. I turned my head just in time to see Lily's eyes go out of focus as she falls headfirst onto the gravel path. "Lily," Belle shouted. I took a step in her direction. Like Wendy, she was unconscious. The combination of anxiety and fatigue must have worn her down. She had been giving her healing items to Wendy and sometimes to Belle without taking any for herself. Her status was the lowest of all of them. She had run out of strength long ago and had been forcing her body forward until now. Although Belle cast his magic on both of them to heal them, they didn't wake up, they remained unconscious. He had waited too long. He was so focused on the front lines that he never saw the hell they were probably going through behind him. There was no one left to help him. He had to face the terrors of the dungeon alone. All this darkness and despair surrounded him. We'll all get out of this alive, Belle thought. Fortunately, most of their equipment was in his inventory, so he only had to store Wendy's sword and Lily's backpack in his own inventory before carrying them both. He placed Wendy over his right shoulder and held Lily's small body under his left arm. Wendy's arms hung in front of her, swinging like a pendulum. It went without saying that unconscious people were heavy, but he could carry them, keeping on moving. It was all thanks to his state. Inhaling and exhaling, lift one foot pushing off the ground. I have to find a hole before more monsters appear. Belle thought, if the monsters attack now, it's over. It wouldn't even be a battle, they'd be wiped out before I could even move. I couldn't protect them and escape would be nearly impossible. A tsunami of cold sweat ran through his body as his muscles screamed in pain. He couldn't think about that now. He needed to focus all his strength on moving forward. He had already lost track of how long he had been walking aimlessly through the 17th floor. His steps were getting slower and slower. The tiredness in his body was undeniable. After a very long walk, he arrived at a large room. The shape of this room was completely different from all the other random and haphazard designs he had seen so far on the middle floors. The large circular entrance led to a rectangular room that was at least 200 meters long. This place was even larger than the dungeon pantry. It was around 100 meters wide, and the ceiling was about 20 meters above Belle's head. The walls and roof were made of many rocks of different sizes stacked on top of each other. With the exception of the rock on the left, completely smooth, it looked as if someone or something had built it with their own hands. I couldn't believe my eyes. Whoever this massive craftsman was, his flat wall covered an entire wall of immense size. There was a strange kind of beauty about her, but it felt very unnatural. She didn't belong here. The Great Wall of Sorrows, thought Belle. This place filled you with a feeling of bewilderment before suddenly disappearing. It had left so many adventurers with an empty feeling of despair that those who returned alive from the 17th floor after seeing it gave the wall that name. It was a dungeon wall from which only a certain type of monster was born, the King's Wall. He could see the exit, the entrance to a small cave at the far end of the room. Creak, he had heard it, the sound he didn't want to hear. There it was, right in front of him. A massive crack ran down the wall from top to bottom like a massive lightning bolt. Holding Wendy and Lily even tighter, he started running as fast as he could. I wasn't even halfway there when something enormous emerged from the hole, shaking the room with its first step. A huge monster, the gigantic Goliath floor boss. HP 120. ATK 40. Bell swallowed hard as he watched the enormous creature head towards him. It wouldn't arrive in time, it was too far away for it to. Bell currently had an ATK of 56 and AF of 17, and both his sword and his dagger gave him 50% of his ATK for each hit he made with them, that is, 28. If he added these three, it gave 101. Bell slashed at the enormous monster. The slash cut his hand and made it roar in pain. HP 19,120. Bell felt his hands tremble. An immense pain coursed through his body. Any physical attack you generate towards something else, which is more than double your DF, will generate damage to your HP, equal to the attack you cause minus your DF. 101-45 equals 56. And now you tell me, Bell thought. Up until now, he had never faced an enemy with more HP than his own defense. From what he had learned, as long as the sum of his ATK and AF was enough to kill a monster in one hit, he would limit himself to that. He would only deal enough damage to kill that monster. He wasn't always going to be hitting at full power, as that could cause damage to the surrounding area. Besides, he had to reduce his ATK outside his attack range, because even though his ATK decreased on its own, it still remained high enough to kill his enemy, and he didn't want to kill anyone outside his attack range. When the Goliath tried to attack again, he counterattacked with a cut which killed the Goliath. 2 magic stones and Goliath loot were sent to his inventory, one to his personal inventory and the other to the one where he kept his party's loot and magic stones. If his ability duplicated a magic stone like Goliath's, then it was definitely a cheat ability. Bell didn't think about that anymore and took her 2 friends again and set off for the safe floor. Entering a tunnel, he could finally see some sunlight. There was grass and flowers where he had fallen. You have completed the mission. It was the last thing Bell saw before fainting due to mental and physical exhaustion. He had been under a lot of stress, and at the slightest hint of rest, his mind shut down. A blonde girl looked in surprise at the white-haired boy next to 2 other girls. Chapter 8. Paradise in the Dungeon. In the middle of a forest in the safe area that was the 18th floor, several tents could be seen, and inside one of these, the members of a small team could be seen, 2 girls and a boy. The only male member in the store slowly opened his ruby-colored eyes. He got up with great tiredness and some difficulty from the makeshift bed where he was. Her snow-white hair swung from side to side as she clutched her head in some pain. "Are you okay?" The white-haired man could hear a somewhat monotonous voice. When he turned around, he saw a young woman with golden blonde hair, golden eyes, and an expressionless face. Eyes Wallenstein, a level 6 adventure. "Your companions didn't have any kind of injury. Riviera said they only had mental exhaustion. In your case, you only had small bruises but great physical and mental fatigue. What kind of expedition did you have?" The blonde questioned. Bell smiled nervously. They probably wouldn't believe him. "Well, it doesn't matter. Finn, our captain, asked me to take you to him when you wake up," Eyes said. Bell nodded as he stood up. He didn't feel any pain, to be honest. As soon as the white-haired man stepped out of the tent, he saw many adventurers who were giving him disdainful looks. Although only the men were really giving him those looks, the women were looking at him with curiosity. It wasn't the first time she'd felt those stares, so she had nothing to worry about. In the middle of the forest, there was a tent that was a little bigger than the others. A flag bearing the emblem of the Loki family hung inside. The little rookie stood in front of some of Arario's most powerful adventurers. For some strange reason, I couldn't see beyond each person's HP. Eyes told me about your situation, but I didn't think you'd wake up so soon. The person speaking had blonde hair, very similar to Eyes' golden hair. Their eyes were a deep blue, the same color as a lake. No, it wasn't just him. There were 2 very strong demi-humans behind each of his shoulders. "Oh ho, is this the adventure you were talking about, Riviera?" said a dwarf. "Indeed, Gareth, this is bellcranel," spoke an elf in a very refined manner, almost as if she were royalty. The hobbit Finn Damney was the highest-ranking adventurer and captain of the Loki Familia. The strong and wise dwarf was Gareth Landruck, and the most powerful mage in Arario was the Riviera elf Eljas Alf. Finn Damney, level 6. HP 750. Gareth Landrock, level 6, HP 810. Riviera Eljas Alf, level 6. HP 670. The 3 of them were first class and were practically the face of the adventurers of Arario. "I think I understand exactly what happened, but can I hear it in your own words? I'll also tell you about our situation. Think of it as an exchange of information," Finn said. Bell nodded in agreement with this. The white-haired man began to speak and explain his journey from the 13th floor through the 18th floor, omitting no details beyond those involving his ability, the gamer. Gehasen. All the way up to the 18th floor on the first day. Finn, Riviera, you were right. This young man is very interesting. The dwarf laughed loudly. Gareth, this is not a private conversation. Please hold your tongue. The elf, Riviera-san, shot a one-eyed look as a warning to the laughing dwarf. Slaying Goliath alone isn't hard to believe, Finn said. She should have reappeared just yesterday. If someone comes out and she's not here, it means they're telling the truth, Riviera said while glancing at Eyes, who nodded. Once the blonde had left, Finn spoke again. As for us, we're taking a break here. We'd usually go straight through the 18th floor and directly to the surface after returning from an expedition. But this time we ran into some monsters with a particularly potent poison, Finn said. Finn went on to say that a good portion of the low-key Familia's adventurers, excluding high-level ones like Eyes, were infected. Many of them were unable to move on their own. Since they were returning from an expedition, their supply of healing items was very low and they had no way to heal everyone. It was impossible for them to continue moving as a group. Just as Finn finished his explanation, Eyes entered the place. There's nothing here, was all Eyes' monotonous voice said. The three first-class adventurers looked at Bell in confusion. Bell sighed before taking the magic stone that the Goliath dropped out of his inventory. The four adventurers apart from Bell who were in the shop could see how out of nowhere a magic stone appeared, bigger than Bell and almost touching the roof of the shop. When they looked to Bell for answers, he simply said, I have an ability that allows me to store objects. Since it has a weight limit, I had to get rid of most of my equipment, keeping only the essentials and this magic stone to obtain money. The four nodded. None wanted to force a novice to explain his abilities, but transporting luggage in a pocket dimension was a skill that was anything but rare. Well, if you were able to defeat a Goliath, why not just go up instead of going down to this floor? Finn asked. The white-haired man broke out in a cold sweat. He had to think of some believable excuse quickly. He couldn't tell her that his ability had given him a mission. I can defeat monsters of that caliber. The problem on the 13th floor wouldn't have been so bad if I hadn't gotten overconfident and let the monsters group up. Since that happened, and because my team and I descended to the 16th floor, we didn't have many options. Even if I could kill the monsters, how long would it take before I was exhausted? We didn't know where we were or where to go. It was lucky we were near the stairs to the 17th floor, but beyond that we didn't know the way back. My advisor told me that wandering aimlessly in the dungeon was like asking to be killed. Our best option was to come to this floor where there should be adventurers who know the way back, Bell explained. Wise decision, Finn said. Bell sighed. He had made up that speech, but even he was convinced. Bell returned to the camp where her two friends were. It didn't look like they were going to wake up anytime soon. Bell opened his status bar. This great journey had given him a lot of experience, which, combined with what he already had and the experience from the mission, totaled exactly 300,000. His overall stats hadn't increased enough to give him any extra points in any stat, but he had gone up 4 sublevels. Now he was at 2-8. Fighting against that guy, almost dying, evolving a magic, and fighting against a Goliath must have earned him the merits to go up several sublevels. He had 20 points for leveling up 4 sublevels and had been given 30 for a mission. Therefore, he had 50. He had already seen that having too much ATK would end up causing him harm when he used it all. His ATK was more than enough to deal with up to this floor, so it was better to increase his physical defense mainly. He had already launched magic attacks that exceeded his DM and apparently did not cause him damage. So in theory he was fine as he was at the moment. I deposited 35 points in DF and 15 in WIS, leaving DF at 80 and WIS at 70, which increased my HR and Mr. to 21. He already had enough experience, so he decided to rank up the gamer. The gamer has reached F. You have unlocked the exchange box function. Your HP and MP have increased by 100 points. Your HR and Mr. have increased by 10 points. Exchange box, what was that? For Bell wondered to himself. The exchange box allows you to exchange any item for money. This section will calculate the price of the item and give you its exact value. Note, the exchange box will ignore any symbolic, historical, or artistic value of the item. It will only pay you its value based on its rarity, utility, weight, etc. If you have the merchant skill, you can obtain better prices in the exchange box. Bell decided to test his inventory. He took a magic stone from a hellhound and threw it into the exchange box. The way he did it was somewhat strange, as he literally selected the stone from the floating space where images of everything in his inventory appeared and dragged it to another section, which was the exchange box. The price he gave her was more than decent. Now she was going to acquire the merchant skill. Upon acquiring this skill, the money he received increased slightly. Taking advantage of having more than enough points, he leveled up this skill to S rank, which cost him 53,150 XP. This left him with 126,850 XP. Now, after exchanging all the magical pieces that were his property, he had nearly 2 million volleys. He decided to wait a little longer before exchanging the loot. Just as Bell was about to continue investigating what to do and what not to do, he heard faint noises. Wendy's body moved. At the same time, the blanket over Lily began to shift slowly. Where are we? Wendy said as she got out of bed, holding her head with one hand as if she had woken up from a hangover. Belle-sama. Lily said, confused. They both blinked slowly as they looked around. Lily, Wendy, are you both okay? Do you know who I am? Belle asked. Lily doesn't believe there will ever be a day when she won't recognize your face, Belle-sama, Lily said, smiling. Ah, you're as cheeky as ever, Assistant Lily. There's nothing wrong with me. What's up, Belle? Wendy said in her typical informal way. Both were a little dizzy after opening their eyes, but once their heads were clear enough, they sat up on their own. They lay on the floor, blankets covering their legs, while Belle explained everything that had happened. Almost at the same time as Belle finished explaining, a floating screen appeared in front of the two of them, a screen that only those in the party function could see. When I accept a mission, Wendy asked herself aloud. Sometimes it happens, Belle said, his face blank. Belle-sama, Lily did it, Lily said as she completely ignored the tiredness in her body and threw herself into Belle's arms. Belle, while trying to figure out the reason for Lily's reaction, was able to see her XP counter. 10,009,10000. His journey through the middle floors raised his XP to just over 4,000, and his mission to safely reach the 18th floor earned him 6,000 XP. All that remained was to return to the surface so Lily could make the exchange and Hestia could grant him her grace. Belle smiled with joy at this as he returned Lily's hug. Finally, after many years, she could leave the family she hated so much. A moment later, Belle began telling them about the exchange box. According to Lily, it was really useful since they had recently been attracting attention for exchanging so many magic stones despite being such a small team. Lily literally took over the command that belonged to Belle. From now on, no more than 80,000 volleys would be exchanged in the guild. The rest would be exchanged in the exchange box. The loot that each person obtains is theirs, and they can do whatever they want with it. Those in their party will each take what is most useful to them, and the rest will be sold in the exchange box. Clearly, Belle would handle the entire sales process. The exchange box gave him better treatment. At the end of all the sales, everyone had a small fortune exceeding 200,000 volleys. Lily and Wendy were speaking, with the Goliath's magic stone accounting for more than half of that money. Wendy, of course, took the best materials to make weapons. All the rest were traded, generating an incredible 700,000 volleys. Obviously, monster loot was rare, and thanks to Belle's luck, he not only got an item for every monster he killed, but the items he dropped were also of the highest level. Belle, seeing that he had nearly 3 million volleys, smiled smugly. He never thought he'd get so far in the dungeon. His goal was getting closer and closer. Shortly afterwards, they were asked to go out to dinner. And after a dinner filled with a festive atmosphere, Belle heard a voice he knew perfectly well. But I never expect to hear it in this place. Belle immediately ran, followed by Lily, who also recognized that voice. It's strange that Goliath hasn't appeared yet. The one speaking was a girl with blue hair and glasses. Well, that makes things easier. The voice this time came from a rather handsome man who was wearing a traveler's hat. Upon seeing the group, Belle could see Hestia, Ryu, and Wendy and Lily narrowed their eyes at the appearance of 3 people they had recently met, the adventurers who led the monsters towards them. Belle sighed. This was getting more and more complicated. Chapter 9. First of all, your notifications didn't fail and I didn't get the chapter number wrong. If you're wondering why I uploaded Chapter 9 again, it's because the previous one didn't satisfy me. Felt rushed and poorly done, so I expanded on the events that happened on the 18th floor, and this arc might last another 2 chapters. A resort in the dungeon. Our deepest and most sincere apologies, a female voice said. As soon as they met up with Hestia's group, they returned to the tent given to them by the Loki Familia. Ryu, Hermes, and Isfi had not gone with them, each for their own reasons. The girl in front of Belle had her knees, palms, and forehead resting on the ground in apology. Hestia and Belle took a step back before the overwhelming, almost divine power of his stance. So this is the ultimate technique of the Takemikazuchi family, Doja, Belle thought. Lily and Wendy, however, were unfazed by the full bow. They stood still and spoke with serious tones in their voices. All the excuses in the world won't be enough for Lily to forgive them. We almost died, Lily said angrily. Yes, that's not something that will disappear with a few words. Wendy had abandoned her jovial way of speaking and was now speaking with great contempt directed towards 3 people. Aoka and Chigusa stood behind their puritanical ally Mikoto, unsure of what to do. The girl on the ground lifted her head to meet Lily's eyes. She held eye contact as she rose to her knees. You see, really, we're so sorry, the shy Chigusa stuttered as she spoke, her eyes hidden by her bangs. Their anger is justified. They are free to rebuke us to the best of their hearts, Mikoto said with great remorse. Passing monsters to other adventurers in the dungeon was commonplace, so much so that many adventurers considered it a necessary survival tactic. No one expected it to happen to them, but as long as there was no malice involved, all adventurers were expected to accept that they could be on the receiving end of a parade pass at some point. It was me who gave the order. Even now, I believe it was the right decision, Aoka said as her imposing figure stood before Mikoto. Belle stared at Aoka in astonishment for a moment. She didn't flinch or shudder at all, a mountain in the middle of the tent. Probably, Aoka-san considered it carefully and weighed all the options. He chose the lives of his friends over the lives of strangers. He was prepared to face this kind of outcome the moment he gave the order, all for the sake of his allies. I don't know if it's good or bad, but he made the decision for the good of his team, Belle thought with a slight hint of admiration. You've got nerve saying that to our faces, big guy, Wendy growled. Wendy stepped forward from Aoka and faced him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the look in her eyes could kill a weaker man. There was a lot of tension in that store, almost as if they were preparing to kill each other. Hello again, everyone, we're back. The low-key familia were very understanding of our situation, Hermes said with a smile. As soon as Hermes entered the store, he analyzed the situation in detail and smiled. Well, what's going on here, Hestia? Hermes said with a very playful smile. Oh, you know, this and that, Hestia replied disdainfully. Hestia's summary was a little too brief, but Hermes seemed satisfied with it and displayed a smile larger than might have been possible. There's no need to overthink this. Look at it this way, Mikoto-chan owes you all a huge favor. At the same time, you want a chance to redeem yourself, right? Hermes said in a rather vulgar way that annoyed Aoka and Isfi. Indeed, Mikito replied. New mission available. Friendship between families. Description: get Lily and Wendy to make peace with the Takamikazuchi family. Reward 60,000 XP, 10 status points, help in the near future, possible harem increase. If you fail, the friendship between Hestia and Takamikazuchi ends. Do you accept the mission? Or yes, no. How I hated those missions where I had to accept them because I had no other choice. Belle sighed wearily before speaking. At this rate we'll never get anywhere, Belle said with a sigh. You gave the order, you were the one who caused the injury, and you just feel incredibly guilty, Belle said. The three nodded. I would normally let it go, but the problem is that none of my team will be happy about it, Belle said. Lily and Wendy gave their consent because they were not satisfied with simply letting that act against them go unpunished. Belle sighed before speaking. I'll give each of you a punishment. That should cleanse your honor. If I'm not mistaken, Takamikazuchi-sama is one of the gods with the strongest codes of honor, and you must feel dishonest for your actions, and even if you don't say it, it's affecting you, isn't it, Aoka-san? Belle said with a small smile. The three nodded. Belle glanced over the three of them. Gigusa-san, Mikoto-san will work for me for a while. They will be the temporary members of my team until I consider that they have made amends for the damage done. And you, Aoka-san, I will simply give you a punch. That will be all, Belle spoke. Aoka turned to look at her two companions who nodded. After that, everyone went outside the tent. Belle was just about to hit Aoka, which could go wrong. Aoka stood firmly in front of Belle and waited for him. He could see the white-haired man in front of him, but suddenly he saw a red dot in front of him and then lost his sense of balance. He no longer knew if he was standing or lying on the ground. Everything he saw was blurry, his ears were ringing, he felt a sensation of emptiness in his mouth and as if water had been thrown in his face. Everyone watched in amazement as Belle needed only one punch to not only knock Aoka down, but also to disfigure her face. Aoka had lost 4 of her front teeth, her lips were split, and her septum was broken. I didn't expect this, Hermes said, covering his eyes with his hat. Belle approached the unconscious Aoka and used his healing magic on him. Well, with this the problem is forgotten. Shake hands as a mutual agreement, Belle said with a smile. The 4 women nodded and simply exchanged handshakes for a few moments. You have completed your mission. Belle took a breath before adding 10 points on defense. Oh, I see you're special, a voice said from behind Belle. Belle turned around and saw Finn with a big smile. Finn, along with Gareth and Riviera, had by chance witnessed the very unequal fight between Aoka and Belle. If the brave one had already considered testing little Rookie to find out if his story was true, now he was more than determined. Tell me, Belle-kun, what do you think about having a practice sparring session with me? The Hobbit said with a smile. Belle was seriously confused by the Hobbit's proposition. New mission available. The test of the brave one. Description: land 3 hits on Finn Damney reward. 60,000 XP, increased reputation with the brave one. Increased reputation with Loki Familia, skill development, spearman. If you fail, decreased reputation with the brave one, decreased reputation with Loki Familia, public humiliation. Do you accept the mission? Yes, no. Belle would be lying if he said he wasn't scared. Finn Damney was a level 6, possibly one of the most powerful people he knew. With few options and being cornered, I ended up accepting. In the middle of the Loki Familia tents, an improvised ring had been prepared with great excitement by many people who wanted to see Belle get beaten up. The odds at that moment were 60-4, obviously in Finn's favor. The god Hermes was in charge of administering the bets, and there was a minimum of 10,000 whales to enter. Aokadono, are you sure you're okay? A shy girl asked. Of course I'm fine, although I felt like I saw the light for a moment. I miraculously healed after that, Aoka said as she unconsciously brought her hand to her nose. Besides, I bet 10,000 volleys on that guy. I couldn't miss this, said Aoka as she began to shout to show her support for the lucky rabbit. Mikoto and Chigyus felt a drop of sweat appear on the back of their necks at this. Do you think Wendy-sama will be okay? A hobbit asked nervously. Come on, Lily, don't you trust him? Wendy asked with a smile. Of course I trust Belle-sama just like Wendy-sama, Lily said, betting in favor of Belle-sama. Lily said, feeling slightly offended. The problem is her rival, Wendy said, echoing what Lily had in mind. The two would have continued talking about their doubts regarding this fight were it not for a woman with dark skin and black hair who possessed an enormous bust, dressed simply in a sarashi to cover her chest, a red hakama and sandals. She also had a black patch on her left eye, and from what could be seen of her right eye these were red. What makes you so insecure, Wendy Kitchek? She said with a smile. Upon seeing her superior, Wendy quickly tried to escape but was stopped by her. Come on, your senpai was worried about your health and this is how you repay me, you insolent girl, laughed the woman, whose name was Tsubaki Kalbrand. Wendy tried again to break free from Tsubaki's grip, but she couldn't. There was no comparison between a level 1 and a level 5. I heard you signed a contract with that guy. Are you happy that someone recognized your work? The dark-haired woman laughed loudly. When Tsubaki asked her question, Wendy turned to look away. The first contract is always the one a blacksmith treasures the most. Give it your best effort and abandon your habit of making weapons, half-finished Tsubaki River. The redhead, for her part, could only look in the direction of the fight which was about to begin. Belle looked nervously at the blonde hobbit in front of him. Finn, on the other hand, had a calm expression as he did some light stretching. When the bell, which was two frying pans that Gareth banged against each other, rang, both opponents stood for a few moments while they analyzed their opponent. Bell knew that if he landed his first blow, landing the second would cost him dearly. Finn, for his part, raised his two fists to the level of his nose while he bounced slightly in place. The white-haired man, in a burst of speed, shortened the distance between himself and his opponent to just 1 meter in 1 second before coming to a standstill. Finn's reaction was one of absolute surprise. He never expected that speed. While the blonde guy was surprised, Bell took advantage and landed his first punch. Nobody understood what had just happened. Just moments after the fight began, Bell had already landed his first blow. The blow wasn't strong enough to knock Finn out, but it did make his nose bleed. Finn brought his hand to his nose and wiped away a few drops of blood. Is that really level 2? Finn wondered to himself. That blow had hurt and almost made him fall to the ground. Bell, meanwhile, was able to observe Finn's HP and became slightly worried. HP 677,750. Now that he remembered, he hadn't adjusted his ATK or AF, so his attacks were causing 73 points of damage. Note, only you and those affected by the gamer ability possess DF. For everyone else, any kind of attack will cause damage to a greater or lesser degree. Sometimes this damage can be so small that it won't even subtract a single point. While Bell was lost in his thoughts, he was unable to dodge a blow aimed at his stomach. Finn's punch caused a loud crash and raised a small cloud of dust. Damn, I went too far, Finn thought. Gareth and Riviera jumped up from their seats when they saw the blow. Their companion, caught up in the excitement of the moment, had launched a counterattack with all his might. He could have killed that adventurer, was their biggest worry. When the dust cloud dissipated, everyone could see Bell standing there as if nothing had happened. HP 390,400. What kind of attack was that? It could have killed an ordinary level 1, Bell thought in a panic. His DF, which was currently 80, couldn't completely stop Finn's attack and caused 10 points of damage to his HP. So the hobbit must have attacked him with an ATK of 90. Finn, seeing Bell standing there without having received any apparent damage, was pleasantly surprised before smiling. I didn't know how it was possible, but I wouldn't have to hold back. Was he really just a sparring partner? That was the question everyone was asking. They could see a level 6 adventurer relentlessly throwing blow after blow at a level 2. This fight was definitely not normal, no matter how you looked at it. Bell watched in panic as his HP bar dropped with each hit. He had to do something before he was killed. The white-haired man managed to dodge several blows as best he could, but the hobbit was simply too fast. His movements were definitely in a different league. When Finn landed a punch to Bell's stomach, the 7th time he had landed one, Bell countered with a direct punch to the hobbit's chin, causing him to stagger slightly. Bellcranel. HP 330,400. Finn Dimney. HP 604,750. The hobbit spat out some blood before wiping his lip. This kid seems to have stones for fists, Finn thought with a smile. Just as Finn was about to launch an attack, Bell appeared in front of him and threw a kick that Finn easily dodged. Taking advantage of Bell's awkward situation, Finn grabbed his leg and threw him with all his might. HP 280,400. Bell's body went through several trees before crashing into a large rock, leaving a hollow of his silhouette in it. Does he want to kill me? Bell thought fearfully. Bell managed to stand up and ran quickly towards where his fight was taking place. Finn sighed as he tried not to fall to the floor. That blow to his chin had destroyed his balance. If he was standing, it was pure willpower. Gareth and Riviera shook their heads. Neither of them quite understood how Bell hadn't been killed by his partner's blows, but it was nice to see him engaging in a fight after so long. Just as Finn was about to be declared the winner, Bell ran into the ring and, taking advantage of the fact that the Hobbit had his back turned, threw a punch which hit him squarely. The Hobbit was sent crashing against the floor and his body was forced out of the way to make room for his figure. HP 531,750. Bell swore he heard a shout of "Captain." When he had buried the Hobbit in the floor, "Son of a, you're still conscious," Finn laughed as he climbed out of the small crater. "If somehow I haven't kicked the bucket, Bell River, that's it, I give up, I'm too old for this," Finn said as he walked towards his store. Bell sighed as he saw the message confirming he had completed his mission. As soon as Finn entered his shop, he staggered to his chair. "I knew something was wrong here, I brought you this," Gareth said as he handed Finn a bottle. "That last attack, I feel like it broke a few of my ribs," the blonde man laughed with great pain. "But how is that even possible? It's supposed to be a level 2, I'm talking to Gareth." "This new generation will definitely be amazing," Finn said, then took the contents of the jar. Chapter 10. A Resort in the Dungeon, Part 2. The fight between Finn and Bell had concluded with a victory for the little rookie, a victory that no one expected. The white-haired man gave a heavy sigh. His body was too sore, the blows from the brave one had diminished his physical resistance, leaving him extremely tired. While Bell was still standing in the middle of the ring, absolutely everyone was still processing what had just happened. The little rookie had beaten the veteran Finn Damney. This was a result that no one expected. "In their faces, the lucky rabbit always wins," Auka shouted as she headed off with Hermes to collect her share of the reward. Auka's sudden scream snapped everyone out of their trance. The dark-haired man from the Far East was celebrating internally as Hermes handed him several leather bags filled with money. Auka's initial 10,000 volleys were returned, and the total amount of money collected was divided among 4, with 187,500 being the sum that corresponded to the dark-haired man. Out of the 750,000 collected among the 60 people who bet on Finn, obviously Hermes had taken his commission. "Wait a minute, if Lily, me, and the big guy all bet on Bell, who was 4th?" Wendy asked as she also collected her share of the prize. When asked by the redhead Lily, he simply shrugged while turning to look at Hestia, who shook her head. "I didn't bring any money," Hestia said with a sigh. While the three of them were arguing about who else had bet on Bell, a green-haired elf whose outfit featured a green flower-shaped hood. "It will be complicated to transport this to the surface," she said. Once Bell entered the tent, he lay down in a sleeping bag and settled down to rest for a while before being kicked out of the tent, since that tent was going to be used by the women in the group. Bell sighed before opening his status bar. Thanks to this fight, he had acquired more than enough experience points to increase his The Gamer skill rank again, which he did by paying 240,000 XP to upgrade it to E. The Gamer has ranked up E. Your HP and MP have increased by 100 points. Your HR and Mr. have increased by 10 points. You have acquired the stat Vitality VIT. Each point of Vitality increases HP by 2 points. Vitality increases by 1 point for every 50 of resistance. From now on, every time you level up you will get a 5-point increase in all your stats, except the 5 basic ones. These new functions also apply to those affected by party. Bell gave a soft sigh as he stood up, and as he did so he could see his goddess Lily. Lily was looking at a sheet of paper with great joy, and Hestia was too calm. At that moment Bell wondered when they had entered the store. It wasn't particularly important though, but from what he could see, Lily had successfully switched families. He knew the Hobbit's stats would reset to 0. For the return to the surface, it would be a major disadvantage, but he couldn't blame Lily. She'd surely asked Hestia to transfer her to her family as soon as possible. Although now that she looked more closely, Lily had 15 in ATK and DF. It was supposed to return to 0. Answer: since stat points were transferred to Lilaruka Ard in the past, they remained and were not lost like her other stats. Bell sighed as he looked at Lily, who seemed very excited. Those 30 points were originally hers. Now that Bell thought about it, he had obtained the ability Spearman. He didn't know how to use it. Spearman increases skill and dexterity in handling a spear. Likewise, when the user of this skill uses a spear as a weapon, they will receive a 1-point bonus to their ATK. The skill was somewhat useless to Bell, but he knew someone who could use it, so using his leftover experience points, he raised the skill to D, causing the bonus to increase to 6 points. Lily, for her part, had been thinking about how she should use her starting points. In the end, she decided to use 10 in WIS and 10 in VIT. The Hobbit was pleasantly surprised to see a notification about a skill transfer. Bell, for his part, simply smiled at Lily, who was overjoyed at that moment. "Well, Assistant Kun, although it's a bit late, let me welcome you to my family, the Hestia Familia. It's a little small for now, but it's undoubtedly the best familia in all of Arario. Remember that you can always count on your goddess and your captain, Bell," Hestia said with a touch of arrogance. "Your Lily, you can always count on Kami-sama and me, you captain," Bell said before turning to look at Hestia. "You were the first member of my family and you are undoubtedly the strongest. Obviously you are the captain," Hestia said with a smile. Belle smiled nervously at this. Name Lilaruka Ard, gender female, age 15 years, family Hestia, title. Money 476,000 volleys. Level 10, XP 9.0, HP 70, HR 1 MMP 50. Mr. 1 MINT 54, WIS 10, VIT 10, ATK 15, AF 0, DF 15, AM 0, DM 0, Strength 0, Stamina 0, Dexterity 0, Agility 0, Magic 0, Spearman D. In the secure area of the 18th floor, the crystals that imitated sunlight had already begun to shine. Their rays of sunlight had awakened a group of men who had been forced to sleep outdoors. Belle, Auca, and Hermes had woken up and got out of their sleeping bags with great difficulty. They packed up their belongings and headed to the camp for breakfast before their promised tour of the 18th floor. A few hours had passed since everyone had gotten up, had breakfast, and started a short walk to reach their destination, Riviera City. As soon as they got close enough, an arched door appeared in front of the group of tourists when they had finally arrived in Riviera. Hello FRINDS, welcome to RIVIRA, that was written in the common language Kaine at the top of the wooden door. Don't let them fool you. They're just warming you up, making you feel good before they go after your money, Tyone warned, leaning in slightly to whisper in Belle's ear who in her eyes was the most likely to be deceived. Belle, the white-haired man, nodded as he continued walking. He had lost count of how many times he had been warned about the merchants in this city. The city was at the top of the island, blended with beautiful white and blue crystals next to a beautiful natural landscape. The buildings were nothing more than huts made of scrap wood and large tents with signs on them. Some of them were built into the large cracks in the stone walls. Since the town was built halfway up the cliff next to a relatively flat area, many staircases were needed to help people move from tent to tent. This city is run by adventurers, of course. There are no annoying rules or regulations here, so everyone is free to do business as they please, as Fee explained. So monsters don't attack this city? Belle asked. Of course it was. Just last month it was invaded and completely destroyed, Tyone said, sounding somewhat annoyed. That was close. We got front row seats, Tiona sighed. Despite being a safe zone in the dungeon, the city of Riviera was under constant threat of monster attacks. Even though all the residents were high-class adventurers, the city was reduced to rubble as soon as an irregular monster appeared. But as soon as the monsters disappeared on their own, the adventurers returned to settle anew. The current Riviera was the 334th reincarnation. The city's name itself came from a great adventuress named Riviera Santillini who helped establish the first city. We'll only block the path if we try to stay together like this. Let's split into smaller groups and take a look around. Hermes said. Nobody was allowed to travel alone, so we started making our own groups. Very well, Belkun, let's take a walk together around the city. You there, stay back, Hestia spoke. Kami-sama, what are you? Belle exclaimed in surprise as he was suddenly pulled. Hestia growled at eyes as she took Belle's hand. The white-haired man sighed before giving Hestia a light tap on the head, causing her to shed small, cascading tears. Kami-sama, please, the Loki Familia helped us a lot. You should be kinder to its members, Belle scolded. But Hestia tried to defend herself. Ai-san is one of the highest-ranking members of her family. She shouldn't start fights that we can't win, Belle said. But Belkun, she wants to keep you away from me, Hestia said. Belle sighed before speaking again. Kami-sama, lately I feel you're being too overprotective. I'm not a child, and although I appreciate your intention to come and save me, don't you think it was too stupid of you to come all the way here? What will you tell Hephaestus-sama when you return, or your boss? I don't think they gave you the day off. You probably ran away, Belle said. Hestia felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her at this. Kami-sama, although I am the only member of your family, well, Lily also belongs to your family. Although it may sound cruel, I am immortal. Sooner or later I will die. You cannot put your stay in this world at risk every time I am in danger, Belle spoke. But I try to speak, Hestia. Besides, I feel like he's hiding something from me regarding why he's hiding his divine aura. It's already forbidden by the Guild for Gods to enter the dungeon. I'm sure there must be some reason, Belle said. Hestia simply turned to look away. Belle leaned in slightly and whispered in Hestia's ear. Kami-sama, if for any reason your presence in this place creates any kind of problem for the adventurers who live here, rest assured that I will be truly upset, Belle said. Hestia simply nodded. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm planning to do some sightseeing and you'd better apologize to Ai-san. She's done too much for me to treat her badly, and if you don't apologize before the end of the day, I won't speak to you for a week, Belle said before leaving. As Belle headed back to the main group, Hestia clenched her fist in frustration. Damn ability, you changed my Belkun, Hestia murmured. As his goddess, you should only advise and guide him, not impose a path on him to follow. Hestia clenched her fist in frustration, recalling Hephaestus's words. Was she really forcing something on Belle that he didn't want? Belle walked along a winding rocky path under a blue sky made up of crystals that looked like they could fall at any moment. In the city of Riviera, almost all the buildings were shops or some kind of business, so the white-haired man looked around to take a look at the products for sale. In the small group Belle was in, Eyes was in the lead, closely followed by an angry Hestia who was forced to apologize to Eyes, who didn't quite understand the reason for the apology, as well as Hermes and Isfi behind Belle. These items on display, aren't they a bit expensive? Belle asked as he looked at the price tags on the weapons and items in the shop windows. From his point of view, the price was ridiculous. The same product could be found on the surface for 1 or 2 digits less. That's one of Rivera's characteristics, Eyes replied dismissively, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Things like weapons, items, and food are sold for many times their original price here. It's not easy to get these things in the dungeon, so most adventurers lose control and buy what they need regardless of the cost, Hermes explained with a smile. Just as Hermes said, supplies were very difficult to obtain. The business owners in Rivera knew this and took advantage of adventurers who hadn't been able to gather enough supplies. Belle simply nodded as he continued looking from shop to shop. But Hermes, no adventurer would bring large sums of money down here. How are they supposed to buy anything with such high prices? Hestia asked. Belle's group, like Lily and Mikoto, had noticed the high prices. It was Hestia who asked the question on everyone's mind. She had found something, a small bottle of perfume. Her eyes were fixed on it as she spoke. Hermes gestured to the man sitting at the back of the store, who took out a piece of paper and asked for a signature. This way they put it in writing. The shop receives the adventurer's signature and the family emblem to create a promissory note. They'll collect the money later, Hermes explained. There were 2 payment options in Rivera, trading items for merchandise directly or by signing a payment contract. You haven't made an emblem yet, have you, Hestia? It would be a good idea to do so. It would also help Belle a lot. An emblem serves as proof of identity. There are places in Arario where it's very useful, Hermes explained. Hestia crossed her arms and looked up at the ceiling. While his lack of dependence was a problem, the thought of Belle having his own crest thrilled Hestia. She glanced at the familia emblem sewn onto Isfi's battle clothes, winged traveler's hat, and sandals. Belle sighed before taking Hestia's hand and returning a glass bottle to a woman who owned a shop. Kami-sama, if you wish to buy perfume, wait until you reach the surface, Belle spoke. But Hestia tried to defend herself. Hermes-sama, please don't lend your family's emblem to Kami-sama, Belle said as he handed Hermes back a piece of paper. Oh wow, who would have thought you were so meticulous with money, Hermes said with a small smile. Our family is poor, we can't afford to waste money on useless things. Right, Belle said as a chibai. Hestia nodded. Belle sighed as he started walking. He wondered when he had become so meticulous with money. Normally he didn't care. While he was lost in his thoughts, he couldn't avoid bumping into another adventurer. Do you have a problem? I'm sorry, Belle apologized. Belle quickly stepped forward to Hestia and apologized. He bowed a couple of times before looking at the adventurer's face and saw a scar he remembered from somewhere. He remembered it at the same time as the scarred adventurer did. It can't be, that's him. Mord, that's the brat from the bar. The 3 had been present at the Lady of Abundance during Belle's level-up party. Belle watched with astonishing calm as Mord acquired a much more terrifying face. What the hell are you doing here? Mord said angrily. Mord's anger from the bar incident must have been directed towards Belle because he began to reach out his hands towards the boy. Although Belle didn't notice, he gave a small smile before disappearing from the sight of Mord and his companions. Belle appeared next to Mord and put his arm around Mord's neck before speaking into his ear. Do you want to fight again? Belle said in a somewhat mocking voice. Mord clenched his fists and clicked his tongue before removing his arm from Belle and then leaving to join his companions. Hey Bellcun, you don't go out looking for fights with adventurers like that, do you? Hestia asked. Belle clicked his tongue as he turned around. I simply cannot get along with someone who speaks vulgarly about a woman, especially if she is someone I know, Belle said, annoyed. What happened between you and them? Hermes asked. Belle sighed before recounting what happened at his level-up party. Oh, Hermes said, straining his ears amid Belle's story. The afternoon began on the 18th floor at the moment Belle and the others returned to the Loki Familia Forest camp. The light emanating from the white and blue crystals covering the ceiling had intensified noticeably over the course of a few minutes. The monsters roaming the northern area of the floor howled, as if celebrating this gift from the dungeon. Belle, meanwhile, headed to his tent for a short nap. Currently, the Amazon Tiona had taken the women of her group to take an open-air bath, and since Belle was not invited for obvious reasons, he decided to sleep for a while. Just as Belle was about to enter his shop, he heard someone talking to him. Tiona led the group out of the camp and into the forest. "Tada, here we are," Tiona shouted enthusiastically. Whoa. 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 Hestia, Lily, Mikoto, and Chigusa responded in unison with small cries of amazement. The first thing they saw when they reached a clearing was a 10-meter-high waterfall. The rain fell with enough force to release a fine mist, cooling the air around her. Her skin was covered in tiny droplets of moisture in an instant. "Isn't it great? I found it myself the other day," Tiona said proudly. "I agree, this is a very beautiful place," Mikoto said with a slight hint of admiration. There was no shyness or hesitation between them at this moment. They shed their armor and clothing while talking as if they were around a dinner table. Tyone's full, luscious breasts and Tiona's elegant, slender body emerged. Mikoto and Isfi removed their clothes and carefully placed them on the floor beside them. Chigusa, blushing from head to toe, was the last to begin undressing. As for eyes, after a series of snaps to separate her armor, I gently grasped her underwear. There was a certain pair of eyes on her. Hestia watched intently as eyes displayed her curvaceous, yet well-defined female figure. A moment later, the goddess practically threw her clothes to the ground. He looks like I won. Hestia River, are we competing, Hestia-sama? Lily asked. The little goddess puffed out her chest, looking around triumphantly until... What are you two talking about? Asked a redhead. Hestia and Lily swore they saw the onomatopoeia bowing around the redhead's breast when they saw her approaching. The redhead usually wore very loose-fitting clothes, which she used both for forging and for venturing into the dungeon. Unlike her superior Tsubaki, she didn't show much skin, so they mistakenly estimated her size to be 1 or even 2 sizes smaller than she actually was. Wendy-sama, have they always been this big? Asked Lily as an emo aura enveloped her. Unfortunately, yes, these lumps of flesh get in the way when forging something, and they even cause me a lot of back pain. Do you know what I'm talking about? Wendy said with some annoyance. No, Lily, Tiona, and Chigusa replied with an emo aura. Not to that level, Hestia and Tiona replied. Isfi and Eyes, for their part, kept their distance from this conversation. He must be all right now, Hermes whispered to himself as he approached Belle at a steady pace. Once he was close enough, he put his arm around Belle's neck, drawing his attention. Belle, for his part, simply turned to look at the god, who spoke with a smile. Belle, can you accompany me for a moment? Hermes asked while keeping his voice low, as if he were trying not to be overheard by chance. Something's wrong, thought Belle as his instincts screamed danger. I've been waiting for this opportunity. No, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this opportunity is the reason I'm here, a chance to be alone with you, Hermes said with his typical smile. Had he been waiting for the opportunity to talk to me? Belle thought with great doubt. Come with me, Hermes said as he let go of Belle and started walking. Hermes-sama, where are we going? Belle asked with a sigh. He had been silently following for a while, but by simple logic he could deduce that they weren't near the camp. He had absolutely no idea where they were going. This looks good, Hermes said as he stopped in front of a tree. Its trunk and branches seemed very strong and sturdy. Hermes suddenly began to climb it. It looked as though he had done this a few times before, to say the least. He used his long arms and legs to climb the trunk. Now Belle, come here, Hermes said with a big smile. Belle stood for a while watching Hermes climb the tree. 2 people climbing a tree in the middle of nowhere. I'm sure this is a very strange scene, Belle thought with a sigh as he followed the god. Once at the top of the tree, he could see Hermes walking on the branches. Hermes-sama, didn't you want to talk to me about something? Belle asked, already sounding a bit tired. Talk. I never said anything about talking, my child, Hermes replied with a small laugh. Why are we here? Belle asked, already sounding a bit tired. We've come this far, you should have realized it by now. We're going to spy, Hermes said. Belle froze in place, staring blankly at the god who had a big smile and a noticeable blush. All those girls down there are taking a bath, you know. We practically have a duty to take a look, don't you think? Hermes said. No, of course not. Belle replied very quickly. There's no need to be afraid, Belle. Seriously, I bet Hestia washes your back in the shower every night, Hermes said with a small laugh. That's never happened. Belle said, his eyes blank. Belle narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hermes. Below them, their companions and their goddess were bathing. The fact that someone was watching their naked bodies bothered her. Only he had that right. Belle brought both hands to his head and lightly pulled his hair. He didn't understand what the hell he had just thought. I'd leave that for later. The important thing now was to escape before they were discovered. Let's go back, Hermes-sama, Belle said as he pulled Hermes by his shirt. If you move too much, Hermes said with concern. Creak. The branch they were both standing on broke, causing them to fall from the tree. Hermes fell face first directly onto the ground and Belle. What is this? It's extremely soft, thought Belle, then he heard a small squeak. As soon as Belle looked up, he saw the compromising situation he was in. His face was between the breasts of a very beautiful blue-haired woman. His left hand was holding her left breast, and his right hand had moved down to her thigh. Belle quickly managed to get away from the girl. Isfisan I Belle spoke while searching for a way to explain the events. Argonaut-kun, a female voice spoke with a confused tone. What, you want to take a bath too? The same voice asked with a small laugh. For someone with such an innocent face, you're quite mature, said a voice similar to the previous one but a little more mature. The Amazon twins were there. Tiona leaned towards Belle with curious eyes while Tione stood behind her, running her fingers through her long hair. They were completely naked and made no attempt to hide anything. Their wheat-colored skin was fully exposed. Don't the Amazons have any shame? Belle thought. Belle took a few steps back. Wherever he looked, it wouldn't end well. On one side, Mikoto was hugging Chigusa, trying to hide the latter, while Chigusa was doing her best to hide her partner's body at the same time. Elsewhere, Hestia and Lily were doing their best to hide behind Wendy, who was completely flushed and steam was practically coming from her ears. Wendy's brain had literally short-circuited, leaving her immobile and unable to cover her body. Seeing this, Hestia and Lily immediately reached for Wendy's private parts to cover her. Eyes stood with her back to the waterfall, hugging her body to hide her chest. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Water dripped from her wet golden hair, tracing its way down to the ends of her legs. Belle, blushing slightly, took several steps back while trying to think of some excuse that would save him from being brutally beaten. While Belle was unsuccessfully trying to save his skin, Esfie was his angel of salvation at that moment. The blue-haired girl covered her body as best she could before coughing slightly. Cranel-san, Hermes-sama dragged you into this, didn't he? Esfie spoke as she looked at Hermes, who was lying on the floor with a big bump on his head. Indeed, Belle answered without hesitating for a second. Even when he heard an almost inaudible traitor, he completely ignored it. I'm so sorry for the trouble my god caused you. If it's not too much trouble, you can take Hermes-sama and bring him to the camp. I'll take care of him later, Esfie said. Belle nodded, sighing with relief. He'd narrowly escaped. The white-haired man turned his back and prepared to take Hermes and leave the place. Well, that was the plan, but he saw something that chilled his blood. An elf with orange hair and a blank stare appeared next to Belle while she held up her staff in which a sphere of light was being generated. His skill was screaming danger at that moment. That elf was generating an attack with a power of 490 attack points. That could kill him. Without a second thought, Belle abandoned Hermes and ran as if his life depended on it. Which, literally, it did. Run bitch run, Hermes spoke with difficulty but with a slight laugh. Chapter 11, A Resort in the Dungeon, Part 3, Core. Core, don't look back. Keep running. Don't stop running. Hermes is already old, you are still very young. I'm not running away, it's just a strategic retreat. Belle repeated a large number of motivational words to himself as he ran without allowing himself any rest. He ran like a madman, like a rabbit fleeing its prey. He had to go farther, faster, he had to escape before he became roast rabbit. As a large tree stood in the middle of his path, he turned sharply to the right. He ran, pushing aside the branches of some trees, running like a frightened rabbit. But then he realized something important. I'm lost, Belle murmured as he slowed down. Finally, the fear inside him subsided enough to allow him to think clearly. I looked around and saw that I didn't recognize anything. The trees and crystals in this area didn't resemble those near the camp. The treetops were also thinner and brighter. He tried as hard as he could to remember what the forest in the city of Riviera looked like this morning, but he couldn't recall any details. Belle walked slowly as he tried to figure out exactly where he was. When he peered out from a large tree, he saw a monster that looked like a bear. Bugbear possesses strength and endurance on par with a minotaur, but is extremely agile contrary to what it may seem, Belle thought as he drew his Hestia dagger. Belle currently had a good selection of weapons in his inventory to choose from. Daggers and swords of all sizes were at his disposal. He had once heard Ina say that a well-prepared adventurer had a better chance of survival. For an ordinary adventurer, carrying too much gear could be counterproductive, but for Belle, who could carry an unlimited amount of equipment and took the trouble to memorize what he had in his inventory, he was rarely unprepared. Without much thought, Belle threw his dagger with great precision into Bugbear's chest, causing instant death. Of all her weapons, her favorites would always be the Hestia dagger and the Fitan sword. Belle approached his dagger, which was stuck in the ground, and picked it up. He never really left that dagger behind and rarely even put it in his inventory. He always carried it with him. Once he had sheathed his dagger, he continued on his way. Wait, what is that? Thought Belle as his ears sharpened. A different kind of sound had reached his ears. The quiet murmur of a stream reached him, but something was off. That tranquil sound was disturbed every now and then, a sound that could only be described as water being spilled from a glass. There was a risk that the sound was caused by a monster, but deciding to take the risk, he moved closer to the sound. The forest gradually opened up to reveal a small pond. All words left Belle as soon as he fixed his eyes on the center of the body of water. There was a fairy. They weren't wearing a single piece of clothing, just white skin. Their slender backs were facing me as I washed their bodies. They scooped up water with their hands and carefully raised it above their heads before letting it run through their hair. This looked like a page from a fairy tale. I wasn't kidding. A fairy bathing. A chance encounter in the middle of the forest with a beautiful water spirit. It was similar to a book I had read as a child. He stood with his hand resting on a tree, enjoying the view. His brain was currently unable to produce a response to such unparalleled beauty. There simply wasn't an appropriate response for such a moment. This moment should be eternal. That beautiful image in front of you should be captured for all eternity. A special action triggered a special reaction. The screenshot option has been unlocked. The image, along with previous ones, has been saved in the new gallery section. Belle acquired a look of confusion. What had just happened? Was the question that ran through his mind. Just as Belle had regained some sound, a somewhat muffled but very beautiful voice could be heard by him, along with the sound somewhat breaking up. "Who's there?" said the fairy. Belle looked repeatedly between the blades stuck in a tree near him and the elf in front of him. The elf's sky-blue eyes focused on Belle, who trembled slightly. She wrapped her left arm around her chest, hiding it from view. Her right hand, the one she'd used to throw the dagger, was still outstretched as she stared at Belle. Her brows furrowed the moment she realized it was Belle who had been spying on her. Cancelada. The elf asked doubtfully, "I've made the same mistake again." Belle thought as his gaze turned white and lifeless. "Please turn around," said the elf as a small blush covered her cheeks. "Why yes, ma'am." Belle spoke in a slightly louder tone as he turned around. The white-haired boy stared at a tree for a few minutes as if it were the most interesting thing in the world, and it actually became quite interesting. He watched a squirrel dart with a nut straight toward a hole in the tree, but due to a miscalculation, the squirrel crashed into the side of the hole where it should have gone. This had made Belle laugh a lot, and he had saved it as a video thanks to his new feature. Interestingly, in that brief moment, he discovered that he could save anything he remembered to this gallery. "You can turn around now," a female voice said from behind Belle. Belle, who up to this point had been replaying the squirrel video over and over for his own amusement, calmly turned away. The elf named Ryu was wearing tight shorts and tall boots. She also wore a cloak over her blouse. "First, I'd like to hear your explanation," Ryu requested. Belle remained silent as he thought about what to say. The following witty responses are suggested to help you avoid a certain beating. "Bless you," thought Belle as he read the notification that had arrived. I got lost on the path of life, which brought me to this place, and your sensual figure made it impossible for me not to see." When faced with the first option, a drop of sweat appeared on the back of Belle's neck. B. "My spider sense told me there was a hexy fairy taking a bath, and I had to come see." What the heck is spider sense? Thought Belle at the second option, which was worse than the first. "See, Hermes dragged me along to spy on the girls. When I tried to take him back to camp, we tripped and fell right where they were. One thing led to another, and I ended up being targeted by a great magical power that almost killed me, so I ran aimlessly, and that's where I ended up." Belle gave a small sigh, finally an answer that was not only convincing but very accurate. It was the perfect answer, although he would consider the last option just out of morbid curiosity. D. "I swear by Di Guido Maradona that it was not my intention to see you naked." Belle's gaze went blank again when he saw the last option. It simply didn't make sense to him. Who is Di Guido Maradona? That question began to haunt him. Belle regained his composure and selected C at the same time, and although he didn't realize it, time returned to normal. Well, actually his whole mental debate took less than a second. "I understand your situation, Cancelada. Allow me to guide you back to the Loki Familia camp after this," Ryu said with his typical seriousness. "Will you forgive me?" Belle asked, still not entirely convinced he could be forgiven so easily. "There's no need for forgiveness since you're not to blame. Holding a grudge would be out of place," Ryu said with complete seriousness. Belle, upon hearing these words, sighed in relief as he nodded. "I have something to take care of before I take you to the camp. Can you give me some of your time?" Ryu said as he turned around. "Sure," Belle replied simply as he followed Ryu, who had already started walking. After a few minutes in which the two walked in complete silence, Belle decided to speak to the elf to lighten the atmosphere a little. "Why didn't you join everyone at the camp?" asked Belle. "I had an errand to run. And I didn't want others to see my face," Ryu replied simply. "I assume the god Hermes has already informed you about my past," Ryu said without turning around. "No, nothing," Belle replied calmly. "Really?" Ryu asked, incredulous. "Yes," Belle replied almost immediately. "It seems I've come to the wrong conclusion," Ryu muttered to herself. Belle could see the elf quicken her pace before speaking again. "We've come this far, there's no point in hiding it now. Follow me," Ryu said. Belle simply nodded as he followed the elf, who seemed to know this area extremely well. She walked with a purpose in mind, making sharp turns around specific trees and crystals as if following a set path. His walk lasted about 20 minutes before he reached his destination. There was a small open space surrounded by slender trees and absolutely stunning crystal formations. A series of wooden crosses, broken tree branches tied together with string, were lined up in the clearing and bathed in light shining through the glass canopy above. "My mom, sometimes I have time to bring some flowers," Ryu said. Ryu went to each of the graves and carefully placed a flower in front of them. Was gathering those flowers her errand? Belle thought as she saw how each flower was different. Ryu reached under his cloak towards a small bag and took out a bottle, then poured a little wine on each of the graves. "Ryu-san, what is this place?" Belle asked, already with an idea in mind. "All that remains of the women who fought by my side. My family," Ryu spoke, a trace of pain in her words. "Another one has appeared with knowledge of my past. It's only a matter of time before you know I'd regret it if I didn't tell you myself," Ryu said without even turning to look at Belle. "My name is on the guild's blacklist," Ryu said as he slowly turned to look at Belle. "My position as an adventurer has been revoked. There was a time when a bounty was placed on my head. I once belonged to the Stria Familia. She was the goddess of justice and order, and I worshipped her from the day we met," Ryu spoke as she shifted her gaze from Belle to the sky. "Aside from our activities in the dungeon, my familia was responsible for eliminating those who tried to steal the piece of Arario. For that reason, we made many enemies, Ryu explained as Bell focused all his attention on Ryu's words. Swearing upon the emblem of our goddess, my companions and I fought to purge the evil from Arario. Until one day, a familia that had risen up against us ambushed us in the dungeon. I was the only one who escaped alive, unable to recover their bodies. I gathered all the things I could and buried them here, Ryu explained. Bell nodded as a sour taste filled his mouth. I went to Estrella-sama as the sole survivor and told her everything. Then I begged her to leave Arario on her own. I pleaded with her for days and finally convinced her, Ryu said, recalling one of her biggest mistakes. I didn't want her to see the passionate and violent creature I was becoming. I had to avenge those who had fought by my side. I set my sights on the family that ended their lives and swore to take revenge alone, Ryu explained as tears of anger threatened to spill from her eyes. Seeing Ryu like that, Bell couldn't help but clench his teeth in anger. Attacks under the cover of darkness, ambushes, traps. I used every kind of stealth attack to eliminate them one by one until the family was annihilated. My actions had nothing to do with justice. Filled with a desire for revenge, I located each member and eliminated them along with anyone connected to them. Even the slightest suspicion was enough, Ryu spoke with a hint of regret. After that, Ryu continued killing a large number of people until she collapsed in an alley where she was found by Sir, who offered her a helping hand. Later, Mia did the same. In short, that was Ryu's story. I apologize for polluting your ears, Ryu said sheepishly. Bell raised an eyebrow at this, confused. In short, the elf you see before you is a brazen and violent criminal. I have betrayed your trust. Cranel-san, Ryu spoke with his head down. If a woman cries in front of you and you do nothing to stop it, you can stop considering yourself a man. No, better yet, you can stop considering yourself my grandson. Bell's grandfather's words echoed repeatedly in his head. Bell took a few steps until he was standing in front of Ryu. When the elf raised her gaze, the first thing she saw were the ruby-colored eyes of the white-haired man. Bell, for his part, did the only thing that came to mind, the only thing he believed would fulfill his grandfather's teachings. He took Ryu by the waist with his left hand and pulled her close. Then with his right hand he stroked her hair while gently resting her head on his shoulder. Ryu-san, please don't lower yourself like that. To me, you'll always be Ryu-san, the lovely and beautiful Ryu-san, not a criminal. So please don't belittle yourself like that because it will really make me angry. Bell spoke in a calm and warm tone, a tone that made Ryu's heart race. Combined with the fact that Bell couldn't control his words as he tried in every way possible to comfort Ryu, it had a profound impact on her. That was very clever, Ryu murmured as he returned Bell's hug. The two continued embracing for a few minutes until they finally separated, leaving a somewhat awkward silence. And what will you do now? Kiss me? Ryu asked, trying to make a joke, but the crimson blush on her cheeks and the timid way she spoke only managed to throw Bell's systems off. It was like a compass entering a magnetic zone. What do you think? I'm not worthy of your lips, Bell said with a nervous smile. Upon hearing Bell's declaration, Ryu's cheeks turned a shade of red never before seen in all of existence while smoke billowed from her ears. Bell, for his part, looked away in embarrassment. She's so cute, thought Bell as he felt like he was going to have a heart attack from so much sweetness. The white-haired man, noticing the uncomfortable atmosphere surrounding them, tried to make a joke. Ryu-san, maybe I'm not worthy of your kiss right now. But if I reach your level before the end of this year, you'll have to kiss me. What do you say? It's a bet, Bell said with a smile as he extended his right hand. Bell, for a moment I swear I saw a mini explosion above Ryu's head as her cheeks turned even redder. Oh, only if you reach level 4, Ryu stuttered as he shook Bell's hand. At that precise moment, Bell's mind shut down. His joke didn't end with the expected result. Okay, let's go back to camp, Ryu said hurriedly as he turned around. At Ryu's sudden scream, Bell's mind snapped back to life, but still on autopilot, he started walking behind the elf. Chapter 12, Invincible Duo. That damn brat saw Miss Eyes and the others in the bathroom. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him. A certain elf muttered to herself as she thought about how to punish a certain white-haired boy in very cruel ways. News of Bell's incident spread through the camp like wildfire. The men and women of the low-key familia instantly took up arms, glaring at him with bloodthirsty rage. They had a new monster to kill. Even those still bedridden from the poison rose like bloodthirsty zombies. Fueled by their unbridled fury, the camp was filled with battle cries as the adventurers prepared for war. Night had fallen in the dungeon. Even though the light from the crystals faded and a curtain of darkness covered the camp, its inhabitants were fully awake, fueled by their thirst for blood. The sight of all those ferocious people in the flickering light of the magic stone lanterns was enough to make Hestia and the other visitors swallow in fear. What on earth were you thinking, Hermes, inciting Bell to do that? Hestia shouted at Hermes, who was tied up. See, calm down, Hestia. My pride as a god would not allow me to guide Bell down any path other than that of justice, Hermes spoke while defending himself as best he could. Don't insinuate that Bell actually wanted to go along with your sick plan. Hestia shouted in annoyance. Beside Hestia were Isfi and Lily with a dark aura as they looked at the blonde god as if he were a mere earthworm. Any last words, Hermes? Hestia asked in a somber tone. To spy is to love, Hestia. Hermes shouted as he looked up at the sky. Oh, go rot in hell, Isfi said angrily. Isfi's punishment was swift and decisive. His family's honor was at stake after all. Hestia and the rest of the Loki family could only shudder in horror as the woman inflicted a terrifying beating, her face red with shame and rage. As soon as Bel returned to the Loki family camp, he offered a sincere apology to every woman who was at the lake when that embarrassing incident happened, including those who hadn't gone in for a swim yet and were on guard duty. Despite this, the Sword Princess Protection Unit still had one last mutiny, which Eyes managed to quell without incident. Bel let out what was easily his 100th sigh as his apology tour finally came to an end. His features were an amalgam of humiliation, guilt, and fatigue. He had covered almost the entire camp, running here and there. The white-haired man approached the last person he wanted to apologize to. The god Hermes, who was tied to a tree branch, still needed to apologize to an elf. Bel was afraid of that elf. Bel carefully approached Hermes without realizing that there was another person nearby. Upon seeing the disfigured face of Hermes, he felt the classic empathy that all men have for the pain of another man. Bel gave a small jump as he grabbed onto the first thing he could find. Interestingly, the first thing he felt near him was something very soft, a sensation he had experienced before. Similarly, there was a sensation on his cheek that he had also experienced before. The light from the flashlight gradually illuminated the entire scene, and the white-haired man, realizing what he was holding, trembled slightly. Bel, upon seeing the elf who frightened him, acquired a completely empty look. It's you again, the elf said with a small tick and a blush. I have a good excuse, Bel said. The elf raised an eyebrow as if she were asking him to speak. Ingenious response. A, because I have a silver tooth and your buttocks are like a magnet, the attraction was inevitable. B, because your body is so sensual, the desire to touch it won me over. See, I didn't throw myself at your body threw itself at me. D, since your body is a work of art and I am an artist, I couldn't resist touching it. Faced with their possible answers, Bel stared at the sky as if to say, seriously. I'm just asking for a 1-minute head start, Bel said before running off. The white-haired boy and the orange-haired elf were currently engaged in a heated chase. The white rabbit whimpered in fear as his aggressive and bloodthirsty fairy pursued him. The first boasted the increased movement speed of a level 2, but the second currently possessed the speed of a mage. Driven mad by pure, unadulterated rage, his speed was gaining ground, and in the blink of an eye, both pursuer and pursued were out of the camp, disappearing into the deep forest. We're lost again, Bel murmured as he leaned back against a tree. You say that as if it were my fault. Leffia said, annoyed. Bel and Leffia were completely and desperately lost. Their game of cat and mouse had ended right in the middle of the dark forest. Neither of them realized how far they had come until they had no idea where they were. Right now, running recklessly wouldn't get them anywhere fast, which meant that staying where they were for now was their best option. Really, it's your fault, you shouldn't have run away, and especially not so deep into the forest. Leffia reprimanded, and end up dead, no thanks. Bel said indignantly, why are you taking me? I would never kill you. I just wanted to leave you centimeters from death, that's all, Leffia said a little nervously as she stated her intentions aloud. Oh, because that's much better, Bel said even more indignantly. Almost as soon as they were able to speak, the two began to argue. At this moment, Bel wished that his ability had a map function. The mappy function is locked. You must meet the following 3 requirements to unlock it. Have the gallery section have the swift step skill, have the escape development skill. Bel decided to give up trying to unlock the map function, considering that he had no experience and this should be impossible. Although only out of curiosity, he turned to his abilities to see the one of instant passage. Required, agility of 3000 and INT of 120. Seeing his agility and INT, Bel sighed in defeat. The strange feeling of distance between them said a lot about the relationship they had formed. Neither of them said a word. They had absolutely nothing to talk about. While the two were in complete silence, a roar broke through the silence. The couple's shoulders tensed, as if in response they glared at each other in horror. Just the two of us deep in the forest. It's not time to let our guard down, Leffia thought to herself, undoubtedly too late. This forest was dangerous at night. It certainly wasn't a place where they could spend their time until morning. We have to get back to camp somehow. It's too dangerous for us to stay here, Leffia said. All right, Bel nodded as he hurried to his feet. Leffia quickly glanced in his direction before observing his surroundings once more. To the left, to the right, behind, in front, and even above, the trees grew thicker. She couldn't make out even the faintest glimmer of light from the magic stone lanterns undoubtedly shining brightly in Rivera's camp or the Loki familias. If I use my magic, Miss Eyes and the others would surely notice, wouldn't they? Leffia thought. Yes, a bright flash of light appeared high above. The first-class adventurers would undoubtedly notice and come to their rescue. But what kind of impression would that make? Running away completely of her own volition and then summoning her companions to rescue her, simply pathetic in her view. Lefia at least had some self-respect. She was too proud to admit it. The blame here was entirely hers. She had to get them out of this and back to safe camp. I just need to recover, Lefia thought as she glanced furtively at the boy. Beside her, he was a level 2, a third-level adventurer. She was a higher level, a level 3, a highly skilled mage and a second-level adventurer. When it came to status and experience, she had the advantage. Well, that was the theory. I was completely sure that if he wanted to, he could defeat him without much trouble. After all, not many can hurt the brave one, much less withstand so many blows from the hobbit. Can I perhaps ask you something? How old are you? Lefia asked. 14, Bell replied, shrugging his shoulders. As expected, he was also younger than her. That made her his senior. Which made it even more essential that she come up with something to get out of this mess. Don't despair now, okay? Just follow my example and don't do anything stupid, Lefia said, trying to imitate a leader. Bell, for his part, simply nodded. He particularly had no desire to argue with the elf. The two walked in silence for a few minutes. Lefia kept picking up small crystals and breaking them to leave a trail. In the same way, Bell left X marks on the trees. The white-haired man was also constantly in charge of eliminating monsters that got too close. Para Lefia was simply incredible. Using simple stones and launching them with such terrifying force that they became projectiles even more lethal than a finely sharpened metal arrow. She had made a mental note never to be in the path of one of those projectiles. But however impressive she found it, she would never admit that she had been impressed. And besides, she didn't have time to stop and admire the boy. She hadn't been wandering aimlessly through the woods. She had been looking for a tree like this, tall and imposing above the rest, from which she could determine his location. I'm going to climb this tree and explore the perimeter. Stay here, Lefia said. Bell, for his part, simply gave his assent. Don't look up, do you understand? The elf almost shouted. Sure, Bell replied without much interest as he turned his back on the large tree. Once Lefia had reached the top of the tree, she was able to get a better idea of her position, and based on her memories of her family's strategic meetings, she now knew where to go. But suddenly, she hurriedly hid within the shadows of the branches. Straining her eyes, she spotted a group of dubious figures wrapped in long robes. Their black garments blended into the surrounding shadows, completely obscuring their faces and identities. And as if their clothes weren't enough, each of them also donned a dark hood and a forehead protector. These were surely associates of the remnants of the evils. Lefia gasped in disbelief. There were 2 of them on their way somewhere. Their destination couldn't be far. She made a note of the direction they were heading and then quickly climbed down the tree. Turn off the light, Lefia said in a low tone once she had gotten close enough to Bell. Bell, for his part, gave a slight nod as he turned off the light of the flashlight he was carrying. The white-haired man could see the elf take a thoughtful pose while remaining silent for a few moments. Lefia, for her part, fully considered all possible situations before speaking. I apologize, but perhaps you could come with me for a moment, Lefia said. To her, this boy was definitely not normal. His strength surpassed level 2, he was on par with a level 4. So deciding to trust him, she asked him to accompany her. After a few minutes of silently and carefully pursuing the robed figures, they had finally found the place they were heading to. Leaving their cover, they raced forward through the crystal grove. They glided from crystal to crystal, slipping silently in and out between the pillars. It was almost as if they were being guided when suddenly the ground opened up in front of them. It happened the moment his foot touched the ground in a round, pillarless clearing, almost as if it had been waiting for him to arrive. Suddenly they were floating. The ground disappeared beneath their feet, and then they collapsed, their screams of terror piling up on top of each other. The grass, the earth, and the leaves sank down with them. Somehow or other, they both managed to land on their feet. The impact caused a giant splash of something around them. The entire bottom of the hole was soaked with a clear purplish liquid. It was like boiling oil. His battle clothes sizzled against his skin. No, they didn't sizzle, they melted. Their faces paled as they stared in horror at the bubbling, steaming liquid around them. This is Bell said, sounding somewhat panicked. Acid. Lefia finished Bell's sentence in the same panicked tone. They were at the bottom of a long, deep hole. It had a diameter of about 7 meters and a height of at least 10. As for the walls of the hole, they were reddish in color and had a repulsive flesh-like texture, with no signs of anything they could use as footholds or handholds. Miss Lefia, look up, Bell said with complete seriousness. Lefita turned her gaze towards the sky, trembling on the spot when she saw what it was. As Lefia and Bell watched in terror, the monster hung upside down from the top of the hole. Its skin was a sickly shade of yellowish-green. Its chest and abdomen, too, were colored in vibrant, poisonous hues. Instead of arms, it boasted 2 long, thick tentacles that hung like trembling snakes. Its long lower half bent and twisted, attached to the wall like some kind of parasitic worm. Its head consisted of nothing but a colossal eye and a strange, crown-like organ. Floating around it, the eye itself was directly connected to its neck, with the crown encircling it like a lion's mane. A new species, Belle exclaimed in amazement. This obstacle they had hurled themselves into was none other than one of those monsters like the carnivorous flowers and their roots, a brother of the creatures born of the corrupt spirit, and his body was the obstacle itself. The creature's large eye spun and spun before focusing on Leffia and Belle. Its next move was immediate. 2 tentacles shot out from its body. Toward the 2 adventurers, they jumped up from their places simultaneously. The giant whips crashed to the ground immediately behind them, directly in the middle of the acid pool. A huge wave of acid erupted on impact as the pit shook around him. "Miss Leffia," Belle shouted as he looked up at the elf. "I'm fine, get ready." Leffia shouted as she raised an arm to protect her eyes from the acid spray. Leffia's fingers tightened around her magic staff, Forest Teardrop. Meanwhile, the monster was approaching them. Belle appeared in front of Leffia in an instant and drew his knife. Swinging it from side to side, he managed to deflect all the attacks the monster launched with its tentacles. Finally, as the monster began to retreat, Belle slashed, cutting off nearly a meter of each tentacle. Quite a bit of acid had splashed onto his knife, and it had even been covered by the blood of that monster, which was also acidic, but his beloved onyx knife was fine. A creature that looked very angry now had a single bloodshot eye while its severed tentacle writhed like a decapitated snake. The radiance returned to her crown. This time it was meant to kill. "This is not right," Lefita screamed inwardly as she feared she would end up dead in this place. Belle, however, was not about to let that happen. He raised his right arm. "Firebolt!" Belle shouted. He fired his own magic, a fast and very powerful magic that managed to wound that monster. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. As Leffia watched, the swift, blinding beam of crackling flames shot toward the creature, shattering its crown of light before it even had a chance to unleash its scream. The crown exploded in a burst of sparks, abruptly stopping its high-pitched scream. He didn't even have to conjure. Leffia screamed in her mind. Leffia couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen such a thing, nor had she ever even heard of such a thing, an instant spell without incantations. And not only that, but she could cast them one after another. "Is this some kind of joke?" Leffia murmured in disbelief. "Miss Leffia, your spell," Belle shouted as he raised his guard. Leffia shook herself from her daze, lifting her head to see that vibrant, colorful creature right above her, flames engulfing its body in a blazing inferno. His crown continued to burn, but even through his cries of anguish, his great eye remained fixed on Leffia and Belle. He was enraged. Belle braced himself as the trap monster's fury swelled in tangible waves around them. His own magic might not have been powerful enough to defeat the thing, but he was going to protect Leffia and give her all the time she needed to cast her own spell. That much was clear from his stance. The white-haired man picked up a shield from the ground and stood in front of the elf while applying all his strength to resist the attacks of that monster. How could he be so great? How could he deceive with magic like that? How could he monopolize eyes, keep her waiting for him, completely unaware of her own place? And yet, Leffia gritted her teeth in anger. She truly hated him, but even so she believed in him completely. She had faith in those ruby-colored eyes that looked down at her over her shoulder. Raising her staff Forest Teardrop, she created a giant magic circle beneath her feet. The trap monster responded immediately and began moving towards Leffia, drawn by the source of colossal magic. His final stand had begun. He launched his tentacles several times to attack, but Belle stopped all his attacks with the shield he held in his right hand. He would not allow her to interrupt Leffia's spell. Ray of light unleashed, branches of the sacred tree. "You are the master archer. Release your arrows, fairy archers." The words came amidst the incessant attacks. As Leffia neared the end of her spell, her magical power increased sharply. The trap monster intensified its efforts, throwing everything it had at the wizard to stop her spell, but Belle withstood all the attacks, resisting as best he could. Pierce, precision arrow, the spell was complete. In the center of that great hole, directly beneath the trap monster, Leffia thrust her staff toward the sky, and at that moment the red world around her glowed with a vivid gold. She shouted the name of the spell. The magic circle surpassed the entirety of the hole. "Arc's ray," Leffia shouted at the top of her lungs. There was a burst of light, then the bright flash shot upward at blinding speed. The trap monster tried to escape, withdrawing its tentacles and wedging itself into the previous passage. But it was no use. Its fate was sealed. The power accumulated within that single explosion traveled through its tentacles before receiving a direct hit on the creature's main body. Its lower half partially assimilated into the wall itself, bent and twisted like a snake as the blinding flash propelled its body upwards. Then it crashed into the hole's lid, still firmly closed above them within. Absolutely deafening bang. The pillar of light, however, stopped with a squeak. The creature's upper half remained upright, its heels extended. The red lid of the orifice was worn from the incoming magical light but still largely intact. The monster had absorbed most of the attack, preventing it from exploding. Lefia was surprised by what she was seeing. A strangely colored monster on their heads and their two-part body, each part with its own separate function, an adventurer's prison keeping them trapped, when suddenly, ching-ching, 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 ching-ching. Lefia looked very surprised by the sound. A bell, completely out of place, had begun to ring. "Let me join," Bell said as he threw down the shield he had at his side and stood next to the elf. Lefia's eyes widened before she looked up. Together with the boy, she glared deathly at the enemy above. "We're not going to fall here," Bell shouted as he raised his hand to the sky. "Firebolt." Bell shouted as bright white light erupted from his hand. The massive and still growing fire tore through the white particles. And this time, when the two flashes overlapped, when the blazing lightning tore through the creature's body, the imprisoning lid of the hole above shattered. The monstrous trap dissolved in the blinding flash, leaving no trace. Bell and Lefia were breathing with difficulty, one due to great physical exhaustion from using his ability and the other from using a large amount of her mental strength. The white-haired man extended his hand toward Lefia and used his regeneration magic. Instantly, all of the elf's wounds and exhaustion vanished. Lefia was pleasantly surprised by this. She had never seen such powerful healing magic. After that, Bell cast his magic on himself. Unfortunately for the white-haired man, his regeneration magic had been nerfed shortly after saving his life following his fall between floors. His regeneration spell cost 10 MP and would heal any living being for 105 HP. But when he used it on himself, it cost 50 MP and healed only 21 HP. He literally didn't want that spell on him. Although it had saved his life, according to his research, only under very specific circumstances would his magic apply with the same effectiveness to him as it did to others. Once Bell had caught his breath, he was able to speak. "You know, Miss Lefia, you're truly impressive. That magic of yours was incredible," the white-haired man said with a smile. Startled by the white-haired boy's sudden compliment, the elf blushed deeply upon seeing his childlike smile and ruby eyes which shone with a hint of admiration. She stammered incoherently. "What are you saying? You won't gain anything with flattery. I haven't forgotten what you did to Aisan," the elf shouted in great shame. Bell, for his part, could only manage a small laugh while scratching the back of his neck. "More importantly, we have other matters to attend to," Lefia said as she turned to look at some people who were wearing robes. Following Lefia's gaze, Bell could see the same people they had been chasing. 1,000 fairies. Then they're the Loki Familia. Have you defeated Venon's? It took them only one glance to determine the situation. The two adventurers followed them, fell into their trap, and then broke the trap. His surprise quickly turned to irritation, his brow furrowing even from inside his heavy robes. "Damn them, quick, drop the violas," the more emphatic of the two shouted, and his companion dove into the nearby undergrowth. The situation couldn't have gotten any worse. Someone somewhere was laughing at them. Even Bell had tensed up beside him. The horrible turn they had taken to escape was obvious. As if it were perfectly timed, one greenish tentacle after another began to emerge from the surrounding vegetation, crawling swiftly towards them. Lefia heard the metallic sound of a first cage, then another opening, and suddenly she and Bell were completely surrounded. Their faces paled at the circle of carnivorous flowers that caged them. There were a lot of them, 10 at least. They raised their large, twisted necks, their tentacles bending and writhing like snakes, effectively cutting off every escape route. "This is where you die, you scum of adventurers," shouted the robed men, then quickly left the place to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The moment they left, the violas opened their buds in sync, revealing their vibrantly colored petals and their terrifying jaws. "Miss Lefia, don't stand in front of me," Bell said as he started walking. Upon hearing this, Lefia blinked a couple of times as she watched Bell walk with a slow, confident gait. "Hunter, you only need the exilia of a specific monster so that you can then hunt that type of monster as much as you want. Who knows how you have it at S maybe, and you will drive more than one species to extinction." Hestia's words echoed in Bell's mind as he began to walk. Bell summoned his red dagger Ushiwakamaru in his right hand. "A magic sword," Lefia murmured as she watched Bell's dagger burst into flames. "Bell-sama, you idiot, you almost killed us." "Hey Bell, don't use it in enclosed spaces, you'll suffocate us." Bell slashed horizontally with his dagger. A thin red line was drawn in the air. This line soon became a wall of fire that engulfed the monsters in front of it. Ushiwakamaru created a massive wall of fire, but this fire was different from that created by his firebolt magic. It resembled the flames of a campfire or a forge. After use, it left behind a large amount of ash and smoke. When he used it on the upper floors, he nearly suffocated along with Lily and Wendy when the three of them were in a closed room fighting monsters. That's why I didn't use Ushiwakamaru before. The space where they were was too small. As soon as the fire disappeared, Bell appeared in a burst of speed in front of one of the carnivorous plants and, drawing his Hestia dagger, made a horizontal cut that ended the life of one of those plants. Once he gained exilia or experience points from a monster, his body would begin to react instinctively to that monster's movements. The more monsters of a specific type he killed, the easier it would be for him to kill the next one. Similarly, a side effect of this ability at its maximum was that the angrier he became, the easier it was for him to kill the monsters. This is why his gaze began to turn into pure hatred the more of those plants he defeated. Lefia's jaw dropped when she saw Belle fight. That boy was a strange mix of all the adventurers she admired. Unparalleled magical power like Reveria, courage greater than his body like Finn, otherworldly strength and stamina just like Gareth, cheerful and smiling like Tiona, and when he was angry he was terrifying just like Tayoni. Belle jumped, landing on top of one of the carnivorous plants and then kicked it, causing the carnivorous plant to violently shoot against the ground. Lefia could swear she'd seen similar kicks somewhere else, and as if something clicked in her head she remembered a Tsundir werewolf. Belle, for his part, faced with the endless attacks of the carnivorous plants, gripped his dagger and making elegant and precise movements, chopped the carnivorous plants into mincemeat. Even she thought Lefia as she clenched her fist. That kid's style was completely nonsensical, he just attacked for the sake of attacking. There was no defined style or pattern to learn from, he switched between different styles constantly, improvising on the spot and attacking relentlessly and violently. But even so, Lefia clicked her tongue in annoyance. It was impossible, it had to be impossible, no one could have the same style. Not the combined style of a large number of first-class adventurers by mere coincidence. He must have copied those moves. They were merely a crude imitation, far removed from the original, far removed from the adventurers she knew and admired. But why? Because they are exactly the same and so natural in both of them, Lefia thought with annoyance. She didn't want to, her pride wouldn't allow it, but she was beginning to admire the white-haired man. Poe, for his part, Belle launched a final slash and ended the life of the last of 15 carnivorous plants. The white-haired man sighed in relief at no longer seeing any enemies. "I don't recognize him, I don't recognize him," Lefia shouted to herself as she turned around and started walking away. Belle, seeing Lefia walking, hurried to follow her. Although neither of them saw it, someone else was watching Belle's fight against the carnivorous plants. Ryu had come to help them, but she stood motionless watching Belle's fight. To say she was fascinated was an understatement. "Ow, ow, ow, what would you have done if you broke my face, Isfi?" A certain blonde god spoke as he walked. "You reap what you sow," Isfi said simply. Night had already fallen on the 18th floor of the dungeon. Two figures emerged from the camp in the forest, Hermes and Isfi. "A god who's no better than a voyeur, haven't you got any shame?" Isfi said angrily. "Spying isn't a big deal for us," Hermes tried to justify himself. Belle, who had disappeared after the espionage incident, returned to the camp shortly before dinner. The fact that he was led there by the god and that he was very fortunate allowed him to avoid a severe beating. Only Hermes, the instigator, was physically punished. "So where are we going on this dark night?" Isfi asked. "On a dark night like this, there's only one place to take a lady. Isn't that obvious?" Hermes said with amusement. "Curse." Inside one of the few bars in a small place in Riviera, built into a natural crevice in the cliff face, the bar's floor was covered with a dirty carpet and contained only a table and a few chairs. The walls were lined with portable magic stone lamps. Even here, crystals grew on one of the walls and in some places on the ceiling. In that bar, a man tapped his mug on the table inside this bar, which was a little different from most of the usual adventurers' bars. "Take it easy, Mord," said one of the man's companions. "Shut up, that brat, I have no idea how he got here, he's damn conceited." Mord shouted, "Do I hear jealousy?" That line caused everyone around the table except Mord to burst out laughing. Only a few high-class adventurers had the ability to reach Riviera, which meant that the longer you spent there, the more you would get to know the business-minded residents. The customers at this bar might have come from different families, but they all got along well with Mord's group. "What the hell are you laughing at? That rookie piece of shit hasn't done anything. He was supposed to level up in a few months, and now he's dragged his ass all the way here. How stupid are we, working so hard for years just to get this far?" Mord yelled. Relating the events on the Lady of Plenty, Mord wasted no time in pointing out the source of his rage. Everyone here was part of an exclusive high-class adventurers club within Arario. The idea of some novice walking the same streets was something he couldn't bear. Even more so when some of the gods themselves spoke of that particular rookie, that rabbit. The bar was quiet enough to hear a pin drop when Mord's rant finally came to an end. He even got hold of some high-quality salamander wool. "Damn that kid, I want to rip his head off," Mord spat out angrily before taking another swig of a particularly strong beer, even by Riviera standards. "But Mord, no matter how much you want to hit that kid to bring him down a peg, the three of us were already defeated by him. He's too strong," said one of his companions. Mord's companions sat on either side of him, trying to reason with him. "Enough of this bullshit talk. Are you going to help me or not?" Mord shouted. His words had only enraged Mord further. The adventurers seated around the table froze in place. The fury emanating from the man's eyes prevented them from moving. They knew that at any moment Mord could draw any of the weapons hanging from his waist if the thought crossed his mind. If only we could have insurance, Mord grumbled. Belle had stood out too much. She had progressed too far in the middle floors too quickly after getting the level up, quickly enough to attract the attention and indignation of the other high-class adventurers. Oh, you guys are really enjoying yourselves here. Twitch. Every pair of eyes in the bar fixed on the entrance. They saw Hermes entering as if he owned the place, followed silently by Isfi. What business are you having, Godsama? If you're looking for a drink, you'd better return to the surface. Haha, I just overheard some sneaky plans being hatched, and I couldn't help but get involved, Hermes said. One of the adventurers stood firmly between God and the exit. He knew of their plan. Hermes had been with Belle, and he would undoubtedly warn him. They couldn't let the god escape. This kind of thing is happening a lot these days. Isfi lamented as he hid in Hermes' shadow. So what are you going to do? Are you going to try to stop us alone? Mord asked. What gave you that idea? Do what you want. Ignore me and continue creating your plan. This is Hermes speaking. Mord's jaw dropped in disbelief. It turns out I like children like you. This world would be very boring if everyone played well, Hermes said with a smile. Hermes' eyes curved into a smile as he chuckled. For just a moment, Hermes showed his true character, one who enjoyed all the charm of being in the underworld as a god. He wasn't showing tolerance for good and evil. He was in fact good and evil. Mord was speechless at the presence before him, something far more mysterious than any monster. You want an opportunity to attack Belle, don't you? In that case, why don't I tell you our plans for tomorrow? Hermes said with a smile. How do I know I can trust your word, Godsama? Mord asked. Hey, it's Hermes you're talking to. I don't lie to children. This is Hermes speaking. Some of the others around the table tried to get Mord's attention, but he ignored them and accepted Hermes' offer. I'm not in a position to help you directly. Oh, yes, if you need a lucky amulet of courage to defeat your enemies, I have a little something you can borrow, Hermes said with a sly smile. With that, Hermes turned to Isfi, who handed him an item. Hermes took it and presented it to Mord. It was a small helmet. Based on its design, it looked more like a hat with a small brim around the front. Its color was the same as dirt found deep in the earth, black as coal. And this is, Mord asked, a magic item forged by the great and unique Perseus. It would be easier to show you what it can do, Hermes said with a laugh. Mord was speechless as he watched the others put on their helmets. He couldn't believe his eyes. A magic item created by one of Arario's most famous item makers. It was said that Perseus items granted the user magic and abilities through the power of the mystery development skill. Really? Can I use this? Mord's voice trembled as Hermes nodded with a yes. However, on one condition, Hermes said, raising a finger. Mord took the item in one hand and brought it close to his chest, his eyes shining. Entertain me. Give me a show that will stay in my memory, Hermes said with a big smile. Chapter 13. Vanargan the Tsundir. Night still reigned in the secure area of the 18th floor. Our white-haired protagonist managed to reach the camp safely. The white-haired man took a quick bath before heading towards the area where he camped with Hermes and Auka. Although her body was extremely tired, she still felt great pain throughout her body. The exhaustion she felt was more mental and psychological than anything else. How I longed to sleep in a tent. Before Belle could take another step, he felt someone take his hand. I heard you're currently sleeping outdoors, a female voice spoke, one that Belle had recently become familiar with. The Tsundir and half-lesbian elf named Lefia had taken her hand and stopped her walking. You saved me more than once today. You need to rest so you can sleep in my tent, Lefia said, her voice getting lower and lower. Belle blinked a couple of times. He didn't know if he could trust her. There was still a possibility that she could kill him in his sleep. Belle stared at the ceiling of the store he was in as if it were the most interesting thing in the world, for a long time, while he reviewed all the events that had happened today. The white-haired man, by pure chance, went to his inventory and saw the magic stones he had obtained. He had 2 magic stones from the plant that tried to kill him and Lefia. From what he could see, each stone was worth 350,000 volleys, an incredible amount. Similarly, the loot from that monster, which consisted of some blue leaves, was worth 100,000 volleys. Then there were the magic stones from the violas, each costing 200,000 volleys, and their loot was worth 50,000 volleys. Since the white-haired man knew nothing about those monsters, he decided to keep one of the 2 types of stones he had to show Ina later. He sold the others without a second thought. Belle immediately saw his money increase by 7,850,000 volleys, something ridiculously incredible. With everything he was going to do done, Belle proceeded to sleep comfortably in a warm tent and a comfortable sleeping bag. Today was the day the Loki Familia would leave the 18th floor. The antidotes had arrived from the surface late last night, so they were finally able to leave as a group. The sounds of the Loki Familia adventurers breaking camp echoed from all around. What the hell is all this about that little rabbit brat being here, huh? Why didn't anyone tell me anything? Shouted an irate werewolf. Because we knew you'd launch an attack just like you're doing now. Come on now, get ready to come out. Tiona said as she forcefully pulled Bita away. I'll show you an attack, you stupid Amazon. Bita shouted, more furious than usual. The day had finally arrived for the expedition group to return to the surface. It was in the midst of all this bustling activity that Bite learned of Belle's presence at the camp, a fact which he did not take advantage of calmly, and about which he was questioning Tiona and Tione. In fact, given the werewolf's recent trip to the surface, everything that had happened with Belle would come as a great surprise. Even the night before, when Bite had finally returned, he was too tired to notice the extra guests they had picked up, having gone straight to the nearest tent and quickly passed out. Tiona and Tione knew very well what effect the news would have on Bite, so they did what they always did and simply didn't tell him anything. "Hey, Eyes, is it true?" "About the brat," Bite said as he turned to Eyes. "It's true," Eyes replied frankly. "What the hell?" Bite stuck his tongue out in disgust before slowly closing his mouth. Suddenly, a very strange and awkward silence fell over him. Eyes tilted her head to one side, confused, before Bite leaned forward, her voice barely a whisper. So it's true?" Bite asked incredulously. "What is true?" Eyes asked. "You know that you know about him checking out all the girls in a bathroom?" asked Bite. The normally impassive Eyes felt a blush rise on her cheeks as her eyes opened in surprise. Her gaze fell as she began to rub her hands together before finally, without saying a word, she nodded. There was no way to hide her embarrassment. Bite stopped in shock at the confirmation of her fears. That bastard. So easily achieving what I could never. Bite cursed as he clenched his fist in anger. Eyes, Bite spoke with incredible seriousness. Just as Eyes was about to explain that Hermes had drawn Belle inside, Bite made a sudden, unreadable change of attitude, almost as if her previous outburst had never happened. His amber eyes looked at her with a kind of wild flash. "If he got here to the middle levels, does that mean he's now a level 2? Bite asked with a wild gleam in his eyes. Eyes nodded for the second time. "That bastard, where is he, huh?" asked Bite. Eyes' expression hardened, unlike her usual demeanor, as her mouth closed. Where was Belle? In his shop, no doubt. She had seen him and Hestia heading there a short while ago, but Eyes wasn't about to tell Bite this. In fact, Eyes hoped to prevent Belle and Bite from ever meeting again. It had already happened almost 2 weeks ago on the first day of their expedition. They had been winding their way through the 7th floor when, for whatever reason, Eyes had suffered the biggest shock of all time, the idea that Belle's ultimate goal could be none other than Bite. Even now, she hadn't been able to shake this thought, and although she'd had plenty of opportunities to ask him about it, she'd been completely paralyzed with fear. What if it were true and it was actually Bite who was stimulating the boy? "Mr. Bite, all of this has been for you. I would do anything for you to accept me. Haya, do you really think I'll give you the slightest bit of attention for something like that? I will try even harder. Do you think you can keep up with me?" "You damn rabbit." "I like the nicknames Tomato Boy and Damn Rabbit. I'm happy about it and I'll keep trying." The scene unfolded in Eyes' mind like a kind of romantic comedy with sparkling eyes and all as they ran after each other with a sunset behind them. She didn't like that. No, she didn't like it one bit. In fact, little Eyes inside her was currently huddled with her arms around her knees, silently pouting. She didn't want to see that. It was too heartbreaking. So at that moment, Eyes simply decided to play dumb. "Somewhere over there," Eyes replied in what could only be described as a blatant lie, avoiding eye contact with Bite while pointing in the completely wrong direction. "This way, huh?" Bite said as he headed in that direction, clearly ready to rip someone's bone out. It hurt Eyes a lot to lie, but even despite the guilt that pulled at her mind, she would have done the same again if she had been given the choice. Now that I thought about it, even Bite's typical name for the boy had been upgraded. It was no longer Tomato Brat, but Rabbit Brat. Yes, I had done the right thing, Eyes thought to herself, swallowing hard. The werewolf named Bite Loga sighed. He knew perfectly well that Eyes had lied to him. The blonde simply couldn't lie, it was too obvious. After all, he would never fall for her lies. Bite walked with a strange feeling inside him. It was too odd. He had been thrilled when he saw that rabbit fight the Minotaur, and now he had come this far. It was simply incredible. Unlike other weaklings, he hadn't sat around waiting for his death. He had stood up and come this far. Even so, it was too soon. Someone had to teach him a lesson and bring him down to earth before he died of arrogance. I wouldn't allow a future first-class adventurer to die from overconfidence. Even though Eyes hated him, he was going to beat that rabbit senseless and bring him to his senses. He would show him just how wicked and ruthless the world of adventurers really is. Bite finally found Belle and stood in front of him. "Rabbit," Bite growled as he glared at Belle. Belle, for his part, took a few steps back in Bite's presence. Many adventurers stopped what they were doing and gathered around Belle and Bite. The shouts of support for Bite and the pleas for him to hit Belle were immediate. After all, they still felt resentment towards him. He defeated an abnormal Minotaur at level 1, reached level 2 in a month, and got to this floor in less than a week after becoming level 2. He killed a Goliath single-handedly. He withstood Finn's full-power attacks and even injured him. Absolutely incredible, Bite thought. He even saw Eyes naked, escaped the clutches of death, and even befriended and slept with Eyes' biggest fan afterward, Bite thought, smiling wildly. The facts made it difficult for her not to respect him. Belle, meanwhile, received a notification. New mission available Vanargand. Trial description. Fight Loga until he recognizes you reward. 50,000 XP, increased reputation with Vanargand, increased reputation with Loki Familia, invaluable ally surprise gift if you fail. Serious injuries, possible death, decreased reputation with Vanargand, decreased reputation with Loki Familia. Do you accept? Yes, no. Bell looked around and saw himself surrounded. Did he have any chance of refusing the mission? Bete, for his part, smiled more and more wildly before turning his head to the side and screaming. You all shut up. Bete shouted angrily. How she hated seeing weaklings sit around waiting for someone to save them. If they wanted to knock that rabbit's teeth out, let them, but they didn't have the courage, so they just sat there with their tails between their legs. And yet what she hated even more was that she liked those stupid weaklings. Suddenly Bete appeared in front of Bell and launched a kick towards him, a kick that hit Bell in the chest and caused him to be launched into a tree which split in two and continued on until he lost sight of it. Bete lowered his leg and stared in astonishment. The sensation was abnormal. He felt as if he had kicked a solid block of metal, not the bare chest of a third-rate adventurer. Bete Loga, level 5. HP 600. The last thing Bell saw before being launched like a projectile was the werewolf's HP. Bell emerged from a pile of rubble and dusted off his clothes. Unlike when he fought against Finn, this time he had not suffered any apparent damage. Now that I think about it, why does it have a higher HP than it should, thought Bell. According to the standards he'd been given, a level 5 adventurer should have 475 HP and a level 6 adventurer 570. He didn't understand why their levels didn't match up. Bete, a level 5, had 600 HP, and Finn, a level 6, had 750, far from what he thought they should have. The stats of people unaffected by this ability increase randomly, depending on their achievements and training. With this ability, you gain 95 HP points per level, but stats can also be increased in a special way, by pushing your body to its limits and then resting for an appropriate amount of time. Bell sighed as he started walking before picking up the pace to get there faster. Bete let out a small growl when he saw Bell return without a scratch. The werewolf quickly began kicking Bell repeatedly. How many had it connected already? 20, 30 maybe, I didn't know. But that rabbit remained standing, blocking every attack with its bare arms. This was definitely not normal. Nobody could have that power. It was impossible, unnatural. Was he really that weak? Bete growled in anger before beginning to hit more savagely. Bell sighed as he looked at the werewolf, who almost seemed about to go crazy. Bete's blows, while currently powered by his anger, managed to inflict 70 points of damage, but Bell's defense was 80. Upon seeing an opening, Bell threw a punch at Bete, which hit him squarely in the face, and then launched a kick that hit him in the stomach. Bete Loga. HP 454 600. Bell clenched his fist as he stared at her. Was he stronger than a level 5? He was definitely on the same level as her. This is not fun. Bell blinked a couple of times at this. The white-haired man turned his gaze towards the werewolf, who was lying on the ground. Bell trembled at what he had just seen. The werewolf stood up, his eyes bloodshot. Bete Loga has been admitted to the party function. The gamer is now affecting him. I didn't ask for that, Bell screamed in his mind as he felt pain in his stomach. Looking down, he could see Bete's fist embedded in his stomach. Bete's damage points jumped from 70 to 117 at once. His HP had fully regenerated and increased to 1255. Bete threw another punch that hit Bell squarely in the face, breaking his nose. Bell launched a kick at Bete that made him stagger back a few steps. Currently, due to Bete's DF, Bell was inflicting 28 points of damage, and Bete, due to Bell's DF, was inflicting 37 points of damage, combining their ATK and AF. Both fighters began throwing punches left and right as their HP bars dropped after each blow. Bell had to start guessing where Bete would land the next blow. It was really hard to predict. Bete was in a really tough spot. For every punch he landed, Bell would land 5. His senses were off, he had the speed, but his reflexes were failing him like never before. Combined with the blood and sweat that were starting to bother him, this fight was one of the hardest he'd ever faced. In the stands, everyone was completely silent as they witnessed the incredible battle unfolding before their eyes. The wolf and the rabbit were fighting savagely with the intention of knocking each other down. Both fighters were already covered in their own blood, and yet they continued throwing punches with no intention of surrendering. Hey, we shouldn't interfere, Tiona asked. Are you taking the risk? Tyone asked. For her personally, getting in between the two was out of the question. She wanted to reach the surface in one piece. Well, I think that's enough, Finn said, seeing both opponents breathing heavily. The hobbit sighed before striking his spear against the ground, creating a small crater. Bet, that's enough, shouted the hobbit. Bete and Bell, upon hearing the hobbit's voice, stopped their fight and turned to look at him. Next time I'll definitely have you on the ground begging for your life, Bete said as he started walking with his hands in his pockets. You have completed your mission, enjoy your reward. Your reputation with Bete Loga has increased to friendly. Bell blinked a couple of times as she read the last part. Friendly, Impossible, Bell thought in utter disbelief. Bell turned to look at the werewolf who growled at a passing adventurer. Fight. Results: winner, draw, duration 12 minutes. Bellcranel HP 141 400. Hits dealing 24. Hits received 43. Bellcranel HP 630 1255. Hits dice 43, hits received 24. Bell walked with some pain to a nearby tree. His whole body ached and he felt like he was going to faint. The white-haired man barely reached the tree before leaning against it and sighing heavily. Then he cast his regeneration magic several times. Bell looked up and gazed at the sky as he became lost in his thoughts. Friendly? How the hell was Bete friendly? Bete was the epitome of the opposite of friendly. It was more believable to him that Bete wanted to kill him than that he was friendly. Now that I think about it. What do the Dinas think of me? Bell asked himself. For better or worse, the answer appeared to him immediately. Reputation level: most important people. Hestia admired, Freya admired. Lilaruka Ard admired, Rulion admired, Ina Tool admired, Sir Flava admired, Wendy Crosso friendly, Mayach friendly, Naza Arasuis friendly, Anya Fromel friendly, Chloe Rollo friendly, Lunwar Faust friendly, Mia Grand friendly, Is Wallenstein friendly, Tiona Hurut friendly, Bete Loga friendly, Lefia Virides respectful, Finn Damney respectful, Yamato Mikode respectful, Hitachi Chigusa respectful, Kashima Aoka respectful, Otter neutral, Tyone neutral, Isfi neutral, Rivera neutral, Gareth neutral, Hermes uncert, Alan Fromel hated, Hogni Ragnar hated, Hedin Selland hated, Gulliver hated, Ulfrig Gulliver hated, Devalen Gulliver hated. Berling Gulliver hated. Reputation level: families. Hestia Familia admired, Mayach Familia friendly, Tasha Mikazuchi Familia respectful, Loki Familia neutral, Freya Familia hated. Bell's expression turned thoughtful. Why did so many first-class adventurers hate him? Why was he hated by the Freya family? Many questions and few answers flooded his mind. But what have I done to deserve this contempt? Thought Bell. After thinking about it for a while, Bell lowered his gaze to his hand. Was he really strong? That question lingered in his mind. He could have put up a fight against Bete and even defeated him, but Bete was unintentionally boosted by his ability. He barely felt the full force of his power. He literally gave him the beating of his life. If he were to fight Eyes now, he would probably win. But it would be a fair victory. Considering her incredibly cheating ability, he didn't think so. If she were being boosted by her ability, she would surely be ridiculously strong. Bell, with all this in mind, sighed before standing up. The gamer ability will allow you to grow faster than normal and boost your skills. Because your inclusion in the party was forced, all XP, magic stones, and monster loot obtained through this ability will be transferred to Bellcranel. If you accept this, the gamer will make your life easier. However, this ability will only function at 10% of its full potential. You will not be able to upgrade your spells or abilities nor purchase them. The only people authorized to speak about this ability are Bellcranel, Lilaruka Ard, Wendy Crosso, and the goddess Hestia. If you mention any of this to anyone else, game over. Bete sighed as he was being scolded by Finn. He was paying much more attention to the notifications he was receiving than to Finn's scolding. It is recommended to configure the inventory so that items dropped by monsters go directly there. Bete gave a mental nod as she did as instructed. After doing what the notifications told him to do, he went to his status and flashed a wild smile. Name: Bete Loga. Gender: male, age 22, family: Loki. Title: Vanargand money. Level 59 XP. Points: 325. HP: 1255. HR: 19M MP 496. Mr. 12M INT 30 WIS 100 VIT 90 ATK 94 AF 23 DF 45 AM 5 DMT. Strength 4700, Resistance 4500, Dexterity 5000, Agility 6200, Magic 1050. As I understood it initially, he had 600 HP he gained through a special method and which remained intact before being increased by 475 corresponding to his level. Then 180 points were added to his HP due to his 90 vitality. Unfortunately, the same didn't happen with the rest. His ATK, even when not affected by the gamer, would always increase with his strength. His HP, on the other hand, is variable and doesn't depend on anything else, or rather, it depends on many different things. Bete glanced at his stat points, eager to enjoy what was coming next. First, he allocated 100 points to the most important stats for his fighting style, ATK to increase his destructive power, and DF for obvious reasons to provide more protection. Then, he allocated 50 points to WIS to increase his HR and Mr. Finally, he allocated his remaining 75 points to DM. He didn't possess attack magic like Reveria or Lefia, So AM was useless to him, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to withstand magical attacks in the future, making DM the smartest stat to increase. Let's go now. Upon hearing Tiona's annoying voice, Bete began to walk. Hey, let me go to the front this time, Bete said as he walked past Finn. Bete continued on his way until he got close to a certain dark-skinned Herrera. I need you to do something for me, Bete said. Tsubaki, upon hearing Bete's sudden call, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Don't ask, I just need you to build a certain thing, Bete said irritably. Tsubaki shrugged and nodded. The word beast fell short of describing Bete's sudden change. His strength had increased dramatically to the point that it was difficult to keep up with him. Only eyes could. The same had undergone a drastic change in his strength. He was more terrifying than before. The poor monsters that approached him were swept away like nothing more than trash, or his blows made the monsters explode. The two of them were unstoppable, as if they had leveled up. As if they had evolved, their strength was extraordinary. There was something different about them, but no one knew what it was. If the two of them could already wipe out monsters at these levels, now it was another level, another category, as if their strength had doubled out of nowhere. Moments before, with eyes, the blonde woman watched with wide eyes what was happening in front of her. What she had always wanted, the chance to become much stronger than she already was. Her goal was getting closer and closer. She listened attentively to every word that came out of her savior's mouth. She had memorized everything he had said. He had also etched into his memory the phrase, "Don't tell anyone else." He didn't quite understand how he had acquired such a fantastic ability, but he had no need to investigate. He wasn't going to ask questions that might upset his savior. He simply smiled and gave thanks. Name: Eyes Wallenstein. Gender: female. Age: 16. Family: Loki. Title: Sword Princess. Money: Level 6 XP. Points: 345 HP, 1265 HR, 17 MMP, 655 Mr. 23 MINT, 25 WIS, 102 VIT, 70 ATK, 68 AF, 17 DF, 35 AM, 32 DM, 65 Strength, 3400 Resistance, 3500 Dexterity, 5100 Agility, 5900 Magic, 6500. I smiled at her stats, then she was told something incredibly complicated. She would now receive 2 items and 2 experiences points, the normal one and the one provided by the skill. Her savior told her that for some reason all the items and experience provided by the skill would be transferred to him, but she would keep the items dropped by monsters and the experience she was used to Exilia. After explaining all that to her, her savior left, leaving her alone. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had a few minutes before leaving, Eyes distributed his points as best he could think of. 95 for ATK, 80 for DF, 50 for AM, 50 for DM, and 70 for WIS. With that done, she left with a smile on her face, heading straight for the surface. Belle sighed softly. A few hours had passed since the Loki Familia had left the 18th floor, and since they left, he had been receiving a constant stream of notifications about having received XP and items. Apparently, Bete and Eyes had become little XP-generating machines and easy money. But from what he had managed to find out, he wouldn't level up from the XP he received from these two, but he could use it freely as he wished to improve his skills or magic, or even to buy more of them. He was definitely bad at keeping secrets. Chapter 14, The Bandit Team. Okay, everything's ready. Putting the last of the potions she received from Naza into her bag, Hestia stepped out of the shop. All she could see was the dark green of the surrounding forest. The campsite was almost deserted, only a few random crates still lay on the ground and there wasn't a soul in sight. Hestia was about to call Belle to help her fold the tent. The sound of someone passing through the grass caught his attention and he turned around, but all he saw were trees and the dark green shadows they cast. There was no one there. Perhaps some leaves fell, she thought to herself as she looked up at the upper branches. Suddenly something was placed over his mouth, but it didn't end there. She felt an arm thickly wrapped in armor around her and something solid pressing against her back. Her eyes darted frantically around, desperately searching for something she couldn't find. Then his feet left the ground as his small body was lifted into the air and carried away from the camp. Hestia's muffled screams went unheard as she was led into the forest. "Kami-sama, Kami-sama," Belle shouted as he looked from left to right. With everything ready for his return to the surface, the boy realized that Hestia was not there. "This is strange," Belle muttered to himself. The white-haired man decided to take another look around the camp, but again he found nothing. His next move was to head towards the 17th floor tunnel to see if his goddess hadn't gone there to meet with the others. As he was walking, something caught his attention, something he immediately found. It was a small grassy area just a little way away from the camp. There were many vials of potions scattered on the floor and a small ball of paper. Belle stopped suddenly, his eyes practically popping out of his head at the scene in front of him. "These are," Belle murmured to himself. She picked up the nearest vial, which turned out to be a dual potion made by Naza, one that Hestia had brought with her from the surface. His eyes scanned the surroundings. A feeling that something bad had happened to his goddess washed over him as he reached for the crumpled piece of paper. "Little rookie, I have your goddess." If you want her back, come to the crystal in the eastern area of the central tree, just. Belle's eyes widened in shock as she read it before she jumped up. A rough map was drawn at the bottom of the message. Belle ran off at full speed, clutching the paper tightly in his hands. Chigusa caught a glimpse of Belle out of the corner of her eye, but he was unaware of her presence. He sped through the forest, leaving nothing but dust and sweat in his wake. Belle ran. He left the forest and entered the Great Plain, heading straight for the central tree in the distance. He increased the speed of his legs even more. The monsters in the area noticed him and gave chase, but they couldn't keep up. The white rabbit left them all in the dust. Several large shadows blocked his path. A group of medium-sized, two-legged insect monsters called mad beetles stood firm. Firebolt! Belle shouted as he extended his right arm with his palm open. Beams of flame erupted from his palm the instant Belle's voice burst from his throat. A second later, Belle blasted through the hole in the mad beetle's formation and continued straight ahead. I found it! Belle shouted in his mind as he saw a large blue crystal that reached all the way to the ceiling as it made its way through the trees. The central tree was east of the crystal, which served as a reference point and was directly in front of it. He's here, Mord. An adventurer hidden in the shadow of one of the last remaining trees saw the boy and called him towards the crystal. Belle stopped. The adventurer who emerged from behind the blue glass was none other than the person he had bumped into in Riviera. Mord. That was fast, little rookie. Rio. Mord. Where is Hestia-sama? Belle asked. Your goddess was nothing but bait to lure you in, brat. We haven't done a damn thing to her. After all, who would be stupid enough to hurt a god? They can hold a hell of a grudge, Mord said. Belle's eyes sharpened. He was his true target. Why, what do you want with me? Belle asked, a smile spreading across his face as he already knew where things were headed. You must have some idea. You really can't be that stupid, can you, record holder? Mord growled angrily. Belle simply sighed. All this was merely the envy of the adventurers. He had already been told that it could happen, and at least he was relieved that they wouldn't do anything to his goddess. Did you come alone? Mord asked. Yes, Belle replied simply. Is that so? Well, I brought a little insurance just in case. Mord laughed. High-class adventurers emerged from behind the trees and under the grass. There were too many for Belle to count, at least 20 in total. Mord's group moved to surround Belle. You have nothing to worry about. They won't touch you. Follow me, Mord said while giving Belle a small signal. Mord led Belle to a small plateau. The surface was almost perfectly smooth, with a circular area slightly raised above the rest. Around 7 meters in diameter, it was undoubtedly a stage designed for an audience. Get up here now, Mord ordered. Once again, Belle did as he was told. Mord followed closely behind. The group of adventurers surrounded the stage, and now the fun begins. We'll have a duel, Mord said. Belle shrugged and nodded. Since that day at the bar, Mord's HP hadn't increased. Belle could knock him out with one blow, so it was normal for him to be somewhat confident. And the pathetic loser will have to do whatever the winner tells him. When I win, I'll take all your good-looking equipment and sell it, Mord said with a big smile. The winner would take everything from the loser. Belle needed a moment to process that archaic and violent rule. New mission available. Baptism. Description: defeat Mord in battle. Reward 20,000 XP, Hades Head, Mystery Skill Development, Observation Assessment. If you fail, serious injuries, loss of all your equipment. You accept? Yes, no. Okay, if I win you'll let my goddess go and I'll keep all your equipment, Belle said. Sure. If you win, Mord River. The stage surface was covered with dirt and small pieces of glass. The imposing shape of the large blue crystal wasn't too far away. Belle and Mord took their places in the center of the stage, drawing their weapons from the sheaths at their waists. The types of weapons they carried offered clues to the combatants' fighting styles. With the Hestia dagger in his right hand and Ushiwakamaru in his left, Belle fought with a combination of high speed and an overwhelming barrage of slashes. The crowd of adventurers around the stage began to hiss and shout as Belle assumed a defensive stance. As for Mord, he slowly drew a greatsword that was strapped to his back. The longsword was still at his waist. He rested the gigantic sword on his right shoulder and put his left hand behind his back. Then he laughed. Dark and evil, his eyes flashed at Belle. This is a show where I'll kick your ass, Mord laughed as he swung the massive weapon towards the ground. The force of the impact was enough to shatter the stage, as well as raise a cloud of dust and dirt. Belle felt the ground tremble through his boots as Mord disappeared from sight. The dust cloud soon dissipated, but Belle couldn't believe what he was seeing. The greatsword was still stuck in the ground, but Mord had vanished. Belle quickly scanned the audience to see if he was trying to sneak up behind him using them as cover, but Mord wasn't there. He looked up at the ceiling, but there was still nothing there. Suddenly, he felt a blow to the right side of his head. Something the size and shape of a fist was swinging from the right side of his head. Belle's head didn't move a single millimeter from the blow. Everyone had heard the loud noise produced by the impact, but Belle hadn't suffered any damage. Belle closed his eyes for a moment as he devised a plan. He couldn't see his opponent. Throwing punches left and right would only exhaust his stamina, so for now, staying still was his best option. The white-haired man crossed his arms and sighed. All the spectators could hear the sound of the blows and see the small shock waves, but the white-haired man was completely unharmed. The fight continued in the same way for about 5 minutes, during which Bell remained still with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. By this point, Bell had grown tired and clenched his teeth in frustration. His annoyance did not lie in the blows he was receiving, but in the sorrow, malice, and hostility of the people. Bell had never seen anything like it before. Not once had he been caught in a whirlwind of hatred and jealousy. This was the first time he had faced the darkest side of humanity. Mockery and insults were hurled at him from all directions, along with cheerful laughter and piercing stares. It was the baptism of fire of an adventurer. This was part of being an adventurer, a rite of passage. Now this is what an adventurer did. Wine and women, riches and titles were required to make a bandit team. The spectators had not yet lost hope of Mord's victory and shouted at the top of their lungs to encourage him, who continued to throw punches without any effect. Bell and Mord's completely one-sided duel was surrounded by an excited ring of adventurers shouting at the top of their lungs. Two pairs of eyes watched the spectacle created by the bandits from a safe distance. "You have vulgar taste. Do you really find this kind of fight interesting to watch?" said a woman with blue hair. "How harsh, Isfi, you are very harsh," said the god Hermes with feigned pain. "You said you wanted to see bellcranel's power with your own eyes. Did you come all the way here just to see something like this?" Isfi said, annoyed. "Actually, I was hoping to see him fight a floor boss, but that didn't work out very well," Hermes said. A shadow of disappointment filled Hermes' orange eyes as he watched Bell literally stand motionless while receiving every blow without taking any damage. "Going out of your way to give them my helmet, informing all those adventurers I'm starting to think you have some resentment against him," Isfi said wearily. "Oh, I'd call it tough love," Hermes said calmly. "It's impossible to call that love. I speak with a hint of annoyance. Now listen to me. Sooner or later, the adventurers would show their true colors to Bell. You said it yourself, he wasn't very well liked, right? Bell was naive, and at this rate, he would eventually encounter something much crueler. Vulgar or not, I wanted him to understand that side of humanity," Hermes said, justifying his actions. Isfi remained silent at the level of tolerance and acceptance of all types of people by her god. Hermes not only told them a way to isolate Bell, but he had also provided them with a magic item that would allow them to avoid any kind of entanglement with the Sword Princess. He had even asked them to entertain him with a show. This might have gone too far to be a simple test for Bell, but perhaps it was exactly what he was hoping for. "However, while I can't deny that I'm enjoying this on some level, I've done something terrible to Hestia." Hermes spoke again, overacting. "What if the boy falls here?" Isfi said, stating a possibility, although for her it was difficult to see that boy die from something like that. "So I didn't have what was needed, that's all," Hermes said simply. Hermes did not take his eyes off the fight, even while answering Isfi's questions without hesitation. Isfi gave a big sigh before turning to look at her god. "That kid is not normal. I estimate that power at a level 4 in terms of attack and a level 5 or higher in defense. The Valiant and Vanguard are not easy opponents to face, and he stood in a one-on-one fight with both of them. He came out injured but nothing serious. I probably would have died in his situation," explained Isfi. "Where do you want to go?" Hermes asked. "I will not be responsible for the repercussions," Isfi said as she turned her gaze back to the fight. "What worries you so much?" Hermes laughed before turning his gaze to the fight. Hermes' calm gaze was briefly terrified. "Our entire faction could very well be wiped out by that boy if he so desired," Isfi said with a sigh. "Come on, Isfi, you're exaggerating," Hermes said nervously. "You just saw it," Isfi said simply. "Come on, there's no way he'll find out we're involved," Hermes said with a smile. "The helmet," Isfi replied simply. Hermes' smile faded for a moment before returning. "Come on, you sell a lot of items and they all have Perseus's signature." "I'm talking to Hermes." "You took my helmet off without warning," Isfi said wearily. "So it's not like I have your name," Hermes said with a smile. Isfi just shrugged. "It doesn't have your name on it, does it?" Hermes asked with concern. "That item is very common in our family and you know it. Before it was common for whoever lost or broke theirs to take someone else's. They were all identical, no one could tell the difference. To prevent this and make those idiots take better care of what I give them, I made it a rule that they had to put their names on them or personalize them so they could distinguish them and no one could take someone else's. I'm no exception." "You should have told me so I could take the label off," Isfi explained. Hermes paled before attempting to smile. "I found them," Wendy said, turning to look behind her. There were 3 people behind him. Auka, Mikoto, and Chigusa with her backpack, all running quickly through the grass in the forest to meet him. Moving as a group, they analyzed their surroundings and approached. "The Loki familia really left us," Auka said with a sigh. "We will consider our options after we have safely recovered Beldono and Hestia-sama," Mikoto said. Mikoto and Auka exchanged words as they equipped themselves with short bows and arrows from Chigusa's backpack. "Just a heads up, guys, I'm pretty useless against really strong people. All I can do is seal their magic," Wendy said. Auka nodded to Wendy before joining Mikoto behind the root of a large tree. The 4, ready to fight, approached the battlefield, but everyone stood motionless as their eyes focused on the battle that was unfolding. "Hey, what's going on?" Hestia shouted with great preparation as the sounds of battle reached her ears. She realized it wasn't just a confrontation but something much, much bigger. The sound of clashing swords and tiny vibrations through the trees was more than enough to make her tremble with fear. I had a bad feeling that this had something to do with the lesson Mord had planned for Belle. Something bad was happening to her, she knew it. Struggling against the ropes on her wrists and ankles, she desperately tried to get answers from the men Mord had left behind. "Aw, sounds like they're having fun. Damn it, I want to go see." "Hey, don't ignore the gods, that's an order," Hestia shouted angrily. The two adventurers who were sitting on the ground on either side of Hestia just stared at her. "Who's there?" Hestia looked left and right in rapid succession as the adventurers suddenly stood up. They quickly detected movement in the thick bushes just beyond their hiding place. Two long, white ears emerged as a rabbit poked its face out from behind the leaves. "Be Belkun," Hestia said doubtfully. "Of course not." "An almurej, huh, it gave me a fright." The rabbit monster shook its head from side to side, its red eyes scanning the surroundings before it leaped out of the bushes. Holding a honey cloud in its tiny hands, it hopped quickly across the area and disappeared from sight as if searching for more fruit. One of the adventurers sighed in relief but then suddenly frowned. "Wait a second, why is there an almurej on the 18th floor? That particular rabbit monster only appeared on the 13th and 14th floors of the dungeon." Monsters tended to attack anything they perceived as a threat, including other monsters. So how could an almurej, a rather weak monster, make it all the way to the 18th floor on its own? The adventurer couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. He moved away from Hestia and went towards the place where the rabbit had disappeared when suddenly, something struck him in the chest. Honey-colored fluids trickled down the front of his armor. He glanced at his ally. The man had been hit on the head with the same thing. The moment they both realized they had been hit by the fruit, the ground shook as a tree collapsed behind them. They both turned around slowly to find three bugbears all drooling with hunger. UWAH. UWAH. The three monsters howled in unison and fixed their eyes on the fruit-covered adventurers. They were searching for the honey cloud but suddenly began to run when the adventurers rushed off in the opposite direction. The bugbears gave chase, leaving Hestia alone, blinking in confusion. Almurej returned to the clearing and stopped in front of her. "Ooh. I taste horrible, so don't eat me," Hestia screamed. "The echo is the signal of midnight." The voice came from inside the monster's body. Hestia watched in shock as the magic was released. "Even monsters could get sick if they tried to eat you." Hestia-sama spoke a voice very familiar to Hestia. "Helper-kun," Hestia shouted happily. A cloud of gray ash surrounded the white-furred rabbit. As soon as the cloud cleared, there was no monster, only Lily in its place. She had deceived the adventurers using her magic Cinderella, which allowed her to transform her body into anything she could clearly imagine, even monsters. The technique that had served her so well during her days as a thief had enabled her to lure monsters upon her adversaries. "Are you alone?" "No, that's not important. How did you find me?" Hestia exclaimed happily. Lily was with Wendy-sama until she discovered her just before finding Belle-sama. "Lily found this place because of the perfume you wore this morning," Hestia-sama, Lily said. Since someone had taken Hestia against her will, it was most likely that she was being held hostage. Lily had connected the dots, separated from the main group, used her magic to transform into a monster, and rescued the captured goddess. She found the bottle of perfume Hestia had bought in Riviera among the scattered vials. The scent led her straight to Hestia. Lily's magic can copy physical forms as well as the target's basic characteristics. Lily can't obtain anything stronger than her own state, but copying an innate sense of smell is possible, Lily explained. That shape-shifting magic is very convenient." Hestia exclaimed happily. Her new dependence magic had been blocked for a day until she managed to increase her magic to 1. Although she currently had less than 5 magic points, it was more than enough to activate it since she used her own MP thanks to Belle's ability. Lily approached Hestia and gave a somewhat wicked smile. "Hestia-sama, how will you explain to Belle-sama that you disobeyed him and bought that perfume?" Lily said as she took out a small bottle. Hestia felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. "I'm a lady, I can't smell bad, it's so Belkun doesn't think I smell bad, it's all justified," Hestia explained while trying to justify herself. "How long will Belle-sama not speak to you?" "A day, a week, a month perhaps, after all you betrayed his trust," Lily laughed. Hestia clenched her teeth in anger. "I'll charge you for my silence later, now we must go see Belle-sama," Lily said as she cut Hestia's bonds with a knife. Hestia had barely been restrained when she ran away. Lily, for her part, left at a slower pace. How distrustful Belle-sama would never lose against those adventurers. He defeated them with one blow last time and now he is much stronger, Lily said with a sigh as she walked. "In fact, if it weren't for that mistake, I would have beaten a level 5 adventurer," Lily murmured as she recalled an explanation Belle gave them after their fight against Bite, where he told them the reason for the drastic change in Bite's strength, and how for some reason he wouldn't let her take Bite out of party. Belle sighed in boredom. Then he threw a punch with his right fist. The punch hit something he didn't know what it was, but it made contact. Mord, in contrast, wobbled a little but didn't fall thanks to Bell having deactivated his AF and reduced his ATK to 10. Mord launched an attack on Bell, but as before, his attack was useless. This time, however, a kick hit him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and leaving his vision blurred. How can you see me? Mord spoke with difficulty. Bell couldn't see it. Mord's aura of fury and confusion filled the air around the stage. Bell couldn't see him, and yet she was staring directly at him. It wasn't really the man's aura that Bell was sensing, but the intensity of his eyes. Just like the intense gaze of another, the feeling of being judged. For the past 2 months, Bell had noticed a certain pair of silver eyes always following him. The feeling of being watched had heightened his senses considerably. He didn't know who it was, but it would strike without warning, making him jump. His sensitivity had increased dramatically after feeling her caress his shoulders so many times. Mord's malicious gaze was like a beacon, just like the 2 pairs of eyes looking down at him from the trees. Bell could feel them all. He knew the enemy's eyes were watching. He knew where they were looking from. He could see where his enemy was. The fact that Mord was invisible was irrelevant. It was the intensity of his eyes that gave him away. Bell, in a burst of speed, appeared in front of where Mord should have been and delivered a downward blow towards him, the blow impacting Mord's stomach. What the hell? Rot in hell, you bastard. Mord growled as he felt his consciousness leave him. Bell, feeling his fist strike Mord's stomach, brought his hand to where Mord's head should be and placed it there. He intended to interrogate Mord for information, but as soon as he grabbed Mord's head and applied force to supposedly lift him, Mord removed a strange helmet and at that same instant became visible. Bell examined the helmet and noticed something that caught his attention. Property of Asphial Andromeda, Perseus. At this, Bell squatted down and smiled. Hey, where did you get this? Bell asked, smiling. If he had stolen it, he would suffer greatly. Under Mord's intense gaze, he paled. Hermes gave it to me, Mord said. Bell raised an eyebrow. I swear he said he wanted entertainment, Mord said. Bell clicked his tongue before throwing a kick that hit Mord in the face, knocking him unconscious. You have completed your mission. The white-haired man ignored the notification. At that moment, he felt a great rage coursing through his veins. He gripped his helmet in annoyance as he tried to calm his anger, and several cracks appeared on it. Hermes had been complicit in all of this, and Bell was furious. The white-haired man was equally certain of this. At his current level of perception, he could see through lies and knew that Mord wasn't lying. Bell turned to look in the direction from which he'd sensed several gazes, and as he did, he saw the blonde god. Tightening his grip, Bell smashed the helmet to pieces in his hand, and to preserve the evidence, he added the piece labeled Asphi along with several others to his inventory. Although Bell didn't know it at the time, Hermes trembled slightly and took a step back, almost falling off the branch where he was standing. When Mord had fallen defeated, Bell could hear the cries of disgust from the adventurers. Come on, it was a fair fight. If you have any complaints, let's settle things right here, Bell said with a smile. Don't get arrogant, Brat, shouted several adventurers as they launched themselves at Bell. Bell, for his part, smiled as he increased his ATK to 30. A first adventurer launched a downward slash with his sword, a slash that Bell easily dodged before launching a direct blow to the adventurer's mouth, causing him to fall backward with his mouth full of blood and consciousness leaving his body. A second adventurer rushed toward Bell, brandishing a large axe. The white-haired man used a move he had recently learned. He stepped forward with his right foot, and using his strength propelled himself forward, then delivered a powerful kick to the adventurer's stomach with his left leg. The adventurer was sent flying and landed on top of 2 others. Bell made use of great footwork while dodging most of the attacks he received. Several cuts had been made on his person and consequently had torn his clothes. His DF was limited to his body. It did not help his equipment. Said equipment had withstood blows from higher-level adventurers since they were blows, and were not cutting. Although in said confrontations he did not wear his armor, so it had not been dented. I must ask Wendy for a more complete suit of armor, thought Bell as he savored a kick to the temple of an adventurer. He was used to attacking with great speed and using his daggers. His fitan was only used when his usual fighting style was not optimal, but so far he had always ended up with his clothes torn in the parts where there was no armor. An adventurer wielding a longsword slashed at Bell's neck, but his blade shattered upon impact. Taking advantage of his opponent's surprise, Bell twisted his body and delivered a direct blow to the adventurer's stomach. When a weapon is repeatedly hit against a target with a higher DF than the ATK it provides, it will eventually break. The same applied to attacking. Bell could not freely use Ushiwakamaru for this reason. If he hit using all his ATK, he could end up breaking the weapon. While Bell dodged several attacks, a wizard finished his enchantment and cast a spell that hit Bell directly. Unfortunately for the wizard, Bell's DM was superior to the AM of his spell, so Bell suffered no damage. Bell shifted his gaze to the wizard and suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed the wizard by the head, and then using his strength forced the wizard's head down as he raised his knee, causing them both to collide. The poor wizard, when Bell's knee hit his face, ended up with a broken nose and teeth. Although they were at a total disadvantage and their numbers continued to decrease, they still continued to attack Bell. Bell, for his part, tried to get as much battle experience as possible from this fight. He had almost never fought against adventurers, much less in such a large group, so this experience was beneficial for Bell. The white-haired man threw a punch at an adventurer who tried to protect himself with a shield. Unfortunately, Bell's fist shattered his shield and struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to fall backwards and hit the ground hard due to the force of the impact. And it was right at that moment that Wendy, Aoka, Mikoto, and Chigusa arrived to help Bell. The four of them were astonished by the latest event and lost the ability to move as they continued to watch Bell fight against the adventurers. Similarly, shortly after the arrival of Wendy, Mikoto, Chigusa, and Aoka, Ryu arrived having a bad feeling. For Ryu, this was the second or perhaps third time he'd watched Bell fight without doing anything, more than just observing. Hestia and Lily finally arrived at the place where Bell's fight against the adventurers was taking place. On one side, Hestia watched in horror as a large number of blows impacted Bell's body, whose upper clothing was already destroyed, leaving only some parts of his armor. On the other hand, Lily watched this with complete calm. At first glance, she could see that Bell didn't have a single scratch. None of those adventurers could hurt him. There was no reason to worry. Hestia felt panic and a bit of fury when she saw Wendy's group standing around doing nothing and just watching. Lily had planned to ask Wendy how the fight had been so far. It must have been interesting, or so she thought. "Stop this now," Hestia shouted. Everything fell silent. Even Mord, who had just gotten up a few moments ago, and Bell froze in place with their fists raised and stared in the direction from which the voice came. Standing there for all to see was Hestia. Lily stood beside the little goddess as she gazed out at the battlefield. "Bellcun, everyone, I'm fine. This battle is pointless. All of you retreat," Hestia ordered. Bell sighed and slowly let his arms fall. Wendy's group looked towards Hestia for a few moments before turning their gaze back to Bell. Meanwhile, Mord's rage showed no signs of abating. The veins in his face throbbed and he turned to face his allies who were at a loss for what to do. "The words of a goddess mean nothing. Finish them off, all of them," Mord shouted, only now noticing the presence of Wendy and the others. Most of the high-class adventurers were on the ground, writhing in pain from Bell's blows, but they had come so far there was no turning back. The adventurers got to their feet as Mord turned to face Bell and prepared to charge at him. However, "You're going to stop," Hestia shouted. The whole floor seemed to fall silent with those words. The air was strangely still. Mord and all the other adventurers froze as if restrained by invisible chains. The color drained from their faces, and many pairs of eyes were fixed on Hestia. They were speechless at the power emanating from the expressionless goddess. That was the power that made the people of the underworld bow before the gods. They had no choice but to lower their heads before a being from the celestial realm of the gods. Hestia unleashed her divine power not for her own benefit, but to prevent the children from hurting each other. "Lower your weapons," Hestia ordered. Bell gave a big sigh. This will not bring anything good, Bell thought as he remembered that Hestia had told him to keep his divine aura to a minimum, and now she had released it even more than before. Mord and his adventurers could only grunt and groan as they retreated, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emitted by the goddess's blue eyes. One of the high-class adventurers turned and ran, then a second and a third followed. The others saw them and considered their options. Suddenly, they all began a full retreat. "W8 idiots," Mord shouted as he tried to stop the other adventurers, although after his shout it wasn't long before he joined them. A different kind of calm filled the forest as if the storm had passed. "Bellcun, are you okay?" Hestia said as she threw herself into Bell's arms. Bell, for his part, greeted Hestia with a blow to the head. "What did I tell you about putting yourself in danger? You should have stayed by Lily's side until it was all over," Bell said with a sigh. "But they were hurting you," Hestia spoke. "Do you see any wound on me? Am I so weak that I'd end up hurt by something like this?" Bell said, extending his arms. Hestia could see it. There was no wound, no bruise, no cut, only dust on him and some blood, but it certainly wasn't his trap ability, Hestia thought. Hestia gave a slight nod as she continued to examine Bell from head to toe. He had changed so much. He looked slightly taller, perhaps he had grown a few centimeters. His body was more toned, his abdomen and pectorals were now fully defined, along with the muscles in his arms which were visible even without the white-haired man exerting any effort. Hestia gave a small smile as she accepted her mistake. She had worried too much. The battle was already over, so. The ground beneath his feet shook. No, the whole floor was shaking. An earthquake? Asked a confused Chigusa. "No, this is," Mikoto said seriously. "Is the dungeon shaking?" Aoka continued with a seriousness equal to Mikoto's. The vibrations became more intense. "This is a bad tremor," Ryu murmured. Bell realized it the moment those words left Ryu's lips. An irregular was about to occur, and that was a warning sign. All the features of the 18th floor seemed to shudder around them. Then in the next moment, something above them cast a huge shadow across the stage. "What the hell is that?" Wendy asked no one in particular as she looked up. A bad omen had come true. A cold wind accompanied by a great silence swept through the entire 18th floor. Hestia looked at heaven with great concern. Hermes simply gave a very nervous smile. Belle sighed wearily. Everyone was speechless when a great roar was heard throughout the 18th floor. A monster Rex had been born in a safe zone. An irregular had made its presence known. They all paled and trembled before a few began to flee. This concludes Chapter 1, Chapter 15. The first rabbit to be a hero. The entire ceiling of the 18th floor was covered with millions and millions of panes of glass, each one providing light. The largest of them, the floor's sun, had something inside, something big, something moving. Part of him was reflected across the entire surface of the massive white crystal as if he were inside a giant kaleidoscope. He was blocking the light source. Every movement he made cast shadows across the vast landscape. Like the others, Belle had noticed the object inside the crystal and stared at it intently as an even greater tremor shook him. All the adventurers present on the stage assumed a defensive stance, their hands reflexively reaching for their weapons. Entonces crack appeared. It continued to move inside the glass, but a thick line had appeared on the surface of the glass itself. A crack, a monster, screamed a terrified Lily. That's impossible. This is a safe zone. Mikoto shouted. Several pieces of glass fell, glittering in the sky as they hit the ground. The black thing inside the glass was doing more than just moving. It was punching and kicking from the inside. The figure seemed to grow larger with each passing moment. Oh, come on, no way. This is my fault, Hestia said dejectedly. Completely ignoring the stares of the people around her, Hestia did not take her eyes off the ceiling. Was I noticed? Hestia murmured to herself. Belle, who had managed to hear this last part, sighed with utter exhaustion. No, this is not Hestia's fault, Hermes said. Hermes watched the entire ground continue to tremble from his position at the top of the tree. Hermes-sama, what did you do this time? Isfi said wearily. Of course, none of my little hobbies could trigger something like this, Hermes said. Isfi's lack of faith in his god came through in his voice as he vented all his frustration with the full force of his lungs. Hermes, however, kept his eyes fixed on the black shadow inside the crystal. Ah, Uranus, have you been listening to the prayers? I didn't hear anything about this, Hermes said, annoyed. Hermes' eyes narrowed in frustration. He was so upset by his situation that he practically spat the words out of his mouth. Stop ignoring me and please tell me what's going on. What is that thing? Isfi shouted. Out of control, I'd say. And for some reason, it's more sensitive than usual. And it's noticed our presence, Hermes said. Hermes, once again ignoring the confused Isfi who was on the verge of panic, continued speaking in a low voice almost to himself. The dungeon hates it, you see. It hates the fact that the gods come here. Hermes spoke to no one in particular. Hermes continued staring at the ceiling despite Isfi's suspicious glances. She opened her mouth to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by another loud creaking sound. The monsters lurking in the forest chose that moment to roar toward the sky. The sound of their ferocious howls mingled with the crashing sound from above and echoed throughout the landscape. Isfi, go to Riviera and ask for reinforcements, Hermes spoke. Reinforcements, you don't say. We'll have to fight that thing, we won't run away, Isfi asked in a panic. It certainly looks that way, Hermes said. Hermes let his words fade away. A moment later, a new series of echoes joined the chorus from the south. A landslide. Isfi's head turned in that direction. The pupils of her eyes narrowed behind her glasses. The tunnel, our only escape route, is blocked. I don't think he wants to let us escape, Hermes spoke. I've got it. If I don't get out of this alive, I'll haunt you until the end of time, Hermes-sama. Isfi said wearily. Isfi threw herself out of the tree with reckless abandon. Hermes watched her go, his shoulders slumping in sympathy for her plight. He looked up at the ceiling again once she was out of sight. The cracks grew, spreading like a spiderweb of lightning. Shower of glass fragments fell to the ground. The thing pushed its face out of the top of the glass, shaped like an open lotus flower with a thunderous rumble. Hermes watched in amazement, frozen in place before displaying a grudging smile. Yes, that's a floor manager, Hermes said with a nervous smile. The monster pushed its face out of the bottom of the badly damaged glass. It was almost as if a severed head had been placed on the ceiling of the 18th floor. However, this head was definitely more alive. Its enormous eyes watched everything that moved as it looked down from above. Its shoulders and chest burst forth with another explosion of glass shards shooting in all directions. With most of its torso now exposed, it opened its gigantic jaws. A thunderous roar shook the entire floor. The otherworldly monster, a Goliath that surpassed the 17th floor version in every way, was born in the dungeon's safe zone. The Goliath smashed his fists against the glass until his legs began to emerge and gravity took over the rest. It plummeted to the ground like a black meteor, surrounded by glittering shards of glass, large enough to engulf any human in its path. Turning its feet downward mid-flight, the beast landed with a resounding crunch directly above the central tree. The resulting shockwave was deafening. The tree's roots were crushed beneath the monster's weight. In fact, the trunk was pushed halfway underground as the colossal tree bent under the giant's weight. Shards of glass were not far behind, slicing through trees and tall grass across the plains, embedding themselves in the ground. The blue sky was gone. The crystal that supplied the most light to the floor, the one Goliath had simply shattered, had lost its brilliance. A blanket of darkness descended upon the 18th floor. What remained of the broken crystal glowed faintly amidst the sea of blue glass. An unnatural night with a full moon had dawned. An irregular Rex monster was standing in the middle of it all. The monster slowly raised its head as it climbed down from the tree. The people with the best view of the arrival of the Goliath were Mord and his group of adventurers. They were running away from the edge of the eastern forest and toward the plains. Unfortunately for them, they were heading toward the central tree when the first crack sounded. The Goliath on the 17th floor had ash-colored skin. This one was pure black with blood-red eyes. He leaned over Mord without blinking. Everyone in Mord's group had been waiting for another group to defeat the floor boss on the 17th floor to gain safe passage. Fighting this new beast was not an option. The group scattered in all directions, desperately trying to escape. What the hell is that? A black Goliath. Bell squinted as he looked at the immense black Goliath. Even from that distance, Bell realized that this Goliath was much more agile and powerful than the one he had encountered on the 17th floor. That monster was probably sent to kill me, no, sent to kill the gods who came here, Hestia spoke. The dungeon had detected the presence of the gods and had sent that monster specifically to assassinate them. In the midst of the sepulchral silence, a great bang was heard. When everyone realized what had happened, they could see Hestia lying on the ground with a large bump on her head. Bell picked up a stone from the ground and out of nowhere produced a piece of paper which he tied to the stone and then threw it into the void, according to several people. I told you not to do anything to harm the adventurers of this city, and now there's a monster Rex here, Bell said with a sigh of annoyance. Forgive me, Hestia said as tears streamed down her face. Bell stared at the incredibly large monster before sighing. Thanks to observation having evolved into analysis, he could now see and know the weaknesses and strengths of his enemies. Goliath Negro, HP 400-400.
ITK 50. IF 0. DIF 30. IM 0. DIAMS 30.
Skills/magic. Regeneration. Using magical power, the monster can regenerate from wounds. Only attacks that exceed its HP can bypass this ability. Likewise, for every 100 points of damage it receives, it will lose 1 point of HP. Roar can unleash a ferocious roar that will drive all monsters wild and enhance its abilities. It can also be used as a sonic blast. Seismic Strike. When it receives considerable damage, its self-defense will activate and launch a colossal 150 ATK strike. Bell stared blankly for a moment. What to say in this situation?
Respuesta ingeniosa.
A. Today is a great day to die. B. Here I come, St. Peter. C. Rodway. D. They'll kill us all. They'll kill us all. Bell stared blankly as he looked at the black Goliath. Damn dude, Bell said with a face of total shock at the Goliath's characteristics. The ceiling had lost its white light, casting a dark blue curtain over the entire 18th floor. The adventurers gathered in the central square of Riviera could see everything from the top of the island in the middle of the lake. What the hell is that? A colossal dark figure was running across the center of the floor, chasing something. Although they couldn't see what it was, they could clearly hear the harrowing screams from their position by the cliff beside the central plaza. An irregular of that magnitude had never been encountered on this floor. Riviera's adventurers were known for their ability to protect themselves, but none of them knew how to react to this. They all just stood there watching. Boris, are you here? Andromeda, where on earth did you come from? Swift feet, straight from heaven. That doesn't matter right now. Boris, tell the adventurers to pick up their weapons. We're going to kill that thing. Isfi's voice was filled with desperation as she pleaded with the strongest man in Riviera, the owner of the Riviera Exchange. The enormous man wore a patch over his left eye. He, however, wasn't very enthusiastic about the proposal and took a step toward the girl. Kill it. Don't be an idiot, Andromeda. And who said our arsenal of weapons should be wasted killing that thing? We'd better get our asses out of here. Boris said. Escape is not an option. The south cliff wall has collapsed, so it's impossible to leave this floor. Isfi said. The big man did not take kindly to his impertinence. However, his good eye happened to notice a cloud of dust rising from the south. His neck slowly turned, his jaw dropping further and further as he began to grasp the situation. We'll buy ourselves some time then by doing what the prisoners do and digging our way out, Boris replied, a pathetic attempt at a joke. How long do you think it would take to remove enough stone to make the passage usable? Half a day, a full day. It'll be interesting to see if the adventurers can buy enough of that time you mentioned for you to clear the way, or if they'll all be wiped out first, Isfi said. He's just a Goliath. There's no need for us all to rush in there, Boris said nervously. Does he look like a mere Goliath to you? Isfi asked mockingly. Isfi looked towards the cliff, towards the black shadow rampaging under the cover of night. They could feel the impact of its powerful fists every time the Goliath struck the ground from this distance. Damn everything, Boris growled. The man's muscular shoulders drooped the moment Isfi finished his explanation. The Goliath turned again in the distance, accompanied by even more cries of pain and another tremor. All right, worms. You heard her. We'll eliminate that monster here and now. I'll personally make sure no coward ever sets foot in this city again. Boris shouted. All the adventurers in the square were frozen for a moment after Boris gave the order. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, each of them sprang into action. Equipping themselves with their best weapons, they left the city and rushed out onto the plain. Isfi watched as the stragglers finished their preparations and set off, while Rivera remained silent. He placed his hand on the railing above the cliff, watching them advance. "I guess I should start moving," Isfi murmured. Taking one last look at the giant, he placed his right foot on the railing and jumped. The great plain had become a hellish battlefield. Goliath followed each of his targets with a penetrating gaze. Physically, his body shape wasn't much different from that of an orc. Short but thick legs supported a torso that made up roughly 60% of his total height. Hunched forward, his long black hair flowed to the middle of his back. The Goliath's eyes kept darting from small shadow to small shadow as they circled beneath her. So she stopped looking. Instead, she focused her two blood-red orbs on the farthest shadows and bent down to the ground. A second later, the giant unleashed an explosion from his mouth. A roar and a sonic boom erupted from between its jaws. The explosion struck at the feet of the adventurer furthest from the Goliath. The man was caught off guard and couldn't even scream as he was thrown into the air along with large chunks of grass from the dungeon floor. That wasn't an ordinary howl used to inspire fear and intimidation. That was a magic attack that turned the Goliath's throat into a cannon. Its immense power and range made the Hellhound's fire breath seem childish by comparison. From the forest, from the plain, from the wetlands, every single monster lurking on the 18th floor began to move toward the Goliath. The adventurers broke out in a cold sweat as they watched various types of monsters emerge and surround them. Another wave of monsters arrived, cutting off possible escape routes, while growling and cackling at their prey. All the adventurers had no choice but to draw their weapons, but now the Goliath was moving again. It unleashed howl after howl, sending adventurers and monsters flying as it closed in on a particular target. The Goliath roared once more as he swung his fist downwards. However, another adventurer arrived on the scene as if riding a gust of wind. Ryu's cloak fluttered as he made his move. Taking advantage of the Goliath's blind spot, he leaped up from its side with incredible speed and buried his wooden sword squarely in its left knee with a powerful blow. Waves of pain coursed through the beast's leg as all the adventurers heard a loud crack. Aoka and Makoto arrived on the scene, trying to keep fear from showing on their faces as they passed through the panicked adventurers heading towards the giant. Axe and katana struck the same knee that Ryu had just attacked, but what happened next left them both speechless. A sharp pain shot through their wrists. Aoka's war axe shattered on impact, while Makoto's katana snapped in two. The beast's hide was stronger than their combined weapons. They didn't even leave a scratch. "Retreat now," Ryu shouted. Ryu's sharp command reached their ears just in time to snap them out of their daze and shock. Aoka and Makoto stared at their now empty palms before looking up into the blood-red pupils of Goliath's eyes. They were truly furious eyes. The giant twisted at the waist as he swung his massive right arm behind his back. His arm sliced through the air as he swept forward. Goliath's fist traveled halfway around his body before finally hitting the ground. Although Aoka and Makoto managed to dodge it at the last moment, the impact threw them into the air as they were blown backward by the wind in the wake of the giant's fist. But Goliath wasn't going to let things end like that. He took another step forward and opened his jaws. "Burn, blasphemous fire," Wendy shouted. The monster's head was caught in a huge explosion just before it let out a howl. Another roar from the giant was muffled as his face emerged from a cloud of ash and sparks, his mouth still spewing smoke. His eyes quickly found the cause of the explosion, Wendy and her anti-magic. A howl required magical power, that was what triggered it. The redhead stood on the plain not too far away, her eyes fixed on the beast's burned mouth when suddenly, Wendy's eyes widened as she saw what the beast had in store for her. The Goliath was already poised for another howl, and the young woman could see the magical power gathering inside its throat. Wendy waited for an impact that never came. The howl aimed at Wendy had failed. It was thanks to Ryu that she was still alive. He had climbed onto the giant's 7-meter-tall body and struck him on the back of the head to change the trajectory of the howl. He used his momentum to spin and deliver a blow directly to the giant's cheek before retreating to the ground. "It's strong and fast too. This isn't your average Goliath," Ryu whispered to herself, her brows sinking under her hood as the Goliath recovered in a moment. The Goliath that appeared on the 17th floor was around level 4. The Goliath she faced now was completely different from the one she and her former allies had killed countless times before. Its defense was strong enough to make even her hands go numb after the impact. It had the ability to use a howl, but above all, it had reflexes that belied its enormous size. This enemy had the potential to be LV5, Ryu thought. That was Ryu's conclusion. A feeling of dread and despair began to well up inside her as she tried to devise a plan of attack on her own. Backing down was pointless. The moment someone turned their back on him or lost the will to fight, they became a target. Ryu's years of experience and fighting instinct told him the same. With the weapon created from a sacred tree in her homeland, the wooden sword Alv's Lumina in her hand, the beautiful elf warrior decided to use a distraction tactic to lure the beast and repeatedly attack its legs. Ryu's LV. 4 attacks were powerful enough to inflict pain on the beast. She was even fast enough to avoid its gaze, becoming nothing more than a small shadow darting around the Goliath. The Goliath roared with rage, waving his arms around as if trying to kill a particularly annoying fly. About 100 meters south of where Ryu was fighting the Goliath, Mord and the other adventurers were involved in a widespread fight against large swarms of monsters. "Scott, Guile, where are you? Save me, please save me," Mord shouted. Mord was starting to panic, caught amidst the roars of monsters and the shouts of adventurers. He called out to his 2 best friends, but there was no answer. Mad beetles, bugbears, gun liberla, minotaurs, monsters from the middle floors of all kinds assaulted him with various combinations of claws and horns. He had somehow managed to dodge every blow and even counterattack with his broken sword up to this point, but the attacks kept coming from all sides. His mind was at its limit. Forward, backward, left, right, there was something trying to kill him no matter where he looked. The violent blow of a bugbear had struck his shoulder. The monster's claws tore the armor from his body and knocked the sword from his hands as he collapsed to the ground. With his back to the camera, he rolled over to protect his injured shoulder and looked up just in time to see 3 bugbears converging on him. Mord's consciousness began to contort with terror. Each of the 3 monsters' rock-like bodies was only a few centimeters away. He could see their hungry mouths opening, their sharp fangs gleaming in the gloom as they all lunged to grab a bite at the same time. But suddenly the bear's head exploded from an unknown projectile. A last-minute casual encounter is supposed to be with a pretty girl, not some ugly old guy. Mord grunted slightly to avoid laughing himself. He recognized the voice from a moment ago perfectly. "Why, you of all people?" Mord spoke. The boy was already onto his next target. Mord watched the back of the white head disappear into the chaos as those words spilled from his mouth. Bell managed to reach the place where the Goliath was just as Isfi and Ryu had been acting as a decoy for a few minutes. He would have arrived sooner if he hadn't stopped to help several adventurers. Bell leaned forward slightly before leaping to reach the height of the Goliath at the precise moment when the Goliath was about to launch an attack with its fist at Isfi. Bell intercepted the attack with his own fist, causing a massive shockwave. He had literally shattered Goliath's fist with his attack. That was exactly his plan, but just in case, Bell extended his hand and unleashed his firebolt magic right in the monster's face. Goliath was blinded for a moment by the great blaze, at which point Bell managed to touch the ground. Bell stood firmly and crossed his arms. He was fully prepared for what was coming. The Goliath barely managed to recover and stared intently at Bell. The white-haired man had been identified as the main enemy and the target to be killed first. Goliath threw a powerful punch that landed squarely, followed by another and another and another. Everyone stood motionless, speechless, unable to process what they were seeing. A childlike adventurer was enduring an endless barrage of blows, one of which had been more than enough to kill more than one adventurer. It was truly incredible, something admirable and impossible, so much so that nobody could move. "What are you waiting for, you morons? You'll congratulate that kid later, and we'll even build a bucking monument. Now get your asses moving and attack that damn monster." Boris was the first to react and immediately launched a massive attack, taking advantage of the gap in the Goliath's defense that Bell had created. The attackers relentlessly targeted the floor boss's legs in an effort to bring him down, or at least limit his mobility. Although they weren't able to wound the Goliath enough to keep him in one place due to his extremely thick hide, their attacks made the beast's movements clumsy and heavy. The wizards finished their enchantments just as a group of attackers were celebrating another successful attack. Front lines return, something big is coming. Ryu and the other attackers immediately retreated. Bell had led the Goliath through a small network of mages protected by barriers. The beast's blood-red eyes widened as it realized what was about to happen. Bell took a great leap and stepped out of the front line. Each of the wizards smiled, knowing there was no escape for their target now, and pushed their staffs upwards. New colors flashed across the battlefield. Magic circles glowed as wave after wave of magic struck the beast. Magic from every element continued to batter the monster. It was attacked by blossoming fireballs, followed by spear-like lightning bolts, all while being caught in massive tornadoes and pierced by a rain of thick, long shards of ice. A group of attackers equipped with magic swords added another round of flames to the haze of smoke and explosions that completely engulfed the Goliath's body. Lily, who had been loaned Ushiwakamaru along with Wendy, launched a devastating burst of fire directly at Goliath at that precise moment. Finally, the magical bombardment ceased. Everyone's ears rang as the echoes of the last explosion faded. Every pair of eyes was focused on the ball of smoke in the middle of the battlefield. A massive arm emerged as the smoke began to clear, but there was no hand attached. Then a badly damaged head and shoulders appeared, slumping forward. The Goliath's skin was torn to shreds, exposing bare muscle and spewing blood from every angle. A column of white smoke billowed from its mouth as the beast struggled to breathe, showing the extent of the damage it had sustained. The adventurer ranks roared in celebration. "Let's finish this, worms, Ada Aquine." All the attackers moved at once. They came from all sides, each vying to be the one to deliver the final blow. This time their target was Goliath's head. Bell narrowed his gaze. Black Goliath, HP 390-400. All those attacks together had only managed to take 10 HP points away from the Goliath. Bell clicked his tongue in annoyance. He would have to do something he didn't want to do. According to the other adventurers, Goliath should have been too badly wounded to move, and yet he raised his head. The wounds he had received were gone. Red points of light emanated from its body, specifically from its wounds. The adventurers watched in horror as the Goliath's skin regenerated before their eyes. The red points multiplied as all the damage was erased. Soon, all that remained on its body were scars. Goliath stood up with renewed vigor. "Self-regeneration," Isfi shouted in disbelief. Goliath recovered from his wounds at an astonishing rate and focused his eyes on the attackers who had rushed in first. "I really want that monument, and you'd better have a big reward for me for saving his life," Bell joked as they walked past Boris. "I'll be a wreck after this. Please someone carry my injured body, preferably a cute elf," Bell said as he looked at Ryu, who blushed under her mask. Bell took a great leap which propelled him with great speed straight towards the Goliath. The Goliath received a great impact and fell abruptly to the ground. The fight had moved several meters away from where the adventurers were, who remained as mere spectators. Bell raised his left forearm as he took a defensive stance and extended his right arm backward as several lights covered his hand. He was going to unleash a powerful blow and destroy Goliath in one fell swoop. If they could keep that monster in this area, it would be perfect, Bell thought. Goliath rushed forward at the sound of the bells spreading across the ground. Its roar was a much higher pitch than before, summoning all the monsters still alive in an instant. With its red glow now a few shades lighter, the beast fixed its gaze solely on the boy standing on the southern plain. Several adventurers took a while to head out and support Bell. Face, hands, shoulders, thighs, and back Ryu's wooden sword and Isfi's dagger struck every possible target with blinding speed. The Goliath's rage intensified as he roared in pain. Forgetting its original objective for the moment, the Goliath swung all its limbs around as if trying to swat the strongest mosquitoes in the world from the sky. It even used howls in an attempt to keep them at bay. Seeing the giant writhing desperately, Ryu began to chant an incantation. Distant sky above the forest. Stars without limits fixed in an eternal night. She continued her attack on the Goliath as the incantation flowed from her lips. A bewildered Isfi watched as the elf continued attacking the beast even faster than she could while focusing her magic. "Hear my faint voice and grant me the protection of starlight. Grant the light of mercy upon those who have abandoned you."
Simultaneous high-speed combat and magic, concurrent chant.
It would not be an exaggeration to say that magic required an enormous amount of concentration and verbal enunciation to be cast. High output power. The power of a spell was classified by the length of the incantation. The longer the incantation, the more powerful the magic. Therefore, all magicians had to remain in one place and focus all their attention on reciting their incantation. However, Ryu was reciting an incantation and attacking simultaneously. The slightest slip could result in a will-o'-the-wisp, and yet there she was, attacking, moving, dodging, and chanting at a dizzying pace. Even for a high-class adventurer like Isfi, that was extremely impressive. The amount of mental stamina and courage required to accomplish it was enormous, not to mention knowledge of hand-to-hand combat and rhetorical skill. Executing a fighting style that even the Sword Princess wouldn't dare attempt, Ryu maintained a powerful physical assault while continuing to chant her magic. Synchronized battle and singing. Mikoto murmured. Mikoto noticed what Ryu was doing and was just as fascinated as Isfi. The way the elf dodged the Goliath's enormous fists, flailing while continuing to attack with relentless force, was nothing short of the fierce winds of a hurricane. At the same time, the beauty and grace of her slender figure shook Mikoto to her very core. "What power?" murmured Mikoto. Mikoto could see that the elf warrior was far beyond her own strength. At first, she made her realize her own weakness, but then she showed her a level of power she could reach. Finally, she vowed that one day she would reach the same level and stand beside the elf as equals. She shook her head and glanced around. The adventurers around her were engaged in a spirited battle against the remaining monsters. Seeing their valor and courage, Mikoto rushed over to join the fight against the Goliath and help Ryu. If her own magic could help them, she could buy more time for Bell. She found a low spot on the plains and began to chant an incantation. Fear, strong and tortuous. He concentrated all his mental power into this attack. There was no point in holding anything back in continuing the fight. He poured everything he had into his incantation, uttering it loudly and steadily. "I call upon God, the destroyer of each and every one, for guidance from the heavens. Grant this trivial body divine power beyond power." The incantations of Mikoto and Ryu resonated through the air. Meanwhile, Goliath managed to get his knees under his body and began to straighten up. Whether he finally gained control of his anger or remembered what Bell was doing, the giant continued his advance across the vast plain. Isfi sarcastically told the beast in frustration that Ryu's magic wasn't ready yet. I don't want to use this in front of so many people, but, Isfi murmured. With a tone of resignation in his voice, he reluctantly bent down and stroked the sides of his sandals. Teleria, murmured Isfi. The golden wing decorations that were wrapped around the sides of each sandal shrank before coming to life. 2 wings for each sandal, 4 in total, unfurled as Isfi took flight. The Goliath tilted his head in disbelief as the girl flew past his face. Even Ryu and the other adventurers were momentarily stunned by the girl moving through the air. Winged sandals, Talaria. A high-level magic item reserved for Perseus herself. Long ago, the young queen of an island nation longed to soar through the skies so much that she used Enigma to create an item that made her dream a reality. With those 2 sandals firmly strapped to her feet, Isfi was only able to soar through the air. An item that leveled the playing field for flying monsters. Her white cape billowed behind her as she snaked around Goliath like a bird, faster and faster as she neared the giant's face. Holding his dagger in his left hand in a reverse grip, he made his move. The Goliath roared in pain as the dagger tore through one of his red eyes. Come, wind of winds, wandering traveler of the ages, through the skies, through the fields, faster than anyone, farther than all. Stardust light, tear my enemies to pieces. The Goliath held his injured eye with one hand and looked towards Ryu as the elf finished her enchantment. Ryu's thin eyebrows curved downwards at the motionless beast before he unleashed his magic. Luminous wind. Ryu shouted at the top of his lungs. Hundreds of tiny orbs surrounded by swirling green wind appeared around him. Thrusting his outstretched arms forward, the stardust crashed into the beast in a torrent of magical power and piercing wind. Each blow sliced a piece of the Goliath's hide, causing countless explosions of blood every second. It was a powerful kind of magic, very fitting for an elf, and it was pushing Goliath back. Goliath halted his retreat and pressed forward into the avalanche of stardust. Waves of red dots erupted from the monster's body, encasing it in a spiral of pulsating light. Its wounds healed as quickly as the remaining stardust orbs could open new ones, while the monster advanced toward Ryu and Isfi's position directly in front of her. Descend from the heavens, take possession of the earth. Oshinbutalse. The Goliath's arm extended in a direct course toward Isfi while his shoulder fell toward Ryu. That was the instant Mikoto's magic was complete. Futsu no Mitama. This time it was Mikoto who had shouted. A sword made of violet light appeared directly above Goliath's head and descended. At the same time, several lights similar to magic circles appeared on the ground, surrounding the giant. The sword of light pierced the giant's body, triggering a gravity cage around the beast. A force field descended from the sword's hilt to create a dome. The front edge of the field formed a barrier between the 2 women and the Goliath just before the monster's attacks could connect. Trapped inside the dome, the floor boss's outstretched right arm fell to the ground, closely followed by his knees. The Goliath groaned in pain as the ground beneath him collapsed under the pressure of Mikoto's magic. This was his trump card. Take Mikazuchi had forbidden him from using that magic within the enclosed spaces of the dungeon. His magic had the power to crush things within a certain area, drastically increasing the effect of gravity. The Goliath was being pulled lower and lower by the violet dome that held him prisoner. She had been reluctant to use it until now because she might have accidentally trapped the attackers and mages under the dome. Ryu and Isfi were clearly impressed to see the giant writhing. Mikoto's face contorted in pain, clutching her outstretched right arm with her left hand. The dome began to give way as the giant, who had literally been on the verge of being brought to his knees, slowly rose to his feet. The Goliath's body rose higher and higher, fighting against gravity with all its might. Mikoto focused all her mental power in a vain attempt to push the monster down. She wasn't strong enough. Goliath's power was far beyond hers. She didn't stand a chance. Goliath rose higher and higher, the force field deforming at the giant's will. And at the very moment Mikoto's magic gave way, a curious sound was perceived by everyone. Clank, 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 clank. Clank, 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 clank. It was the ringing of bells, a multitude of them accompanied by a strong white glow. Full charge, Bell murmured. 3 minutes, that's how long it currently takes Bell to fully charge the Argonaut. Cranel-san, muttered Ryu. Ryu was the first to notice him, followed closely by Isfi, and the rest of the adventurers participating in the battle against the monsters soon did the same. The same thing happened with the blood-red eyes of the giant towering above him. Goliath had remembered too late who his true enemy was. It can't be, Lion, get out of there, Isfi shouted. Asp gave the order to retreat as soon as he saw the lights around his right arm. Ryu hesitated only a moment before stepping out of the boy's line of fire. If you don't want to die, step aside, Bell shouted. Nobody was stupid enough to stay close. Everyone ran like lost souls. Even Ryu and Isfi left the area near the Goliath as quickly as possible. Bell extended his right hand as he watched the Goliath approach him with the intention of killing him. He threw a powerful downward punch that left a large crater on the 18th floor. Bell stopped the punch with his left forearm, although it was currently completely fractured. Bell didn't notice that. Bellcranel HP 25400. A small electric blue sphere began to form in Bell's palm. Bell's arm, not his whole body, had begun to tingle. This is going to hurt, Bell thought with a sigh before casting his magic. Electrosphre. Bell shouted as the small sphere grew to an enormous size before being fired. Everyone could see a gigantic sphere of a bright blue color with a white center shining throughout the place with a blinding light. When the sphere hit the Goliath, a white light covered the entire 18th floor. When the light disappeared, there was literally nothing left. The great tree, the entire forest, Goliath, everything had disappeared. There was only scorched stone. No one had words to describe what they saw. But when they saw the boy's figure, everyone shouted with joy and celebrated their victory with a loud shout. Cheers sounded a moment later. The adventurers surrounding the battlefield raised their fists triumphantly, embraced their allies, and shed tears of joy as they shouted at the top of their lungs. Flashes of silver light filled the area. They brandished their broken swords, spears, axes, and shields as their victory chant echoed throughout the 18th floor. The great plain shook with its sound waves that were too distorted to form words. Everything that had just happened in the dungeon felt like a lie in this moment of jubilation. The walls and ceiling were silent. There was no threat of new monsters appearing. The residents of Riviera celebrated alongside the adventurers of Mord, their faces flushed with excitement and joy. An attack with 960 ATK, what should I say to this? I guess I should shout something epic, thought Bell as he felt his legs weaken. Respuesta ingeniosa. As you nailed it, Fernando. B, that's being a barbarians. C, with honor until the end. D, not bad, kid. Bell gave a small laugh before coughing up blood. Her ruby-colored eyes lost their color as she lost her balance. For the spectators who had been celebrating, this was a drastic blow to their mood. They all fell silent and watched the boy's body fall slowly until it hit the ground with a thud. Belcayu and Hestia shouted, Bell Sama Grito Lily, Bell Grito Wendy, Bell San Ryu's scream. The four of them rushed to Bell's aid as soon as they saw him fall to the ground. Bell had lost consciousness. The way he did it was very shocking to the four women. His breathing and heartbeat were very slow and his eyes remained open, almost as if he had died or was about to. Bellcranel, HP 15400, everyone was silent when their new hero fell. What are you waiting for? Bring a stretcher, medicine, potions, anything. Boris shouted as he pushed an adventurer. We won't let the rabbit die. You look for potions, the three of you clean a large place and make a tent, and you get something soft where it's comfortable to sleep, Boris shouted as he gave orders. But move it. He shouted even louder. The designated adventurers nodded before dispersing to carry out their assignments. Glorious, exclaimed Hermes. Hermes was alone after Hestia left the southern supply base. Her orange eyes glowed as she watched Bell, who was being carried on a stretcher by three men. The god laughed as if intoxicated by the emotion swirling around him. These eyes have seen it. I, Hermes, have seen everything. Your grandson, your parting gift from this world. Hermes shouted. Hermes' fervor increased more and more as he called out to someone somewhere. He remembered the words of the boy's grandfather. The boy has guts. The boy has patience. However, he lacks serious character. Bell's grandfather had told him that the boy didn't have what it took. Have you lost your eyesight saying things like that? Would you still say that if you saw this? Hermes laughed. The god laughed to himself as he gestured towards the boy in the distance. Hermes threw his head back towards the sky, his mouth wide open, and laughed in a way that could be called insane. Rejoice, great Zeus-sama, your grandson is the real deal, the last hero your family left behind. Hermes shouted. Hermes' enthusiasm still did not diminish as he continued. Well, I'm no oracle, but I can't help it, Hermes said with great joy. Hermes gazed at the great plain filled with adventurers as if he were watching a play and shouted, It's coming, it's coming. A new era is dawning. It could be in 10 years, 5 years, 1 year, or even tomorrow, but something will happen in Aurario to mark the beginning of the new era. Exclaimed Hermes. It was his divine intuition. It had been a thorn in his side for some time. Seriously, has there ever been a better group of heroes living at the same time since prehistoric times? Hermes spoke to nothing. The brave Finn Damney, Nine Hells Riviera Eljas Alf, the warlord Otter, the sword princess Izu Wallenstein. It was hard to find a better collection of courageous individuals throughout all of history. Each of them had a level of character and strength that would rival the greatest heroes of all time, and they were all here at the same time. No, definitely not. With so many worthy children so close together, there's no way something huge couldn't happen. Exclaimed Hermes. Adding the little rookie into the equation, with his wasted potential at the peak of all the strength and power demonstrated by the others, Hermes' intuition became a firm conviction. And I will see it all, these eyes will watch them all as they carve their names in history until the day they die. Hermes spoke with great joy, his humanity, his praises, his joys. Hermes' vision of the future formed in his head as he watched the adventurers gather around the white-haired boy. The story they created, bound by the love of their gods, the myth of the family. Hermes spoke with a broad smile. It would become the final show, the most enchanting of charms, the pastime to end all pastimes. It was very exciting. Coming into this world was the best decision I've ever made. Hermes shouted. This concludes Chapter 1, Chapter 16, Back Home. The Black Goliath had been defeated, the city of Riviera had been saved, casualties were minimal, and the person responsible for this miracle was currently between life and death. The adventurers of Riviera might be swindlers, foul-mouthed, somewhat stupid and drunk, but they were not ungrateful, or at least most of them were not. Brat, how many potions do you need to wake up? Boris grumbled as he entered the shop where Belle was, carrying a small box full of potions. Boris had barely entered the store when he saw the city's new hero lying in a sleeping bag like a corpse, showing no signs of being able to get up. A large number of concerned people could be seen around him. Boris sighed before handing the small box to the boy's goddess. He had rarely seen the inhabitants of his city so committed to helping someone. They all took at least one potion from their personal supplies and gave it to the white-haired man. Everyone had witnessed this heroic display of power. Even he, who had seen first-class adventurers fight, was fascinated. Definitely an adventurer who only comes around once a century. It would be a waste to see him die in a situation like this. Perhaps he was the one destined to blind that old dragon completely, just like the hero Albert, who led an army of foul-mouthed, drunken mercenaries, and who, it was said, united all mercenaries under his banner with his great power and charisma. It would definitely be a tragedy to see him die before achieving something like that. With that in mind, Boris left the shop and went to continue observing the progress of the reconstruction. The world is often very cruel. He had once been told that death was an emptiness, a void with nothing, no smell, no sound, no light, nothing. Everyone will eventually end up in that fateful place, to wait for your memories to be erased, your soul to be cleansed, and to return to the cycle of reincarnation. This was his end. He was going to die. You want to be a hero? Let me tell you that a hero. Belle knew that voice, those words, that echo reminded him of them. Great, I've already started remembering my childhood. I'm really going to die, thought Belle with a bitter feeling. He is not someone capable of drawing a sword, or someone willing to raise a shield, or someone who heals others. That voice was one he had heard long ago, back when he was very young, words that shaped who he would become. Only someone who is willing to risk everything can be called a hero. Perhaps his grandfather was the one who was going to receive him in the afterlife. Protect your allies, rescue the damsels in distress, take risks. It's okay to break, to be discouraged, to cry out in pain. He who claims victory in the end always rises from the vanquished. He missed those moments, those days of his childhood when his grandfather would read him those stories about heroes. He remembered everything. The mercenary King Albert, the hero David, the legendary King Arthur, the hobbit goddess Fiona. He had read their stories, every single one of them. Even though he didn't find many of those stories, those books in Arario, he had read them. The true Perseus, the captain of the Athena Familia Medusa, the hero of the Far East Sasaki Kajiro, the greatest swordsman Miyamoto Musashi, the Argonaut hero, the dragon slayer Siegfried. He cut it all out, but he also remembered the words those smiling lips would say next. Go for your dream, shout it for all to hear, whoever does. Yes, that's the only one who will become a glorious hero, Belle said with a smile as he accepted death. Hey kid, do you plan on sleeping forever? Belle opened his eyes abruptly as he looked around. Standing before him was a young man with black hair. He wore a maroon scarf, light armor, and wielded a long sword. The man had a bright smile. Who are you? Belle asked. You could say I'm the doorman of this place, the young man said. St. Peter, Belle asked doubtfully. No, I'm not that one, the young man replied with a laugh. Belle could see his surroundings more clearly. He was lying in a field of white and yellow flowers. A few meters in front of him stood a gigantic golden gate that seemed to emit its own light. Where am I? Belle asked. That's a bit of a difficult question to answer. Some call it heaven, others call it Valhalla, and so on. But we can call it the abode of heroes, the young man replied with a smile as Belle's eyes lit up. Until 1,000 years ago, all souls went through the same cycle. All without exception lost their memories and were reborn. But a certain man achieved an unprecedented feat. He wounded a legendary dragon that not even the gods could defeat, let alone scratch. His soul was too precious to be reset, so he was granted a small place in heaven and allowed to live there. Unfortunately, his soul was fragmented. He couldn't enter that place. That man became the gatekeeper and requested that heroes be received there. Year after year, decade after decade, more heroic souls were born, and upon dying, they all came to this place. When you reach a certain level of power or achieve something extraordinary, your soul comes to this place, the man explained with a smile. You're Albert Waldstein, Belle said incredulously. Why, they always figure out my identity right away. I think I need to change my story, the man laughed. Belle couldn't help but smile. That man was very charismatic. So I did die. Belle asked. That's a difficult question. You're neither alive nor dead. You currently have that choice, a choice few have. Do you want to enter this place and live eternally surrounded by heroes, or do you want to return to your friends? Albert said with a smile. I'd better go back. There are still many things I want to do in that world, Belle said. That's a good decision, Bellcun, Albert said. How do you know my name? Belle asked curiously. Albert, for his part, simply pointed to the boy's chest where Belle could see a name tag with his name, age, gender, and other personal information. Convenient with the least. I'm Belle speaking. Well, Bellcun, enjoy your life and don't do anything too risky. Don't think you have many opportunities to return, Albert said. Belle simply nodded. Oh, and one more thing. Behind me is a city full of heroes. Few have accepted living eternity doing nothing. Most are waiting for some miracle that will allow them to pick up their dusty weapons again and fight once more. A few years ago, a large number of heroes arrived at the same time. They were all young. The oldest was barely 30 or 40, I don't really remember, but I do remember that the children tend to be very hyperactive. They're still waiting for that miracle, Albert said. Belle blinked a couple of times, confused. I cannot be that miracle. My soul is fragmented. That dragon has one piece, my daughter has another, and I have the last one. The man spoke with sorrow. Belle could see the man more and more blurry and hear him less and less. Get up, take your weapon, raise your voice and fight. Don't give in, become that miracle, the miracle that all living beings want, the miracle that heroes await, Albert said with a smile. Belle opened his eyes slightly and barely regained consciousness on this side of his body and coughed up some blood. Her body ached horribly. She felt as if every bone in her body was broken, or at the very least, she had a severe muscle tear. Belle quickly activated his regeneration magic several times until his mana was depleted. However, it was more than enough to lessen the pain and allow him to move. It had been a while, a few hours since Belle had woken up. In a few short hours, they would begin their journey back to the surface. But Hestia was currently updating the white-haired man's status. This is impossible. Well, almost dying several times must have made all this possible, thought Hestia. Bellcun, your upgrade to the 3rd level has appeared, Hestia said with a sigh. Belle, for his part, let out a sigh of joy. Hestia was currently hesitant to give Belle the level up. Bellcun, I know I'm not the best goddess, but I want you to hear this selfish request, Hestia spoke. Belle tilted his head slightly to see the face of his goddess. It's only been about 2 weeks since you leveled up to level 2. Level 3 in 2 weeks will bring you more problems than benefits. Please wait at least another 2 weeks before leveling up, Hestia said with a smile. Meanwhile, keep raising your stats at this level. When you reached level 2, all your stats were above S. Now they're all at A, so take advantage of every point you can still get, Hestia said as she climbed off Belle's back. Belle nodded as he stood up and then adjusted his shirt. I thought you would insist that your level be increased, Hestia said. You're absolutely right, my stats are A. I can still increase them even more. Every time you level up, it gets harder to increase your stats, Belle said. Hestia nodded as she watched Belle finish getting dressed. Well, Kami-sama, I'll see you in a few minutes to return to the surface. I have some business to attend to, Belle said as he left the store. Belle walked with complete tranquility through the city of Riviera, which was under reconstruction. As he walked, he was cheerfully greeted by many people, some even giving him gifts. This kind of attention really embarrassed the little rookie. Even more so because there was a plaque with his name engraved on it at the entrance to the city. Although this attention also had its benefits, Boris had reluctantly given him a dropped item, loot from the lower floors that he had obtained. This loot was currently in his inventory. Similarly, the black Goliath loot Goliath hide had been given to Belle, and since he had 4 more of those in his inventory for some strange reason, he had acquired many valuable items. He had already sold the Black Goliath's magic stones, of which there were 4 for some reason, and had also been given a good portion, 60% of the magic stone that remained amidst the devastation caused by its spell. Belle, after a short walk, arrived at a small lake where a blonde god was waiting for him. Oh, Belle, what did you want to talk to me about? Hermes said with a smile. About some matters, Belle said as he extended his hand. Hermes hesitated for a moment to return Belle's greeting, but since it was just a simple greeting, he decided to accept it. Serious mistake. Moments later, Hermes was lying on the ground, unable to move. T-Gusta is my invention, Belle River. Hermes could see a black bracelet on her right wrist. Thanks to Hermes' little joke, Belle had obtained the development skill Mystery and without hesitation deposited all the experience points he had available into that skill. Currently having it at A. Mystery was not an easy ability to understand. It could give an object attributes similar to magic. It was very complex. The above was just the tip of the iceberg. For Belle, who was not an inventor yet, even with Mystery at A, he could only get 10% or 20% of the benefit of the ability that someone like Asfi could. After a few attempts at trial and error, he had created that bracelet. Control and punishment were the bracelet's primary functions. It invaded the nervous system and took possession of its target. Don't you think your little joke went too far? You can speak, Belle spoke. I just wanted to show you the dark side of adventurers, Hermes said nervously as he lay on the ground. That doesn't bother me. It was something I had to learn sooner or later, but there should have been other ways. I'm furious. You were complicit in the kidnapping of my goddess. Tell me, what if she had been hurt and had to return to heaven? What would have become of me? Not even worse than that. What if my goddess had been desecrated? That's what really bothers me. I'm not bothered by the fact that they picked a fight with me. They could never hurt me. But my goddess is something else entirely, Belle said angrily. Hermes simply laughed nervously. He had no arguments to defend himself. I won't hurt you, at least not physically. I don't want to send a god back to heaven, much less destroy a family, Belle said. Hermes gave a small sigh of relief. However, there are non-physical ways to make men like you suffer, Belle said with a smile. Hey Belle, can we talk about this calmly? Hermes said with an imaginary pain in his pocket. I wonder what great treasures the Hermes family possesses, Belle said with a smile as Hermes paled. Belle and the rest of the group returned to the surface one day after defeating the Goliath. By some miracle, every member of their group survived the ordeal. Each went their separate ways to inform their closest friends and family of their safe return. One went to his goddess to express his gratitude and bury the remains of a weapon. Another urged his teammates to hurry. And yet another quietly removed her hood and returned to work at a bar without anyone noticing. At the same time, a silence order was issued to all adventurers who had witnessed the events on the 18th floor. The appearance of the floor boss in a safe zone was an irregularity beyond comprehension. The guild declared it an act of the gods, henceforth classified as a calamity. To avoid further confusion, Hestia and Hermes received a stern warning, as well as a fine. Their explanation of the circumstances was ignored, and were forbidden from speaking of it again. However, it was impossible to keep the voices silent forever. That was the way of the world. This concludes Chapter 1. Chapter 17, A New Base. Belle's group left the 18th floor shortly after Belle had woken up and was able to walk and fight, at Belle's own request. Isfi and Ryu, who curiously carried a large backpack, stayed behind to look after Hermes and Hestia respectively, while Wendy, Lily, Mikoto, Chigyus and Aoka stayed in the middle and Belle stayed in the front. Belle had set out to increase his stats as much as possible. With the white-haired boy in the front, almost no monsters managed to get close to the group in the middle. They were all annihilated by Belle. It wasn't until they reached the upper floors that Belle relaxed and let the others deal with the monsters, especially Lily, so she could increase her stats. When everyone finally left the dungeon, it was already past noon and the sun was beginning to set. Belle soon separated from the group and went to a certain place. Some time ago, he had seen a house for sale. It was 3 stories high with a living room, a kitchen, 3 bathrooms, and 6 bedrooms, each a good size, all for 900,000 volleys. Building a new home for his family was one of the reasons he had been saving money. His family was growing with the inclusion of Lily. That small room in an abandoned church was too small for 3 people to live in, and since he was already tired of sleeping on a sofa, he decided to buy the house. Right after acquiring it, he learned that his family had been given a considerable fine because Hestia entered the dungeon. Belle, with a sigh of resignation, accepted and paid the fine out of his own pocket. Hestia and Lily moved into their family's new headquarters with big smiles on their faces. The layout of their headquarters by floor was as follows. On the first floor there was a bathroom, the living room, and the kitchen. On the second floor there were 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. On the third floor there were also 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. The third floor was the destination for both of them. Belle's room was located there next to his office. Following the fine incident, Hestia was forbidden from managing her family's money, and Belle was placed in charge. The innocent and easily manipulated child he once was, thanks to acquiring the merchant skill at level S, had become an extremely capable merchant, if you'll pardon the redundancy, and an unparalleled negotiator. Belle's office was the last room on the 3rd floor and his private room was next to it, with only one more room available before the bathroom, which just happened to be the first door to go up to the 3rd floor. Belle didn't own many belongings beyond his armor, weapons, 3 changes of clothes, and several books, so his move was quick and he was currently sleeping peacefully in his bed. Assistant Kun, why are you here? Your room should be downstairs. After all, my room as a goddess should be near the family captain, Hestia said with superiority. Oh sure, I was also thinking of having a chat with Belle-sama about a certain disobedient goddess, Lily said as she turned around. You don't, Hestia stammered. After all, Belle-sama is already annoyed with your entry into the dungeon, the appearance of Goliath, and now the fine. The last thing he needs to know is that his goddess wasted 50,000 volleys on a bottle of perfume. Lily laughed with a malicious smile. Hestia smiled in a very forced way as she wondered how she knew the price of the perfume she had bought. Poor Belle-sama has a goddess who wastes the money he earns with great effort, Lily said. Hestia puffed out her cheeks in frustration before starting to walk away. Don't forget this, extorting a goddess will never bring you anything good, Hestia growled. Oh, by the way, Hestia-sama, I'll stop extorting you if you sign this. It's just a small insurance policy, Lily said as she held out a sheet of paper and a pen which, because they contained ink, were very expensive. Hestia clicked her tongue as she muttered things about ungrateful helpers. While Hestia was seething with anger in her room, Lily calmly arranged all her things in her new room. Thanks to her inventory, transporting all her things was very quick. She had apologized to the gnome she had been staying with for her sudden change of residence, promising to go and help him whenever she could. The hobbit, having finished putting her things away, left her room with a smile on her face. She carefully approached Belle's door. Belle reached into her pocket and pulled out a key. When the house's former owner was giving them a tour, she managed to convince him to lend her the keys so she could go see the patio. With the keys, identifying Belle's future room was easy. He had already told them which one it was, and she just had to find the key with the same number. Using the key and some clay, she made a mold of it, and then she simply asked the gnome she'd been staying with to duplicate it. Lily put the key in the lock, and when she saw that it fit perfectly, she gave a small smile. At this moment, if she had used the wrong key, she would feel like an idiot. Lily opened the door, and there, she could see the person she loved most in this world sleeping in her bed. Carefully making sure to lock the door, she closed it, then approached Belle's bed and gently laid down beside him. The gamer had another feature: you could program specific times to wake up. Belle was always programmed to wake up at 6:00 a.m. When you slept, the gamer made you sleep deeply so your body could rest. If you didn't program specific events to wake up, no matter what happened, you would continue sleeping until that time. The specific events that Belle had scheduled were: 1. If someone in your family or affiliated with party suffers significant harm. 2. If someone or something can cause any harm to your physical integrity. 3. If someone in his family were to shout very loudly within a range that he could hear. Lily lay down next to Belle and hugged him tightly. She would only have to get up an hour before Belle, and it would be as if she had never been there, since Hestia would never wake her or Belle unless it was an emergency. She could sleep without fear of being discovered. End of the short story. Short story 2. History of a certain bar. A night had passed since Rue returned from the 18th floor. After rescuing Belle and the others, he had returned to the Lady of Abundance. "You're unlucky to have to work so soon after returning," Lunwar or Ranoa said with some pity for her elf friend. "That's not the case, Lunwar. This is my real job, I can't be negligent about it," Ryu said with his typical seriousness. "You really are serious, by the way. Mamma Mia was in a bad mood after you left, so you should probably stay away from her for a while," Anya said with a small laugh. Early that morning, while Ryu was preparing the bar and talking with Lunwar and Anya, she knew she had to apologize to Mia. She knew she had caused problems for Lunwar and the others. Immediately upon her return, Ryu informed Sir that Belle and the others had returned. She felt she had been able to repay a small part of her debt of gratitude and was rewarded for her efforts by seeing Sir cry tears of joy. "So did things progress between you and the guy?" A smiling Chloe said as she joined the conversation. "Progress," Ryu said, raising an eyebrow. "Don't play innocent, don't play innocent. With the situation as it is, even a serious person like you would make a mistake seeing the boy weakened and feeling you need to do something. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or maybe warm him with your body." Chloe laughed. The Catman girl began skillfully hitting Ryu's waist with her tail. "Did he see you naked?" Chloe asked with a vulgar smile like that of male gods. Oh, how did you know?" Ryu stuttered. Ryu turned around sharply, her cheeks red with embarrassment. Upon seeing this, Lunwar, Anya, and Chloe were speechless, their mouths slightly open. "Did I really get it right?" Chloe said with great doubt while forcing a laugh. When Chloe tilted her head and forced a laugh, Ryu realized that he had dug his own grave. Shortly afterwards, Lunwar and the others screamed when they saw something. So Belson saw Ryu naked?" Sir asked. Sir, with a smile on her face, had come out of the kitchen with Belle's usual lunch. While Ryu was frozen by the pressure of his smile, a coworker arrived to inform them of Belle's arrival. "I'm coming. Belson, there's something I want to talk to you about," Sir said with a blank stare. "Stop, Seal, don't rush," Ryu said as he frantically chased after Sir, trying to explain the situation. "Poor man," Anya said sadly. "She was very young," Chloe said, tears streaming down her face. Lunwar watched with a bead of sweat on her brow the overacting of the two Catwomen. But like them, she was walking towards the entrance to see how this story would end. Belle had arrived at the Lady of Plenty to apologize to Sir for worrying her and to pick up his lunch before leaving to attend to some business for the day. Belle trembled slightly as he saw Sir enter his field of vision with a very kind smile. "Danger, danger, danger, it's too dangerous to stay. Get out of there, soldier." Belle trembled even more until his ability was telling him to leave. The white-haired man was speechless and stood like an idiot at Sir's arrival. "Oh, Belson, there's something I want to discuss with you," Sir said. Belle could see Sir with a sinister smile, Ryu coming in a hurry, and Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar with amused smiles on their faces. Belle could also see his typical witty remarks for this type of situation appear in front of him. Upon seeing the phrases, the white-haired man decided to ignore them, but accidentally pressed the C. A small change appeared in Belle. His shyness disappeared and he spoke with more confidence than usual. "Oh, Sir, just the person I wanted to see," Belle said. Sir paused briefly. "I sincerely apologize for worrying you. I truly feel like an idiot. Worrying such a beautiful woman should be a sin. Can you forgive me?" Belle said with a smile. Sir, for his part, stuttered incoherently. "You have no idea how much I missed your beautiful face and your wonderful cooking while I was gone." Bell said as he picked up the small basket containing his lunch for the day. Sir, meanwhile, acquired a new shade of red as smoke billowed from his ears and a small explosion occurred above his head. At this moment, the effects of his ability disappeared and Bell looked somewhat confused, but taking advantage of the moment he ran away. Strategic retreat. Bell shouted in his mind as he ran. The employees of the fertility hostess were pleasantly surprised. They were able to see Sir frozen in place for at least 10 minutes and Ryu equally motionless in place, a few steps behind Sir for the same amount of time. They all returned to normal and were surprised to hear a loud laugh. These kids nowadays, typical of men when they're in danger, they even become poets. Mia Rio out loud. Everyone could only smile slightly at Mia's laughter while Sir was still extremely flushed. Okay, you stupid girls, the show's over, get back to work, Mia ordered. They all gave a rest as they resumed their work. End of the short story 3. When the swindler gets swindled, our white-haired protagonist ran non-stop for about half an hour before feeling safe and slowing down. He still remembered the terrifying smile Sir had on his face and how he almost escaped being tortured. He had just happened to be running in the direction of his destination. This road a few blocks before reaching the base of a certain family. Bell knocked on the door a few times before it was opened by a girl with blue hair and glasses. "Oh, Isfi-san, if you would allow me to see your god," Bell said with a smile. Isfi sighed heavily. "I know what he did and I apologize for my god's mischief," Isfi said with a sigh. "Don't worry, I'll just take a few things to make your god suffer," Bell said. Isfi sighed again. First the guild heavily fined her family and now they were coming to take valuable items to pay for her god's mischief. "Oh, and Isfi-san, if you want to change families and Hermes doesn't happen to let you, just tell me," Bell said as he walked towards Hermes' office. Isfi looked momentarily at the sky as she wondered whether she should remain in the Hermes family or not. "It's clear you've lost all respect from that boy," Isfi thought. Bell burst abruptly into Hermes' office, causing him to become overexcited. "Oh, Bell-kun, what brings you here?" Hermes said with a nervous laugh. "Come on, Hermes, you know why I came here, Bell River." "Sure, let's go to the warehouse, the things are there," Hermes said as he stood up. "Where did you put the most valuable things your family has?" Answer. Bell spoke. The bracelet on Hermes' wrist emitted a glow before he spoke. "Behind that painting there's a safe, that's where I put my most valuable things," Hermes said. At this moment Hermes was sweating profusely. He had removed all the most expensive items from the warehouse and stored them in his personal safe. Bell approached a painting of a ship and removed the painting. "What's the password?" Bell asked, looking at the safe. 1470135792468. Hermes answered while smiling nervously. Bell entered the password, then opened the safe and smiled. "Oh, they seem to be a very rich family, Bell River." Hermes trembled slightly as he watched Bell raid his safe. "Let's see what I'll take," Bell laughed as he brought a hand to his chin. Hermes tried to force a smile, but when he saw what Bell touched, he felt a stab wound. "Oh, a grimoire," Bell laughed as he carried a book into a small bag he had taken from Hermes' office. "If it was only one, it wasn't such a bad blow. I think I'll take the other 4 so as not to separate the family." Bell River. Hermes at this moment fell to the floor upon seeing several incredibly valuable books being removed from his safe. Bell felt satisfied at this moment. There were more things in the safe, but with the 5 books he was taking, it was a blow worth 500 million volleys against Hermes. But, "Hey, what's the thing you value most out of everything you have?" Answer. Bell said with a smile. Hermes brought one hand to his chest and squeezed it tightly while with the other he gripped his desk tightly to the point of digging his fingers into the wood. "A book," Hermes said with great sorrow. "Where is it?" Answer. Bell said with a smile. "In the safe, behind the painting that's a false background, there's a small box," Hermes said, sweating. Behind that painting were the most valuable things he had. Bell removed the painting, which he had previously believed to be an ornament, and there he could see it. There was a small wooden box and on top of it was a gold compass inlaid with several different precious gems. There were also 3 other white books on the box next to a small amount of gems. "I suppose these books are grimoires too," Bell said, looking at the 3 white books. Hermes nodded as he breathed heavily. "What are these little gems?" Answer. Bell said. Hermes swallowed hard before speaking. "They're not gems, it's the rarest metal in the world. Each gram is worth 400 million volleys. It can only be found on the 40th floor. And that's if you're very lucky. It requires a very special and expensive process to be able to create those small gems that are that concentrated metal. They usually appear as small specks of dust." Hermes speaks with difficulty. "What are they for?" Answer. Bell spoke. "It is the best material for forging, also called uru, an almost divine metal. 1 gram can raise the value and power of a weapon to the heavens." Hermes spoke while breathing with difficulty. Bell picked up the small pile of gems with one hand before pressing it. "Approximately 300 grams. You're very kind to give me something so valuable." Bell laughed as she dropped the small gems into the bag, which already contained 7 books. At this point Hermes was on the ground crying. "And what is this compass for?" Bell asked as he picked up the compass. Something clicked in Hermes' mind and he began to cry even harder. Answer, Bell ordered. It's a special compass. Thanks to it, I've found a multitude of treasures. As long as you have a clear idea of what you want to find, it will guide you there, always showing you the easiest and least dangerous path, Hermes said, trying to bite his tongue to keep from speaking, but he couldn't. Oh, I see, an object that allows you to find treasures, Bell laughed as he put the compass in his pocket instead of in the bag where everything else was. And now what's next? Bell said as he picked up the small box. No. Hermes shouted as he threw himself at Bell's feet and grabbed Bell's right leg with both hands. Please, anything but that, begged Hermes. Bell ignored the god's pathetic act and turned his gaze to the box, which also had a combination lock. The password, answer, ordered Bell. 17943882, Hermes spoke while crying his eyes out. Bell entered the password, and just as he was about to open the box again, Hermes burst into tears. Please, I beg you, I'll give you whatever you want. You want more Yuru? You want more grimoires? I'll get them for you, Hermes cried. Bell ignored the god again and opened the box where he could see a somewhat old book. Isfi, yes, Isfi, she's very beautiful. I'll get you a date with her if she's not to your liking. How about Lulun, the lovely Murray? Tell me something, anything you want, anything but the book, Hermes said while crying. Bell ignored the god to take the book and then open it. A diary. Bell thought as he looked at the book. Notes from more than 20 years ago, page after page full of words written in the handwriting of God himself. There were also drawings, especially about women, and one part caught her attention. Today Hirasama looked more beautiful than usual, wearing a fine red dress that only accentuated her incredible figure. Bell raised an eyebrow. There were about 60 pages talking about the same woman with drawings of her and everything. The white-haired man looked again at the god who was crying inconsolably. Bell sighed before handing the book back to the blonde god. If you do something that's stupid again, I'll burn that book in front of your eyes, Bell said as he started walking away. Hermes, still lying on the ground, nodded as he hugged the book. End of the short story. Good friends. In the room of the new headquarters of the Hestia Familia, 3 people could be seen sitting on sofas which looked extremely padded to the point that the 3 of them sank slightly into their seats. Hestia, you still haven't told us why you called us, and it's been a good hour since we arrived, said a young man with ultramarine blue hair with a kind look and who wore a somewhat worn gray robe. Hestia sighed as she took a snack from the plate in front of her. I could tell you, but it's not something for me to say. Wait until Belkun comes, he'll tell you everything. Mayach, Hestia spoke. The god named Mayach nodded as he somewhat sheepishly took a snack from the plate in front of him. It's a nice place, by the way, Mayach added before putting a cookie in his mouth. Yes, it's a great improvement over the old church where we used to live. As Belkun started earning more money, he paid for this place, Hestia said with great pride as she mentioned Bell. Exploring the dungeon is very profitable, Mayach said with a smile. Forgive me, Mayach-sama, I only caused you trouble. A chinthrope named Naza Arasuis, who was sitting next to Mayach, spoke with great sadness while her head was bowed. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Mayach said hurriedly. It's not that you can easily make money in the dungeon. Bell-sama is someone special. Even when he was level 1, he could earn in a day what 5 level 1 adventurers could altogether. Currently, he has the same earnings as a second-class adventurer, Lily spoke as she joined the conversation. Any god with a Bell in their family could progress quickly, Hestia spoke while mentioning Bell as if he were a pet. Just as if someone had summoned him, our protagonist Pel Blanco entered the place. Oh, Belkun, I see you finished your business for the day, Hestia said with a smile. Bell, who had just visited Sir, and then Hermes nodded as he took a seat next to Lily and in front of Mayach. Mayach-sama, there is something I've wanted to discuss with you, Bell said seriously. And what would that be? Mayach asked curiously as he took another cookie from the bowl in front of him. How much do you owe Diane's sect? Bell asked. Mayach almost choked on a cookie when he heard this. Why do you want to know that? Mayach asked. That god gave me a bad feeling from the moment I saw him. He's the type who likes to see others suffer, and I dislike those kinds of people, especially if they're gods. Gods shouldn't be like that, Bell said. Mayach sighed upon hearing this. With the interest so far, it should be close to 5 million volleys, Mayach said with a sigh. Bell nodded. Mayach's debt for Naza's prosthetic arm didn't seem like much at first glance, especially when first-rate adventurers spent 10 times that amount just for a weapon, or sometimes even for maintenance. But for a family with only one member who couldn't explore the dungeon, it was like asking him to do the impossible. Bell pulled a leather bag out of nowhere and threw it on the table. The sound of metal clashing against metal filled the room. You can take it, Bell said, looking at the god. Mayach hesitated greatly, reaching for the bag, and upon opening it he could see a large number of shiny coins. Coins worth 10,000 volleys each, with 500 of these in the bag. Belkun, I can't accept it, Mayach said. Then they'll find a way to pay me back. Go and show that idiot god that even poor people, as he called us, can put together those sums of money, Bell said with a smile. Mayach, seeing the large amount of money he was being given, looked at Hestia, hoping she would tell him to leave the money on the table. It's the money Belkun earned, he can do whatever he wants with his money, Hestia said dismissively. Mayach-sama, take the money and go pay off your debt before Lily makes you a payment plan, Lily said with a smile. Mayach somewhat nervously took the leather bag and gave a small bow before preparing to go and settle his debt with Diane's sect. End of the short story. End of chapter. Chapter 18. The disaster begins. The sound of metal being struck and a person's labored breathing could be heard throughout the dark place where the little light that illuminated it came from the glowing red of the embers. No, it's enough.
I don't want to see that again. Not again. Stupid, what have you done to me?
A redhead struck a hammer with great force on an iron ingot which was red hot. Wendy Cross had barely returned to the surface before locking herself in her workshop. 3 days had passed during which she hadn't left her home, eaten, or slept at all. She had simply sat to one side of her workshop, silently lamenting her situation until a few hours ago when she had decided to start forging something to clear her mind. Remorse flooded his mind. His first client, one of the few people he could call a friend, almost lost his life before his eyes. The memory of Belle's motionless body lying in front of her was still fresh in her mind. Perhaps if he had honed his talent earlier, he could have created a sword superior to Ushiwakamaru, which could have been more useful in that fight. If it weren't for the magic sword that his goddess sent him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to help at all. Wendy slammed the hammer against the ingot in frustration, letting out an angry growl. The redhead sighed deeply as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. How she hated this feeling that invaded her body. She hated her talent, she hated magic swords, that was just how she was. Her pride had made her reject a life of wealth. And now she wanted to forge them, or rather, she was forging them. She didn't want to lose him. He was her client, her friend, her. Wendy put a hand to her head and gently pulled her hair to get rid of the stupid thoughts that were popping into her mind. What are you making me think, stupid rabbit? Wendy thought irritably as she tightened her grip on her hammer. Wendy heard a few light knocks on her door for a moment before it was abruptly opened. Wendy had been locked in her workshop for 3 days and had worried her goddess. Hephaestus, out of concern, sent Tsubaki to see her. The dark-haired woman, for her part, had entered the redhead's workshop without warning and carried her on her back to her goddess's private office. Hephaestus sighed at the character of his family's captain and gave an even deeper sigh when he saw the state Wendy was in. Her beautiful crimson hair, which was redder and brighter than Hephaestus's own, was disheveled and dirty. Her face, which possessed a beauty comparable to the goddess's, was dirty, and beneath her beautiful blue eyes were horrendous dark circles. What troublesome girls, thought Hephaestus. Wendy and Tsubaki were undoubtedly some of the best blacksmiths Hephaestus had ever seen in his entire life. Tsubaki didn't possess any special talent, but she had a great love for forging. She always gave her all and worked harder than anything else, which is why she went so far. Wendy possessed an innate gift and unparalleled talent, although she had always refused to use said talents. If she had used them, she could have become a renowned blacksmith a few years ago. Even Hephaestus had been willing to create a first-class weapon, and probably one of the best he had ever made, just to see Wendy create magic swords. Although fate was ironic, Wendy had already been convinced to create them before she could deliver said weapon. I should have charged Hestia, Hephaestus sighed. While Hephaestus rambled on, Wendy became completely serious. She knew that her goddess was about to scold her, and this made her nervous, but she tried to hide it. After half an hour of being treated like a gift, Wendy finally left Hephaestus's office. This time she was in a much better mood than when she entered. The reason. Name Wendy Crosso, gender female, age 17, family Hephaestus, title 457,000 volleys, level 20, XP 10,400.0, HP 230, HR 9 MMP 156, Mr. 8 MINT 32, WIS 33, VIT 25, ATK 53. AF 9 DF 38, AM 6 DM 8, Strength 900, Stamina 800, Dexterity 900, Agility 700, Magic 300. Blacksmith I. She had finally reached level 2 and acquired the blacksmith skill. Unfortunately, the gamer's ability did not allow her to improve her skills. After all, its effectiveness was only 10%, yet the improvements she received were many. Wendy decided to take a bath before heading to a certain place. The sun was setting out of sight behind the great city wall, covering the streets in a blue shadow. Horario became even more lively as night fell. Songs of jubilation echoed through the bars, and street performers entertained in the parks and open spaces around the city. Many people gathered to greet the adventurers as they emerged from the dungeon. Magic stone lamps illuminated the night. One particular district adjacent to South Main Street really enjoyed life. Magic stone lamps of various colors illuminated the wide path. The lamps themselves were bright enough to rival the stars in the sky. Looking down the street, all the buildings were tall and each had a unique style. Belle met Lily and Wendy inside a bar that was filled with all sorts of animal masks, from birds to lions. The three of them sat around a table before clinking their newly acquired mugs together with great enthusiasm. Health, 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 smiles erupted around the table like bubbling foam on their beer mugs. The three of them weren't the only ones having a good time. Other groups of adventurers at tables around them were beginning to enjoy a drink after a hard day's work. On the wall was a large red sign that looked very much like the emblem of a family. It had the design of some kind of insect. That was the symbol of this bar, Hibachitai, the flaming wasp. Located in an alley in the commercial area, this bar was popular among the different groups of adventurers and blacksmiths, Wendy being one of them. The bar's fame stemmed from its deep red mead, which was so good that people would come all the way there just to drink it. Compared to the Lady of Plenty, there were enough tables, chairs, and other obstacles to make it difficult to navigate. The interior was a bit dirty and filled with dwarves and men laughing loudly together. The place Mia ran was bright and modern, but the Flaming Wasp was more like an adventurer's bar. "Congratulations on your level up," Wendy Bell said with a smile. "Now you're officially a high-class blacksmith, aren't you, Wendy-sama?" Lily said, also with a smile. "I am, thank you," Wendy said with a small laugh as she turned to look away to hide her blush. She wasn't very good at receiving compliments. Hephaestus had updated her status, and the announcement of her level increase was made this morning. After that, she went directly to the Hestia Familia headquarters to tell her comrades. Belle still remembered Wendy's bright smile as she told them about her level up and all she could now do with her development skill, blacksmith, and because of Wendy's promotion to a high-class blacksmith, they had decided to celebrate. "Wendy-sama, are you now free to brand your work with your family mark whenever you wish?" asked Lily with some curiosity. "I could be ambitious whenever I wanted. I'll need Hephaestus-sama's approval, along with several of the other leaders, before I can use that mark. Having a weak weapon stamped with the mark would only tarnish his name," Wendy said seriously. Now that Wendy had joined the ranks of the high-class blacksmiths, she would be allowed to engrave the letter 1F25 Phi Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron Sigma insignia on her weapons and armor. "But that means you'll be leaving the battle team, doesn't it?" Bell asked before bringing his jar to his lips and finishing drinking its contents. The main reason Wendy had wanted to join Bell in the first place was so she could acquire the blacksmith skill. She achieved her goal, so there was no reason for her to want to stay. Belle, faced with the possible departure of her friend, simply gave a small smile, while Lily kept her gaze downcast. Wendy, meanwhile, scratched the back of her head. Before she smiled, she tried to avoid blushing. "Don't look at me like I'm some abandoned rabbit on the side of the road," Wendy said, looking down at her jar. Wendy, after a few moments, managed to calm her own emotions and spoke. "I owe it to you guys. I can't just say I'm done, see you later, and leave," Wendy said with a smile. "I'll meet with you whenever you call, even to explore the dungeon. So don't worry, after all, that is what brings us together as a team," Wendy said with a small laugh. Belle blinked a couple of times before bursting into laughter along with Wendy. Lily rolled her eyes, and then the three of them happily clinked their jars together again. "We're still a battle team," Belle thought with a big smile. "Wendy-sama, you only joined us 2 weeks ago. Your level up didn't take long at all." Lily was sure it would take much longer, Lily said. "Well, I wasn't exactly sitting around before I joined you guys. But yeah, it happened in the blink of an eye, I guess. Nearly dying a few times on the middle floor sped things up a bit, and being tied to that," Wendy said with a small laugh. "Well, today I'm paying. Order whatever you want," Belle said as he asked a waitress to bring him another beer. "Right, Belle, didn't you get a level up?" Wendy asked curiously. "Yes and no." "Hestia-sama thinks it's best if I wait 2 more weeks for my level to increase," Belle said as he set aside an empty beer mug. If you counted all the empty mugs next to the white-haired man, you could easily see 10 mugs. "Alcohol resistance has leveled up." "Alcohol resistance. LV is 32. Apparently my level 2 boost in a month is already too rare, and if I were to go to level 3 in just 2 weeks it would be even worse, and Hestia-sama says I don't need unnecessary fame," Belle said. Both Lily and Wendy meditated for a while before speaking. "Well, you're right, you've had problems with the adventurer's jealousy before, you don't need to fight unnecessary battles," Wendy said. "Many adventurers don't play fair. I'm sure you could beat almost anyone in a one-on-one fight," Lily said as she remembered Hestia's kidnapping. "Even so, it was obvious you'd level up, or at least you'd have that option. After all, that last attack was incredible, but don't do it again, at least not until you can do it without putting your life at risk," Wendy said seriously. Belle nodded simply. "Your reputation has improved considerably in recent days, Belle-sama. At least the adventurers who witnessed the battle know your strength," Lily said, abruptly changing the subject. The three of them still remembered the big party the adventurers from Riviera threw after Belle woke up, and to the annoyance of the 2 women, they still remembered all those women making advances towards Belle. "Understand this, some bunny just became famous overnight." A loud voice cut through the din. It came from an adventurer who was sitting at the table next to Belle and his group. The Hobbit adventurer was speaking much louder than necessary, holding a jar in one hand, and was sitting at the table with 5 other people. That rookie's got some nerve. Regardless of whether he really is the record holder, it's amazing that people swallow all his lies. I couldn't pull that off in a million years. His voice had the timbre of a child and seemed to fill the bar from corner to corner. Belle could feel the gaze of others upon him, or rather upon his group, but he cared little about what someone he didn't know said about him. The hobbit leaned back in his chair and took another swig of beer. Anyway, I heard he was very good at running away. That must be how he got the level up. He escaped that minotaur until he collapsed from exhaustion, just like you'd expect from a bunny. What a talent. He kept talking very loudly, almost as if he wanted Belle to hear him. The other adventurers at the table weren't doing anything to stop him. In fact, they seemed quite amused. Belle calmly asked the waitress for another beer. On the other hand, the other customers in the bar seemed to be waiting for something. Oh, you know what else? The rabbit teamed up with two random pieces of trash, a failed blacksmith and a worthless assistant. That team is so unbalanced I'm surprised they can even stand up. The men in his group laughed even louder, along with the hobbit's cackling chuckle. Several veins popped out on Belle's forehead as he fought the idea of starting a fight. Calm down, don't worry, let them say what they want, Wendy said irritably. Belle-sama, don't listen to them, Lily said with great displeasure. We were at a bar and I've been drinking. I might be a little drunk, Belle thought as he repeated that over and over, took a few deep breaths and tried to relax. Then the hobbit clicked his tongue in our direction as if disappointed. His next words took on a more violent tone. I also know that your family is led by a goddess who isn't worthy of even the slightest bit of respect. You have to be incredibly weak and stupid to join such a shameful goddess. At that precise moment, Belle slammed his fist hard on the table, shattering it to pieces. Wendy and Lily, not everyone in the bar, opened their eyes in amazement as Belle stood up from his chair with a dark aura surrounding him. Intimidation has leveled up. Intimidation LV 25. Kami-sama, I had just been insulted. Few things in the world could enrage me so much. She was my familia, my goddess, and this bastard was belittling her, talking about her like trash, Belle thought as the dark aura surrounding her grew denser. Intimidation has leveled up. Intimidation LV 50. You have gained a limited amount of the AP statistic, aura points. You have earned the sub-skill projection. Behind Belle's back, for all those in front of him, a hideous creature was seen. A creature that tried to look like a woman. Its gray hair was floating in the air. Its eyes were totally black with a red dot simulating a pupil. Its face was a very sickly pale tone. Several black veins were marked all over its face and neck. Where there should have been a nose, there was only a hole. It did not possess lips. Instead, a grim smile marked its face. With its mouth slightly open, extremely pointed teeth, and a very unpleasant tongue could be seen, it wore a completely torn robe. The creature placed its arm on Belle's shoulder, his eyes glowing a bright red. The instant the creature's arm touched Belle's shoulder, it was an extremely long and thin arm and hand, so thin that the veins and tendons were visible. Combined with extremely long, black fingernails, it was simply repulsive. The entire scene had already made the group of adventurers tremble. Everyone in the bar fell silent. The little hobbit had lost his composure as he stared at Belle, who towered above him. There was an unmistakable hint of fear in his eyes. Somehow she forced her lips into a grimace and said in a trembling voice, "SC Bulls, he can't bear the shame," the hobbit said shakily. Belle took a single step which was heard perfectly in every corner of the place. "Don't do it, Belle-sama," Lily said as she tried to stop Belle. Belle took a second and a third step as his jet-black aura grew denser and denser. They all swore they heard a laugh that was too eerie, a laugh that seemed to belong to a woman. The hobbit recoiled in fear as the hand of the hideous creature rushed towards him. Just before he could grab him, a sudden gust of wind, a leg came flying in and buried itself in the hobbit's face. The hobbit let out a muffled cry of pain as he and his chair bounced on the floor. A river of blood flowed from his broken nose as his eyes rolled back and various parts of his body began to twitch. He was out of commission. Belle's eyes lost their bright red color as the strange creature disappeared. Belle turned to see who had kicked the hobbit and deprived him of his objective. Standing beside him with her leg extended was a redhead. Did she cover for me? Was she just as angry? Belle thought as she came to her senses. You've lost the AP stats. My foot slipped, Wendy said cheekily, flashing a smile. He narrowed his eyes and smiled at the other adventurers at the table. It was almost as if his actions were a signal. The hobbit's friends stood up at the same time. You bitch, now you've done it. One of the adventurers kicked the table, sending it spinning in the air. The sound of shattering plates instantly echoed through the bar, accompanied by the screams of the staff. The adventurers threw everything out of their way in a frenzied charge toward us. Meanwhile, Wendy smiled and relaxed her right arm with a few punches. Belle grinned wildly as he cracked his knuckles. Why are adventurers like this? Lily thought with annoyance. 4 adventurers ran straight towards Belle and Wendy. Belle landed a punch on the first adventurer's face. I'll kick the second one in the stomach. The third one managed to throw a punch, but Belle dodged it by tilting his body and then punched him in the chest. The fourth one looked in horror at his fallen companions, took a step back and tried to run. Belldog appeared in front of him and threw a punch that hit the adventurer in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. The 4 had been defeated in one blow and were lying on the floor, bleeding and with broken bones. Trash. Belle heard a voice that he couldn't tell if it was a man's or a woman's. Following the sound of the voice, he was able to see him. He was standing calmly on the other side of the wreckage. He was a tall, lanky adventurer. The man was attractive enough to rival an elf. His long brown hair was well-groomed and neatly styled. The man's skin was smooth and white, almost feminine. He wore all sorts of accessories over his family uniform, including several gold earrings. His blue eyes, like the vast sea, were focused solely on me. That's Jacinto. The sun's favorite son, Phoebus Apollo. He's level 3, a second-class adventurer. Many voices suddenly filled the bar, a whirlwind of shock and surprise. Level 3 high-class, second-class adventurer, thought Bell. Your energetic little rookie, Jacinto said with distaste. Bell clicked his tongue at the man. His blue eyes left Bell and for a moment fell upon the hobbit man who was still writhing in his broken chair. He glanced away and the bodies of his fallen comrades were clearly reflected in his eyes. He was the only combatant who still had the strength to stand. You have hurt my colleagues, you must pay compensation, Jacinto said mockingly. The second-class adventurer disappeared from everyone's sight and reappeared in front of Bell to throw a punch that connected with Bell's face. Jacinto didn't understand what was happening. He had hit hard. The rookie in front of him should be lying on the ground. Oh, is that all your strength? Bell said mockingly. Jacinto's face turned red with anger before he proceeded to mercilessly beat Bell's face and body. Jacinto lowered his fists, breathing deeply and rapidly. His once white gloves were now stained red. But Bell's face was perfectly intact. There wasn't a scratch on him. The reason Jacinto's gloves were stained red was because of his own blood. His fists had been torn apart, his anger had clouded his vision, and now he was paying the price. His hands burned intensely, his fingers were fractured, and parts of his skin were ripped open. Jacinto Cleo, HP 120. Bell reduced his ATK to just 15 points before grabbing Jacinto by the collar of his shirt. My turn, Bell said with a big smile. Bell launched a kick directly to the back of Jacinto's knee, causing him to lose his balance and fall on his back. If it hadn't been for Bell's hand holding him by the collar of his shirt, Jacinto would have fallen backward to the ground. Once the minor height problem was solved, Jacinto is 181 meters tall and Bell is about 170 meters tall. Bell raised his right hand and cracked his knuckles before closing it tightly. Say goodbye to your face, man of dubious appearance, Bell laughed before landing his first punch and breaking Jacinto's nose. All the spectators watched in horror as a second-class adventurer was getting a beating. Her face was now difficult to recognize. It was all purple and swollen with rivers of blood gushing from different parts. Her mouth was slightly open and revealed several gaps where teeth should have been. Rather, she had lost almost all of her teeth. Bell threw Jacinto forcefully to the ground, causing a great crash. The second-class adventurer, for his part, writhed in pain. I apologize for the inconvenience, Bell said as he reached under his jacket, then pulled out a leather bag and placed it on a nearby table. Bell clicked his tongue in annoyance before turning away. We're leaving, Bell said before starting to walk. Lily and Wendy, who was standing like a statue a few meters away from Bell, nodded before following the white-haired man. Hey, don't leave me with the dead body. The owner had shouted, but neither Bell nor anyone in his group could hear him. They had already left. The once lively bar was now profoundly silent. Nobody dared to touch any of the adventurers. None of them were moving. You could tell at a glance that they were badly injured. It's not supposed to be just level 2. Hey, this isn't right. What just happened here? Many murmurs arose. Some spoke of how impossible and illogical this turn of events had been. Others, like the owner, tried to deal with the adventurers' corpses. And a single person, a smile still on their face, raised their mug to their lips, taking a long gulp of their drink and emptying it completely. They placed the mug on their table and stood up, offering a slight smile as they passed the scene before continuing on their way. Not bad, Rabbit. This concludes Chapter 1. Chapter 19, Cheating Rabbit. Bell had decided to stop by the guild headquarters the day after the events at the Hibichidai. His advisor Ina Toole and he were sitting in one of the guild's consultation rooms while the white-haired man brought her up to date and they discussed how to proceed from now on. So, have you fully recovered? Ina asked with obvious concern. Yes, I feel great, Bell replied simply. Do you know how worried I was? I almost had a heart attack when I heard you hadn't returned from the dungeon, Ina said, sounding scolding. I'm sorry, Bell said, lowering his head, but I'm willing to forgive you. You came back in one piece after all, Ina said with a small smile. The beautiful smile of the half-elf undoubtedly captivated the young adventurer. I can't thank you enough for the salamander wool. It saved our lives, Bell said with a small smile. Ina smiled softly again, her eyes half closed. They both sat on opposite sides of the table in silence, looking at each other for a few moments. Ina coughed slightly. The atmosphere between them was a little awkward. Getting back to the matter at hand, Belkun, strictly speaking, I'm not authorized to ask for information, but was it very dangerous? Asked Ina. Bell simply gave a nod. He didn't have to say anything else for her to realize what he was talking about. It could only be the appearance of the irregular the Goliath in the safe zone. The guild was doing everything possible to keep the incident under wraps, including forbidding its employees from investigating on their own. So instead of discussing the cause, Ina simply asked whether or not it had been dangerous. I see, Ina said with obvious concern. Bell saw a flash in Ina as he adjusted his glasses. He felt as if her emerald green eyes were looking right through him. I would like to offer you as much assistance as possible from now on. To begin with, I will increase the scope and depth of our study sessions, Ina said seriously. Bell immediately couldn't help but swallow hard. I was foolish not to warn you about the monsters that spawn deep within the middle floors in the safe zone, as I assumed there was no chance you could venture that far. It was my fault you weren't prepared. I won't let that happen again. It's become clear after this incident that it's impossible to predict what you might encounter and where. Yes, I'll make sure you're ready for anything the dungeon can throw at you, Ina spoke with complete confidence. Bell treated her harshly under Ina's watchful eye. The half-elf had been giving him what she called personal lessons, more like intense briefings, ever since the day he registered with the guild and she was assigned as his advisor. The guild didn't require her to do any of this, so it was her idea. The hours he spent studying and the scoldings for even the smallest mistakes still terrified Bell, but still. Thanks to those lessons, he was still alive and had survived so long without being caught off guard. I came to the painful conclusion that I was alive today because of her aggressive teaching techniques, and now they'll become even more intensive. Both Ina-san's strict lessons and Ai-san's tough combat sessions could give even the ancient Spartans a good challenge, Bell thought, an emo aura surrounding him. Ina simply flashed that same smile as Bell's body twitched in the chair. Let's do our best, Ina said with a big smile. So cute and so sadistic, she reminds me of Mom, Bell thought as she forced a smile. All that's left is to discuss your plans for today, Ina said. Bell pondered it for a few moments before speaking. I intend to re-enter the dungeon in 2 days, Bell said. In 2 days, is it correct to assume that you are resting? Ina spoke doubtfully. Bell was not the type of person who would take a break unless forced to. Well, the truth is that Wendy, the blacksmith I have a contract with, is making a new set of equipment for me, Bell said. Bell swears I saw a spark of understanding flash in Ina's eyes the moment I mentioned Wendy's name and her contract. They lost a great deal of weapons and armor on their journey to the 18th floor. Their light armor was in poor condition after the battle with the Goliath. Although it was still usable, Wendy insisted on creating new equipment for the white-haired man. The work of a high-class blacksmith, those who have acquired the blacksmith skill, puts the quality of everyone else's work to shame. This was Wendy's first job as a high-class blacksmith. She was a little more excited than usual. In that case, you'll resume exploring the dungeon once your new equipment is complete, right? Which floor do you plan to go to first? Asked Ina. I think it would be best if we started on the 13th floor. We may have made it to the 18th floor, but it wasn't easy, Bell said. Although Bell was incredibly strong, and Wendy and Lily were equally so under the effects of his ability, they and he were not psychologically prepared to delve deeper into the dungeon. The dangers of that place were obvious, and anything could happen. It was better to be prepared. After that, they both discussed as best they could a more than convenient strategy considering Bell's options. One last thing, Bell-kun, don't get into fights with adventurers from other familia. I'm sure the goddess Hestia has already scolded you enough, so I won't say anything more, Ina said. Bell laughed slightly as he scratched the back of his neck. He had already forgotten how many adventurers he had beat. Let me tell you this, nothing good can come from 2 groups fighting each other, Ina said in a scolding tone. Bell nodded firmly in response to his advisor's reprimand. In the worst-case scenario, the entire city of Arario could become a battlefield if 2 families fight head-to-head, Ina said with complete seriousness. Bell simply nodded. I won't look for a fight, but if they look for one or try to do anything against my friends, I'll be forced to break their teeth, Bell said, crossing his arms. Ina sighed heavily at this. Okay, but be careful, Ina said in defeat. Currently, a long week had passed since Bell's fight against Jacinto. Today, the name bellcranel was heard everywhere. The words cheat, liar, deceiver, and other synonyms were paired with the name bellcranel. The little rookie's reputation was currently in the gutter. Only the adventurers of Riviera, along with some first-class adventurers, looked favorably upon the white-haired man, but what was the reason for this? At first, nobody accepted the little rookie. They said he lied about how long it took him to level up, or that he was just claiming to be level 2 but was actually level 1. Now everyone was saying it was impossible for him to be a level 2, he was too strong, that his goddess was lying about his true level to avoid paying taxes. A certain god caused this rumor to spread like wildfire. So many complaints came from the gods and adventurers that the guild was forced to intervene. Hestia was forced to reveal Bell's condition. Uranus himself was tasked with reading bellcranel's condition. The result was obvious. Bellcranel was completely innocent. All the data that appeared in bellcranel's status matched 100% with what Hestia had reported to the guild. Immediately after that, Hestia, or rather Bell, protested that they had been unfairly accused. The guild was penalized and forced to pay a hefty fine to the Hestia family. The families who had protested against the Hestia family, in contrast, had been penalized similarly, and heavy fines were levied against them. Thank you for the information, said a blonde god. The god Hermes had been listening attentively to what his assistant had told him about Bel's situation. You spread the rumors that bellcranel was higher levels than he claimed to be, and to begin with, we're nobody to talk about that, Isfi said. True, I wanted to see how he would face an enemy he couldn't defeat with his fists, and he did very well. How much money did he take from the guild? Hermes asked. 350 million volleys, Isfi replied calmly. Very well, he's a tough negotiator, River Hermes. You were also forced to pay him a lot of money in items, she said with a sigh. I hardly lost anything. Aside from the first 5 grimoires, everything else was stuff I would have given him sooner or later, the 3 white grimoires and the Uru, along with the compass. They were necessary objects for forging the path of the hero this world needs, so it's not a loss, Hermes said calmly. And why was she crying? Isfi asked. Bel is very innocent. He must learn that sometimes even when his enemy cries and begs at his feet, he must apply a firm hand and punish his enemy without mercy. If he had taken pity on me and hadn't taken anything, it would mean that he is still too innocent to be a hero, although I did cry for real when I was going to take my diary, Hermes spoke, still thinking the last part. Isfi nodded, somewhat annoyed. Currently 2 gods are against Bel, one desires him fervently, and the other sees him as an obstacle in his path. This event will define much of Bel's hero journey, Hermes spoke as he looked at the ceiling of his office. Isfi gave one last nod before turning around. Bel walked calmly through the Tower of Babel. His destination was Hephaestus's office. He recently learned that the goddess of blacksmithing herself had created his knife and sword. Bel, upon arriving at the large door that led to the goddess's office, knocked a couple of times until he received a pass because he already had an appointment. Hestia had scheduled it. No one had stopped him on his journey to reach this place. What do you wish? Asked the goddess, raising an eyebrow. Bel simply approached the goddess and took a seat in a chair in front of her desk. How much does my goddess owe you? Bel asked. 100 million. Why are you asking? Are you going to pay? Hephaestus said with a small smile. Bel simply stared at the ceiling for a few moments before taking that amount out of his inventory. A small mountain of coins had formed on one side of Hephaestus's desk. Hephaestus was surprised by the small mountain of money that appeared out of nowhere, although later she remembered a certain skill that the white-haired man possessed. I never thought they'd actually pay me the money, Hephaestus said with a small laugh. I recently got some money and decided to pay off this debt once and for all, Bel said. And that's the only reason you came? Hephaestus asked. No, considering her status as the goddess of blacksmithing, I wanted her to give me some information about this mineral, if it can even be called that, Bel said as she placed a small, bright blue stone on Hephaestus's desk. The goddess of blacksmithing, for the first time in years, had been surprised to see the most brilliant jewel in the world in front of her. Where did you get that from? At least you have some idea of what it is, Hephaestus said, unable to contain his astonishment. God told me his name was Uru, but I want more information, Bel said. Uru, the metal of God, not the metal that surpasses all divine metals. In heaven there are hundreds of metals that would put to shame adamantite, mithril, or orichalcum that you mortals know as the best materials for forging, but none of those metals could even come close to Uru, a metal like no other, with properties that even I do not know. Hephaestus speaks as if he were a child. And what kind of weapons can be forged with it? Bel asked. Have you heard of the 3 legendary swords, Clarent, Excalibur, and Caliburn? Hephaestus asked. The swords that were created for a hero whose name was lost to time and later passed into the hands of the 3 knights of the Hera family. If I remember correctly, the blue knight carried Excalibur, the red knight Clarent, and the black knight Caliburn, replied Bel. Oh, you're reporting well, Hephaestus said. My grandfather told me a little about that, Bel said with a small laugh. Those 3 swords were forged using Uru. Originally, they were a single sword made from a single gram of Uru. But because it wasn't forged properly, it broke into 3 pieces, and then each piece was used to forge a new sword, Hephaestus said. Goibniu and I forged it together. It was the first time we'd ever used that material, and our excitement got the better of us. To this day, we can call those swords our finest work. To use Uru, you must first forge a weapon with the Durandal attribute, and it must be of the highest quality. Then you must use that weapon as a base and forge a new one, this time using Uru. The first sword wasn't forged this way and broke. Afterward, we used each piece as an ingot and forged a new one, this time with the Durandal attribute. Hephaestus spoke. What if a weapon is created solely from Uru? Bel asked. Hephaestus laughed loudly at the question. First, it's impossible to get that much Uru. Second, there's no one capable of doing it. It can only be forged with a gram of Uru or less, because that's what Goibniu and I together can achieve. More than that, and it will be impossible for us, Hephaestus spoke. Bel raised an eyebrow, confused. You can think of Uru as an enhancer and a core. When you insert it into a weapon, it will become incredibly powerful. A weak body won't withstand this power and will consequently break. To forge a weapon solely from Uru would require someone superior to both me and Goibniu combined. Perhaps Goibniu or I could do it if we used our divine power, but we cannot use it in the earthly realm and we cannot take Uru to heaven, Hephaestus spoke. Bel nodded. Tell me, boy, what do you want to do with this? Do you want to sell it to me? I'll pay you very well double the market price, Hephaestus said seriously. It's 10 grams, you're offering me 8 billion volleys, Bel said with a smile. Oh, if you know its price, Hephaestus said slightly. Bel pondered for a moment what he should do. How feasible is it to add Uru to my two weapons? Bel asked as he summoned the hestia knife and the Fitan sword. These are pre-forged weapons. First, the Durandal attribute would need to be added, and then the Uru attribute would be used. Adding an attribute to a pre-forged weapon is extremely difficult but not impossible, Hephaestus said. Bel nodded and then saw Hephaestus point directly at his weapons. That knife costs 200 million volleys and that sword costs 450 million volleys. The fact that you got them practically for free says a lot about your luck, Hephaestus said. Bel nodded. Now that you know that price, add another 100 million for the Durandal attribute and then 400 million for the Uru, and we haven't even talked about our pay yet since I would have to speak to Goibniu, Hephaestus spoke. Do it and I'll give you each a gram, Bel said with a smile. Hephaestus swallowed hard as he took a few steps back. She was sure that Goibniu would agree to do that job for free just to get his hands on that metal again, even she would be willing to do that. I'll go up to 2 grams if you and Goibniu do me a favor, Bel said with a smile. And what would that be? Hephaestus asked. There is a group of adventurers I don't wish to see die, and recently, thanks to a certain gift one of them gave me, I decided they are good friends. When some of the next 3 people give their weapons to someone in their families to repair, you must immediately acquire them and enhance them with the Uru, Bel spoke. Hephaestus nodded. Besides, I want you to engrave the same status you engraved on my weapons on this new acquisition of mine, then add the Durandal attribute, and finally the Uru, Bel said as he placed a wooden box on Hephaestus's desk. Hephaestus nodded again as he looked at the contents of the box. 3 grams for your order, 3 for those adventurers, and finally 2 and 2 as payment for me and Goibniu, Hephaestus spoke as he nervously took the most valuable stone in the world. Bel nodded simply. You're a curious person, you could have asked for a full suit of armor instead of asking for the Uru to be used on someone else's weapons, Hephaestus said. My armor is Wendy's work, so it would be deceiving her if I asked someone else to make it for me. On the other hand, my weapons were made by you from the beginning, so there's no problem with that. And I'm not asking you for a weapon for someone in my family since Lily also gets her weapons from Wendy, and I'm sure she'll be able to forge weapons with Uru in no time. Besides, I have a certain attachment to this knife, and the more powerful it is, the harder it will be to break, Bel said while explaining his point. Hephaestus nodded. You won't have these weapons for a few days, is that okay? Hephaestus asked. Bel shrugged at this. As long as they're ready and look good, I can wait a couple of days, Bel said. In this century, you are the second person to bring me Uru, but you are the first to ask for a weapon, Hephaestus spoke. And what happened to the first one? Didn't she order anything? Bel asked. Now that I think about it, they do look a bit alike. They both have white hair, but they're very different. He was extremely arrogant and his god's favorite, the darling of the Zeus familia. He wanted a full suit of armor made of Uru, and he never listened to me when I told him it was impossible. He was also incredibly strong, the only level 10 that has ever existed. You, on the other hand, are almost the opposite of him, but you're also very strong, Hephaestus explained. Bel nodded. That person died and never gathered enough Uru for a whole suit of armor made of this material. As far as I remember, he collected a large amount and bequeathed it to his son, leaving it in the care of a friend of his, Hephaestus said with a smile. Bel nodded again. Anyway, you can leave, I have to call Goibniu to start this job, I'm speaking, Hephaestus. Bel, for his part, said nothing, he simply left the room without saying a word. That's the end of this chapter. Chapter 20, Shall We Dance? The 2-week period that Hestia had given Bel to wait to reach level 3 had passed, and today bellcranel finally reached level 3. Bel's last statistics as level 2 were as follows. Name, bellcranel.
LV 2.
Strength SSS 1409. Stamina SSS 1481. Dexterity SSS 1403. Agility SSS 1567. Magic SSS 1499.
The Gamer E. Magic. Firebolt. Electrosphere. Regeneration. Skill. Lyris Freeze.
Hero's Wish Argonauts. The gamer itself blocked the appearance of certain attributes in the general state. In this case, Belkun, you only have one development skill to choose from, Hestia spoke to Bel as she read him the specifications of said skill.
Kitchen.
It allows you to activate a miracle and makes any prepared dish taste delicious. It also allows you to eliminate bad tastes and smells from food, as well as eliminate abnormalities such as food poisoning. Bel raised an eyebrow at the description of his new developmental ability. Such an ability really existed, or was Hestia playing a joke on him? And tell me, Belkun, do you like cooking? Hestia asked with a small laugh as she got off Bel's back. Bel shrugged at the comment. Well, I've been cooking for me and my grandfather since I was 4 years old, Bel said. 4 years? Hestia asked incredulously. If my grandfather was terrible in the kitchen, he was helped in the care of me by a lady from the village. But when I was 4 years old, he contracted an illness and died. From that moment, I started to cook. Years later, a lady came to my house, an old friend of my grandfather. She was very beautiful, but she was very cruel and somewhat sadistic. She forced me to call her mother. She was also terrible at cooking. Once she cooked roast pork, and it was still moving on the plate, said Belle while remembering old times. Hestia could only laugh nervously at Belle's stories. Although I don't think any of that has any relevance to the skill, Belle said. Belle ignored the topic of his new development ability and set about checking his status on the gamer. Now that I think about it, I can upgrade my skill, Belle thought. Recently, Beta and Eyes had been killing a large number of monsters, which gave Belle large amounts of XP. And now he was going to use 480,000 experience points. Congratulations, the gamer has been promoted to rank D. You have obtained the AP Aura Points statistic. To unlock AP, the following requirements must be met. Strength, resistance, and agility. Stats must exceed 2,000 level 3. The gamer must be at rank D. For every 20 points of strength, resistance, and agility, AP increases by 1 point. The Aura Regeneration stat AR has been unlocked. For every 200 points of strength, endurance, and agility, AR increases by 1 point. For every 10 points of WIS, AR increases by 1 point. Your HP, MP, and AP have increased by 100 points. Your HR, Mr., and AR have increased by 10 points. Belle immediately asked for information about aura points. Aura points, or APs, are used to shape special techniques using a person's aura. These techniques are also called martial arts. Faced with this, Belle began to investigate martial arts and discovered that, like magic, it had a certain limit. Every 100 AP points unlocks a slot to learn a martial art. And since he currently had 5 subjects, it was a tough decision figuring out which one to learn, especially since they all sounded useful and caught his attention. Now that he thought about it, something similar was happening with magic. He had recently acquired new items. According to his own abilities, he wasn't compatible with magic that required chanting, so the grimoires he had obtained were discarded. He was only allowed to use the white grimoires. Of those, 2 gave him chant-free magic and one that did require chanting, although apparently this one was more compatible with him than the others. Even so, these were things he would see as time went on. Statistics: the gamer. Name: bellcranel. Gender: male. Age: 14 years. Family: Hestia. Title: Little Rookie. Funds: personal: 16,993,000 volleys. Funds: family: 250 million volleys. Level 3.
0. XP 165,000. Points 0. HP 683. HR 60M. MP 819. Mr. 60M. AP 520. AR 63M. INT 40. WIS 99s. VIT 59s. ITK 80. IF 28s. DF 97. IM 38. DM 62. Strength 2700. Stamina 2700. Dexterity 2700. Agility 2900. Magic 2700. The gamer D. Abnormal resistance S. Hunter S. Luck S. Merchant S. Mystery A. Cooking I. Development skill. The gamer D. The ability to manage your development almost 100% independently also creates unique skills. Abnormal resistance S. It negates the effect of abnormalities such as poison. Hunter S. Improves skills against monsters the user has fought before and gained experience points from. Good luck S. It improves luck and gives the possibility of obtaining better loot and item drops. Merchant S.
It improves negotiation skills and allows you to obtain a higher profit margin when selling something. Mystery A. It allows the user to activate a miracle and create magical objects. Kitchen I. It allows you to activate a miracle and makes any prepared dish taste delicious. It also allows you to eliminate bad tastes and smells from food, as well as eliminate abnormalities such as food poisoning. Magic Firebolt LV 33. Quick cast magic. If cast using the user's mana, will cost 10 MP each time it is cast and will cause 42 points of damage. Regeneration LV 3. Allows you to regenerate the HP of something, consumes 10 MP and restores 125 HP. Electric Sphere LV 24. Creates a sphere of electricity which can be thrown at the enemy. Consumes 50 MP and inflicts 136 points of damage in an area of 10 meters. Buck
Skill. Passive. Lyris Freeze LV 3.
Growth increases as long as feelings remain unchanged. Gambler's Mind, LV60. It allows the user to think things through calmly and logically. It promotes a tranquil state of mind and immunity to the psychological effects of crowds. Player Body, LV60. It grants a body that allows the user to experience the real world as a game. Sleeping in a bed restores HP and MP. Alcohol Resistance, LV32. It provides resistance against alcoholic beverages. Analysis, LV2. It provides the ability to see and analyze information about something or someone. Active. Hero's Wish Argonaut, LV5. The right to charge for an active action. Intimidation. LV50. Ability to intimidate the enemy through strong will. Projection, LV1. By combining the user's emotions with AP, powerful illusions can be created. If combined with intimidation, it can create a disturbing figure capable of instilling fear and panic. Bell, having finally obtained his much-desired level increase, headed to the Adventurers Guild to report on it. Ina's reaction was one of absolute surprise. Reaching level 3 in just 1 month after achieving level 2 was something unheard of. Ina and Bell immediately went to a private room. There was a lot of information that needed to be discussed, and it couldn't be done in a place with so many people. The poor white-haired man was bombarded with questions and reprimands about not overexerting himself, and that he should be more careful. Bell and Ina spent approximately 4 hours talking, mostly because Ina made Bell study about the monsters he was now going to face as a level 3. Bell began to feel someone watching him from behind. Turning around, he found himself staring at 2 female adventurers in the corner of the lobby. They both seemed to be looking at his eyes and hair for some reason. They must have been trying to find the white-haired man since they were heading towards him. The 2 women made their way through the white marble lobby and stopped right in front of Bell and Ina. "Bellcranel, am I wrong?" A woman with short hair asked in a loud, sharp voice. Just as Bell was about to speak, a notification appeared in front of him. Ingenious response. "A's no, my name is Carlos Santana. B, I am Batman." "See, that's me, and who is this lovely girl I have the pleasure of speaking with?" "D, they call me Romeo." Bell at this point was at a loss as to how to respond. He decided to ignore the notification in front of him and wanted to speak, but "You can't decline this time, you must select an answer." Bell's gaze turned white. What should he do? Bell took a deep breath before nervously selecting "See, that's me, and who is this lovely girl I have the pleasure of speaking with?" Bell said with a smile. Ina opened her eyes at Bell's answer, and when she turned to look at him, she swore she saw small flashes of light surrounding him. The short-haired girl, for her part, took a couple of steps back as a pinkish hue spread across her cheeks. Meanwhile, her partner moved slightly towards Bell, her long hair swaying gently behind her as she nervously rocked back and forth. This the girl managed to say. He leaned forward, his eyes looking towards Bell as he held a letter. The envelope was extremely thin and sealed with a wax emblem. Embedded in the wax was a bow and arrow in front of a sun. "My name is Daphne. This is Cassandra." "As you can see, we're from the Apollo family." Daphne speaking. The woman, Daphne, introduced herself and confirmed what Bell had been thinking. "Both were in the same family as the adventurers with whom I've had many conflicts," thought Bell. Ina, for her part, regained consciousness and leaned slightly towards Bell and spoke into his ear. "Daphne Loros and Cassandra Ilian, 3rd class level 2 adventurers." Ina spoke. Bell nodded slightly. You see, it's an invitation. Apollo-sama will be holding a banquet, and if you wish, if you don't want to, that's fine." Cassandra spoke nervously, only to receive a blow to the back of her head courtesy of Daphne. A soft scream was heard. Daphne ignored the scream and the bead of sweat forming on the back of Bell's neck and firmly pushed the invitation into Bell's hands before speaking. "You must inform your goddess. Do you understand? You received the invitation," Daphne said. "I understand," Bell said as a cold sweat ran down his back. Daphne walked away as soon as those words left Bell's mouth. Suddenly she stopped mid-stride and looked over her shoulder, her short hair sliding to one side. "My condolences," Daphne said before leaving. Bell opened his eyes slightly. He clearly didn't understand what she meant. That night, Hestia and Bell were at home as usual. Particularly today, Bell had been put to work cooking while Hestia read the letter that Bell had brought. "An invitation to the banquet of God," Hestia said, striking a thoughtful pose. Hestia was sitting in a chair a few meters away from Bell, while she read the paper in her hands. "It's been about 2 months since Ganesha held one. I figured someone would organize something soon," Hestia said. "The banquet of God was a feast for the gods by the gods. I heard that part of it was for the host to show off their familia's influence and power, but basically it was a place for the gods and goddesses to have fun. Kami-sama had attended at least one of these banquets before. This time the Apollo familia would be hosting a banquet in 2 days," Bell thought as he finished cooking some simple scrambled eggs. Bell carried 2 plates to the counter near the kitchen and placed them there. Hestia, meanwhile, hurried to sit next to Bell. "What should we do?" Bell asked. We can't ignore it, not with the fights you've had recently, Hestia spoke. Bell chuckled slightly at this. In reality, he felt no guilt or regret for the fights he had had so far. This banquet is a little different from usual, a little more interesting, Hestia said. Bell raised an eyebrow, confused. The wooden wheels of a horse-drawn carriage clattered against a stone road. The carriage stopped. The horses whinnied in the background as the carriage door opened. Bell stepped out of the carriage with a yawn. He wasn't used to that kind of clothing. Hestia then went down, expecting Bell to extend his hand to her, but he completely ignored her. Bell did a few small stretches. He had slept all the way to this place, so it was logical that his body was somewhat stiff. More and more extravagant horse-drawn carriages arrived every minute. Handsome men and dazzling women wearing some of the most expensive clothes Bell had ever seen filled the street. But the final blow came from the exquisite mansion that appeared before Bell. Today's banquet, hosted by the Apollo family, required the gods to bring one of their dependents, so it was a sort of mixed feast of gods and humans. These feasts were called the Banquet of God, as only the gods were permitted to attend. However, this time the host decided to change things up a bit. The gods wanted entertainment, and this gave them the opportunity to show off their favorite attendants. So there were many adventurers and blacksmiths mingling with the absolutely perfect appearances of their gods and goddesses. Bell yawned, then reached under his coat and pulled out a metal flask. He couldn't do this. He couldn't walk freely among so many well-dressed and probably pretentious people. At least not sober. Bell brought the flask to his lips and took a deep gulp. That small flask contained the strongest and most expensive liquor that Mia could get for Bell. Bell wiped his lips, capped the flask, and put it under his coat. My apologies, Hestia. Bell. Preparing everything for us, including these clothes, must have been difficult. Mayach emerged from the carriage where Bell and Hestia had stepped out. He joined them while Naza stood beside him, his hand resting on the crook of his arm. Of course, they were both dressed just as formally as Bell and Hestia. Bell, who had his back turned around and greeted the two of them. Both Mayach and Naza were in this place at Bell's invitation, because Hestia didn't earn that much, and she was forbidden from touching her family's funds, which Lily managed with Bell's help. She didn't have much money, so Bell had paid for everyone's outfits along with hiring the carriage. Since Mayach and Naza were currently living at the Hestia Familia headquarters in order to look after it while Bell and the others were away, Bell thought it would be a good idea to go to this event as friendly families. Thank you for the invitation, Bell, Naza said, giving a small bow. For Bell, who had only ever seen Naza in simple clothes, seeing her in a full dress was quite a novelty, not to mention attractive. The dress itself was a soft red color, with long sleeves designed to cover her prosthetic right arm. Do I look okay? Naza asked as she gently tugged the skirt of her dress to the sides with her fingers and gave a small bow. You look very beautiful, Bell said with a small smile. Naza's eyes were the same as always, half closed, but there was a joy in her expression that I hadn't seen before. Her tail wagged happily from side to side beneath her dress. Bell extended his hand and Naza nervously took Bell's hand. Both attendants took a few steps away from their gods until the gods noticed and ran after them. Well, only Hestia did. Mayach gave a fatherly smile and walked slowly. The lobby was as ornate as the exterior of the building. Golden pillars adorned with hundreds of candles lined the corridor. Alabaster statues, designed to resemble each of the gods and goddesses, stood in different areas of the corridor like small shrines. The hallway led to an equally extravagant set of stairs. Tonight's party would be held in the second-floor ballroom. The ballroom was already noisy with guests who had arrived earlier. And of course, the ballroom was as lavishly decorated as everything else. Many chandeliers fitted with magic stone lamps hung from the ceiling, and long tables laden with elaborate and varied foods stretched along the sides and back of the ballroom. There was a balcony beyond the tall, narrow windows. Naza would tell Bell many things about the people they were seeing, which Bell deeply appreciated. Ah yes, there you are, meow too. This is a surprise. Hephaestus take, Hestia exclaimed joyfully. A god and a goddess greeted the group as they headed towards the corner of the hall. You brought Mikoto-kun, huh? Take, Hestia said with a smile. Take Mikazuchi nodded as Mikoto hid behind him. Who is with you, Hephaestus? I don't see anyone, Hestia asked. Hephaestus laughed slightly as he stepped aside. Bell's group saw a beautiful redhead girl wearing a black dress along with gloves and a small hat adorning her hair. The girl was extremely flushed and until a few moments ago was hidden behind Hephaestus. Bell smiled slightly at the sight of his teammate. He was used to seeing Wendy in her loose blacksmith clothes, not in a dress that accentuated her well-proportioned body. I was going to bring Tsubaki, but she was busy and dragged Wendy along instead, Hephaestus laughed. Wendy, who kept her gaze lowered while a great blush invaded her face, could only utter unintelligible words. And tell me, Bell, aren't you going to say anything to Wendy? Hephaestus laughed as he gave Wendy a light push. Bell gave a small smile before speaking. It's unusual to see you in clothes other than your typical work clothes. You look very pretty. You should dress like this more often, Bell said while smiling. A mini explosion occurred above Wendy's head as she staggered almost to the point of falling if she hadn't been caught by Hephaestus, who couldn't contain his laughter. Bell also chuckled a little as he stopped looking at Wendy for the moment, mostly because he didn't know when his eyes would betray him and settle on her breasts, which according to Tsubaki measured 92 centimeters. Bell turned to look at her new teammate. Her long black hair had been skillfully braided and matched her dress. She looked very beautiful. She must not have been used to exposing her shoulders because she was curling up, making herself as small as possible. Even the tips of her ears were turning red. "You also look very pretty, Makoto-san," Bell said. Poor Makoto reached her breaking point and fainted on top of Take Mikazuchi. Bell, for his part, decided to ignore Hestia's complaints as he took out his flask again and brought it to his lips. The hostile stares of many people were fixed on him, and it was beginning to bother him. While Bell drank from his flask, he completely ignored Hermes' arrival to his group. Bell's group was gathered around a table while they all chatted and talked to each other. Bell, for his part, remained somewhat on the sidelines as he continued eating and drinking. He had already drunk 15 glasses of wine. He felt too many eyes on him and this made him uncomfortable, so he spent his time drinking to ignore them. Bell continued drinking and talking animatedly with Mayach while in front of him were Take Mikazuchi and Makoto, who was still very embarrassed. Makoto glanced several times in Bell's direction before nervously walking away. "I've always wanted to ask Bell something, but I haven't had the chance," Makoto said as she approached Bell. Upon the arrival of Makoto, who had fled from the gaze of several gods and was using talking to Bell as an excuse to hide behind Mayach, and because they were at one of the last tables, there would be no one behind her but a wall. Bell put his 17th cup aside and turned to look at Makoto. "If I may ask, I heard you're growing at an incredible rate. Would you be willing to share some advice?" Makoto asked nervously. Bell laughed nervously. Makoto's question was completely out of place. She had already asked him that question the first time they explored the dungeon as a team. "Bell isn't entirely human. I've been doping him with muscle-building pills of my own design every day I'm speaking Naza." Bell couldn't help but laugh at this. Makoto, realizing that their conversation had ended, nervously looked back at her old spot. She didn't want to go back there. She felt very embarrassed receiving so many stares and didn't have a good excuse for hiding behind everyone, since as Take Mikazuchi's companion she should be with him, or so her honor dictated. Bell sighed as he looked at Makoto. He'd noticed her and Wendy's discomfort, along with all the unwelcome stares they were receiving. In fact, everyone had noticed, but there wasn't much they could do. Take Mikazuchi and Hephaestus were about to tell them they didn't need to be with him and that they could go somewhere more comfortable. Bell moved a little closer to Makoto and took her by the waist, pulling her close to his body. Then he took Wendy by the arm and pulled her close as well. Both women instantly blushed furiously, and Bell's actions drew everyone's attention. Bell sighed before being enveloped by a large, dense, dark aura that rose to a height of 3 meters, making it visible to all. Bell sharpened his gaze as much as possible and unleashed a powerful killing intent upon most of those present, causing great confusion and in many the gods to whom it was primarily directed, profound fear. Bell maintained that same position for a few seconds until all the male gods and male adventurers turned to look elsewhere. At that moment, he released the two of them and carefully moved them away from his side. Wendy and Makoto, who were blushing deeply, hadn't realized what Bell had accomplished, but the others had. Bell had literally threatened every man in the place with her gaze, preventing any of them from even looking at Wendy or Makoto, a truly commendable feat considering how beautiful they both were. "Thanks, Bell, those inappropriate looks were getting annoying," Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. Bell simply nodded as he took a drink from a waiter. Wah! A sound wave arrived from all directions at the same time around Bell. "Look at that, the big fish has arrived," Hermes said with a smile. Bell followed her gaze and instantly found the source of everyone's excitement. All attention in the ballroom was focused on a gigantic beastman and the silver-haired goddess standing beside him. "Who is she?" Bell asked, then brought his 19th glass to his lips. "Bell is Freya-sama. I'm sure you've heard the name of the Freya familia before," Hermes said. "So that silver-haired goddess is the leader of that family," Bell thought as he took his 20th drink. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly lifted upon Freya's arrival. Silver eyes and a well-defined figure, her large breasts and slender waist were concealed beneath a dress that seemed woven from the very sky. She took a step forward and every eye in the ballroom was upon her. Another step and the gazes followed. Bell followed Freya lightly with his eyes, something about her called to him, or rather seemed familiar. Without warning, Hestia's twin black horse tails shook. Hestia's face lifted from the table. She glanced at Freya and then stared at Bell, her eyes wide. She immediately leaped onto Bell and covered his eyes. "Don't you dare look at Freya, Bellcun," Hestia shouted. Several veins stood out on Bell's forehead. In the middle of the quiet ballroom, a loud crash was heard, causing everyone to momentarily turn their gaze away from Freya. What they saw instead was Hestia lying on the floor with a severe head injury. After this brief intervention, everyone saw Freya again. Mikoto and Naza were struggling against Freya's influence. Naza's eyes were tightly closed as she shook her head. Mikoto had turned away, her face flushed. Wendy, for her part, lowered her gaze, blushing as well. Only Isfi seemed all right. She was staring into space like a child daydreaming. First at Ganesha's banquet and now this. Freya never goes out in public this much, whispered Hephaestus. What do you mean? Asked Belle, who surprisingly did not seem to be affected by Freya's presence. Freya-sama usually stays in her room on the highest level of the Tower of Babel, rarely showing her face in public. Many of the gods here come to the banquets just for the chance to see her with their own eyes, Hermes said. Belle nodded, although he didn't really care about that information. The heels of her shoes echoed as she approached. Everyone in her path made way for her, stepping back as if pushed by an invisible force. Hestia rose from the ground and watched the silver-haired goddess and her massive attendant walking toward them. So you're here, Hestia, and you too, Hephaestus. It's the first time since the god gathering, isn't it? Freya spoke in a calm voice. Freya, what are you doing here? Asked Hestia. Hestia stood directly in front of Freya the moment the other goddess gave a friendly greeting. I'm glad to see you're okay, Hephaestus said as he stood beside Hestia. Hestia seemed to be trying to contain a torrent with a cork. I simply came to say hello. It's a rare opportunity to see so many familiar faces at once, so how could I not come here? Freya spoke as she glanced at the small crowd of male gods who had gathered around her. They all seemed to melt as her silver eyes swept over them. Hermes stood weak, a stunned expression on her face. Take Mikazuchi blushed a light shade of pink and cleared her throat with an ahem. Mayach leaned forward and complimented her, saying, You look very beautiful tonight. A moment later, the heels of the expensive shoes belonging to their female attendants fell onto the toes of the three gods. Instantly, their cries of pain were heard. Freya leaned forward, extended her arm, and stroked Belle's cheek. Tonight, will you make one of my dreams come true? Freya asked. Anticipating Hestia's outburst of anger, Belle took a Jayagamarukun and put it in his goddess's mouth. I can't tonight, I plan to get drunk after this, Belle said, placing an empty glass on the table, his 20-second glass. Freya blinked a couple of times at Belle's response. Ara, how disappointing, Freya said with a slight laugh. Belle practically ignored the goddess. He was more interested in the liquor they were serving. And when could you fulfill my dream? Freya said with a smile. Upon hearing Freya's voice, Belle turned to look at her, but not before drinking his 23rd cup. On Monday without fail, Belle said without much interest. Well, I'll be waiting for you. I'll send one of my children to see you, Freya said with a smile. Don't miss it, was all the beastman said beside him. Freya turned her back on the still enraged Hestia. Otter, she called to the beastman at her side and began to walk. Otter was a boarman over 2 meters tall. Boarman equals boarman. To everyone's astonishment, Belle remained completely oblivious and simply took another glass from a waiter's tray. Just leave me the bottle, Belle said as he took the bottle of wine from the tray. Before the astonished gaze of the waiter, Belle drank the entire bottle and then left the empty bottle on the table. I haven't even been here 2 seconds and that bitch already showed up. The storm had passed. A new voice cut through the calm. Belle ignored the new voice. It didn't belong to anyone he knew. Loki, Hestia shouted, Me, Shorty, I see you finally learned how to wear a dress. You're acting so grown up it could make my stomach burst. Loki said mockingly. Hestia shouted at a goddess with vermilion red hair who was dressed in a man's suit. Belle, upon hearing the mention of the goddess's name, turned to look with great interest, and there she was, a radiant girl with blonde hair and golden eyes wearing an elegant dress. Her dress was light green. Eyes looked a little embarrassed standing just a few steps away from Belle. When the hell did you get here? You're not the type to sneak around. Hestia shouted. Shut up, idiot. 2 scrawny breasts stole my ticket, got it. Loki yelled. Loki was in a man's suit and eyes wore a form-fitting dress. She almost looked like the daughter of some high-ranking nobleman with her bodyguard, which was the opposite of the truth. Her pale green dress was open at the front and back, fully exposing her delicate feminine shoulders. Sparkling beads and various other embellishments were sewn as accents in several places on the dress. The finishing touch was the long, silky gloves that extended well past her elbows. Part of her golden hair was tied back with a ribbon. The rest flowed gracefully down her back. Her angelic face and slender neck, soft breasts that made just the right amount of cleavage, her slim waist and her beautiful dress were something completely new to what Belle was used to. Eyes lifted her face and made eye contact with Belle. Neither of them could say a word. Belle felt her face flush as she quickly looked down at the floor, her hands clasped in front of her stomach as her shoulders bobbed slightly up and down. Her body swayed from side to side in Loki's shadow. How cute, thought Belle. Hestia dug the tip of her shoe into the side of Belle's shin, but the attack caused Belle no pain whatsoever. The white-haired man turned to look at Hestia with several veins standing out on his forehead, which slightly frightened Hestia. Oh, so this is your boy, Shorty, Loki said. His vermilion eyes looked right through Belle. Belle looked at Loki somewhat nervously. What should he say at this moment? Clever answer. A, nice to meet you, Loki-sama. My name is bellcranel. B, if it's not too much trouble, could you move aside? You're obstructing my view of the most beautiful being in the world. C, how are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. Hey handsome, I've come for your daughter. Bell cleared his throat and decided to ignore their possible responses. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, Loki-sama. I am deeply grateful to your family members for what they did for me and my comrades on the 18th floor, Bell said with a smile, before taking the goddess's hand and kissing the back of it as if he were greeting a princess or queen. Loki, for his part, smiled before speaking. What a pleasant surprise. I never thought that the child of this goddess would have manners, considering what his goddess is like, Loki said mockingly. Hestia flew into a rage at the mockery. A furious boasting contest erupted. The two goddesses traded verbal blows with reckless abandon. Hephaestus sighed to herself, whispering, "Here we go again." Myach wore a blank smile. Naza and the others simply stared, mouths slightly agape. Bell could only chuckle slightly. They were practically growling at each other, and the other gods were beginning to notice. Hey look, it's round 2, now this is entertainment. Gods and goddesses gathered around Hestia and Loki. Bell sighed before delivering a karate chop to Hestia's head, causing her to shed small tears. Eyes, for her part, took Loki and separated her from Hestia. Both were breathing with difficulty, their eyes blazing with rage. HMPH, you just ruined my good mood, dwarf, Loki grumbled. That's my line. Hestia shouted, "Oh, Izu-tan, we're leaving." Loki said, "Bellkun, us too." Hestia said. Loki grabbed Izu's wrist while Hestia seized Bell's hand. Both goddesses stormed off in different directions, growling. Loki managed to move Izu away from the place while Hestia almost lost her balance because Bell surpassed her in strength and she could not move him even an inch. "If you want to leave, you can. I'm fine here," Bell said with a sigh as he took another glass of wine. Bell glanced quickly over his shoulder. Izu was looking at him from behind. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Izu turned around, her delicate shoulder blades appearing for a moment from beneath her hair. After that, Hestia, now calmer, introduced Bell to her god friends and acquaintances. 2 hours had passed since they arrived at the party, and Bell needed a break. He moved away from the group of people on his own, finding a quiet place, and leaned against the wall to avoid disturbing anyone. A weary sigh escaped Bell's lips. He was absolutely exhausted. "I leave my place against the wall and try to find a way to escape the party." He didn't have to go far. One of the high windows was open, and without thinking twice, he left the place. The cold air enveloped him the moment his foot touched the cement balcony. Bell heard a voice behind him and turned to face it. Hermes stood by the window overlooking the balcony. The banquet was still in full swing behind him. "What are you doing here?" Hermes asked. "Nothing really," Bell replied, shrugging his shoulders. Hermes went out onto the balcony and stood next to Bell. "We never had a chance to chat. I'm sorry I'm not one of those nice girls inside, but may I join you?" Hermes said with a smile. Bell laughed slightly and nodded. "Tell me, why did you become an adventurer?" Hermes asked with a smile. Hermes leaned on the handrail as he spoke. "What was I supposed to say to her? I came to meet the girl of my dreams in the dungeon. I couldn't give up my childhood dream of becoming a hero. Neither option sounds good," Bell thought. Bell scratched the back of his neck before speaking. "My grandfather, the man who raised me, said this before he died. Aurario has everything you could want. If you want to go, go," Bell said with a small smile. "I see," murmured Hermes. "Aurario has money and I could meet a lot of cute girls, fulfill any dream. He told me to join the familia of a beautiful goddess, and being part of a big family was more than just a possibility," Bell said with a touch of nostalgia. "Ha ha 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 ha." Hermes tilted his chin towards the night sky and laughed from deep within his belly. Bell looked at the red-faced god who was clutching his stomach and doing his best to calm down. "You can be a hero. Go if your will is strong enough." Those were his words, Bell said, still smiling. "I wanted the warmth of a family. The only thing I longed for since childhood, and reinforced by my bond with my grandfather, was to meet the person who would make that dream a reality. That's how I arrived in Aurario, my soul filled with visions of becoming a hero," Bell thought to himself. "Your grandfather sounds like a very funny person," Hermes said with a smile. "Yes, it was. It made every day entertaining," Bell said with a small laugh. "So you spent your whole life in the city where you were born until you came to Aurario?" Hermes asked. "Yes, a small village in the middle of the mountains, so there's still a lot I don't know," Bell answered with complete honesty. "Well then, do you know of a god named Zeus?" Hermes said with a big smile. "Zeus-sama? No, I don't know him. Is he well known?" Bell replied. "Oh yes. He used to be the leader of the most powerful family in history, ever since the day we first arrived in Aurario," Hermes spoke. "Aren't the most powerful the Loki familia and the Freya familia?" Bell asked, intrigued. "They are now, certainly, but that wasn't the case until very recently. 15 years ago, to be exact," Hermes replied. Bell nodded as he paid attention to Hermes. "Until Loki and Freya-sama seized control, Zeus and a goddess named Hera ruled Aurario. The current arrangement came about when Loki and Freya-sama defeated them and drove them out of the city," Hermes explained. "Were the families of Hera-sama and Zeus-sama defeated in the battle?" Bell asked. "That's true, but not in the way you're thinking. You see, the shift in power began with a failed mission," Hermes said with a hint of sadness. Bell nodded. "This world has burdened Aurario with the 3 great quests. During the era that children call the Ancient, 3 monsters with incredible power escaped from the dungeon. The quests are to eliminate them," Hermes spoke. "So that means?" Bell asked doubtfully. That's right, they're alive. These ancient monsters that came out of the dungeon are still out there, Hermes replied. Belle nodded in amazement. This should be obvious, but the dungeon provides adventurers in the labyrinth city with the perfect training ground. As citizens of Aurario, you have an obligation to the rest of the world to deal with the monsters that have emerged from beneath your feet, Hermes said. No other city could rival Aurario in terms of sheer power and influence. This was directly due to the dungeon, a place where monsters were constantly spawning, providing adventurers with unlimited opportunities to level up. On the surface, monsters and humans were much weaker, meaning adventurers had a very difficult time gaining experience points, and opportunities to level up were scarce. 15 years ago, Zeus and Hera were at the height of their power. Their familias were home to the mightiest adventurers in history, and they set out to challenge the three ancient beasts. First, the earth tyrant Behemoth, then the sea ruler Leviathan were defeated. And finally, the last of them, the black dragon, was too strong and annihilated them. Hermes spoke. The black dragon? It can't be. Is that the one-eyed dragon? Belle asked in amazement. That's right. Do you know about him? Hermes asked. Belle simply nodded. Probably if he said he personally met the hero who sacrificed his life to wound that legendary monster, they would say, "What were you smoking?"
What?
Both Zeus's and Hera's familia lost their strongest dependents in the battle with the black dragon, leaving them weak and vulnerable. And now we're back to square one. Loki and Freya-sama joined forces to force the two high-ranking fighters their greatest rival gods out of the city. Hermes spoke. Belle nodded again. It was merely a sign of the changing times. Even the guild, who had supported them through thick and thin for generations, failed to protect weak Zeus and Hera. Hermes spoke. Hermes continued, saying that perhaps it would be better to say that the guild was unable to protect them. That was the fall of Zeus and how the Aurario came to be, Hermes explained. Belle nodded again as a feeling of emptiness filled him for some reason. The people of the world still yearn for the completion of the last of the three great missions, the death of the black dragon. As a citizen of Aurario, you will have a role to play, Hermes spoke. Hermes had just explained how the already powerful and famous Zeus family and the fate of the city of Aurario were intertwined. Hermes, Belle asked. What's wrong? Hermes said as he turned to look at Hermes. Zeus-sama and Hera-sama, may I ask what happened to them? Belle asked. Hermes stared at Belle for a long moment before flashing a smile and closing his eyes. That's a tough one. The idea that they returned to heaven sounds convincing enough, but no one really knows what happened to that kind old man. He could be out there traveling the world looking for new heroes, or he could be hiding in some cabin wallowing in despair. Knowing him, he might go to the ends of the earth just to see what's there. That's more likely. Now Hera, she's similar to Zeus. She may very well have decided to travel to see the world or simply go to Zeus's side, Hermes said with a smile. Belle nodded as he looked up at the sky. Well, our chat was a bit long. I'm sorry to take up so much of your time, Belle, Hermes said, apologizing. No, it's okay. Thank you for talking to me, Belle said with a smile. Hey, Belle, aren't you going to dance? Hermes asked as he completely changed the subject of conversation. Belle, for his part, blinked a couple of times while looking at Hermes. Take a look inside, see, Hermes said. Belle followed her gaze and, of course, the center of the ballroom was bright, full of movement. Your grandfather told you, didn't he, that Aurario has enough gorgeous women and beautiful ladies to make the world green with envy. This is your chance to enjoy it, Hermes said with a laugh. Oh no, it's that smile. I've seen Hermes make that face before, Belle thought. Hermes put his arm around Belle's neck and guided him inside. Hermes, I don't know how to dance, so don't worry about me. I'm happy enough just being here, Belle said with a nervous smile. What happened to your courage, Belle? So what's your type? Hermes asked with a big smile. Belle's eyes managed to find a strand of blonde hair amidst the lights and decorations of the ballroom, and of course Hermes noticed. Oh ho. The sword princess, huh? You don't waste any time, Hermes said with a small laugh. Belle laughed nervously. How to get rid of this god? That was the question running through his mind. I'm not a god of love, but that doesn't mean I can't make sparks fly. Hermes said with a smile. Why are you talking so loud? Belle said with a nervous smile, but Hermes did not answer him. Instead, he took his hand and pulled him back into the ballroom. What are you doing? Belle asked, annoyed. Take you with your dance partner, obviously. The sword princess, who else? Hermes River, Belle sighed as he was dragged away by the god. Leave it to me, I have a plan, Hermes said with a smile. With that, he sped off with Belle on his back. The musicians' perfectly crafted melodies filled the dimly lit ballroom. The magic stone lamps in the chandeliers had been extinguished, leaving the dance floor illuminated by moonlight. Hestia and Loki were still arguing in the back corner. Eyes was right behind them. I bet anyone who extended a hand to her would be immediately expelled by her overprotective goddess under threat of the wrath of the Loki familia. I doubt anyone even greeted her, Belle thought. She was just standing there, watching the goddesses and wondering if she should intervene. Hermes finally let go of Belle's hand and walked over there. Finding a brief opening in the argument between Loki and Hestia, he adopted the air of a gentleman and bowed before her. Oh, how exquisite you look tonight, Princess of the Sword. May I, Hermes, have this ball? Hermes spoke elegantly. Eyes' face paled and she stood motionless before the god. Unsure of what to do, she tried to get her goddess's attention. Unfortunately for her, the argument between the two goddesses was still raging. After a few long seconds, Eyes looked at Hermes again and opened her mouth, but before she could. "Oh God, no, how could I have forgotten something so important? I just remembered," Hermes said while overacting. Hermes turned around, his hand covering his face. He looked more like an actor on a stage than anything else. Hermes clasped his hands together as if he'd just had an idea. He glanced back over his shoulder before turning to look at Belle. "It is a disgrace as a god and as a man not to be able to honor my own invitation. Belle, take my place," Hermes said. Belle's jaw dropped to the floor. Eyes, for her part, looked stunned. Her eyes were as wide open as they could be. "Do you understand, Belle? My reputation is on the line, so don't let me down," Hermes said with a laugh. Belle was stunned, wondering what he should say. "Idiot, I didn't train you to stay still. Say the following. My lady, would you like to accompany me to a dance?" Alongside the notification appeared an image of a man kneeling while extending his hand in front of a woman. Tap, tap, the sound of his footsteps cut through the other sounds in the room. He gradually approached her, the distance between them slowly disappearing. He stopped an arm's length away and I met his gaze. Can I have this dance?" Belle managed to say. He extended his left hand. "With pleasure," Eyes said as she took Belle's hand. She felt the weight of his hand in hers. Summoning every ounce of courage in her body, she closed her fingers around his. They headed towards the dance floor, holding hands. They both found an open spot in a ring of dancing couples. Belle slowly extended her right arm behind her and I placed her hand on her back as she lightly placed her left hand on my shoulder. Now all she needed to do was listen to the rhythm, watch the others, and try to dance. But they weren't in sync at all. Belle lost his balance, she stumbled. They both struggled just to maintain their balance. Eyes was first and foremost a swordswoman, so dancing wasn't her thing. "What do you think you're doing? You're disappointing your people." A drop of sweat appeared behind Belle's neck before this. "Just imitate the following." In Belle's mind, a video played, a curious scene with the least of its kind. The protagonists were a man with white hair and blue eyes wearing a white suit, and next to him a woman with red hair and eyes wearing a beautiful white wedding dress. Both danced with great precision and elegance. Belle held Eyes' hands firmly and, doing his best, imitated her steps. Eyes, for her part, was stunned for a moment. Her body was very tense and she could barely move. The blonde relaxed her body as best she could and let Belle guide her completely. "What? What the hell do you think you're doing, Izutan? Let me go, you little runt." "I said let me go," Lockham yelled. "Huh, what are you, dick? Wah, wait, Belcunt," Hestia shouted. Two loud voices reached Belle's ears from the corner of the ballroom. He caught a glimpse of two furious goddesses, but at that moment Hermes pointed and Asfi's dress fluttered through the air. "Hold them back, Asfi," shouted Hermes. "I am not responsible for the consequences," Asfi said with a sigh. NGGGH. NGGGH, slender feminine arms enveloped each of the goddesses. Both goddesses disappeared from sight as they were carried by Asfi. "Otter, tell me, is it possible to unleash a horde of minotaurs here right now?" Freya asked as she watched Belle and Eyes dance. "No, Freya-sama," Otter replied. "Why did I feel a chill down my spine?" Belle asked himself. "This is my first time," Eyes spoke in a soft voice. Belle's brain shut down for a moment when he heard those words come out of Eyes' mouth. "This is my first time dancing, I'm talking about Eyes." Belle looked at Eyes, although he had to bend down a little to do so. Before they were both 165 meters tall, now Belle was 172 and Eyes was still 165. For some strange reason Belle had been growing very fast. "I always wanted to try it when I was little," Eyes said. "Seriously?" Belle asked. "Yes," Eyes replied simply. "That was unexpected," Belle thought, "so I'm happy, thank you," Eyes said. She looked down shyly, then back at Belle with a radiant smile. For a moment she looked like an innocent girl instead of the hardened swordswoman Belle. He was completely lost in the glint of her golden eyes. The mask of refinement and grace she always wore was gone, replaced by the smile of a little girl. Her golden curls flowed in perfect sync with the music. Belle couldn't help but smile at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Chapter 21, Cowardly Tactics. After Eyes and Belle's dance was over, they both met Hermes and the others standing near the wall of the ballroom. Belle led Eyes as far as he could, until she timidly let go of his hand. He could still feel her delicate, warm fingers in the palm of his hand. The tender expressions that Eyes had made during the dance had all been immortalized in Belle's gallery. The white-haired man was momentarily lost in his thoughts while watching a video of the dance he had just had with Eyes. How it had been filmed, he had no idea. Shortly after regaining consciousness, Belle saw Hermes for a moment before speaking. "Thank you," Belle said simply. "I'm glad to be of use," Hermes said with a smile. Hermes smiled before opening his mouth to continue. However, he immediately closed his mouth again and raised both hands in the air. "At least I can die knowing you're happy," Hermes said with a small cry. "Hermes, Hermes," two goddesses enveloped in auras of fury appeared directly behind Hermes. Two arms suddenly grabbed him and dragged him to the corner. A cry of pain pierced the air. With Hermes' execution complete, Hestia rushed towards Belle and Eyes as if she had been shot from a cannon. Belkun, you will dance with me now. Hestia shouted. Izutan, you'll polish the floor with me, no objections. Loki shouted. Hestia grabbed Bel's hand tightly and dragged him away with all her strength. Okay, but lower your voice, Bel said with a small laugh. Eyes, for her part, wasn't doing much better. Loki practically had her in a bear hug. Bel walked for a few moments with Hestia until they were stopped. Guests, are you enjoying the banquet? Apollo, the host of the evening, appeared in front of Bel's group. A handful of his uniformed followers spread out behind him as they confronted him. Wait a minute, why did the musicians stop playing? It's strangely quiet here, thought Bel as he had a bad feeling. I'm so glad to see you're all happy. That lets me know organizing this banquet was worth it, Apollo said. Everyone stopped moving, frozen in place as the other guests made their way toward the group. A ring formed around them in an instant and Apollo was in the center. The god who wore a laurel wreath fixed his eyes on Hestia as soon as he finished his general greeting. A long time has passed, but Hestia. It seems my children have caused you some trouble, Apollo spoke. Yes, and mine to you, Hestia said while looking suspiciously at Apollo. While Hestia was thinking about how to apologize, Apollo smiled before speaking. My precious child was seriously injured by yours. I demand compensation, Apollo said as he stepped forward. Bel tilted his head in confusion while Hestia looked furious. That's an exaggeration. My Belkun was injured too. You have no right to demand anything. Hestia shouted. My dear Lewin came home so beaten and bloody that day that I had to hide my eyes. My soul wept in his presence. Apollo spoke as he placed his hand on his chest like an actor trying to be overly dramatic before opening his arms wide. He gestured to his other dependents. They all wept as if it were a signal. A figure emerged from behind them. Ah, Lewin, Apollo exclaimed as he rushed to her side. Lewin, that was the hobbit of the bar. His entire body was wrapped in bandages like some kind of ancient mummy. He groaned in pain as he struggled to walk with Apollo's help. It hurts, everything hurts. Belkun, you didn't do that, did you? Hestia said. Bel shrugged. Besides, I heard it was your son who started the fight. There are plenty of witnesses. Don't try to back out of this, Apollo said. The god raised his arm and wiggled his fingers as if he were pulling someone forward. They came forward all at once. Many people reached the front of the crowd, forming a ring even closer to us. Witnesses, the other customers of the Hibichida. Bel didn't remember seeing any of them, but they all said at the same time that they were there and on Apollo's side. Did they get paid? Were they really there? Either way, this wasn't a coincidence, Bel thought with clear anger. Wait, Apollo. It was my child who made the first move. Surely Hestia doesn't deserve all the blame, Hephaestus said. Ah, Hephaestus, what a beautiful friendship you have, but you don't need to stand up for her. It's clear that Hestia's child was the one who sent your child to do the dirty work, Apollo said. Apollo quickly dismissed Hephaestus's claim, adding that he could ask any of the witnesses present for the full story. The goddess's good eye, the one not covered by a bandage, narrowed. One of my beloved dependents was seriously injured. I cannot simply accept this. My familia's reputation is at stake, Hestia. Won't you take responsibility for his actions? Apollo spoke. Enough already. How on earth am I supposed to accept this? Hestia shouted. Then you leave me no choice. Hestia, I declare a war game. Apollo spoke. War game. It was a staged battle between two families with a strict set of rules. Each god deployed his dependents like pieces in a board game and sent them into battle in a test of wills. In other words, the dependents fought a war for their god. The victorious god stole everything from the loser. The winner received the right to order the loser to do something. Typically, they took all the money, property, and even members of the families for themselves. Apollo has done it now, what a thug. Actually, I'd like to see that. The gods and goddesses were always looking for entertainment, and this seemed to have piqued their interest. The circle of people surrounding us expressed their support for Apollo. If my family prevails, I demand that you hand over bellcranel, Apollo spoke. Those words practically knocked Hestia out. What? Hestia shouted. Hestia clenched her fist in anger as she glared at Apollo. This is what you've been looking for all along. Hestia shouted. A horrible, greedy smile appeared on Apollo's face. It's unfair, Hestia, keeping such a cute child all to yourself, Apollo said with a lascivious smile. Bel instantly felt his stomach churn and was overcome with nausea. You disgusting pig, Hestia shouted. Hestia glared angrily at Apollo as if he were the root of all evil. The god merely returned her gaze. Starting with the fight in the bar, everything that happened, it was all part of your plan, Apollo. It was all to steal Belkun from me, Hestia shouted. Realizing she was trapped, Hestia looked at each of the gods who had cast their lot with Apollo for sheer amusement. The few allies they had were bewildered. Naza, Wendy, and Makoto looked around in confusion. Maichen Take Mikazuchi frowned, silently observing the events, powerless to stop them. Hephaestus sighed, massaging his temple. Hermes stood right beside her, grimacing next to his fee. And that's not all, your child has also been hurting the children of another family, Apollo said while pointing at Bel. A spotlight shone on a white-haired god who wore very expensive clothes. Certainly, that troublesome child has been hurting many of my children. My poor Armid has had to spend days without sleep to heal them all. A god spoke as a young woman with gray hair whose appearance could be described as that of a porcelain doll looked at her god in shock. Hestia, upon the integration of another god, took a step back while growling. Diane. Mayach growled as he looked at the god who appeared to be an old man. The god called Diane for his part just smiled at Mayach. My family also declares a war game. You don't know how much money I've lost because of that problem, child, Diane said with a smile as she presented evidence against Bell. Bell rubbed his temples wearily. He had certainly fought all the adventurers Diane had named and presented evidence against, but they had picked a fight with him. Now he was sure that it would be useless to try to defend himself. Hestia growled at her predicament. Mayach, for his part, leaned in and whispered something in Hestia's ear, further increasing her anger. Hestia, what is your answer? Apollo asked. Simply having a war game with one family was already difficult, now adding a second one literally put the Hestia familia in a bad situation. I have no obligation to accept, do I? Hestia said. Hestia turned her back on Apollo. Are you sure you won't regret this? Apollo said with a smile. Hardly, Belcun, we're leaving. Hestia said. Hestia's eyes glared at the smiling Apollo as he grabbed him. How boring. Several goddesses expressed their disappointment as they stepped aside, allowing Bell and Hestia to pass. Hestia and Bell arrived at their headquarters along with Mayach and Naza, since they all currently lived together and left the dance at the same time. The Mayach familia had started living at the Hestia familia headquarters with the goal of taking care of the place when no one was there. This was possible since Mayach started renting a small place, literally next door, to sell their potions. I'm so sorry for the trouble we caused you, Mayach said. As soon as they entered the house, Mayach had prostrated himself on the floor using the ultimate technique of Takemikazuchi and his dependents, the Doja. Come on, Mayach, you're not to blame for anything, Hestia said, forcing a small smile. No, it's because of Diane. He hates me and enjoys seeing my family suffer. Ever since they paid my debt, he hasn't looked upon them favorably. I'm quite sure that he sent the thugs who went to my store and whom Bell defeated. He probably thinks that if Apollo takes control of Bell and pushes him aside, he can make my life difficult as he pleases, Mayach said with a look of utter anguish. Even before what happened to my arm, our family already had problems with Diane's. Although personally I have no problem with some of its members. Several of them, in order to seek the approval of their god, would play heavy pranks on us or even drive monsters towards us. When I lost my arm and Mayach-sama went to beg for this prosthesis, he was surely very happy, Naza said while bowing. We deeply regret this, Mayach said while still lying on the ground. It doesn't really matter, Mayach-sama shouldn't apologize for the actions of others, Bell said. Mayach nodded as he stood up from the ground. By the way, Naza-san, there's something I want to try, Bell said. Naza looked at Bell with intrigue. Could you take off your prosthesis for a moment? Bell said. Naza nodded somewhat hesitantly as Mayach helped her remove her prosthesis. Bell focused slightly and activated his magic. As he understood it, if he momentarily lowered his HP, he could regenerate lost limbs. But he had never tried it since he hadn't had the opportunity and hoped he wouldn't, but now he thought it was a good time. To make it work, you must temporarily give up 50 points of your HP. Bell nodded as he activated his magic, a small pain invading him. Everyone could see how a white aura covered Naza, and where her arm should have been a white silhouette was created, which became brighter and brighter until it momentarily blinded everyone. Shortly after the glow faded, something unusual had happened. Naza watched in shock as she once again had a real right arm and not a prosthesis. Is this a dream? Naza asked the void as she opened and closed her right hand. No, Bell replied simply. Naza nodded as her face lost its color. Beatsman couldn't bear the psychological impact of seeing her right arm again and fell abruptly to the ground. Heimi Hestia spoke to the long-haired male deity, but Mayach had also fallen to the floor unconscious, while still holding Naza's former prosthesis. I'll take you to your rooms, Bell said with a sigh, seeing the two of them lying on the floor. Bell easily carried both of them on his shoulders and went up to the second floor to leave each of them in their respective rooms. A short time later, Bell went downstairs, this time wearing more casual clothes. Kami-sama, I'll be out for a while, Bell said as he walked. Are you going to drink again? Hestia asked. Bell simply nodded as he walked out the front door. Hestia didn't inquire much. She knew perfectly well where he would go, to the Lady of Abundance. It was his favorite bar and where he usually drank most of the time. She also knew that Bell was perfectly safe in that place, and if he got too drunk, either they would bring him here or they would lend him a room in the bar building. The goddess gave a small sigh. Everyone dealt with stress in their own way. While Bell went to drink, she would take a nap. The whole war game business had the little goddess very annoyed. The sun had risen in the morning after the banquet of God. Hestia updated Bell's status at her family headquarters. Bell had arrived at his headquarters after midnight. He had simply taken a bath and then gone to sleep. He was not one of those drunks who caused a scene late at night. Despite having gotten drunk the day before, he woke up feeling as fresh as a daisy and completely ready to explore the dungeon. Both God and his employees were busy preparing for the day. Bellcranel.
LV 3. Strength I6. Defense I5. Dexterity I02. Agility I3. Magic I0. The gamer D. Cooking I.
It went up a little, Bell thought. Bell slipped a potion into the sheath of his leg while holding a sheet of paper in his left hand. He hadn't set foot in the dungeon since reaching level 3, but he had had a small fight yesterday at the Lady of Abundance, and this earned him a few experience points which were reflected in his status. That idiot. War game this, war game that, Hestia grumbled as she finished adjusting her uniform. Bell finished adjusting his light armor, the Pyankichi MK Roman 4, Wendy's latest creation for him. While Bell finished polishing a short sword which he used while his two main weapons were being repaired, Lily and Naza finished arranging several potions in a small backpack, and Mayach had just finished breakfast, being the one who had to do that today. Bell-kun, please be careful. I doubt he's stupid enough to try anything today, but some of his dependents might try to start another fight, Hestia said. Bell nodded slightly at his goddess's warning. Hestia nodded contentedly, given that the Apollo Familia was currently in the midst of a grand plan to steal Bell from her, and she wouldn't allow it. Updating Bell's status, despite his lack of dungeon exploration, was one of the countermeasures she was using to prepare for her next stage. Even though Bell's skill kept his status constantly updated, there were a few minor points that she as a goddess could bring to the forefront, and for an adventurer, even a single point increase could make a significant difference. Promise me, Bell-kun, promise me you'll run away at the first sign of danger. Never travel alone and always stay in areas with lots of people, Hestia said very seriously. Bell simply gave a nod. Bell-kun, we're both going to Babel anyway, shall we go together? Hestia said, sure, Bell said simply. Hestia smiled at the boy again. She had to work a shift at one of the Hephaestus Familia shops in the tower. Bell finished his preparations and took a step forward, then began to walk. He reached the door and grasped the handle. He opened it a crack and the blue sky came into view. The white-haired man stopped walking and adopted a serious expression. Magic, Bell whispered to himself. Bell could hear it, the faint whispers of many people. These whispers felt the same as when a wizard began an activation chant. He glanced around again, much faster this time. He saw Hestia and the others standing a few feet away. They all exchanged awkward glances, tilting their heads to one side. Sensing the danger, Bell gestured for his goddess to stay inside and stepped out of the entrance. Then, at the moment the sun's rays touched his face in front of his family's headquarters, numerous figures appeared on the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. Eyes watched him from all sides. Figures had formed a perimeter around the front of the church. They carried bows and staffs. The Apollo family, Bell thought with annoyance. All weapons were drawn the moment Bell appeared. The archers readied their arrows. The mages stood ready with only the final line of their spells left unspoken. The entire city district was awash with magical power. An unnatural breeze cut through the morning silence. A male elf with half his face hidden by a bandana raised an arm as if he were in charge of this team of adventurers. Bell didn't waste a second and quickly re-entered his headquarters. He ran straight toward the others, and in one swift motion, hoisted the four of them onto his shoulders and took off running. A moment later, the elf swung his arm downwards and a deafening explosion occurred. Arario's 7th district was just north of West Main Street. Many residents lived in this area nestled between West and Northwest Main Streets. The powerful explosion plunged that small district into chaos. What's going on? A fire. It's morning, have your fight later, Naya. The employees of the Lady of Abundance, the human girl Lunwar and the catmen Anya and Chloe ran out of the building and headed for Main Street. People were already outside, stopping and staring at the dark pillar of smoke rising just a few blocks away. Those are battle sounds, Chloe murmured. Chloe's ears twitched as she watched the plumes of smoke rise. This wasn't a kitchen fire, only spells could create explosions so powerful and thick. Soon the echoes of another explosion were heard and more smoke rose into the sky. The girl's sharp eyes instantly glimpsed black figures running across the rooftops before they vanished behind another building. Could this be? Lunwar murmured. Are there two families doing this, Naya? Chloe said, annoyed. It's been a long time, Anya said listlessly. Other people in the street also came to the same conclusion and immediately ran for cover. In a city with as many families as Arario, disputes between them were not uncommon. Despite being in broad daylight and right under the guild's nose, many of them had experienced something similar before. Therefore, none of them wasted any time leaving the area. Horse-drawn carriages swerved in wide U-turns, and citizens fled in fear as Sir and the rest of the employees of the Lady of Plenty made their way out into the street. The only exception was the owner, Mia. She simply drew back her window curtain and turned her head away. The plume of smoke had risen all the way to the clouds. The families who live around here, do you think they're after white hair, Naya? Anya said as she looked at the pillar of smoke. Silence, Lunwar said as he scolded Anya for her lack of tact. A pair of silver eyes filled with concern watched the smoke rising overhead. A basket lay in their hands, laden with food for a boy who had yet to arrive to collect it. Another explosion, this time closer. The basket trembled in his hands. Ryu, the last of the employees to arrive at the scene, turned to look in the direction of the explosion. Waves of magical power were reflected in his blue eyes. The shock waves from the explosions overlapped and aggravated each other. The new headquarters collapsed under a rain of magic attacks and arrows tied with explosive powder. Bell emerged from the new opening along with a suffocating cloud of smoke. The white-haired man sighed heavily as he left the four of them on the ground. Naza and Lily were still processing what they were seeing, while Mayach and Hestia had very serious expressions about the whole matter. Bell gazed somberly at the site where his headquarters should have stood. All that met his eyes was a burning pile of rubble. All that remained of his headquarters. She didn't have time to cry. The next wave of figures leaped down from above. A group of beastmen wielding swords and daggers landed on the ground, surrounding the group as if they had been waiting for this moment. Bell wasted no time. He didn't wait for them to deliver their villainous monologue. The moment they landed, he'd already buried his fist in one of their faces. That attack had left his opponent with severe facial fractures. Bell hadn't held back. He'd attacked with all his ATK and AF, seriously injuring his adversary, nearly killing him. Realizing this, Bell deactivated his AF and reduced his ATK by half. Bell was furious, extremely so. He launched into a fight without considering the consequences, blood splattering everywhere as Bell laid hands on someone. At this moment, the enemies had only focused on Bell. Hestia and the others had been left behind as spectators. None had the courage to join the fight, and to be honest, the Bell in front of them terrified them. "You must resign." Bell stood still for a moment, still holding an adventurer by the collar of his shirt. The adventurer turned around to look at the voice behind him. Standing a few meters away from him and accompanied by another adventurer battle team was Daphne. Cassandra, who wore a long skirt-like battle outfit, was among them. Daphne stood upright, unblinking even as her short hair danced in the breeze. "Apollo-sama will chase any child he likes to the ends of the earth, at least until he gets them," Daphne said. Bell clicked his tongue as he roughly slammed the adventurer whose neck he was holding to the ground. "It was the same with Cassandra and me. He pursued us from the moment he saw us, city after city, country after country, until we resigned ourselves to it. He was always there. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of sooner or later," Daphne said. Daphne revealed a piece of her past mixed with a warning. She had been in his shoes, so she could sympathize with him. Hestia's face turned sour. "I didn't think it was so sticky," Hestia murmured. Daphne's story made Hestia realize what was really happening. Apollo was taking away all of Bell's options one by one. She was instantly filled with sorrow, and her aversion to the passionate god turned into outright hatred. "Give up. You'll soon be my ally, so I'd rather not be harsh," Daphne said, though she stuttered. "I refuse," Bell said as he got into a fighting stance. A simple movement of Daphne's hand was enough to send the entire group behind her flying off to fight Bell. Bell had swiftly left all the adventurers on the ground in a matter of seconds. At this point, the wizards standing on the rooftops above Bell were about to finish their chants for the second time, but nervousness was noticeable in their eyes. For Bell, the archers were already becoming annoying, like mosquitoes. Bell lacked projectiles like arrows or stones, but he did have one thing. He took the body of an adventurer and threw it against the first mage in his rank. "Oh, 2 for 1 Rio," Bell as he saw that his throw knocked down 2 wizards and caused a small explosion, a fiery blaze. Without wasting any time, Bell grabbed the body of a second adventurer before launching it like a projectile. Daphne, for her part, watched in horror as her numerical superiority vanished in the blink of an eye, and how that mere rabbit was now using the bodies of what should have been the infantry to neutralize the archers and the mages. Even the elf who was one of the captains of this assault had been thrown off moments before. Bell sighed softly before turning his gaze to Daphne and Cassandra, who was hiding behind her. He raised his fist before, in a burst of speed, appearing in front of Daphne. Daphne watched in horror as Bell's fist was raised in front of her. She closed her eyes, bracing for the worst, but after a few seconds nothing happened. Still too scared, she didn't open them. A short time later, she heard footsteps behind her. "Go away, you are no longer needed." Upon hearing those words beside her, Daphne opened her eyes, and all she saw was a person with their face covered and dressed entirely in black. Bell gave a small smile at the mysterious person in front of him. He was trying to hide his identity by dressing all in black, but Bell could see his name. It was Jacinto, the person he'd had a fight with 2 weeks ago. "And that suit, did you just finish your daily gaming session with Apollo?" Bell said with a big smile. The mysterious person grunted upon hearing Bell's mocking laughter. "I've been waiting for this moment for several days. After this fight, you won't be able to get up again," the mysterious person laughed. Bell nodded with a small laugh. The white-haired man regained his seriousness after laughing a little and launched himself at his enemy. He delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's stomach, causing him to fall to the floor with a loud crash. The mysterious person tried to get up, but Bell put his foot on his chest and applied force, causing him great pain. "Is that all?" Bell asked with a smile. The mysterious person reached into their left pocket and pulled out a small dagger which they threw in the direction of Bell. Bell simply placed his hand in the direction of the dagger. His plan was for it to ricochet, and given the angle at which he positioned his palm, the dagger should strike the mysterious person's leg. Bell took a few steps back as a great pain invaded his body. The dagger had pierced his palm with great ease. Worst of all, his wound was not stopping bleeding at all, and his HR was not having any effect. It really worked. Bell turned to look at the mysterious person who was laughing as they stood up. Bell growled before raising his right fist and moving to attack, but when he was less than a meter from his target, he stopped dead in his tracks. One use only, but it was worth it, laughed the mysterious person as he watched his sword, which developed cracks and then shattered into pieces like glass. Bellll. Upon hearing Hestia's scream, the mysterious person turned around and began to walk with some difficulty. Bell, meanwhile, lay in a pool of blood. Blood trickled from his mouth and a large gash was visible across his body, running from his left shoulder to his right waist. As consciousness left him, Bell could only ask himself what happened.
This concludes Chapter 1.
Chapter 22. Those who meet. A great roar echoed throughout a valley covered with corpses and discarded weapons. An adult man with peculiar white hair growled angrily as he looked up at the sky. His whole life, it had all been in vain. Father, O Zeus, you were always right, the man said as tears flooded his eyes. His body was no longer responding. He had severe burns all over his body, and what looked like thorns were piercing his arms. I was so stupid and arrogant. This power, this ability deserved someone better than me. If someone who really tried hard had it, someone like Kojiro, even that idiot Gil, was more worthy than me, the man said as he broke down in tears. My level 10 meant nothing to that beast, the man said as a light appeared in the dark valley. An eye so big and so bright it could well be a second sun. He even ignored me and went to sleep, the man grumbled as he glared angrily at the source of the light shining on him. Suddenly the man's body was literally torn to pieces, exploding and leaving a large pool of blood. The gloomy darkness soon turned into a warm light. Oh, so you're the captain they were talking about. Welcome to the abode of heroes. The white-haired man turned to see where the voice was coming from and could see a black-haired man. Abode of heroes. I don't deserve to be there. I didn't earn that right, the white-haired man said. Oh, so you want another path? The dark-haired man asked. Another way, asked the white-haired man. Make a contract with the universe, with the main god, in exchange for something he will grant you something. But now you are just a spirit that you can offer him, said the dark-haired man. The white-haired man lowered his head as he tried to think of something. The main god thinks this place is useless. In 1,000 years, this place has had few uses, other than allowing some heroes to reincarnate. The young Argonauts, and being one of them, spoke the dark-haired man. The white-haired man looked even more frustrated by this. For the heroes to return, 2 things are needed, a catalyst and a carrier, the dark-haired man said with a smile. The white-haired man stood up and turned around. There's a very arrogant and conceited boy. You've probably already seen him. Give him a message from me, said the white-haired man. The dark-haired man nodded. Even if it hurts you, I am your leader, your superior, your captain. Your spoiled, conceited little boy. From now on you are the new captain. Lead that group of idiots and make sure they don't cause that person any trouble. Soon you will walk the earthly world again. Please take care of my son, said a dark-haired man with a bright smile as he handed what looked like a painting to a blonde man. Old half-blood, since when is a king like me a babysitter? The blonde man grumbled. The dark-haired man saw the blonde man turn around as he walked away. The abode of heroes was a rather boring place. Spirits did not need to eat or sleep. Whatever they needed appeared out of nowhere, although all food was bland and tasteless, which is why few decided to eat. Each hero had created a home to his liking and spent his time waiting for something to do to fall from the sky. And like a miracle, something appeared for the bored heroes. The most entertaining thing in the world had appeared. And this entertainment was located in the most ostentatious, largest, and most luxurious residence of all. Most were simple houses, some had built simple cabins, others had more oriental themes. But for the past few weeks, most of the heroes had abandoned their own homes and gone to what was also called the King's Palace, much to the annoyance of the hero who had created that palace in the first place. Lively discussions and laughter could be heard daily in the immense palace, but oddly enough, everyone was quiet today. Hey, this isn't good.
Come on, Bell-kun, get up. Bell, stand up, a man can't worry his harem.
Don't listen to these perverts, don't go into the light, you still have to meet Hira-sama's expectations. Forget that clear double goddess, think of the path of Zeus-sama.
If that's true, you haven't touched an oppa yet.
You haven't had your first experience in the Zona Rosa yet.
Don't die so young, you haven't had the deed.
The women in the large room glared at the men who didn't even flinch. Don't be idiots, he can't hear you. Everyone present fell silent upon hearing a somewhat cold voice, which seemed to be full of annoyance. The voice belonged to a handsome man with a beautiful face and whose blood-crimson eyes emitted a mysterious glow. Listen, you miserable child, making me say these stupid things that your father and that idiot god said so much that they ingrained them in those idiots, will cost you dearly, the blonde man said angrily. The blond man pressed a red button on a sort of golden-colored panel. Although more than a panel, it was a golden tablet with many buttons and a screen in the middle. In the small place Mayach was renting, there was a bed that seemed completely out of place compared to the other furniture, and a white-haired man was resting on it. Belle felt as if life were draining from his body. "Hestia, how we feel," Mayach spoke. Hestia, who was kneeling beside Belle's bed, gave a sad look. "That wound, like the one on his hand, was caused by a cursed sword," a high-level one Naza said. Belle, who was semi-conscious, struggled to stand up. Imaginary tears flooded her eyes at her helplessness. "Do you want to be a hero? If your answer is yes, then you are failing miserably. You're just a kid after all, and you don't really understand the concept. A hero is not a kind-hearted and completely pure person who goes around helping everyone. A hero is something more complex. A hero is someone who performs heroic and courageous acts that inspire others." The only one who could cure Belle, Mayach began but stopped mid-speech. "She's in Diane's sex family." Hermid Tezenaire de Saint Hestia growled. Hestia stared at Belle's motionless body as her gaze grew increasingly sad. "And they are allied to Apollo," Hestia said, clenching her fist. In Mayach's small establishment, several people were present. Wendy, Lily, Naza, Hephaestus, Hermes, and Isfi were all gathered there. "Forgive me, Hestia-sama, the items I gave you could only heal your hand wound," Isfi said. "It's not your fault," Hestia said sadly. Although Isfi possessed the ability of mystery, she could not create things she did not understand, since she was more into explosives and some weapons. Her vision of the medical field was limited. In contrast, almost 100% of the items created to deal with curses were crafted by Hermid Tezenaire, and these were only for low-rank curses. High-rank curses, like Belle's chest wound, required Hermid to personally attend to the case. But given the circumstances, it would be easier to travel around the world in a day than to get Hermid to treat Belle's wound. "Hestia-sama, Hermid-sen is a good person. She's not the type to go around looking for injured people to heal, but she would offer her help to someone injured if they were in front of her. The one who monopolizes her magic and imposes the costs for its use is Diane. I'm sure that if we can get her to see Belle, even though her god told me otherwise, she will heal Belle," Naza spoke. A glimmer of hope appeared in Hestia's eyes at this. "The problem is Diane. She would surely be watching Hermid more closely than ever, and even with her involvement, any cases involving curses that arise will be handled with kid gloves, which is why bringing Hermid here or taking Belle with her is extremely difficult," Mayach explained. "A hero is not someone who saves the innocent. A hero is someone who stands up when no one else can. A true hero must be selfish and hypocritical. Their values should always change to suit their needs. You might say it's stupid, but that's the reality. You can't save them all, you're not omnipotent. Don't let those children's stories cloud your vision. Even if I sacrifice 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000 people to save that one valuable person, it's perfectly fine, and you will have been the winner. Remember the following: heroes always rise again. Heroes always. The heroes are the winners. Heroes are the bravest, the strongest, the best of the best. Heroes are living, thinking beings, therefore they are hypocritical, selfish, deceitful, and stupid. After all, they are not perfect. A true hero can be a villain without any problem. To your friends you will always be the hero, and to your enemies the villain. No one can be everyone's hero. To be loved, one must be hated. Think with your head, you stupid kid. You can't be the hero to the people you love if you don't become the villain to your enemies and rivals. Get up. Fight. Fight one more times. If you get up and wins, you will be the winner, you will be the hero. Even if your body is broken, as long as you live, rise once more. What are you waiting for, you damn mixed-breed kid? I'm out of motivational PHRASES. Stand up already, damn IT. Everyone present was astonished. Belle suddenly opened his eyes and began to struggle to stand up. "Belle-kun," Hestia shouted as she tried to help Belle. Belle, for his part, gave his goddess a completely unnatural look which made her recoil. His gaze not only frightened the small goddess but also conveyed his full will to her. "I must do it alone." One look was enough for Hestia to understand the message. That's how strong their bond was. Belle's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to rouse his numb, sleeping body. Belle abruptly opened his mouth and closed it tightly, not caring that he had bitten his lip. Tilting his left hand as far as he could, he activated his magic and cast his own fire spell on his right arm. He barely managed to move his right arm before launching a powerful punch to his left arm, then to both legs, and finally to his wounded chest. He didn't care about hurting himself more than he already was. What he needed was to revive his body. Belle barely sat up in bed while sighing heavily. "Belle-kun," Hestia shouted as this time she threw herself into Belle's arms. "I'm sorry I've worried you," Belle spoke with difficulty, while giving long pauses and sighs between words. Belle brought his hand to Hestia's cheek and moved her face, which was buried in his chest, away from him. "Thank goodness you're not hurt at all," Belle said as he pulled Hestia close to his body again and then gave her a hug. "The only one who got hurt was you, Belle, you idiot," Hestia said as she broke down in tears. The others in the room just stood on the sidelines while some of them tried to hide their own crying. "Even more fragile than a human," thought Belle as he stroked Hestia's hair. The gods were superior beings, perfect beings, what a lie he had believed. The gods weren't so different from him, they mostly acted for their own amusement. For some time now, he had been seeing Hestia less as a goddess and more as a human, which was why he used to scold her for wasting her money. And on the 18th floor, a certain god taught him a great lesson. He taught him that not all gods were good, much less those perfect beings who were supposed to be worshipped. His thinking had changed drastically since he gained his ability. If it weren't for that, he would probably still see Hestia as nothing more than a goddess and would likely indulge her every whim. But for the sake of his family and for more personal reasons, he used to scold and treat her harshly so that her lazy nature would be kept under control and his family would not be affected. Even so, her goddess was her goddess, the matriarch of her family, her central axis. Bell clenched his teeth in great anger. That she was attacked was unacceptable. You'll definitely pay me back, I'll destroy you, Bell thought with great anger. Bell because of Daphne and Cassandra. He did not blame Apollo's children except Hyacinthus. For him, all the blame lay with Apollo himself. Currently, Bell's anger was uncontrollable. He was angrier than he had ever been before. Due to the curse applied by the gamer, it acted differently. All stats except INT will be halved. Name, bellcranel. Gender, male. Age, 14 years. Family, Hestia. Title, Little Rookie. Funds, personal, 16,993,000 volleys. Funds, family, 250 million volleys. Level 3.
0. XP 165,000. Points 0. HP 341. HR 30 Ms. MP 408. Mr. 30 M. AP 260. AR 31 Ms. INT 40. WIS 49s. VIT 29s. ITK 40. AF 14. DF 48. LEM 19. DMs 31. Strength 1350. Stamina 1350. Dexterity 1350. Agility 1450. Magic 1350. The Gamer D. Abnormal Resistance S. Hunter S. Luck S. Merchant S. Mystery A. Cooking I.
At 50% of his capacity, he could only use 50% of the total strength he had acquired. Bell was extremely annoyed and frustrated, but he saw something that gave him some comfort. Kami-sama. Bell spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Hestia said as she looked at Bell. Apollo wants a war game, we'll give him a war game, the Hestia Familia will accept his challenge and will destroy them at their own game, Bell spoke. But Bellcun Hestia spoke as she watched Bell get up from the bed. Now that I think about it, we've never established rules in our family. Since I'm 100% sure of my victory, our family will grow after this, so we need to set some rules, Bell said as he put on his coat. Hestia looked at Bell in confusion. First rule of the Hestia Familia. The captain's orders are law, Bell said as he began to walk. So go to Apollo headquarters and tell them we accept, Bell said as he left the room, leaving everyone in silence. Hestia stared at the door through which Bell had left with a look of disbelief. Second rule of the Hestia Familia, you must never anger the captain, Hestia spoke as Lily nodded several times. Skills. King, the king's orders are the law, no living being can oppose them. Magic. Projection, quick casting magic that creates something instantly. Transformation, quick cast magic that changes the user's form. Bell had ventured into the dungeon and carefully observed his skills and magic. He had recently, just moments ago, gained the king ability and his magic which he had obtained from the white grimoires. They were all very simple things. The king ability allowed Bell to transform his words into commands that any living being of a lower level than his could not resist obeying. It essentially bent people's wills. It also had a power-enhancing effect. The more despotic, cruel, and arrogant Bell acted toward the being he wished to control, the more effective his ability became. The transformation magic was basically that. It allowed him to transform into anything he could imagine. The MP cost to activate it and the cost to maintain the transformation would vary depending on what he transformed into. His strength, however, would remain the same. Essentially, it was Lily's magic but without the singing. His next magic, which also lacked a chant, was projection. This magic was completely unrelated to the sub-skill of his intimidation ability, which shared the same name. The sub-skill allowed him to project his emotions, so to speak. Projection magic, on the other hand, allowed him to instantly create anything inanimate he could imagine. The created objects would have varying hardness and resistance, depending on the material Bell had imagined. It also had several requirements and limitations. 1. Bell had to know perfectly well the material from which he was going to create. 2. Bell had to know the functions that the object performs and its mechanism, if it has one. 3. Created objects will disappear 24 hours after being created. 4. If the object breaks in such a way that it loses more than half of its original weight, it will disappear. 5. The MP required to create each item will vary from 1 point to 1,000 or more, depending on size, weight, material, and a long etc. Now next her last magic, which could be a song. Upon seeing a monster in front of him, a hellhound, Bell drew a short sword that he had been using recently. The sword glowed red before Bell launched a downward slash, which was quickly followed by a beam of light, which split the monster in half. One of the martial arts he had learned was called light cut, and it was as simple as its name suggested. But Bell's sword cracked before falling to pieces as if it were glass instead of metal. Light cut greatly reduced the durability of weapons. Probably only weapons with the Durandal attribute could withstand the use of light cut regardless. Bell had absolutely no idea how to create a Durandal weapon, but he did know how to create an iron one. In a small swirl of blue wind, a silver sword, exactly like the one he had just broken, appeared in Bell's right hand. If he could create his own weapons, then he could use light cut as much as he wanted, as much as his AP and MP allowed. Bell left the dungeon shortly after entering, went to an inn and rented a room. He had something to check.
Summon server.
A function that had been unlocked as soon as he woke up. The spirits of heroes of the past await the opportunity to take up their weapons once more. To summon a heroic spirit, only one requirement is needed. Only one spirit can be summoned for every 500 magic points. The heroic spirit that will appear cannot be chosen by the summoner. It will be the one that decides to be summoned. All servers' heroic spirits will appear with an HP and MP of 100 points. The level of the servers will be equal to that of the summoner. If the summoner is level 1, the servers will be restricted to the final stats they had at level 1. If by chance the spirit never had a Falna, it will obtain random stats, but they will not be superior to its summoner nor a higher level. Servers will be added to the server system, which is basically the same as party, but exclusive to servers. Bell finished reading everything related to his new section before summoning his first servant. The idea of summoning a hero thrilled Bell. A hero like Argonaut, David, or perhaps even Albert himself. A large magic circle appeared in front of Bell, where a small pillar of mist formed, then revealed nothing. While trying to figure out what had happened, Bell felt a very penetrating gaze on his back. When she turned around, that's when she saw him, lying on the bed in the room. Blonde hair, red eyes, and a face that was remarkably handsome for a man. The blonde man smiled slightly before speaking. "You have summoned the one and only Gilgamesh, feel honored, half-breed child," the blonde man said with a look of total superiority and a somewhat bored expression as he looked at Bell. Bell stared in amazement at the blonde man, who maintained a relaxed expression. "Gilgamesh, are you kidding me?" Bell said incredulously. "Do I look like someone who plays pranks?" The blonde man asked, annoyed. "That's right," Bell said casually before realizing something. "That means you're the real Gilgamesh," Bell said excitedly, and he asked. The crown prince of one of the largest and most powerful kingdoms on the planet, until he decided to go out and explore the world with his friend Enkidu. When they were both level 2 and 13 years old, after some adventures they arrived in Arario and joined one of the largest families of that time. Soon he would be known as the King of Heroes, possessing a level 9 at 27 years old. Bell spoke with great excitement. "Come on, what are you? A historian?" the blonde man said. "None of that. My grandfather told me many stories about adventurers from Arario, although he never mentioned which family some of them belonged to. I only know Hera's name from his stories, but I never believed until a few days ago that she really existed," Bell said while scratching the back of his neck. "Your grandfather?" The blonde man murmured as he stared at the ceiling. "What's wrong, kids? Why the long faces? Couldn't you find a family? Then join mine. I'm Zeus, but from now on, call me father, my children. I'll guide you down the hero's path, fuhahaha." "If you're going to tell stories, tell them well," the blonde man murmured. When he arrived in Arario, he was rejected by more families than he could count. No one wanted to risk having the crown prince of another country in their family. It was too much trouble. After being rejected and finding themselves without money, food, or a place to sleep, they stumbled upon an old man dressed simply in a tunic and cheap shoes. He saw them immediately and smiled before inviting them to eat and listening attentively to all their problems. Although he didn't speak, it was his companion who spoke with the old man. When he offered them entry into his family and called himself Zeus, they found it hard to believe. This old man was the god who led the richest and most powerful family in the world. Stories about level 6, 7, and even some level 8s who fought to the death in Zeus's name reached every corner of the globe. It wasn't until they arrived at the immense mansion called Olympia that they truly believed the old man. Although it was understandable, the simply dressed old man and the richly adorned mansion were two different worlds. "Come on, Gil, smile, you're too serious. If I had that face, all the women in Arario would have been mine by now. It's a waste to have that face with such a cold and unfriendly attitude." Gilgamesh couldn't help but smile as he remembered the funniest god he had ever met. While Gilgamesh was lost in his memories of the past, Bell was able to see his stats. And as he had read, he was limited to level 3. Name, Gilgamesh.
LV Real 9. LV 3. Strength S 900. Endurance S 900. Dexterity S 960. Agility S 940. Magic S 997. Hunter G. Mage 8. LV 2. Strength S 930. Endurance S 900. Dexterity S 964. Agility S 942. Magic S 993. Hunter I. LV 1. Strength S 900. Resistance S 980. Dexterity S 962. Agility S 946. Magic S 991. Statistics The Gamer. Name Gilgamesh. Gender Male. Age. Family Zeus. Title King of Heroes. Aliases Gil Goldie. Money 0. Level 3. 0. XP. Points 195s. HP 515. HR 12M. MP 452. Mr. 12M. INT 102. WIS 65. VIT 65. ITK 62. IF 15. DF 31. IM 16. DM 32. Strength 3130. Stamina 3180. Dexterity 3286. Agility 3228. Magic 3381. Hunter F. Mage G.
Lord Gilgamesh, if you could, Bell began. Before you say anything, I'm not going to help you in the war game you're involved in. If you're wondering how I know, I just know, the blonde guy said. Bell nodded. As thanks for allowing me to be back in this world and for the points to increase my power, I will train you until the war game, said the blonde while looking at his stats. Bell nodded. Then you start tomorrow. By the way, I'm from the Zeus Familia. Currently, for reasons that are none of your business, I'm the captain. From what I can see, you can do the summoning once more. Go ahead, do it. I'm 100% sure that the one who will come will be the captain of the Hera Familia. By the way, you're forbidden from summoning my companions until I've recognized you as worthy, the blonde man said rudely. Bell nodded as he felt as if the blonde man wanted to kill him with his gaze. While Gilgamesh was treating Bell harshly in the abode of heroes, all the spectators looked amused. That Gilgamesh, who did our mother appoint to be protective? Grumbled a blue-haired man. It was the captain, a white-haired man said. Yes, Sigurd, I know it was him, but we don't need a second mother hen. We already have Mama Emiya, said the blue-haired man while pointing at a white-haired man with brown skin. Hey, growled the one identified as Emiya, clearly annoyed. At least do it, Dad, the white-haired, brown-skinned man said angrily. But you're more of a mom. Our captain was the father who always helped us and invited us to drink into the Pink District. You were the mother who always made us breakfast, carried us when we were drunk, and scolded us, said a redhead with a smile. Leonidas, you're not helping, Emiya growled. I just understood that we'll be the ones going, a blonde woman said with a smile. We must make sure that Kohai is not corrupted, a pink-haired woman said. That's right, it's better for us. The longer Bell is away from those idiots in the Pink District, the better it will be for everyone, said a green-haired girl. All the women in the room agreed with the last woman's words. Boring, the men said in perfect sync. If they're wait, Emiya, why are you supporting them? A black-haired girl said, looking at the tan-skinned white-haired boy on the men's side while shouting, boring. I am the son of Zeus, what did you expect? The white-haired boy said with a smile while being supported by all his male companions with a loud, Zeus-sama and his hero's path is the best, all while posing in ways that could only be described as stupid. Men, they all spoke in a sigh. The guild officially approved the war game between Hestia and Apollo almost immediately. At the same time, preparations began throughout the city. However, no one was busier than the guild employees. They had to find a way to allow both sides to unleash their full potential within the rules of the game, while posing no danger to the citizens of Arario. The combatants would need supplies, directions, and most importantly, a stage on which to play the war game. It could begin any day, there was no time to lose. They also had to accommodate the wishes of the gods. There wasn't a soul in the city, adventurer or otherwise, who wasn't eagerly awaiting the announcement of the war game's terms. In the meantime, all they could do was prepare. Hestia still isn't here today, Apollo growled, on the 30th floor of the Babel Tower in the center of Arario. Apollo had reached his breaking point. Many gods and goddesses had gathered around a circular table in the center of the network of tall pillars that supported a high roof. The rules and style of the war game were to be decided by the two participating gods, as well as the observers. 3 days had passed since the attack on the Hestia family. Apollo was irritated that his opponent refused to show his face. She apologized for her absence, claiming to have been ill for the past few days. Despite her assertion that she wasn't physically well enough to participate in the meeting, it was as clear as day that she was trying to stall. Apollo paced angrily around his chair, insisting he was concocting an escape plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors to the room opened. "I'm sorry I'm late." "I apologize for making you wait," Hestia said politely. Although his words were polite, he didn't seem to really mean it in the slightest. Mayach entered beside him. What's more, he showed no remorse for keeping the meeting of God at a standstill. Apollo frowned. "You're very late, Hestia. How do you intend to take responsibility for delaying the God meeting to this point?" Apollo said irritably. "It's not my fault I got a fever after being chased around town by your henchmen." For a while, Hestia grumbled. Hestia again used her health to deflect Apollo's complaints. Mayach sided with her, supporting her claim. Okay, the little one's an idiot, but enough wasting time. Can we begin?" Loki said. Loki leaned back in her chair, one eyebrow raised, her hands behind her head as if she too were impatient. All the gods returned to their seats and the discussion finally got underway. The first order of business was for Hestia, Apollo, and Diane to sign the necessary paperwork with everyone present as witnesses. "Once I emerge victorious, I claim bellcranel," Apollo said. "I don't need anything from your poor family. As long as that child is transferred to a god who will truly watch over him, I'm fine," said the god Diane sect with a smile. Hestia grunted at her disadvantage. A family of 2 members versus 2 families each with more than 50 members was an abysmal difference. "I want to make this perfectly clear. There will be no petty excuses or outlandish claims after this is all over. If Hestia wins, she's free to demand whatever her little heart desires," Apollo said with a smile as Diane's sect nodded. The possibility of defeat didn't seem to cross Apollo's mind. He wanted only one thing, ownership of bellcranel and its immediate transfer to the Apollo family. Hestia remained silent. The god in charge of taking notes for the meeting responded with a very well then as he recorded its terms. What followed was simple, deciding how the war game would be played. One by one, the best of our families solving everything. Wouldn't that be exciting? Hestia said without even looking at Apollo as she made her suggestion from her place at the round table. It could take place in the Colosseum for everyone to see. The final battle right before our eyes. How could it not entertain someone? I agree. Watching all of Apollo's kids attack Bell one after another sounds rather boring. I second the motion. Apollo's hostile gaze fell first on Hestia and then on her allies Mayach and Takemikazuchi. A few heads around the table began to nod, seeing the logic in his reasoning. "What are you saying, Apollo? It's the bull killer you're fighting against. A strong opponent in a one-on-one duel sounds good to me." Apollo growled inwardly. The gods around the table smiled in Apollo's direction. They weren't taking sides, they were simply enjoying watching Apollo's reaction. The blonde god wearing a laurel wreath showed a calm face before smiling again. "The only reason your family isn't bigger is entirely due to your laziness, Hestia. When it comes to recruiting, I'm talking to Apollo." Hestia growled slightly at this. "You can cry all you want about your lack of children, but that's no reason for me to compromise," Apollo said triumphantly. Hestia grunted softly when Apollo pointed out that the size of the family was completely under the god's control. "To make it fair, why don't we hold a lottery for it?" Apollo said with a smile. Beside Apollo, Diane's sect remained on the sidelines. He was only interested in one thing, seeing Mayach and his familia suffer and the Hestia familia interfere with his noble goal. Unable to defend her position, Hestia remained silent as Apollo suggested a solution. "Of course," came the voice of his transcriber as he pulled a box from under the table and placed it on top. Each of the attending gods wrote on a slip of paper how they would like to see the war game played out. The slips of paper were collected and placed in the box. Of course, Hestia wrote duel in large, bold letters and put her slip of paper in the box. The only thing left to do was decide who would draw the paper. "I can't trust anyone who supported Apollo," Hestia said. "The feeling is mutual. I won't accept a role drawn by Mayach or Takemikazuchi," Apollo said as Diane nodded. Hestia and Apollo issued their conditions in short, sharp tones. In that case, both gods looked around the table, their gazes settling on one god in particular, Hermes.
"Hermes, I have really."
Hermes said while pointing at himself. The voices of Hestia and Apollo overlapped as they said her name in unison. Surprised by his sudden selection, Hermes forced a smile without thinking. "My dear friend, I leave it in your hands," Apollo said with a smile. "I'm counting on you, Hermes," Hestia said. Apollo, who had known Hermes since his days in heaven, nodded solemnly. Hestia gazed at the charming god with trusting eyes. This happened because Hermes had always taken the position of intermediary and had never taken sides in these situations. "It seems I have to do it," Hermes said in a deflated voice, accepting the role the other 2 gods had assigned him. He rose from his chair and made his way around the table. Every eye in the room followed him. "Please be gentle," Hermes whispered to himself as he slowly put his hand in the box. Hestia was on the edge of her seat, unable to breathe, when Hermes removed a sheet of paper and unfolded it. Hermes' face turned pale as he paused, an empty smile appearing on his face as he opened his mouth to speak. "Siege of the castle," spoke Hermes. Hestia slammed her fists on the table, her teeth clenched. Phew, ha 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 ha, this decision was made fairly, this is final. Apollo laughed as Diane chuckled softly. Whether in attack or defense, this style of war game required a large number of warriors. Hermes likely retrieved the document written by Apollo himself, as expected of Hermes. I can't wait, the other gods reacted to the decision by chatting amongst themselves. Hermes looked up at the ceiling in disappointment while Hestia turned red, trembling with rage. Apollo, on the other hand, was in a very good mood. It's impossible to defend the castle with just 2 people, so I'm giving the role of attacker to Hestia, Apollo said with a smile as Diane shrugged. Apollo was smiling when his words were recorded. Hestia's molars were halfway up her tongue in frustration as the worst possible outcome had come to pass. Her shoulders began to slump. Excuse me, may I have the floor? Hermes said as he raised his hand. Everyone paid attention to Hermes' voice. Apollo, this puts Hestia at an extreme disadvantage. It's completely unfair, and I'm sure many of us here will be bored watching it, Hermes said, making his point. Both Hestia and Apollo looked at Hermes with confusion. Therefore, I would like to propose that outsiders be allowed to participate in this battle, Hermes said. Hermes' proposal to allow members of other families to join the war game in order to even the numbers made Apollo frown. Hermes, I know what you're trying to do, pull something out of thin air while simultaneously forcing me into a corner. Don't think for a moment that I'll let it happen, Apollo said as he tried to stop Hermes' plan. Apollo declared that he would not accept such a ridiculous proposition. In any case, it's 2 against 1, Hermes said as he looked at Apollo and Diane sect. Apollo grunted at this. Ara, Apollo, are you scared? A female laugh filled the place. Freya, Apollo spoke as he turned to look at the place where the previous voice came from. The silver-haired goddess had been sitting silently in her chair until now. A small smile blossomed on her lips. Are you afraid of fighting more than one enemy at a time? Freya asked mockingly. Don't take me for a fool, Apollo growled. So you don't trust your children, is that the extent of your love for them? Freya said with a smile. The goddess with the power to control love itself attacked the pride of the god who loved too passionately. Apollo's jaws clenched so tightly they made him scream under the pressure. Sure enough, a large group of male gods joined Freya and voted to allow the addition of outsiders. The god assembly instantly shook with fervor. So Freya is interested in bellcranel, Hestia thought. While the silver-haired goddess's words set off alarm bells in Hestia's mind, this was neither the time nor the place to voice them. If the goddess of beauty's actions made any difference to Belle's situation, she would have to accept them with open arms. Disturbed by this turn of events, Apollo relented and agreed to accept part of Hermes' suggestion. Very well then, there may be an outsider. However, that outsider must belong to a family that is outside of Arario, Apollo said with a smile. You monster, Hestia growled. Regardless of the numbers, the average strength of a familia located in Arario was much greater than that of familias residing outside its walls. This was largely due to the fact that Arario's first-class adventurers were simply too powerful. There were probably a few families operating near Arario with adventurers above level 2. The difficult part was making contact with one of them and negotiating some kind of agreement before the start of the war game. It was a nearly impossible task. Outside of Arario, you say, and only one, so you're still scared, Freya said with a smile. Apollo grunted as he took a few steps back under Freya's gaze. The goddess of beauty's gaze and expression were anything but friendly today. Even under Freya's death glare, Apollo somehow managed to maintain his position and ensure his rules remained in place. We can't use just any old castle, so we'll leave that to the guild. We can also set a date then. Shall we adjourn the meeting? Loki adjourned the gods' meeting. Chairs scraped the floor as the gods made their way to the exit. Apollo lingered, mocking Hestia before disappearing out the door. Hestia could do nothing but look back at him. She let out a long sigh as soon as he was out of sight. Soon only Mayach, Take Mikazuchi, and a few other friends remained in the room. I'm sorry, Hestia, I've put you in a difficult situation, Hermes said apologetically. No, Hermes, it's not your fault, Hestia said. Hermes was the first to approach Hestia and offered his own apology. She shook her head. As much as she disliked it, the decision had been made using a fair draw. It was a miracle that an outsider was allowed to participate. It was all thanks to the fact that the gods and goddesses were thirsty for a good show, and Freya, who was shown some favoritism during the meeting. All the rules were in place, so Hestia resolved to do her best with the pieces she had. Her eyes burned with the desire to find a way to win. At the top of the Tower of Babel, in the private room of the goddess of beauty, one could see an extremely angry Freya. Damn it, you cursed Apollo, I swear you'll pay for this, Freya growled as she lost her usual composure. Freya-sama Otter stammered as he saw his goddess acting in a way he had never seen her before. Freya wouldn't normally care about this war game, she would see it as a test for Belle to overcome. But Belle had agreed to have a date with her on Monday. Today, 3 days after the attack on the Hestia Familia, was Saturday. At this point, their date was impossible to happen. Freya grunted as she looked at a beautiful dress which was hanging on her wall. At this point, Otter understood everything and clenched his fist in anger. For Otter, his feelings for Freya were more than just love for her beauty. It was like the love he felt for a mother or older sister. Because of their close relationship, he couldn't possibly feel jealous, since he believed Freya shouldn't be possessed by anyone, except perhaps someone who could be what she desired, something he could never be. "I suppose this dress will have to wait to be worn," Freya said with a sigh. At the words of his goddess, Otter clenched his fist again, but with more force. He personally accompanied Freya to buy the dress that was hanging on the wall, and he also went with her to a restaurant to make a reservation at a luxury establishment. Everything had been planned for his goddess's enjoyment, and now it was all ruined. Freya, for her part, contained her anger as much as she could, but today, when she went to the meeting of God to see how this whole matter was developing, her anger exploded when she saw Apollo. Diane's sect also shared the blame, but she knew perfectly well that Apollo had planned everything related to the war game. Diane, even though she has her peculiar tastes, would never go so far as to order a war game. "Do you want me to take charge of the Apollo family and the Diane sect family?" Otter asked very seriously. Freya remained silent as she considered attacking Apollo directly. Otter was more than enough to destroy those two families on his own. "No, this will be her next test," Freya said as she tried to stand firm. But the goddess of beauty fell to her knees with a look of disappointment. "But I didn't plan any of this, it's not fair, only I can create evidence against him," Freya said while crying comically. Otter remained impassive as his goddess literally rolled on the ground while pouting. Freya was soon able to compose herself and nodded firmly. "All right, I've decided. Otter, you will deliver a package to the Hestia Familia," Freya said as she sat down at her desk to write a letter. Otter nodded slightly, he's sure about this. Walking through the streets of Arario, two very well-known people were seen. One was the god Diane sect, the other a woman of extraordinary beauty. Were it not for the fact that she walked and spoke occasionally, it wouldn't have been difficult to mistake her for a porcelain doll. She was Ermid. "I'm absolutely sure it's for the sake of my favorite hobby," said Diane. Ermid gave a slight nod. Many of her god's tastes clashed with her own, yet her position in her family and income were good enough that she wouldn't leave, and her god was unlikely to let her go. "Besides, Apollo is paying me, it's a huge win for me," Fuhahaha. Diane laughed out loud. Ermid shook his head at this. The reason why, even though Diane hated Mayach and enjoyed seeing him suffer, she would never do something like a war game against the people who interfered with her favorite pastime was quite simple. Money. The Hestia Familia wasn't well established enough or earning enough to pique Diane's interest. They had certainly received compensation from the guild recently, but how much more? Such a small familia couldn't possibly get more than 10 million as compensation, unless their goddess or captain were exceptionally skilled negotiators. Although he never knew for sure, the Ishtar Familia had probably extracted around 300 million from the guild as compensation when the same thing happened to them, which was justifiable given that they were an A-rank familia and had revealed the statuses of many or rather all of their members. For Diane, the likely 10 million that the Hestia Familia had was nothing more than change in his pocket. His bank account had many more zeros than that. After all, they could sell a simple elixir for more than 500,000, and families like the Loki Familia bought more elixirs from him than he could remember. He, or rather his family, would earn about 30 million a day without any problem. A war game would involve several lost days, days where he could be earning a lot of money. Under normal circumstances, he would have preferred to change his hobby. It wasn't worth the effort, and he would settle for sending occasional thugs to Mayach's shop, even if they didn't do any significant damage. But now Apollo had promised to pay him 20 million for each day of work lost. All of this was very beneficial to Diane, which is why she had provided Apollo with a cursed sword, or rather two, for a good price, it must be said. "That boy should be on the verge of death, the easiest battle of life. Soon I will recover my hobby," thought Diane with great joy. Take Mikazuchi was pacing back and forth inside his own room, in an old building designed to house several families built next to a narrow street. The god lived with his 6-member families. This building was their home. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, he had a worried expression. "The war game, I want to help Hestia," but Take Mikazuchi thought with great concern. The guild had already announced the details of the war game. Take Mikazuchi knew very well what a style of castle attack it was and all that it entailed. Her good friend needed military support and she wanted to help her. But she was in a dilemma. Should you transfer one of your own dependents to the Hestia Familia with a conversion ceremony or not? "It's impossible for Mayach. He only has one and his family will collapse if he leaves," Take Mikazuchi murmured. Without any members, the Mayach family would be dissolved by default and revoked by the guild. Mayach would lose the reputation and recognition it had worked so hard to gain. Although knowing the god, this possibility wasn't so far-fetched. Take Mikazuchi completed another lap around his room, muttering to himself as he contemplated all the possibilities. "Even among my own children, the only ones who could compete with Apollo's children are Aoka and Makoto. Chigusa and the others would only be a burden to them," Take Mikazuchi muttered. Chigusa and the other three were still adventurers LV. 1. Only Aoka and Mikoto made sense. Aoka is the captain, I can't send him. Take Mikazuchi muttered as he continued pacing, which meant that the only option was Mikoto. Would you be willing to go to a different family? Take Mikazuchi murmured. Mikoto loved the Take Mikazuchi family too much. She had always had a strong sense of justice and a drive to do what was right. Was she capable of betraying Aoka and her allies? She also had to consider the mission her hometown in the Far East had given them. Mikoto would never abandon her. I'll have to find some way to convince her. After all, I'm the one who wants to help Hestia, but wait, if I do, Take Mikazuchi spoke with great frustration. Take Mikazuchi stopped in the middle of the room and scratched his head with both hands while groaning towards the ceiling. But Mikoto has a great relationship with Bell and his group after all. She and Chigusa are currently traveling to the dungeon with them. Take Mikazuchi murmured. He remembered perfectly that they spoke wonders of Bell's strength, but he was not currently in good condition. Caught in a fit of highly unseemly indecision, I barely heard the knock outside her door. Take Mikazuchi-sama, I'm Mikoto, may I speak with you? The god jumped in his place, surprised by the girl's visit. Mikoto must have interpreted his surprise as an affirmative and opened the door with a slight bow. Has something happened, my lord? Mikoto asked. And no, everything's fine, there's nothing to worry about, Take Mikazuchi said. The girl bowed her head as Take Mikazuchi hurried to straighten her hair. Forcing an air of calm, the god closed his mouth and looked at his attendant. She too wore a similarly distressed expression. Her silky black hair was tied up in her usual style. However, she didn't have her normal level of confidence, her shoulders slumping unusually. Even her violet eyes trembled when they met each other's gaze. They both looked at each other in silence. With the tension increasing, Take Mikazuchi gave in and opened his mouth. My Mikoto. Take Mikazuchi-sama. The two spoke at exactly the same time. They both stopped, saying, my apologies, go ahead and speak first, I insist, back and forth. Mikoto was the first to accept the offer. He took a deep breath and made eye contact with his god. A moment later, he threw himself to the ground at her feet, performing the Take Mikazuchi family's special technique, doja. Please forgive me. The girl begged. What? Take Mikazuchi stammered, deeply confused. Take Mikazuchi was surprised by Mikoto's sudden plea. With her hands, knees, and forehead on the floorboards, she didn't look up, she just raised her voice to be heard clearly despite speaking directly into the ground. Please let me help Beldono, Mikoto said. Take Mikazuchi's eyes snapped open. Despite nearly causing his death, I haven't done anything to atone for my actions. I also made a promise. We made a promise to help each other. This is my chance. I can't abandon him in his time of need after all. He's a great friend of mine, Mikoto said with complete seriousness. The expression of surprise gradually left Take Mikazuchi's face as he watched his employee reveal his soul to him. With his shoulders relaxed, his arms hung loosely at his sides. So we both came to the same conclusion, thought Take Mikazuchi. He had been with her for so long, and yet he hadn't anticipated how she would react to the situation. It was a disgrace. Take Mikazuchi grimaced before a genuine smile appeared on his lips. I let out a long sigh. Mikoto's shoulders trembled again. 1 year so long, Take Mikazuchi murmured as he stared at the ceiling. Mikoto looked up with a start. It was a rule among families. A child who had been transferred to a different family with conversion could not be transferred again for at least a year. Mikoto immediately understood what his words meant. Her face grew brighter and brighter with each passing second. But it will pass. Learn all you can from the children of Hestia and become stronger than ever, Take Mikazuchi said with a smile. Yes, sir, Mikoto said with great determination in her eyes. Mikoto brought her fist and palm together while Take Mikazuchi smiled at her. Finally, he gave her his family emblem to keep until he returned. Mikoto Yamato had joined the Hestia Familia. Hephaestus was sitting at his desk, examining a dagger in his hands. She was visiting one of her family's stores located on Northwest Main Street. Instead of working in her private office, she was focused on that particular weapon. There was a story behind its creator. A rather troubled child, his skills had been quite crude at the time he forged this dagger, but his passion for his craft alone gave it incredible potential. That passion could be felt by anyone who used the dagger. Hephaestus herself could feel it running through her when there was a knock at the door. Come in, Hephaestus said. He opened one of the drawers of the desk beside him, returned the dagger to its sheath and placed it inside. Closing the drawer, Hephaestus looked up to see the silhouette of a young woman dressed in a black jacket standing next to the door. What's going on? Hephaestus asked. Instead of answering, Wendy went to the other side of her desk. Showing no hesitation, he approached as close as the desk allowed and met her gaze. I've come to say goodbye, Wendy said seriously. He closed his eyes and continued. I will join the Hestia Familia. Please allow me, the redhead said. That was not a request for permission, but a demonstration of determination. Leaving the Hephaestus family would mean being forbidden from using his smithing insignia. Despite finally achieving his dream of becoming a high-class smith, He was willing to lose the right to engrave letter 1F25 Phi Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron Sigma on any of his work and leave Hephaestus behind. And what makes you think I would allow such a selfish decision? Hephaestus asked. Because the goddess I know and respect would scold me if I didn't, Wendy said as she answered almost instantly. Hephaestus showed no emotion. His face remained stoic as he asked another question. Didn't you want to conquer the blood in your veins, creating a weapon that surpassed the magic swords? Hephaestus asked. As long as I have a hammer, metal, and a good flame, I can forge weapons anywhere. You're the one who taught me that, Wendy said with a smile. Even separated from her, he would work to extend his name and reach a higher place, he answered without hesitation. And what inspired this intense enthusiasm? Hephaestus asked. Wendy lifted her chin and smiled. Friendship, Wendy said with a smile. Finally, a smile appeared on Hephaestus's lips. Then she accepted, but are you sure it's just friendship? Hephaestus said with a smile as the girl in front of his desk blushed slightly. Hephaestus got up from her desk and walked over to a long row of hammers on a shelf behind her. She selected one that was the same crimson color as her hair and eyes and picked it up. He approached Went, still standing in front of her desk, and handed her the hammer, a parting gift. Use it well, Hephaestus said with a smile. Hephaestus said goodbye, giving her the soul of a blacksmith. Wendy smiled from ear to ear and gladly accepted it along with a bow. Thank you for everything, Wendy said. The fabric of his black jacket fluttered as he turned to leave. Wendy stopped a step away from leaving the office and turned to look at her goddess. Hephaestus-sama, I have a favor to ask you, Wendy spoke. And what would that be? Hephaestus asked. Soon you will see the debut of an incredible armor of my own creation, Wendy said with a smile. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow, confused. Don't give any praise to the armor, although it pains me to admit I will cheat to build it. Please from now on don't give a single compliment to my work and look for even the smallest detail in them and criticize harshly. Until my work is totally perfect, I will be worthy of your praise, Wendy said. Trap, do you mean? Hephaestus asked. Yes, I already told Lily to go with Belle. Belle has a lot of XP points, and he's going to lend me some to raise my development skill, blacksmith, Wendy said. Hephaestus gave a small smile. So I have to name that future creation love armor, Hephaestus asked with a big smile. Wendy remained silent in response to her goddess's insinuations, then smiled. Just like the Hestia dagger and the Phaeton sword, I heard you've been working hard on a single project. When you've already poured so much of your love into this new creation, depositing so many of your feelings into it that Goibniu got annoyed and went to take care of other matters, Wendy said with a smile as she made her goddess back away. The reason Belle's weapons were not finished was because Hephaestus had started working on them alone, as Goibniu did not understand his ideas and everything he wanted to put into the weapon. Even so, he was given his pay and the euro for the adventurer's weapons that Belle had mentioned, since they commissioned their weapons from him. Seeing that Hephaestus had no words to speak, Wendy smiled and began to walk. Leaving the goddess she worshipped behind, Wendy confidently walked out of the office. Wendy Cross had joined the Hestia Familia, so that's how it is. Would you mind helping again? Hermes said. Hermes closely observed her face as he questioned her. They were a little way from the Lady of Abundance inside the wooden building where the servants lived. The elf Ryu sighed at Hermes' forced smile. God Hermes, are you taking me for a servant? Ryu asked with a sigh. I'm sorry, but do this for Sir. Belle needs your help. Hermes pleaded. I would like you to refrain from using Sir as a bargaining chip, Ryu speaking. I am sorry, Ryu, Sir said regretfully. Sir, your apology is unnecessary, Ryu said with his typical seriousness. Three figures were together inside Ryu's private room, Hermes, Seal, and Ryu. Only a few days remained before the war game. Hermes had pushed to allow outside participation for this reason, to ask for their help. The condition, the outsider had to belong to a family outside of Arario and possess the grace of a god from beyond its walls. Since Ryu's goddess Astrea hadn't been in the city for some time, there would be no objection to his participation. Hermes felt a little guilty for being directly responsible for forcing Belle and Hestia into the extremely disadvantageous siege of the castle, and this was his way of offering his help. If I fight, there's a high probability that my identity will be revealed during the war game, Ryu said. Don't worry about that. I'll convince everyone you came from somewhere on the other side of the mountains before the battle even starts. No one will believe you're a barmaid once I'm done with them, Hermes said. Several events in the recent past had landed a hooded adventurer on the guild's blacklist, and many still resented the Tempest. Hermes already had a plan to help keep her and those living with her anonymous and safe. My mom will scold me again, Ryu said with a sigh. In any case, the former adventurer couldn't abandon Belle to his fate. The elf accepted Hermes' request. The room itself was sparsely decorated. Ryu walked a few steps to the corner and grabbed a backpack along with a wooden sword. I'll take care of the paperwork with the guild. It would be much easier if I had your family emblem. Do you still have it? Hermes spoke. I've got it. Make sure you don't lose it, Ryu said more seriously than usual. It will never leave my sight, Hermes said as he took the plaque engraved with the sword of justice and wings from it. Finally, Ryu approached Sir, who was holding his cloak. Do your best, Ryu. I'll find something to say to Mom, Sir said. You have my gratitude, Sir, Ryu said with a small smile. Lifting the strap of his backpack over his shoulder, Ryu smiled. Hermes and Seal saw her leave the building and watched her disappear into the night. Ryu Lion had joined the war game. Chapter 23. Please ignore the fact that I accidentally reposted a chapter. I don't know what's been wrong with me lately. It's the second time I've made the same mistake. If you read the chapter, it was incomplete, and after a certain point, it was all drafts. Now it's finished. I hope you like it. War game. In the basement of the old church that was used as a base for the Hestia Familia, 3 people could be seen: a goddess, a white-haired man, and a blonde man. They were updating the statistics of the white-haired one in particular. Bellcranel.
LV is 3. Strength I6 E490. Defense I5 E425. Dexterity I2 E400. Agility I3 D522. Magic IE 473. The gamer D. Cooking I.
The increase was impressive. Unfortunately, he would not receive any increase in his parameters. He was literally still cursed. His ability, the gamer, had saved his life and made the curse act differently. The curse was originally supposed to create a wound that would never stop bleeding, and while he wasn't in very good condition, he wasn't currently experiencing a constant loss of blood. Being limited to 50% was better than being unable to move due to losing a large amount of blood every second. Bell got up from the bed where he was lying and put on his shirt. The wound that ran diagonally from his left shoulder to his waist on the right side was clearly visible, and it showed no signs of healing. All right, kid, get some rest. Tomorrow you're going to that war game. You did well in your training, the blonde boy said with his eyes closed. Bell gave a slight nod as a notification appeared indicating that he had completed a mission. The mission consisted of surviving Gilgamesh's training. The reward was 500,000 XP, 5 million volleys, 5 points, and increased reputation with Gilgamesh. As soon as Bell's status was updated, 3 people entered the underground room in the church. 2 days before the war game, Lily, Wendy, and Mikoto were still here, with Ryu being the only one who had gone directly to the place where the battle would take place. The 3 newcomers sat on the sofa while Bell sat in a chair opposite them. For safety reasons, both Mikoto and Ryu had been added to the party function, and the presence of Gilgamesh was known to all of the above, who viewed the meeting with some boredom. First of all, thank you for helping me with this, Bell said. Lily belonged to the Hestia Familia before this outcome. My participation is natural, Lily spoke. You're my first customer and best friend. It's only natural that I help, Wendy said with a big smile. My former family and I owed a great deal to yours, Mikoto said with complete seriousness. Anyway, this is for each of you, Bell said as he gave each of them a ring. As is obvious, from now on I will be the captain of our familia, Bell said as he put on a gold ring with a red gem in its center where the gem had the logo of the Hestia Familia engraved. Bell turned to look at Lily before speaking. Lily, from now on you are our vice captain, Bell said. Bell-sama is sure of this. Lily doesn't believe she's capable of carrying out such a position. Lily is a support, Lily spoke. Lily Dono, if you'll allow me to speak, I don't think she's just a simple support person. Her leadership has helped us many times during our trips to the dungeon, and I haven't been with you as long as Bell Dono and Wendy Dono. They surely hold her in higher esteem, Mikoto said. Both Bell and Wendy nodded as Lily sheepishly put on a ring exactly like Bell's, but being silver and smaller. Lily wondered how Bell knew her size since the ring fit her perfectly. As for Wendy and Mikoto, both will be executives of our family from now on, Bell said. Both girls nodded as they put on a ring that was also silver, only theirs had a blue gem. The hierarchy of our family is as follows: captain, vice captain, goddess, executive, and member, Bell said. The 4 women in the room were surprised by Bell's words. Kami-sama, you are strictly forbidden from managing our family's money. As our goddess, you will receive a limited amount of money per week. Your word and orders will carry the same weight as Lily's, but in some cases, Lily's orders may supersede your authority. Obviously, Mikoto and Wendy will have complete freedom to manage the future members of our family as they see fit, as long as it's nothing unusual, Bell said. Everyone nodded, although Hestia seemed somewhat downcast. Gilgamesh, meanwhile, laughed inwardly as he remembered his captain and god. Gil, you have complete freedom to lead everyone, even me. After all, I'm a bit of an idiot, phew, hahaha. Those were the words of his god. Listen, we will use the Apollo family as a springboard to elevate our family name, Bell said. Everyone in the room except for one blonde man nodded. Mikoto, rest assured that Take Mikazuchi-sama will be duly rewarded for allowing you to join our family, and more importantly, I swear on my name and in the name of my goddess that your shrine and those children will begin to receive a considerable sum of money. It will begin after the war game and will continue indefinitely. Even if you leave the family after a year, I promise that the shrine will continue to receive the same amount for 10 years. If you remain in the family, it will continue indefinitely, Bell spoke with great seriousness. Mikoto, for her part, nodded with a big smile. Now we need to review our supplies and the plan to follow, Belle said. Speaking of which, I finished everyone's armor and we also have 10 magic swords to use, Wendy said. Belle nodded as he looked at the redhead. Now that he realized it, she had very pronounced dark circles under her eyes and showed signs of not having slept for several days. Wendy, go take a nap, that's an order, Belle said. No sooner had Belle finished speaking than the redhead, like a zombie, went to the only bed in the room and collapsed. Well, the plan is, Belle began, but was interrupted when he saw a message in front of him.
Mission family. War game.
Description: defeat the Apollo family and the Diane sect family in the war game and claim victory reward. Captain: 500000 XP 50 volleys 50 points 250 in strength, stamina, dexterity, agility, and magic. 10 in all stats. The gamer vice captain. 500 XP 500000 volleys 25 points 150 in strength, stamina, dexterity, agility, and magic. 5 to all stats. The gamer executives. 400,000 XP 4 million volleys 20 points 100 to strength, stamina, dexterity, agility, and magic. 5 to all stats. The gamer
Outsider. 100,000 XP.
1 million volleys 10 points 50 to strength, stamina, dexterity, agility, and magic. 1 to all stats. The gamer
Conditions for victory. 1. Defeat the enemy general. 2. The captain cannot be the one to defeat the enemy general. 3. Victory must be achieved on the first day. Bonuses. 1,000 XP per defeated adventurer, 1,000 per level.
Belle sighed deeply as he stared at the ceiling. Now he would have to change his entire plan. The city was bustling. The war game everyone had been waiting for was finally here. There was an atmosphere of energy and passion that was not usually seen within the city walls. Every bar opened early. The workers at the restaurants and food stalls were ready for the incoming onslaught. The reason this game had received so much attention was due to a few gods who demanded that posters be hung all over the city as advertising. These gods wanted the largest possible audience to create tension. The posters were dominated by the blazing sun emblem and the bow of the Apollo Familia. The flaming bell of the Hestia Familia also adorned many bars and venues. Hardly any adventurer even considered exploring the dungeon on a day like today. Instead, they were crammed into their favorite bars, with even more adventurers arriving every minute. Even the adventurers of Riviera had abandoned their duties and were now in various bars or with their families, watching the spectacle with the absolute certainty that their hero would emerge victorious. Testing, 1 2 ahum. Good morning and good day. I will be providing a detailed analysis of today's events. I, the self-talking fireball, Ibli Archer of the Ganesha Familia. Some of you already know me as the Hellfire Flame. Remember that name? Spoke a dark-skinned man who claimed to be a commentator for the war game. He was at the front of the arena with a magic stone voice amplifier in his hand. A large crowd had already gathered in front of him. Joining me today to add his own thoughts on the celebration is none other than Ganesha-sama himself. Ganesha-sama, just a word please, the young man exclaimed enthusiastically. I am Ganesha, shouted the god while striking a very masculine pose. Yes, thank you very much for that, Ibli said, sounding somewhat disappointed. The guild had worked with the merchants to turn this battle into a kind of holiday. Many people from other cities around the world would come to Arario to see the battle, meaning more customers for the merchants. At the same time, the guild used this opportunity to promote Arario and attract more adventurers to the city. But of course, no one was more looking forward to the war game than the gods. Whoa, they're really lively over there, Loki said, his face pressed against the window looking down at the crowds. Many gods had gathered on the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. They were all on the edge of their seats, brimming with excitement. Hestia and Apollo, the two gods at war in this battle, were among them. Those who were not present at the Tower of Babel had chosen to watch the game in bars among the people or with their assistance from the comfort of their own homes. It must be time, murmured Hermes. The damaged pocket watch I took out showed 3 minutes until noon. Hermes raised his chin to the ceiling and took a deep breath. Well then, Uranus, we need your permission to use our power, Hermes spoke in a loud tone. Granted. The response spread throughout the city. The heavy syllables could be heard everywhere from the guild headquarters to the bars to the crowd gathered in Central Park. The gods of all Arario cracked their knuckles and got to work. Mortals far and wide were left speechless with amazement as hundreds of windows appeared all over the city. The gods were only permitted to use a specific type of arcanum, the divine mirror. Any god or goddess could use its clairvoyant power to reveal what was happening in a different place at any time. It's worth noting that this was to enhance their enjoyment of life in the underworld. In this way, each god in Arario could watch the war game with his children, even though the battle would take place far from the city. Now that the mirrors are in place, I'll set the stage once more. Today's wargame is a castle siege battle between the Hestia Familia and the Apollo Familia. The combatants from both factions are already in position and awaiting the signal to begin. Ibli shouted excitedly. Magical windows of various sizes filled the bars, the guild's front garden, and central park. Yua. Lunwar groaned in concern. It's time, said an animated Anya. Come on, Lucky Bunny. Chloe said as she placed her hopes on Belle. With their tickets in hand, the three trembled with anticipation and prayed with all their might. What is this? It's annoying as hell if everyone's betting on Team Apollo. Another bookmaker looked around the bar, a little disappointed. Just then, a human adventurer approached the grumbling dwarf and placed a large bag of coins on the counter. 100,000 to the rabbit. Whoa, seriously. Did you hit your head or something, Mord? Will anyone else ride the wave of the Hestia Familia's luck? Ahahaha. The excitement in the bar doubled when the tough-looking human made his bet. The man grinned maliciously at his companion's incredulous expressions, for he had attacked Belle with seething hatred on the 18th floor of the dungeon. Mord sat in the nearest chair, crossed his arms, and thrust his chin forward with unwavering confidence. Every corner of the city had been whipped into a frenzy. At this rate, their fury could spill over. I hope you said your final goodbye to bellcranel. High above the vortex of tension and street level, Apollo approached Hestia inside the Tower of Babel. The god's hair was perfectly styled for the occasion. He approached Hestia's seat with a mocking smile on his lips. Hestia didn't reply, only turning her back on him, her eyes fixed on her own personal mirror. Ara, Apollo said with a shrug. He returned to his own chair, calm and extremely self-assured. We're just seconds away from noon. The commentator's voice filled the 30th floor. Waves of cheers swept through the garden in front of the guild headquarters. Here we go. Yeah. Ina and Misha spoke in hushed tones as both girls gazed at the large divine mirror floating behind the stage. The eyes of adventurers, bar owners and staff, merchants and gods were focused on the images within those windows. And then, the war game has begun. Thunderously deep bells rang out to signal the start of the battle, at that moment inside the castle ruins. The sound of the bells that signaled the start of the war game floated through the windows from afar. Compared to the exciting atmosphere of Aurario, the battlefield itself was disappointing. Since it was a siege of the castle, the deadline had been set at 3 days. The vast majority of those present believed their opponent's strategy would be to wait until the last day when their concentration would be lower because they lacked the numbers to attack the castle head-on. As long as they remained vigilant against any probing attacks, they should be fine where they were. The atmosphere inside the castle walls was relaxed. Hey Lewin, go find a lookout post. Why do I have to do it? Lewin the Hobbit's superior ordered him to leave the inner sanctuary perfectly clean and decorated. You have good eyesight, don't you? Since you can't fight, do some laps around the wall like you did yesterday. The castle itself was deceptively wide, large enough that 100 people would have difficulty maintaining constant surveillance of its entire perimeter. Some part would always be missed. Lewin didn't want to leave the comfort of the castle's inner sanctum, but she reluctantly obeyed the order. He could hear the others laughing at him as he closed the bedroom door and climbed the ladder that led to the top of the wall. Hey Lewin, what are you doing here? Watching, replied the Hobbit. 2 archers on patrol spotted him immediately as the Hobbit emerged at the northern edge of the wall. They both chuckled as soon as they heard that word, knowing exactly what had happened. Lewin turned his back on them and gazed out at the northern plains. There was hardly anything around. Sure, there was a random tree or rock here and there, but nowhere for anyone to hide. The meadows stretched out from the north and eastward. A river flowed past the castle to the south, and the edge of a forest was visible to the west. A gust of wind ruffled the Hobbit's hair as he squinted to the north. Magic is really the only threat, Lewin murmured. What are you worried about? This big guy has some gifts for anyone who shows up. A beastman stroked his bow and showed his fangs in a long smile. The power and range of all magic were determined by the length of its activation spell. The defensive wall was so thick and robust that only a truly powerful type of magic would have any hope of damaging it, let alone cracking it. Magic with a long activation spell would be the enemy's only option. Any mage who wandered within range of their bows would be met with a hail of arrows long before they could finish reciting their activation spell. The beastman wasn't worried in the slightest. Lewin coughed in disgust, knowing that the two of them had everything covered. They had given him a pointless job. That's when the Hobbit's eyes caught something moving in the distance. Someone walking through the grassland heading north directly towards the wall, a vaguely human figure completely covered by a cloak. Hey, what's that? It was a very strange outfit for anyone to be wearing. The archers also noticed the hooded figure. There was no doubt he was an enemy. However, the enemy warrior was alone and wasn't chanting a spell. The hooded figure walked slowly but confidently in his direction. Lewin's eyes widened in fear at the mysterious warrior's calm aura, which burned like hot coals buried beneath the ashes. The breeze made the figure's cloak flutter. The sounds of its wings reached the sentinels' ears. The three of them stood watching the figure approach to within 100 meters of the castle wall. The beatsman wasted no time and shot an arrow straight at the enemy's head. The hooded figure, for his part, raised his right hand and caught the arrow between his index and middle fingers, then broke the arrow by applying a little force. The beatsman grunted before firing more arrows. One by one, the archers began to focus on the opponent who was repelling all the arrows with just a wave of his hand. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. The archers were growing increasingly desperate. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, their hands ached, and their breaths ragged. They had lost count of how many arrows they had fired in the 5 minutes since the enemy appeared. All they knew was that their ammunition was running out. It was at that moment that the magicians finished their songs. One spell after another was directed towards the enemy. A great wall of fire and smoke was raised, covering everyone's view. In Aurario, everyone held their breath at the imposing wall of fire that had surrounded the solitary hooded figure. As the smoke and fire dispersed, a silhouette appeared, followed by the image of a leather boot which emerged from that small hell caused by the wizards. The wizards and archers, upon seeing that boot touch the ground, all swore by a single step, despite the fact that it was at a distance greater than their ears could perceive any sound. The smoke gradually dissipated enough to reveal a male figure, wearing silver armor with parts of some kind of blue leather or fabric, along with a red cape with a white border. The person's white hair was a clear sign of who it was. It was obvious who it was. The captain of the Hestia Familia had arrived at the enemy base. "That was the damn best entrance I've ever seen," Ibli shouted euphorically, and he wasn't the only one. Shouts of joy could be heard throughout Aurario. "I am Ganesha," shouted the elephant-masked god as he struck a pose in which he pressed his muscles so hard they almost looked like they were going to burst. "Come on, Knight of Diamond, kick their asses." In a bar, a man with an eye patch screamed at the top of his lungs when he saw Bell appear. Wasn't he the little rookie? Another adventurer asked. "I don't give a shit. For us Rivera residents, he is Knight of Diamond, the adventurer who, when he goes all out, shines brighter than a bucking diamond," Boris said with a big smile. Bell couldn't help but smile broadly as he saw everyone with a look of utter disbelief. Firebolt Bell spoke as he extended his left hand, while a large burst of flame struck the wall. His spell was not intended to cause harm. It was meant to warn a certain person that the plan was already underway. Bell cast his spell several times, leaving a 10-second interval between each spell. When he cast the fifth one, he smiled as he tightened his grip on his sword. Bell placed his left hand on his waist and then unsheathed Ushiwakamaru. "Hell begins now," Bell shouted as Ushiwakamaru was engulfed in flames before unleashing a massive wall of fire. "They wanted a show, well, I'll give it to them," thought Bell as he gripped his sword tightly, which was more than a meter long. Bell gripped his sword with both hands as it was enveloped in a red aura, then swung powerfully downwards. A great wall of light which cut through everything in its path appeared. Measuring 3 meters wide and of indeterminate length, the gigantic power cut left everyone speechless. What's happening? Total chaos erupted inside the castle the instant the magic power struck the wall. Screams echoed through the stone corridors as more impacts shook the structure. Those who emerged from the main tower were immediately speechless when they saw what had happened to their precious wall. The breeze blew away enough clouds of smoke for them to see that a piece of her was missing. Incredible. "It's them, they're attacking." Lewin, who had been thrown from the top of the wall by the first explosion, climbed back up. The same people who had ordered him to keep watch moments before approached him in a panic. "How many?" "Jay, just one," Lewin replied. The Hobbit's superiors looked at him as if trying to make sure they had heard him correctly. Lewin himself was visibly shaken by fear. Even so, he managed to get trembling words out of his mouth. "It could be, and no, it has to be, Crosso's magic swords. They're going to break the wall with legendary weapons." A collective shout arose from the small group of people who had gathered around him. They knew he was telling the truth. There was no other magic sword in this vast world that could break a wall that size in a single blow. Since no magic was invoked, Lewin's suggestion was the only explanation that made sense. Any doubts, they had vanished instantly. Almost at the precise moment, the voices of the lookouts at the top of the main tower sounded. "An enemy. He's attacking with magic swords." The words that began as a call to arms ended in tethered screams of fear and surprise. "The castle will be blown to the sky at this rate." Lewin screamed in pure terror. His companions froze on the spot. Lewin screamed with all her might. Leaving her allies behind, she returned to the relative safety of the inner sanctuary. State of the state report. What the hell is going on? Screams of panic and terror replaced the relaxed atmosphere inside the castle. Everyone was perplexed as to how to deal with such an unpredictable and dangerous opponent. Lewin emerged from the central chamber, running as if her life depended on it. "Orders from Jacinto, take 100 fighters and eliminate that guy." Lewin shouted, "100. Everyone present at the sanctuary was astonished by that number. It would cut the forces defending the castle in half, making it difficult to eliminate an enemy. Lewin quickly moved to cut them down. Those magic swords will riddle any small group we send with bullets. They don't even have 10 fighters, just get rid of him and come back here. Lewin shouted. The elf Lissos was perplexed, wondering if this was the right way to act. 100 against a single enemy, wasn't that too much? While he was thinking that, he could see a flash of light in front of his eyes. Immediately after seeing that flash, he jumped away from his current position and then crawled a few meters to gain more distance. I didn't know why I had done it. Suddenly, all his instincts screamed at him to get out of the place. And he wasn't the only one. Most of the adventurers had begun to step aside. And that's when the elf saw it, a wall of light which passed through and destroyed everything in its path. Many adventurers screamed in panic and despair as they jumped aside, trying to avoid being hit by the falling rocks. Key to 150 better, it melts, that madman, shouted Lewin. Lissos looked all around only to see many totally terrified adventurers. See, come on, let's go, stuttered a beatsman. There's no choice, move, Lissos spoke with a panic he failed to hide. Lewin's message was the final push. More than 100 adventurers gathered around the elf Lissos and rushed towards the east gate. Bell smiled broadly at his literally great haircut. It had cost him 100 AP, but it was worth it. Taking another sword, Bell prepared to receive his new guests. Feeling presence, Bell murmured as he looked from side to side. 180, there are only a few left inside the castle, Bell murmured with a smile. Bell launched another power cut, this time a normal 5 AP cut which split in half a large shield wielded by a beatsman. His sword shattered like glass after he launched his attack. Bell summoned another sword and repeated the operation. Varying the size of their cuts by using more or less AP, everyone was plunged into great chaos, not knowing how to respond. This is incredible. Could the Hestia Familia be looking to end this quickly? Ibli shouted. Cheers of surprise and enthusiasm erupted throughout Erario. The mirrors floating in the air showed images of the smoking north and east walls, as well as the damage already caused by the inner tower of the old castle. The spectators who filled the streets shouted cheers of encouragement to the White Rabbit. Please tell us, Gainsha-sama, what are those fierce magic swords? The commentator asked his god. That's Gainsha, shouted the elephant-masked god. If you don't want to add anything to the comment, please go home, Gainsha-sama, the young man said with disappointment. The atmosphere in the guild's front yard was absolutely lively, while the announcers' voices echoed throughout the city. At the same time, on the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, Hermes spoke while following the tides of the battle in the mirror before him. Very fast, murmured Hermes. What's wrong? Isfi asked. The Apollo team's movements. They're reacting too quickly, Hermes spoke. Her eyes darted from person to person reflected in the mirror as she answered Isfi's question. How they responded as a group to the power of the magic swords of Crosso, doesn't it seem a little strange? It's almost as if they were being guided in some way, Hermes said analytically. Isfi's eyes opened in recognition as Hermes looked away from the battle to enjoy the expression on her face. Information is a weapon in war, Hermes speaks. The better the quality and the faster the word travels, the more likely it is to be the ultimate trump card, murmured Isfi. However, if a little poison is mixed with that information, it spreads much faster, Hermes said with a smile. Isfi exchanged words with her god before looking back into the mirror. Only one person was reflected inside, a hobbit with a tourniquet on his head running down a corridor. Lewin encountered no guards as he ran silently. Just one drop of poison can lead to an unthinkable tragedy. Then the hobbit came to the western part where there was a large hole. A group of 4 women were entering the castle at the same time as the hobbit was arriving. The red-haired Wendy stopped beside the hobbit and handed him a ring. The hobbit, with a smile, put on the ring, becoming invisible to everyone. His next act, though unseen, was to run out of the castle. A traitor. What? The people of Erario stood up, their heads in their hands and their jaws slack with surprise. On the main streets in front of the guild in the central park, nobody could believe what they were seeing and they shouted at the top of their lungs. Did that guy just betray the Apollo family? The many windows floating in the air showed a group of women all running side by side. Everyone seemed to be closer to the mirrors in a state of shock. An unthinkable betrayal. The passages in the western part of the castle seemed deserted. The guards who were originally stationed there must have gone to protect the badly damaged north and east walls, creating this blind spot. An unfortunate adventurer passing through the corridor stared at the 4 of them for a moment before rushing forward and shouting at the top of his lungs. But he wasn't quick enough to avoid being struck by Mikoto. Absolutely stunned by the turn of events, waves of emotion and anxiety swept through the spectators. A speechless Apollo was one of them. And likewise, Diane with a lost look was another one of them. He jumped up from the table with such force that his chair flew backward, hitting the floor behind him. Anger boiled inside him to the point that his face began to contort and change color as he opened and closed his mouth. Hestia made sure to keep her celebration out of the sight of the visibly trembling god as she silently pumped her fist under the table. She looked at all the members of her family with confident eyes in the mirror in front of her. Bell sighed as he continued his 1 versus 100 battle. An adventurer attacked Bell directly, but his sword broke on contact with his armor. His 5th-generation armor was made of a metal that Bell couldn't remember what it was. He only knew that it was rare, lightweight, and resistant, along with the Goliath skin that he had obtained after defeating the Black Goliath. All the fabric parts of his armor were made of this material, which made it extremely heavy, but very resistant. Bell swung the sword he held in his hand and unleashed a slash of light. When it shattered, he calmly summoned a new one thanks to his magic. "So how many damn magic swords do you have?" shouted the elf Lissos angrily. "Magic swords?" Bell asked, looking confused. Absolutely everyone, both those who were in the battle and those who were watching it from their homes, were pleasantly confused. "I don't have magic swords, it was all a deception, the real magic swords are already inside the castle," Bell said with a big smile. Just as Bell finished speaking, the sound of an explosion and a large burst of flames came from inside the castle. When a swordsman takes his swordsmanship to the extreme, his attacks can be mistaken for magical attacks, even when his weapon is perfectly normal, Bell said with a small laugh. Absolutely everyone was completely silent, especially when they saw Bell take a new sword and grip it tightly. Bell launched a horizontal slash with his new sword. A large red trail shot out from his sword, and soon a straight red line was drawn on the wall. All the spectators and combatants watched with great astonishment and horror what had happened to the wall. The wall was divided into 2 parts with a perfect and clean cut. A loud crash and the resulting tremor from the large amount of debris hitting the ground was present. Thanks to the fact that there was currently no one on top of the wall and no one nearby, everyone was in front of Bell. No one was injured by Bell's little spectacle. What if he were still there? That thought crossed the minds of the adventurers. Bell summoned another sword and placed it with the tip pointing towards the ground. The sound of metal striking stone caught everyone's attention. The adventurers looked between Bell, who had the tip of his sword stuck in the ground, and the now destroyed wall. "The next one will be further down," Bell said with a laugh as he slowly pulled the tip of his sword from the ground. Unconsciously, they all trembled. "If you don't want to be cut in half, throw down your weapons, get on your knees, put your foreheads to the ground, and put your hands to your heads," Bell said with a smile. Lissos looked at several options between Bell and the wall. The elf threw his sword aside, dropped to his knees, completely ignoring the pain from the sudden fall. He then thudded to the ground, his gaze fixed on the earth, his arms outstretched before he brought his hands to the back of his neck. The adventurers saw their level 3 commander, completely broken and with his morale shattered like fragile glass. They could no longer bear it and broke themselves as they adopted the same posture. One by one, until they were all lying on the ground, trembling and crying with fear, hoping that nothing else would happen. No brave souls, thought Bell as he looked around. The 4 of them ran through the castle. Each one carried her main weapon in her hand and a magic sword on her back. They had others in their inventory. Lily was in front, Wendy and Makoto were on the sides, and Ryu was at the back. A group of 3 adventurers rushed towards the group. Lily immediately tightened her grip on her spear and increased her speed. With a gentle movement of his fingers, he rotated his spear, leaving the back at the front. Lily launched a blow with her spear which hit the adventurer in the stomach, completely knocking the air out of him and causing him to fall to his knees. Moving his spear nimbly, he struck the other adventurer in the face, sending him to the ground, and as he changed its trajectory and gave it a boost, it hit the chest of the last adventurer. Lily wasn't exactly the strongest in the group. Her ATK was a mere 21 points while the others had over 60. But her spearman's skill made all the difference. From rank I to B, it only increased her ATK by 1 point for a total of 8, but when the skill was upgraded to rank A, her ATK increased to 16, in other words, it doubled. And when it was upgraded to rank S, it doubled her ATK again to 32. This meant that as long as he hit with a spear, his ATK would receive a bonus of 32. 21 ATK plus 7 AF plus 32 ATK provided by his skill, all of this added up to 60, more than enough to leave an adventurer on the ground. That's without counting the small bonus the spear itself gave. Wendy withdrew the magic sword from her back as a group of at least 10 adventurers approached them. The wall of fire that erupted from Wendy's sword knocked the entire group of adventurers out of action. At this point, Ryu sighed. She felt there was no need for her to be there, but Bell had asked her to look after the 3 of them in case things got complicated. "Tell me what's going on. Get this over with." Daphne shouted as she watched the tide of battle turn against them from her post at the base of the main tower. "You don't need to tell me the wall has been destroyed, I can see it from here. Why is the castle so empty?" With wide eyes and a hint of fear in her voice, Daphne shook her hair as she screamed. Smoke continued to rise from the north and east walls. She had a direct view from one of the many windows surrounding it. She was trying to get a direct answer from the messenger who had brought news from the front. Daphne, along with only 8 other adventurers, was positioned at the end of the sky bridge as the last line of defense. El Lewin said that Jacinto ordered a direct attack. That man didn't order such a thing. I've been here the whole time." "I would have been the first to know," Daphne shouted. Indeed, she had been ordered to stand guard in front of the only entrance to the main tower. No messenger carrying Jacinto's message could have reached the troops on the front line without her noticing. "Lewin, did she betray us?" Daphne murmured. It was believable, especially considering that Daphne doubted most of her companions' loyalty to Apollo in the first place. She bit her lip before pressing the messenger for more information. "And Lissos and his troops?" Daphne asked. "Eliminated, it seems. The enemy used some kind of magic in the courtyard and trapped many of our warriors inside. I don't know how many of us are still able to fight," the adventurer said. Daphne cursed under her breath. She was angry not only at the way Jacinto had looked down on their enemy even before the war game, but also at herself for hesitating to act the moment the northern wall collapsed. "Daphne, they're here." Another adventurer said, "This ends now. Stop, deliver a message to Jacinto for me. Send reinforcements from the throne room and we will crush bellcranel," Daphne said. Daphne's plan was to flood the Sky Bridge with so many warriors that it would be impossible for anyone to pass. The Sky Bridge was surprisingly wide. It would take more than 10 large men in full armor standing shoulder to shoulder to completely seal it. Finally, the small group appeared at the other end of the corridor. "Archers to the front. They have nowhere to run, fire everything you've got." "Mages, fire at my command," Daphne ordered. Each archer and mage had a direct shot at their target, a literal firing range. Magic with a decent blast radius would obliterate anything in this confined space. There would be no escape. Daphne's eyebrows sank, having visions of the possible disappearance of those attackers in her head. Drawing his short sword from its sheath at his waist, he points it directly at his approaching enemies. The archers readied their arrows. The wizards reached the final phrases of their activation spells. At the same time, the red-haired woman in the group screamed, "Fire!" Daphne shouted. The bowstrings whistled as the arrows rushed forward. The wizards moved their lips to bring their magic to life. At that moment, Wendy pushed her right hand forward. "Burn, blasphemous fire!" Wendy shouted, a magic with a brief enchantment. The silvery, murky mist flowed silently like mercury from the palm of her hand. The mist engulfed the enemy ranks around Daphne. She watched in horror as the bodies of each of the wizards began to glow, flickering like flames inside a furnace as the fog engulfed them. A moment later, each of them shuddered awkwardly as their bodies flashed from within. Kaboom! Sparks burst like flower petals all around him. All the wizards in front of her had failed to cast magic, victims of a will-o'-the-wisp. Did he turn the wizards into bombs? Daphne shouted, Wendy's anti-magic. The archers caught in the explosions were tossed around like rag dolls. Wizards lay where they fell and black smoke rose steadily from their gaping mouths. They wouldn't be singing magic again anytime soon. The series of explosions tore loose pieces of rock from the ceiling and walls of the corridor, scorching the red carpet into ruins. Daphne managed to brace herself just before the blast and remained standing despite the fierce winds howling inside the stone bridge. A thin cloud of black smoke rose in front of her. Lily and Makoto ran past Daphne. "Damn it," Daphne growled. Daphne turned to chase him when suddenly a scream stopped her in her tracks. Turning on her heels, Daphne saw an archer fall face first to the ground, and a redhead walking towards her over the remains of the carpet. Her black jacket flapping in the wind, Wendy stopped a short distance from Daphne. With the tip of her sword on the ground, Wendy looked Daphne in the eyes just above the hilt of her weapon. Behind the redhead was a masked adventurer who had neutralized a long-haired girl that Daphne knew very well. The elf put her foot on the girl's back and restricted her movement, while Daphne had a face that was not friendly. "True adventurers settle things with swords, don't you think?" the redhead said with a smile. The young woman's eyes trembled as she gazed at the blacksmith's fearless smile. Lily and Makoto arrived at a specific room. According to their sources, Lewin, several floors above here was Jacinto in the throne room. The two quickly plunged several magic swords into the ground for a total of 5. Tying a metal thread around the magic swords, Lily got a complicated look. She hoped this would work. Wendy had assured her they would. Lily quickly used the metal wire like a wick and lit it. Instantly, the wire glowed a bright red and the swords did the same. Upon seeing this, Makoto and Lily immediately ran, clutching their necks. Pulling out a necklace with a medallion shaped like an inverted shield, they hurriedly wound it around. A yellow barrier appeared around the two of them at the moment the swords clashed. The central tower had been brought down in an instant in a gigantic explosion. What on earth had happened? Jacinto didn't understand. One moment he was sitting on his throne and the next he was under a large rock which fractured his legs. Many burns covered his body and absolutely everything hurt. He was supposed to have cursed bellcranel. How did all this happen? Jacinto had many questions in mind, but he succumbed and fell unconscious. Bell saw the gigantic explosion from his location. The central tower had literally been engulfed in flames and had exploded. "It's good that you prepared those necklaces," Bell laughed as he slung his sword over his shoulder. Lily and Makoto's necklaces, as well as Lewin's ring, were created by Bell for this occasion. Lewin agreed to help them on 2 conditions. 1, a stable place in her family and equal treatment with the other members. 2, something that would allow her to escape all the chaos. Lily and Makoto, meanwhile, would be caught in the middle of the explosion, and Belle didn't want them to get hurt. Therefore, both necklaces would create a barrier around them that could withstand up to 700 ATK damage for a maximum of 3 minutes. His victory was already decided, and now Belle would claim his prize. Among all those lying on the ground, I looked for one person in particular, and then he found her. The sky over Arario erupted in a tremendous scream. The church bells rang throughout the city to mark the end of the war game, just as the final blow had been struck on the castle ruins. The demi-humans of each race stared at the young man reflected in the mirrors and screamed at the top of their lungs. "Ina, look at that!" Misha shouted excitedly. "Belkun," Ina murmured. Misha wrapped his arms around Ina's shoulders in front of the guild headquarters. With her emerald eyes filling with tears, Ina forgot her position as a guild employee and joined the celebration taking place around her. The anxiety masked by refinement had vanished, pure joy had taken its place. "There's the final bell. That was incredible, on par with the feats of the giant assassins, the Loki Familia. The victor of this war game is the Hestia Familia," Ibli shouted with great euphoria. For some reason, Ganesha was striking manly poses in the middle of the stage, completely ignoring the fact that Ibli was screaming through the voice amplifier so loudly that her face might explode. His voice echoed throughout the city, enveloping every building and reaching the ears of every spectator. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I bet on the Hestia Familia and I'm going to collect my prize. Always go with the lucky rabbit," Ibli shouted before throwing the amplifier to the ground and running off somewhere. Yoichie, Yoichie, Yoichie. 3 gods who bet on the Hestia Familia at a certain bar in the city jumped up from their table, celebrating their improbable winnings. SONS of BITCHES. At the same time, all the adventurers who bet on the Apollo family/Diane sect family cursed with all their might and threw their tickets to the ground in disgust. "Oh, Aju-chan, you won too," Mord said with a wide grin. Judging by all the cries of agony, Mord had thought he was the only one who had reached the top. It was then that he saw a rather happy young woman sitting in the corner of the bar. The man approached her as happy as could be. The beastman woman Naza smiled back, waving her thick tail and making a V with her fingers. YSSSSA, YSSSSA, YSSSSA. The cries of anguish were just as loud at Lady of Abundance on West Main Street. However, Anya, Chloe, and Lunwar were jumping for joy, high-fiving each other repeatedly. Other bar employees approached the 3 girls, exchanging hugs and smiling with them. Belson murmured, "Sir." Tears of happiness flooded Sir's silver eyes. Her lips trembled as her face tried to express the intensity of her feelings all at once. Her cheeks flushed as she finally looked away from the mirror floating in front of the wall and turned her attention to the customers. "Damn it, I've lost everything. Hey Sir Chan, I'll need a damn beer around here." She managed to put on her business smile as customers began to drown their sadness in as much alcohol as they could afford. "You did it, Rabbit," Bita said, grinning wildly. Behind him, the sounds of celebrations could be heard coming from outside his family's headquarters. He turned his back on the common room and walked towards the exit. "Bita, where are you going?" Finn asked. "Wherever I feel like it," Bita replied before disappearing through the door. Everyone who remained in the common room exchanged glances. They reached a consensus surprisingly quickly. "To the dungeon, huh? That would be the dungeon." "The dungeon, without a doubt." "Without a doubt." Finn and Gareth forced smiles as Riviera closed her eyes in frustration. Tyone looked more bored than annoyed. With Bita gone, everyone in the room turned their attention back to the mirrors. Tiona had literally been dancing around the room moments before, but now the Amazon stood beside eyes as they gazed at themselves in a mirror. Slowly, the wheat-skinned girl turned to face her friend, a radiant smile on her lips. The blonde girl nodded and saw Belle's friends gathering around her in the mirror's reflection. The largest mirror on the street showed Belle's allies heading east. Others showed scenes of other cities overcome by the excitement of the good fight. The same thing was happening with the gods at the Tower of Babel. Several of them had gathered, comparing notes and admiring the children or offering critiques in their own opinions of the war game. However, one of them, Apollo, looked like a ghost as he stood frozen next to the table. His mirror showed nothing but reflections of his children, helpless and kneeling amidst the castle ruins. The fact that he couldn't escape this reality hit him like a brick wall. Diane's sect had a completely empty look in her eyes as she muttered, "What the hell have I got myself into?" Apollo Dians. The legs of Hestia's chair creaked as they slowly slid across the floor. The goddess, who had remained silent all this time, had broken her silence. A dark aura emerged as she rose from the table. With her head bowed, no one could see her eyes behind her black bangs. Apollo and Diane's sect instantly recoiled upon seeing the little goddess move. Apollo fell backward in fear. Belle had almost been robbed, her home had been destroyed, and she had been chased with arrows around the city, among other difficulties. All the pent-up anger she hadn't allowed herself to release, until that moment was about to explode within her. The god on the ground could see it in her eyes. He shuddered as Hestia stood over him, striking him with the utmost intensity. The god's eyes began to water. Listen to me, Hestia, this was all just an impulse. That child of yours was so cute I couldn't help but pinch his cheeks a little. Please have mercy on me, O goddess of affection. We were once destined to share marital bliss. Apollo pleaded. Silence, Hestia shouted. The young goddess cut short her plea with the ferocity of Hades himself. They promised to grant me everything my little heart desired, right? Hestia said with a macabre smile. Apollo, who hadn't even considered the possibility of defeat, had said that. Diane, who hadn't the slightest interest in making any deals, had left everything to Apollo. All the other gods present had formed a large circle around them, savoring every second of the climax. They couldn't wait to see the young goddess's divine judgment upon the offender for his sins. Apollo began to panic, gasping for breath as he looked at the faces of his former allies. Now they were just faces in the dark, with white teeth gleaming in the dim light of the mirrors. The gods enjoyed watching him writhe. Las roupas de pelo se arrastraron por el suelo mientras se alejaba de ellos y retrocedía hacia Hestia. Mirando hacia arriba, veía los orbes azules brillar de ira en el momento en que hizo contacto visual. Todo lo que posen inclinando su hogar ahora mío. Dissolven a sus familia y veans al exilio. No vuelven a poner sus pies en horario nunca. Hablo Hestia con gran maldad. HGAH. Her screams sent a chill through the city. Hestia showed no mercy to the dangerous god who had almost taken everything from her, nor to the god who had helped him, far from the battlefield amidst a whirlwind of emotions. Another final blow had been struck, in the now peaceful ruins of the castle. Belle walked slowly towards his goal. She stopped in front of him and placed her right hand on the collar of the shirt of a silver-haired girl with a doll-like appearance. In honor of my crushing victory, I will take you as my war trophy, Belle said with a smile. Huh, the girl said in amazement as she looked at Belle. Belle, with incredible speed, moved away from the others, leaving them some distance apart. He set the girl down and stood in front of her. Okay, let's get started right away, Belle said as he removed his armor. The girl watched as the pieces of armor touched the ground and as what was supposed to be fabric made a loud noise as it hit the ground. W8 right here now. The girl spoke hurriedly while violently waving her hands and a crimson color invaded her cheeks. Yes, what's the problem? I can't wait, Belle said as he began to take off his shirt. The whole of Aurario erupted again in shouts of euphoria. Oh yes. This just keeps getting better. The battle saint will cease to be a saint. The men shouted euphorically at what they thought was coming next. The women looked away and the mothers covered their children's eyes. At the Loki family residence, everyone had different reactions. I didn't think he was so bold, Tayoni murmured as Tiona asked what they were talking about. Eyes turned to look away as a deep, intense red blush spread across her face. Gareth and Finn laughed nervously. Reveria's cheeks turned red as she tried to maintain her composure. Leffia blushed even more than eyes, so much so that it made Hephaestus's hair look pale. She covered her eyes with her hands but still occasionally opened her fingers to see. On the 30th floor, the gods faced the great dilemma of whether to cut off communication or continue it. Incredibly, Hestia looked very calm. Hermes-sama shouldn't as he began but was interrupted by her god. Wait, Hermes said as he watched the development unfold. Not yet. Every good hero story ends with a final scene of the hardest and most passionate hex there is. Hermes exclaimed with great euphoria. Hermes' words were quickly supported by most of the male gods while the goddesses shook their heads in disagreement. Belle finished taking off his shirt and threw it away with his other things. At that precise moment, the girl closed her eyes and waved her hands even more violently. I'm not ready, give me a few minutes, pleaded the girl who was extremely flushed. Aren't you ready? You're supposed to be Hermid Tezenaire, D. St. Belle spoke. The girl remained silent after this statement. Aren't you supposed to be able to work curses? Belle asked. At that moment, Hermid nervously opened his eyes just to see. Silence reigned throughout Aurario. A most appalling wound ran across the body of the young man who had seemed invincible until just moments before. Many averted their gazes while others brought their hands to their mouths to stifle a scream. The wound of the young white-haired man looked very painful and too large, being a rather deep cut from his left shoulder to his waist on the right side. Apollo's homosexual and your idiot god caused this to me with a cursed sword, Belle growled angrily. Hermid stifled her own scream. She knew nothing about that. Were you struggling with that wound? Hermid asked. Of course, it limited me to 50%, but I did it, Belle said. Only 50%, murmured Hermid. Well, you can cure her, right? Belle asked. Wait, is that what you wanted? Hermid said, looking very embarrassed. Belle nodded. What more could I want? Belle asked. At that moment, Belle's companions arrived, and upon seeing and hearing everything or most of it, Lily approached Belle and gestured for him to bow. Belle complied, and Lily whispered something in his ear. Belle's eyes widened in shock as he saw the cornered girl. What a vulgar woman, Belle said, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Hermid's eyebrow trembled before he screamed. I'm not vulgar, you're an idiot. the girl shouted. For many people, that was the first time they had seen the silver-haired woman raise her voice. Whatever cures this, it's annoying, Bell said as he sat down on the floor. Ermid gave a small grunt before approaching Bell and placing his hands a few centimeters from Bell's wound. Ermid couldn't help but blush when she saw Bell's body more closely. He was supposed to be 14 years old and had perfectly defined muscles all over his torso and even some in his neck. Ermid ignored his thoughts and began his singing. Healing Drops, Tears of Light, Eternal Sanctuary. Here is the medicinal performance, 365 studies. The healing calendar keeps track of everything, then it's damaged, funeral convergence. The curse goes to the light pivot. In the name of the Holy Spirit, I heal. Diaphragmal Ermid spoke as a white light formed a dome about 5 meters high, while below Bell a magic circle with a white diamond appeared. After a while the magic faded and Bell, looking at the spot where his wound had been, saw that it was gone. Checking his stats, he discovered that the curse had indeed disappeared. Thank you very much, Bell said, patting the girl on the head who blushed slightly. Once Bell was healed, he equipped his armor and left with his companions. This concludes Chapter 1. Hestia Family Statistics. Name bellcranel. Rank Captain. Gender male. Age 14. Family Hestia. Title Little Rookie. Funds personal 71,993,000 volleys. Level 37. XP 20,600,000 points 90. HP 754. HR 75 MMP 880. Mr. 74 MAP 627. AR 85 MINT 50. WIS 120, VIT 82, ATK 103, AF 41, DF 113, AM 52, DM 80, Strength 3450, Stamina 3375, Dexterity 3250, Agility 3672, Magic 3523, The Gamer D Abnormal Resistance S Hunter S Luck S Merchant S Mystery A Cooking I Name Lilaruka Ard. Rank Vice Captain. Gender female, age 15 years, family Hestia. Title money 5,476,000 volleys. Level 19. XP 500,890 XP. Points 70. HP 138. HR 8 MMP 100. Mr. 8 MINT 59. WIS 20. VIT 24. ATK 24. AF 7 DF 31. AM 7 DM 15. Strength 486. Stamina 363. Dexterity 272. Agility 361. Magic 554. SPM and S. Name Wendy Crosso. Rank Executive. Gender female. Age 17. Family Hestia. Title money 4,457,000 volleys. Level 25. XP 400,300. Points 45. HP 294. HR 15 MMP 183. Mr. 14 M. INT 37. WIS 40. VIT 32. ATK 70, AF 19, DF 43, AM 11, DM 14, Strength 1000, Stamina 900, Dexterity 1000, Agility 800, Magic 400, Blacksmith D. Sewing D. Name Yamato Miko. Rank Executive. Gender female. Age 16. Family Hestia. Title Zetsu Latin Cross E. Money 4 million volleys. Level 25s. XP 400,000. Points 45s. HP 310s. HR 6M. MP 235s. Mr. A 7M. INT 35s. WIS 25s. VIT 25s. ATK 65. IF 10. DF 40. IMs 8. DMs 31. Strength 1100. Stamina 1020. Dexterity 1050. Agility 900s. Magic 600. Abnormal Resistance I. Chapter 24. Lucky Rabbit. A large mansion stood in the middle of a spacious garden. Hestia took a deep breath. "Ta-da, this is our new home," Hestia said with a big smile. "Ooh. Zuva. Zuva." Lily, Wendy, and Makoto were amazed by the building Hestia was pointing at. It was 3 stories high. They had to crane their necks to get a good look at the top floor. Hestia went on to say that there were covered walkways along with more gardens inside. The property was surrounded by a high iron fence. Flowers and trees hid most of the bars from view. "But is it okay to accept the headquarters of the Apollo family?" asked Mikoto. "Oh yes, it blew mine into a million pieces. I don't want to hear any complaints," Hestia growled, recalling the event. Mikoto murmured as she looked at the mansion, but Hestia immediately cut her off. It was a prize from the war game. The building the Apollo family had once called home was theirs. Lily was just as surprised as Wendy and Makoto by this sudden improvement in living conditions. None of the mortals could believe their luck as they gazed at their new home from the outer gardens. Those who lived here before had strange tastes, so since we have a lot of money, I say we do some renovations. If you have any requests, let me know, Hestia spoke. Hestia-sama, I humbly request a bathhouse. Mikoto said timidly. Hestia-sama, would you build me a forge? Wendy said with a smile. Mikoto and Wendy wasted no time in suggesting what to build to replace the remains of the Apollo Familia. Hestia turned to them with outstretched arms, saying, wait, wait, and smiling. Hestia took 2 sheets of paper from a bag she was carrying and handed them to Mikoto and Wendy, who looked at the sheets with intrigue. From now on, our family will be upper class. We must behave as such. All requests must be made in writing. Hestia spoke with her gaze upwards, and while she puffed out her chest before passing a quill to each of them. Wendy and Mikoto felt as they wrote in large letters what they wished. Bellcun is the one who authorizes these things. I don't have the authority to authorize anything, but I'm completely sure that Bellcun will completely agree. Hestia spoke. The 3 girls nodded. Hestia suddenly produced 3 seals and gave them to the 3 girls. As vice captain and executives, the 3 of us have many responsibilities. We can also approve minor requests, such as having a certain food on the menu on a certain day, etc., etc. But if the 4 of us put our stamp of approval on a request, there's an 80% chance that Bell will approve it, even if it's something ridiculous, Hestia said. The 3 girls turned to look at each other as they saw Hestia's malicious smile. Hestia took another sheet of paper out of her bag and showed it to the girls. It's only fair that we treat ourselves to a few small luxuries, River Hestia. In a makeshift office, Belle sat behind a desk which was crammed with papers, notebooks, books, and other things. The goddess, vice captain, and executives deserve a private bathroom in their rooms, as well as larger rooms than the rest. Belle Rio, upon seeing the document which had the seals of all her colleagues. As was obvious, Belle and Lily were going to own 2 rooms. One was going to be their private room and the other their office. Hestia was also going to have an office, but it would be more symbolic since the goddess herself knew that she would do almost nothing more than update statuses and give moral support. Therefore, she planned to turn her office into a private library. Belle simply stamped the document with an approved and set it aside. Belle picked up another document, and just as he was about to read it, he heard someone knocking at his door. Go ahead, Belle said calmly. Lily entered Belle's office somewhat nervously. Belle-sama, I regret that selfish proposal that Hestia-sama made, said Lily with her head down. Okay, after all, a little luxury is fine once in a while, Belle said with a smile. Lily looked around the place and saw the large number of documents that were there. Belle-sama, Lily would like to know if there is anything I can help you with. I am the vice captain after all, Lily spoke. It's a lot of work. I didn't give you anything since after the war game. I assumed you wanted to rest, Belle said. Lily is completely sure, Lily said. Belle smiled before gesturing to a stack of papers beside him. Lily pulled a chair toward the desk, sat down, and then picked up the first document. Does it take that much work for someone to level up? Lily said, seeing that there were many documents about her. The little hobbit took a tremendous leap to a new level after the war game. After all, getting 500,000 XP helped her a lot with this. Lily regrets it, Lily said with a little regret upon seeing so much paperwork. It's not important. There's a lot of paperwork this time since the war game was a few days ago. In normal situations, it wouldn't be so much, Belle said. Lily nodded upon seeing more documents relating to all members of her family. There were even some about Ryu. The guild wants us to justify the fact that we have achieved the impossible. My own paperwork is 10 times what all of yours is, you fairies, Belle said. Lily nodded, considering that Belle had defeated almost 200 adventurers alone, and with a great disadvantage, it was obvious to think that there was something out of the ordinary. Wait, Belle-sama, this is, Lily said incredulously upon seeing a document. It's a request from Uranus, and considering the tension surrounding our family, I can't refuse it, Belle said. But taming monsters, that's not what the Gaintia Familia does, asked Lily. There's more to this than meets the eye, but I can't tell you anything right now. I don't want you to worry, Belle said as he glanced at a document. Lily nodded, but still wanted to know more about it. Let's just say it's one of Uranus-sama's whims that monsters can be domesticated. It also helps to learn more about this and makes life easier for adventurers, Belle said. But we would have to create a whole zone for this, said Lily. I've already bought all the surrounding land and construction will begin on stables and suitable areas for this, Belle said. It's a big investment, and what's the benefit for our family? Lily asked, looking at the documents about her family's new transactions. I'm confident I can prove to Gaintia-sama that I can tame monsters. If I can do this, then they will give our family permission to take monsters out of the dungeon and keep them at our base with complete freedom, Belle said. Lily nodded. If it works, we'll be able to train new members in combat from the safety of our homes, Belle said. Lily nodded in great surprise. If possible, they could train the novices to fight properly in a controlled environment. If we succeed, our family's taxes will be reduced by 50% and we will constantly receive money from Uranus-sama. After all, it's one of his whims, Belle said as he handed several documents to Lily. Well, the benefit is great and it's worth the risk, said Lily. Belle nodded, but surely Belle-sama can tame a monster, asked Lily. Belle did not respond, he simply pointed to his right. That's when Lily saw him. He was a dog sleeping peacefully, wearing a red collar and a tag with a name engraved on it. If Lily didn't know it was a hellhound, she would say it was an ordinary domestic dog. Incredible, I didn't even notice, Lily murmured. The monsters normally emitted great hatred and bloodlust, but this one in particular was completely calm. Belle-sama, how did you do it? Lily murmured. No living being can disobey the orders of their king, Belle said with a smile. Belle-sama seriously needs to stop spending so much time with Gilgamesh-sama. Speaking of him, where is he? Lily said, ending with a question after not seeing the blonde. He said he had to see a certain person, Belle said, remembering the blonde man who had left as soon as they arrived in the city. Lily nodded as she decided to ignore the topic. No skill king can make monsters completely restrained, then I just have to tame them. I recently got the development skill Tamer. I leveled it up to S and it makes monsters very docile. But there's a catch, I'm Belle speaking. Like an ordinary dog, when its owner is not around, there is a possibility that it will get out of control, Lily said. Belle nodded. I'm working on collars and other items to restrict this, Belle said. When Lily realized she wasn't going to get any more information from Belle, she decided to look at other documents, and that's when she saw him. Hestia Familia funds, 2,600,000,000 volleys. Lily's eyes widened in shock at this. Upon closer inspection of the document, he found everything broken down. His family had received 350 million from the Union. Apparently 100 million had been spent, leaving his family with a fund of 250 million. By defeating the Apollo Familia, their income increased by 350 million. Subsequently, the Diane Sect Familia, which they also defeated, had a bank account of 2 billion. All of that was transferred to their account. Their little family wouldn't have to worry about money for quite some time, as long as Hestia didn't interfere, of course. We took everything from both families, including the bank accounts of both gods, Belle said, saw the new document and couldn't help but be surprised. Apollo 50 million volleys, Diane Sect 2,500,000,000 volleys. Those were the personal savings of those gods. Those amounts belonged to each of them. They also had some items in their savings. Apollos I threw away. They were in bad taste. Believe me, you don't want to know, Belle said. Lily nodded. And what about Diane Sects? Lily asked. Belle handed Lily another document and she trembled slightly. Magic and cursed swords, grimoires, unicorn horns, vuivertir, cadmium skin, and the list went on and on. A collection worthy of someone like Diane Sect. Since this belonged to the gods, it would be logical for Kami-sama to keep it, Belle said with a sigh. At that moment, Lily was startled. Not to disparage Hestia, but she was very absent-minded and lazy, all that money and treasures for someone like her. Lily imagined Hestia creating her own line of Jagamaru-kun, although that wasn't so bad and would probably be a good business. Lily was lost in her thoughts for a while until she spoke. Belle-sama, to be fair, we got into all this for you. I think I speak for everyone when I say that all of this belongs to you, Lily said as she pushed all that fortune onto Belle's shoulders, him being the only one, thanks to his ability, the gamer, who could handle all that money. Even so, it's unfair that I receive that, Belle said. Belle-sama, please consider the feelings of others. Mikoto-sama and Wendy-sama would feel overwhelmed if you gave them a lot of money considering their simple personalities, and Hestia-sama would probably waste the money in a single day. Lily, for her part, doesn't see any good use for all of that, Lily spoke. Belle struck a thoughtful pose, wondering what to do so that his friends wouldn't be completely excluded, a great reward but one that wouldn't overwhelm them. Wendy loved blacksmithing, Mikoto loved hot springs and her family, Hestia loved Jagamaru-kun, and Lily there was a small problem to solve so that Lily would feel rewarded but not overwhelmed. With an idea in mind, Belle set about continuing to work. He had to finish quickly, after all, he had an appointment later. By the way, Belle-sama, where do you plan to keep all that money? After all, Lily started, but Belle interrupted her. A bank account is absurdly expensive. The more money there is in it, the more expensive it is to keep it in a bank, Belle said without turning to look at Lily. Even if I kept everything in my inventory, in the long run it wouldn't be advisable. If I were to die, goodbye family funds and I would leave everyone with a lot of problems, Belle said. Lily nodded. Gate of Babylon, that's our answer, Belle said with a smile. But that belongs to Gilgamesh-sama, said Lily. The prince, who in his state acquired the ability of a pocket dimension, stored all his treasures there and then left his home, Belle said with a smile. Lily nodded, she knew the story too. As a master, I can obtain an ability from each servant I summon. With a little training and much to the displeasure of my golden caster, I was able to acquire an ability similar to his. Don't mention it to him. He's still upset that I possess more treasures than him, Belle said with a smile. Lily nodded in great amazement. I'm not so conceited as to think I'm special. I'll leave a door at our family headquarters even if I'm not around or if I happen to die. As long as you have the key, you can enter it, Belle said. Lily nodded, although she didn't fully understand what Belle meant by door. Well, I guess I have to go to that other place now, Belle said, checking the time on a pocket watch. Have a good trip, Belle-sama. Lily will do her best to reduce your workload, said Lily. Thank you, just don't overdo it, Belle said. Lily nodded as she watched Belle leave. In a certain district of the city, the moon had already set, but there was still no sign of the sun. A gust of wind was heard at dawn. The sharp gusts sounded again and again, trembling in the air for a moment like a bird's cry or a reed tube before. The darkness returned to silence. A thin elf woman was waving a wooden sword almost as long as she was. His movements were quick and sharp as his elegant arms whipped the sword from above with flawless form. An instant later, he reversed the edge, slashing diagonally upwards with a speed that rivaled any rapid-fire attack technique. If she were in a real fight, her opponent would probably have fled in the face of such skill. Her dyed pale green hair swayed as her sword flashed. She wore a light robe and shorts that fluttered as she moved. Her fair skin stood out against the dark sky. "Is it time yet?" murmured the elf. The sound of one last, particularly sharp, practice attack echoed as the elf Rue Lion finished her morning practice. Within the gigantic city walls, his eyes narrowed once the sun began to reveal itself in the eastern sky. Her body glistened with a fine sheen of sweat as the morning air cleared. "This is not enough," Rue murmured. Her strength had increased significantly thanks to a certain person's skill, but that same person was already close to surpassing her even at level 3. That same skill allowed her to become much stronger. She couldn't level up without her goddess present, but it wasn't a major problem considering her current lifestyle. Even so, he wanted to become stronger. Once she had invited her female co-workers who were quite strong in their own right, but they refused to come a second time. Apparently, she hadn't controlled herself enough. They had called her a training addict and complained that she didn't hold back. She was always overreacting. Remembering the abuse she had endured in the past, Ryu sighed unconsciously. "Perhaps I should ask Mr. Cranel to join me next time," Ryu murmured. Looking up at the slightly dark sky, Ryu thought about a certain adventurer. She had just met him, although it had been a little over 2 months since they first met. He was a young human, still immature, but he was also progressing at an astonishing rate, both figuratively and literally. For several reasons, he had caught Ryu's attention. It seems he's working towards some kind of goal himself, so training together could work well for both of them. But after thinking so far ahead, Ryu suddenly shook his head. No, she couldn't do that to Sir. The boy was her friend's love, and perhaps even a future lover. Spending her morning practice alone with him, knowing this would be dishonorable. At least that's how Ryu felt. If it was just training, then Ryu murmured to herself. Her thoughts wandered, but as she imagined Sir's face, a feeling of guilt welled up in her heart. Clearing her thoughts, the elf went to her room to prepare for the day. It was another busy day at La Señora de la Abundancia. The 3-story stone building gave the impression of a tidy little inn that was larger than it appeared from the outside. Its location on West Main Street made it convenient for customers to come and go. During the day, the clientele was mostly female and consisted mainly of regular residents of the city, while at nightfall the bar and tables were usually filled with adventurers returning from the dungeon. The different customer groups were well managed, the menu changed in the morning, and adventurers with more money to spend were charged higher prices. As the restaurant's dwarf owner, Mia Grand, liked to say, "After all, we're offering you our delicious food and drinks. If you can't pay, then you get nothing." In fact, a large number of adventurers were regular customers who visited often. Many were obsessed with their special fruit wine. "Morning is the best, though," Anya said. "When it gets late, the beer-hungry adventurers invade us. It's depressing," Chloe said with fake depression. "Listen, kittens, you're being slow. Mama Mia's going to yell at you," Lunwar said irritably. The former top-level adventurer Mia had retired and opened the Lady of Abundance, where several women lived and worked. Ryu was one of them. The catgirls leaning against the counter were Anya and Chloe, while the human who warned them, as always, was Lunwar. Ryu paid them no attention as she was carrying a fruit tart on a tray. "2 guests coming in," Sir said with a smile. The bustling interior with demi-human women created a picturesque sight as sunlight streamed through the windows. It was almost noon, and traffic on the street was increasing when the store's moment of peace was broken. "So what, are you saying you sold Anna?" Ryu, the rest of the staff, and all the customers in the tavern looked at a human couple that Sir had just seated. "I didn't sell her, she was taken." "It's the same thing, isn't it, you idiot? That's why I told you to stop playing around." The woman with her straight hair tied up had seen the years go by, but she had not lost her beauty. She raised her voice when the man sitting opposite her responded indifferently. A disheveled shadow of someone who woke up at 5 o'clock was evident on his face. What kind of father puts his own daughter up as collateral for a bet? The mother screamed one last time before burying her face in her hands and yelling. An uneasy wave of disquiet swept through the restaurant. Anya and Chloe, who were diligently working, peeked out of the kitchen at the sound of loud sobs. Lunwar stopped in her tracks as she, Ryu, Sir, and the catgirl chefs exchanged glances. The middle-aged man noticed that all eyes were on his table and finally looked up as he jumped up, kicking his chair. "What are you looking at? This isn't a show. Just eat your shitty food, idiots. Wait, stop. The woman tried to restrain him as he raged, but he wouldn't be subdued. He squeezed the glass of water that had been placed in front of him, splattering its contents everywhere. As he continued to swirl it, nearby customers shrieked, followed by an immediate thud, something catching his flailing arm. "Excuse me, sir, but if you're going to make a scene, could you pay now and leave?" "What did you say, Owa?" A sharp cry of pain cut short the question. Lunwar had apparently approached without a sound, and she squeezed harder. She looked like any other girl her age, but her grip convinced the man that he had his arm at the breaking point. "Hey, who do you think cleans this floor, Naya?" Chloe said while smiling maliciously. "A clown who wastes the food and water we prepared for him can be cursed by the gods and fall into hell," Anya said angrily, when the imposing dwarf owner of the establishment grabbed him by the collar of his robe. He was a grown man, but she only needed one hand to hold him. When she saw Mia's dangerous expression up close, all the color drained from her face. "It's pretty ridiculous to say our food is bad before you've even eaten any of it, don't you think?" Mia grumbled. You're bothering the other customers, you idiot," Mia yelled angrily. The next instant, she had launched him in a gentle arc through the driveway and halfway out onto the main street while the man screamed the whole way. A carriage stopped suddenly, the horse whinnying, as the man appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the street. The crowd was startled for a moment, but as soon as people recognized which tavern he had flown from, they all cautiously avoided him and moved on as if they were used to it. The Lady of Abundance. It was a place where the women Mia employed had special circumstances, and most of them were used to fighting. Unsuspecting adventurers were often drawn in by the tavern's reputation for its sweet and beautiful girls. It was a familiar sight in the neighborhood to see customers who made foolish mistakes storming out the door looking utterly disgraced. When the store calmed down, Ryu thought she had been too slow to react. "I'm sorry, it sounded like a rather distressing story, but did something happen?" Sir asked as she approached the woman from before, playing with his daughter as collateral, Ryu thought as he frowned. After picking up the man who had fainted in the street, he joined Sir in a corner of the tavern to listen to his story. The woman's name was Karen, and her husband's name was Huey. They were a couple who earned a living day by day in the magic stone manufacturing business, helping out in a small shop. They had lived in the western district of the city until that very day. Huey liked to gamble and as a result had become involved in an incident. "I had no other choice at that moment. There was nothing I could do. I had to do it. What else would I bet on my daughter, Anna?" After arriving, Huey, battered and lifeless, explained the situation while sitting in a chair. Somehow, he'd ended up betting the daughter he'd raised with Karen as collateral in a wager, and he'd lost. Ryu, an elf known for her strict standards, couldn't hide the disgust and contempt in her eyes. Sir placed her hand on Karen's shoulder to comfort her as she fought back tears. Anya was shocked, as were the others who listened while going about their work. "What was so inevitable? This happened because you were playing with fire, weren't you?" Karen shouted. That's B, but at first they were saying it's just a game. But when I kept losing, the atmosphere suddenly changed. They talked about kicking down our front door if it looked like I couldn't pay back what I lost. One thing led to another, and then I couldn't undo it," Huey said. When he noticed Karen's tearful expression, Huey swallowed the rest of his excuses. From what he'd said so far, it was clear he'd failed the last big bet, losing his daughter and his house in the process. Early that morning, a group of thugs kidnapped her daughter, while Karen, reeling from being thrown out of her home, went to the only place left to calm down, the Lady of Plenty. When she heard Huey's account, they began to argue, and the rest was history. Huey was talking about waking up with a massive hangover, handcuffed after the party ended, when Sir asked sharply, were the others involved in this bet? Adventurers? Yes, they were a group of criminals from several different families. They threatened me and wouldn't stop staring. "If it's a bet on your beloved daughter, then we can give you one last chance," Huey said, clearly disappointed in himself. Upon hearing that, Karen slumped across the table, weeping again. As her insults spilled out in sobs, her already desperate hopes of having a husband weakened, and she bowed her head repeatedly. Ryu's eyebrow, however, lifted slightly in surprise. There was a part of the story that didn't sit right with her. To be more precise, she had seen an operation that looked just like this in the past. "Your daughter, Anna, could you tell me a little more about her?" Ryu asked. At his question, both Karen and Huey managed to raise their heads and exchange glances. Little by little, they answered the elf who was on the other side of the table, staring intently. "Well, as I said before, she is my pride and joy," Huey said with a small smile. "Yes, she's very pretty, like I used to be, and she's good-natured. A little reserved, but she's a good girl." Karen dried her eyes and spoke confidently, while Sir nodded politely, encouraging them to continue. In the Western District, she had a stellar reputation. Some gods even made advances toward her. Of course, she rejected them with "please don't make fun of me," and so on, Huey said. "And leaving?" Ryu asked. Both Huey and Karen looked at the elf in bewilderment. "Did she go out a lot?" Ryu asked. "Well, at the flower shop where she worked, Anna spent a lot of time trying to deliver things," Karen replied, clearly confused by Ryu's line of questioning. A good disposition, attractive, charming enough to catch a god's eye at a glance, and her job was to travel around the city enough to be noticed. After hearing that, Ryu's confidence grew. They had most likely been after the girl from the start, a girl that pretty would definitely have been sold to the pleasure district. Arg, who knows what's happening to him now? Huey said in great despair. Have you tried asking the guild or the Ganesha family for help? Sir asked. It's useless. The city is full of similar reports. This happens every day. No one will be able to respond immediately, Karen said, shaking her head. If only the Hestia family were around, Karen said sadly. Ryu struggled to control his feelings so they wouldn't show on his face as Karen absent-mindedly whispered her plea. Just stop it already, talking about a family that no longer exists, Huey said. But if the goddess Hestia were near, I know she would help people like us. Why does such a kind family just disappear? Karen said sadly. After she finished speaking, Karen clutched her chest and burst into tears. Huey's gaze drifted into the distance as he remained silent. The Hestia Familia, the faction of the goddess whose emblem was the winged sword of justice. During the Dark Ages, when the evils roamed free in the city, they worked to maintain law and order in Aurario, fighting the strong and protecting the weak. This family of justice no longer existed. This was the family to which Ryu belonged. Ryu remained silent as Karen sobbed. Sir Anya and the others who knew Ryu's past studied their fellow elf with mixed expressions. Working busily behind the counter was Mia, who hadn't yet noticed the story. She pretended not to hear the conversation, as if she didn't want to know how things had turned out. Ryu thought he'd left behind helping people he didn't even know, but maybe he'll do it again. The hours ticked by and Bell had already returned to his headquarters after a business meeting with several gods. He didn't know when he'd gone from being an adventurer to a businessman. He was deeply grateful to Finn and Gilgamesh for all the advice they'd given him. They were the two he could trust most with these things. Finn would always make time in his busy schedule to give him a lesson or two on how to manage a family, and Gilgamesh would grumble before agreeing to help. Bell sighed before paying attention to the people who were talking to him. One was an older man with long, straight white hair and a silver beard. He was also very short but had a strong and healthy build. The second one was even shorter than the first. His appearance was similar to that of a child, with a small body, large eyes, and short hair. The first was the god Goibniu and the second was the hobbit Luin. Goibniu and his family had been hired to do renovations on the new headquarters of the Hestia Familia, and Luin was temporarily working as Bell's assistant until the mansion was completely remodeled. After that, the hobbit could work normally as an adventurer for the Hestia Familia. It's a big job. If it were just the house, there wouldn't be any problems, but all those stables, reinforcing the wall, and so on will be a lot of work, Goibniu said. Bell sighed at all of this. If you plan to do the same as Ganesha, it is impossible to do without a sturdy wall. At the very least, I suggest Damascus steel bars. Likewise, in the stables, you must have these same bars I'm talking about, Goibniu. We know we can't skimp on this. Saving a few volleys could cost someone their life. The Hestia Familia is not willing to bear the burden of an innocent death. Luin spoke with great seriousness. Goibniu nodded in satisfaction at the words of the hobbit who was formally dressed. Bell had bought all the land near his mansion. Nosy neighbors were the last thing he needed, so 13 square kilometers were now his family's property. Fencing it all off would be a pain in the ass and in his wallet. I would prefer the fence to be made of mithril so that it can be electrified about 2 or 3 meters high. Each bar should be about 30 centimeters thick, Bell said. Goibniu nodded as he made notes. Speaking of money, how much are we talking about? Bell asked. Goibniu took a thoughtful pose while doing some mental calculations. 3 billion of volleys. Since you are my friend, I gave you a discount, said the god. Bell sighed heavily as the hobbit Luin trembled. Captain, this project will bring us a good sum of money, right? Luin asked. Bell nodded. By the way, if you start selling those, I want one, said Goibniu while pointing at the hellhound that had been following them for a while. It will be in a few days, but you'll be able to have one, Bell said with a smile. Goibniu didn't know exactly why, but the idea of having a pet monster appealed to him. Perhaps it was the feeling of satisfaction in seeing something highly lethal and wild completely indoctrinated and domesticated. I still have a lot of paperwork to do for that, Bell said with a sigh. That's the worst part of running a family. Hestia is lucky you do it, Goibniu said. Bell simply shrugged at this. You have no idea how much paperwork I have to do for every first-class weapon my family makes, although it's worth it. The looks of happiness on my children's faces when creating something new or something that leaves them satisfied is worth every hour sitting behind a desk signing papers, Goibniu spoke with a paternal smile. Although I don't like to say it, there are many families in the dark, and the guild wants to keep as much information as possible about the families that are in the light, a precaution in case any family in the light is involved with the dark, Bell said seriously. Goibniu nodded somewhat reluctantly. Aurario wasn't as safe as people usually thought. Well, we'll start the renovations tomorrow, Goibniu said as he turned to look for the exit. Captain, the renovations exceed our budget, Luin said. Even after selling Diane's base, we were still a little short, and I wanted to save a good portion for the future, Belle said with a sigh. We'll have to work really hard from now on, Lewin said, also with a sigh. Do you regret joining this family? Belle asked. It's still hard for me to process that they forgave me after I insulted your goddess and your companions. The fact that I'm here and not being bothered makes me happy, Lewin said. Lewin had been questioned by Hestia and Belle. Lying to a god was practically impossible, and lying to Belle was too difficult due to his abilities. Hestia had declared that Lewin was telling the truth when asked if he regretted everything he had said, if he was proud of it, or if he would do it again. All of his answers had satisfied Hestia. Lewin was another victim of Apollo, so to speak. In my old family, I was the lowest of the low. Few people saw me as an equal, and I was always the butt of their jokes. Besides, my old family didn't exactly inspire confidence. Few were there because they wanted to be, and mutual support was practically non-existent, except in the small groups each of us kept. But here I feel more comfortable. They certainly make me work just as hard as in my old family, but no one shows any hostility towards me. It's truly rewarding to belong to this family, Lewin said. Belle nodded with a small smile. I'm glad to hear those words, Belle said with a smile. Belle raised his gaze and looked momentarily at the ceiling. What should he do? That question was currently running through his mind. Lewin, tell the others I'll be late. I'm going to get some funds, Belle said as he started walking. Lewin nodded as she watched Belle leave. In the past, Aurario, often called the center of the world, lacked one thing: entertainment. In order to satisfy the insistent demands of the deities, the city authorities welcomed foreign capital and technical expertise from Merustra, the land of opera, the city of paradise, Santorio Vega, and other famous countries or cities. Thanks to that, countless entertainment options have been built in the business district. The most prominent were the theater and the casinos. Within Aurario, where people and goods from all over the world came together, these facilities ended up growing far beyond the control of the city where they were established. Business was booming, and entertainment venues were poised to overtake the magic stone products industry that Aurario was so proud of. At this point, the guild had to tread lightly around them. Consequently, the foreign entities that had originally provided the investment capital were under full supervision. It was fair to say that these areas were extraterritorial, and just today, Nuwu, that was the 18th cry of agony that Belle had heard that day. TTT-10 spoke a man who was wearing a suit which at first glance looked very expensive. Thank you, and you can leave my casino now, Belle said with a smile. The man grunted before reluctantly starting to walk. The casinos in Aurario had very bad rumors circulating on the streets, rumors about human trafficking and money laundering. In order to eliminate that evil, the Hestia Familia would take over all the casinos in the city. Belle already owned the deeds and control of 18 of the 32 casinos in the entertainment district. Initially, he only wanted to make some money, but one thing led to another, and he acquired the deeds to the first casino he visited. And in order to eliminate the competition, he would take control of the rest. The white-haired man sighed before continuing his journey through the casinos. 31-32. Belle sighed heavily as he massaged his shoulders. His journey through the casinos had begun before noon, and the sun had already set completely. 31 out of 32 existing casinos were now under their complete control. In the last few hours, his personal fortune had multiplied more than 20-fold. Even just taking the fortune of each owner of each of those casinos, he had acquired several billion volleys. Surprisingly, those casinos adapted quite quickly. In each one there was a long silence for a few minutes when the owner lost control of his casino. But quickly everyone resumed playing and the lively atmosphere was soon restored. Belle had left each of the employees at their workstations. If they were there must be a reason. He only gave a brief glance to the senior staff at the casino before moving on to the next one. Although he wasn't a god, Belle was very good at interrogating people. He only had to say, "You are forbidden to lie to me," and absolutely every member of every casino could only speak the absolute truth to him. It helped that none of them were even level 1. Now that he thought about it, Belle had absolutely no idea what to do with so much money. He was a very simple person, and he had no desire to buy top-of-the-line weapons. It would surely hinder his development. His Hestia dagger and Fitan sword were two completely different things. Perhaps he would order another weapon like those. After all, he had the capital. Belle quickly arrived at his destination, the Dorado Resort, the #1 casino in the city. Hey Belle, don't fall so far behind. Belle snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing a male voice. It belonged to a tall man with several scars on his face. He was standing next to two other men, Mord, Scott, and Guile, 3 adventurers who had previously attacked Belle and now came as his bodyguards, and because of them he entered these casinos so easily. You're right, we need to hurry, my last game room awaits us, Belle said with a smile. After this day we'll all be disgustingly rich, Scott said with a big smile. I'm still uncomfortable with the whole stock thing, Mord said. Come on, do you plan to reject Belle's kindness? Besides, we only have 1%, Guile said with a smile as he put his hand on Mord's shoulder. Do you have any idea how many hundreds of millions that 1% is worth? Mord said. That makes it even better, and what are you complaining about? The three of us, well, four if you count Ogma-sama, we share that 1%. We'll give Ogma-sama 0, 10%, and each of us will keep 0. 30%, Scott said. Don't talk about it like it's no big deal. We'll be receiving several million a day. We could be earning more than a first-class adventurer who spends all day in the dungeon. We could even sell that 1% and buy a kingdom with all that money if we wanted to, Mord said with excessive seriousness. You're right, we'll take this secret to the grave. For our safety, no one should know about this, Scott said as his two companions nodded. Bell couldn't help but laugh. At first, he had agreed to give each of the three of them 10%. It was ironic that three extremely greedy adventurers were so humble or cautious. They had fiercely rejected each of Bell's monetary offers, arguing that it was too much money. In the end, they only received 1% between the three of them. Bell gave a small smile as he saw the three adventurers in front of him. Cranel-san. Bell, who was walking towards a poker table, felt a great chill when he heard a voice he knew well. Ryu-san. Bell tried to speak, but a finger covered his mouth. I'm sorry, but please refrain from revealing our true identity. Now that Bell looked closely, the elf he knew quite well was dressed in a rather peculiar way. I didn't know you had those kinds of hobbies, Bell said with a smile. The elf, who was dressed as a man, immediately blushed and quickly denied it. Bell-san, a female voice spoke with some confusion. Bell quickly turned to see where the voice was coming from and saw a gray-haired woman whom he also knew quite well. Sir-san, Bell murmured as he blushed. The girl in question looked too beautiful. The psychological impact was truly effective. Fufu, did you just fall in love with me just because I'm wearing a dress? Sir said with a small laugh. Bell immediately blushed as he tried to say sorry. The white-haired man managed to compose himself as best he could before speaking. You're absolutely right, Sir-san. If you dress so beautifully, it will be impossible for me not to fall in love with you, Bell said with a smile. Sir immediately took a step back while blushing. Bell knew perfectly well that Sir was an expert at making fun of others, but was not good when someone made fun of her. Hey Bell, we already have the chips. Bell, Sir, and a disguised Ryu all turned to look at a group of three men pushing carts filled to the brim with tokens. Wonderful, let's go tie up some loose ends, Bell said with a smile. Bell-san, have you been gambling, or rather, what are you doing here? Sir asked. I came with the three of them to attend to some business for which I need to attract attention, which is why we are betting on it, Bell spoke. Ryu glanced several times between Bell and his companions, surprised that there was no longer the slightest trace of malice in them, completely different from how he had known them. Furthermore, what are adventurers like yourselves doing at Arario's #1 casino? Sir asked. Fufu, what an absurd question, Mord said with a laugh as he put a hand in his pocket. It's because we have a gold card, we're allowed into any casino with it. Mord exclaimed with great satisfaction as his companions gave small squeals of joy. I see, so that's why Bell-san was able to get in here, Sir said. We're probably the only third-class adventurers with one of these, Mord said, showing off his gold card. So how did you get so many chips? Ryu asked. We come from other casinos, we have quite a bit of money. Well, Bell is the one who has it. We went to exchange some money for chips while he took a walk around the place, Scott said. Both Sir and Ryu nodded. Since you've been here before, how can you get into the VIP area? Sir asked. Both Bell and his companions exchanged glances at Sir's question. You have to be invited, although it's probably in bad taste for a couple of women, Guile said as he glanced between Sir and Ryu. Huh, both Sir and Ryu looked confused by Guile's statement. As far as we know in the VIP area, the lecherous owner enjoys showing off his beautiful lovers to the guests, Mord said with a bit too much seriousness. There are rumors that in there anything goes when it comes to gambling, chips, or women. Anything goes as long as it's valuable, Scott said. Ryu and Sir couldn't help but exchange glances at this. But if they really want to come in, Mord murmured. Bell sighed as all eyes turned to him. If you want to go to that place, stay with us. We'll be inside in an hour at the latest, Bell said. Well, Elfo-san, join us as Bell's guard, Guile said. Previously they emphasized too much the fact that Bell didn't boast about having a woman like other rich people. Now problem solved. You will be his companion, Mord said with a laugh as he lightly pushed her towards Bell's side. Bell coughed a little to clear his throat before speaking. If I could ask, what exactly are you doing in this place? Bell asked. Earlier, some customers arrived at the bar. Apparently, Ryu's daughter had been taken away. He started investigating and discovered that the owner of this place is the one who has her, Sir said, summarizing the story as best he could. Bell nodded as his gaze darkened. Okay, let's start by playing something easy, Bell said as he stopped in front of a table. Are you going to start with a roulette wheel? Ryu asked. An easy and quick way, Bell replied, shrugging his shoulders. I'll start with 300 chips, Bell said as Mord placed that same number on the table. 100 chips, a straight bet with a payout of 36-1. The employee started spinning the roulette wheel and... Impossible, murmured the employee. Oh, it seems I was right, Bell said with a smile. Bell's reward had been 3,600 tokens. Well, I think I'll keep betting, Bell said with a smile. 3,600 chips a straight bet with a payout of 36 to 1. The employee hesitated as she spun the roulette wheel. How lucky I am, Bell River. Both Ryu and Sir were pleasantly surprised by this. After 2 games, Bell had already won a fortune. Okay, let's continue, Bell said with a smile. 129,600 chips, a straight bet with a payout of 36 to 1. This shouldn't happen a third time, thought the employee as she spun the roulette wheel. It almost seemed as if the roulette wheel was spinning eternally until it stopped. YSSSSSS. Mord, Scott, and Giles' euphoric shouts were immediate while Ryu and Sir stared in astonishment at what had just happened. Bell's reward had been 4,665,600 tokens. Time continued to tick by. Mord and his group came and went, exchanging a large pile of chips for more valuable chips. Currently, the chips Bell was betting were worth 100,000 volleys each, and Bell had a mountain of these on his back. You're wonderful, darling, Sir said as she threw herself into Bell's arms. Bell simply sighed. Sir had been doing an excellent job behaving with royal etiquette and occasionally displaying affection to get the attention that Bell and the others wanted. Although Bell couldn't remember when she started calling him darling or when she began asking him to call her his fiancé. Just as he was about to bet even more money, an older human in a well-made black suit appeared in front of Bell and his group. The owner, Mr. Cervantes, would very much like to meet you, said the butler. I'd like to meet him too. Where should we go? Bell asked with a smile. Please, this way, said the butler. Apparently a butler, the middle-aged human, politely guided them to a stout dwarf who was pacing around the apartment greeting the guests. Oh, you're Mr. Cranel, aren't you? Said the dwarf. Noticing them, he approached with both arms raised. He fit the typical dwarf shape. The top of his head didn't even reach Bell's eyes. His beard was perfectly groomed and his brown hair was combed back. His high-quality black suit hung loosely over his thick arms, legs, and broad chest. As expected of someone involved in shady dealings, a bodyguard was visibly nearby. I'm Terry Cervantes, the owner of this casino. Thank you so much for coming tonight, said the dwarf. Likewise, it's a wonderful place you run, the best I've ever seen. I am bellcranel, and this is my fiancé. Sir Bell said, cursing himself for his lack of ingenuity in coming up with a name for Sir. Thank you for giving my love and me the opportunity to have so much fun, Mr. Cervantes, Sir said as she hugged Bell. I wanted to meet with you earlier, but there were many guests tonight. Allow me to welcome you once again, and enjoy yourselves, said the dwarf. As the manager who had brought them there began to leave his seat, Terry extended his right hand. Bell quickly returned the man's greeting. The dwarf then greeted Sir and each member of Bell's security group until he reached Ryu, who politely declined the greeting. All right, it's understandable since you're a pure elf, the dwarf said. Ryu sensed a hidden rigidity behind his words. He must be a dwarf who doesn't get along with elves. He's no longer an inexperienced beginner in Arario, so I don't think he'll make a scene. She also didn't miss the glint of lust in Terry's eyes as he smiled at Sir. That expression, just as I expected. Ryu's uncovered right eye narrowed, acknowledging that his guess had been correct. By the way, Mr. Cranel, I've heard you've had a lot of luck today. With that in mind, do you think you'd like to come down to the VIP lounge over there? Said the dwarf Terry, smiling. Terry's smile shifted from that of a friendly homeowner to that of a salesman. He glanced toward the same doors at the back of the hall where Ryu's gaze had been fixed. VIP room, you say? Bell murmured. Oh, don't worry, it's simply a place where guests like yourself can enjoy even higher stakes. You'll find people of similar wealth there, along with the first-class service and games that can only be played in that room, plus plenty of conversations and connections that can only be made with your peers. Can I interest you with something like that? Terry spoke as if he were a salesman advertising a product. As expected, he was naturally inclined to invite a wealthy guest with a large amount of chips into the VIP room. Pretending to think about it for a moment, Bell glanced at Sir, who returned his gaze with a smile. My dear, I would really like to try, Sir said with a smile. If even my fiancé says so, then if you don't mind, Bell said. Ha ha ha, it's decided, said the dwarf with a small laugh. With Terry leading the way, they left, heading to the back of the hall as they cut through the crowd of guests. The clamor in the hall faded into silence as the doors closed. A dark room illuminated by magic stone lamps greeted them. The room seemed as large as the main hall, but there were fewer tables and people, creating a unique atmosphere. Waiters dressed in black suits and beautiful women wrapped in magnificent dresses poured alcohol for the customers. I thought it would be a little more lively, Bell murmured. Yes, it's like a lounge, Sir spoke in a low tone but perfectly audible to Bell. Bell scanned the spacious room. As expected, none of the noises from the corridor penetrated the oak doors. Faint conversations echoed in the spacious chamber. The tables were clearly made of high-class mahogany, wide and solidly built. The guests surrounding them were also a clear cut above the rich and well-to-do outside, both in their appearance and their style. Many of them were playing cards with large stacks of chips in front of them. Besides the guests, there were also handsome waiters who moved with absolute precision, as well as beautiful women in striking dresses, a great number of the latter. Bell's eyes narrowed when he saw them. Over here at this table, Terry said. Terry led them to a table where several guests were engaged in a card game, 4 people. The demi-humans in the seats are apparently old acquaintances of Terry's since they started speaking openly. Tonight has been fun as always. Thank you, owner. Speaking of that, who are they? Let me introduce you, bellcranel, his fiancée Sir Fleva and his group of guards, Terry said, gesturing to each of them. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Bell said with a small bow. Thanks to the owner's kindness we were able to come here. Please take care of us, Sir said, bowing slightly. Greeted with smiles, Bell and Sir finished their presentations while a waiter carefully pulled a chair onto the table for Terry. As he sat down, an elf girl appeared, carefully placing a cocktail in front of him. Mr. Cervantes, these beautiful people we've been seeing are, Bell said with a small smile. The girls are, well, I probably don't make the best impression, but they're my lovers. If I say so myself, I courted them quite passionately, Terry said with a big smile. Ah, I see, after all it's normal for a man to have a harem, Bell said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right, Terry said with a small laugh. Bell glanced around the place. There were many women. Various colored chokers adorned their necks as if to show that the girls belonged to him. This room was part of a rario which was essentially outlawed. Even things like this went unchecked. If there was no one to challenge the arrogant owner, then the guests would also enjoy, praise, or partake of the sweet nectar of his collection. Now that you mention it, coming here, I heard that you recently got yourself a beauty, Bell said casually. He simply brought up the topic, but the others at the table quickly chimed in with excitement. Oh, I'd heard that too. Something or other about marrying a woman from some faraway country. Do you think you could let us see it? The elites chanted. It was another nauseating sight. Enjoying the attention, Terry smiled. Ha ha ha, your ears are quick indeed. As you said, I've welcomed a new lover to my catalog. Let's have the long-awaited introduction. Hey, said Dwarf Terry. Whether he was pleased with her interest or perhaps he intended to show her off from the start, the dwarf quickly summoned a young waiter. He bowed respectfully and went through a door at the back of the VIP room to return. Human girl in a pure white dress. Nice to meet you all, my name is Anna. Politely lifting the hem of her skirt, the girl introduced herself. She couldn't completely suppress the fear that seeped into her trembling voice. Without a doubt, this girl was the daughter of the people Sir and Ryu had told him about, and judging by their reactions, he wasn't the only one who had come to that conclusion. Anna had blue eyes, fair skin, a slender jaw and neck, and a modest bust. Objectively speaking, hovering on the border between girl and woman, she was more beautiful than many elves and even rivaled the goddesses. She wore the same choker around her neck as all the other girls. Her blonde hair was tied back with a striking headband, trembling slightly in a way that seemed to reflect her true feelings. She triggered people's protective instincts as her long eyelashes shadowed her eyes when she looked down. The elite sighed in admiration, gazing in wonder at her bare shoulders. This is also grade A. Yes, splendid, as if a goddess had blessed the earth with beauty. Well done for finding it. The truth is, I stumbled upon her while wandering through foreign lands. She must have been divine guidance. With such beauty and charm, she captivated even me, Terry boasted. As Terry spun his lies, Bell's expression darkened. Seeing this, Mord stepped forward and placed a hand on Bell's right shoulder, then leaned in and whispered in his ear. Relax, try to take it the legal route, or better yet, take them all. The doll-like feeling they give off leaves a bad taste in my mouth. They have beauty, but their charm has already faded, Mord said in a low voice. Bell nodded as he relaxed. Certainly, Bell shared Mord's opinion regarding these women. They were extremely beautiful, but they lacked something, or rather some details about her left much to be desired. Her eyes lacked sparkle and her smiles were fake. All those women lacked the smiles and expressions of joy that made a woman look even more beautiful than she already was. Mr. Cranel, is there something on your face? Terry asked, seeing Bell make an angry face. No, it's just that I know a woman who looks like her, Bell said with a smile. According to my acquaintance's story, he was tricked by some thieves after they stole everything from him. They took his beloved daughter, Bell said with a smile. Both Terry's and Anna's eyes blinked in recognition. The girl's father who made the bet was a fool. However, if you look closely, it seems that the events occurred at the instigation of a certain person, Bell said without losing his smile. That person put those criminals on the man to capture his lovely daughter, and after it was all over, he silently took her for himself. It seems it's a sad story for those who know his situation, Bell said, narrowing his eyes. Even now, I'm looking for that girl, tracking down her whereabouts, Bell said as his eyes shone brightly. Without explaining, he made it clear that he knew the whole story and all the details about Anna's situation. The affable dwarf let his mask slip and glared at Bell. No mobster could have a more brutal gleam than his. Only someone who had walked this cruel path could wear such an expression. Sensing the change in the atmosphere, the wealthy guests around the table grew uneasy, though the more astute among them realized what was happening. Anna, the center of the conversation, was utterly bewildered. That's a story, Mr. Cranel, said the dwarf, forcing a smile. Bell met Terry's searching gaze. The guests at the other tables, the waiters, and the mistresses noticed something strange was happening and turned their attention to Bell and the owner. Silence settled over the VIP room. I'm not sure who or where the misunderstanding occurred, Mr. Maximilian, but it seems you've neglected your wife and become quite passionate about my Anna, Terry said. Still staring at Belle, Terry finally spoke, a smile forming above his beard. Okay then, should we play a game? Terry asked. Game, Belle asked. Yes, the loser has to fulfill a request made by the winner. It has to be something the loser can easily do, of course, Terry said with a smile. For that, we'll only use the highest value chips in this game, Terry said before snapping his finger. A waiter then appeared, pushing a cart containing a tremendous pile of chips. The mountain of platinum-colored pieces gleamed. For people like us who have already achieved wealth, status, and prestige, what we really want is the thrill of gambling with our lives. Am I wrong? Terry said. While the bodyguards dressed in black exerted pressure with their presence, Terry stated his challenge. Of course. Let's have that game, Belle said with a smile. Terry's mouth twitched into a smile when Belle accepted his proposal. He glanced at the people gathered around the table. What about you all, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Grand Casino. There's no fun in it if it's just a one-on-one game between Mr. Cranel and me, so let's all play on the same terms. I'll grant any request the winner makes. Oh, I'll have to decline any dangerous requests like I want your life, of course. Ha ha ha, Terry said. The nervous guests looked at each other as Terry extended his arms and made his proposal. Smiles began to spread through the crowd as the owner enhanced his prestige, while mixing in jokes, and eventually some guests accepted the terms. It was practically proof that they were eager for the thrill of teetering between glory and destruction. Preparations were adjusted to include the new players. Do you have a preference for the game? If not, I think we should go with poker, Terry said. I don't care, Belle said with a smile. Okay, then the round will be decided by elimination. When all the chips in front of someone are gone, that person has lost, Terry said. The dwarf owner's eyes sparkled with amusement as Belle accepted the terms. Draw poker was a game in which each player was dealt 5 cards to form a hand, and they were allowed to exchange cards once. Among all the different types of poker games, this was the most fundamental. It's not possible, murmured an elderly catman as he watched all his pieces leave. I guess I'm someone extremely lucky, Belle River. Terry glanced at his guards several times throughout the game, but they always shook their heads in denial. Terry sharpened his gaze as he clenched his fist. How is this possible? All rounds won and no losses. Terry grumbled to himself. Terry turned to look at Belle, who was smiling broadly at him while his guards gave him mocking smiles. My God, this was his scheme to take Anna away from me, Terry thought as he saw that he was the only one left at the table. Terry grunted as he received his letters. Poker, the only one the goddess of victory smiled on in the end was me, Terry thought with a smile. I'm betting everything, Terry said as he ran his chips toward the center of the table. I'll take control of everything again, Terry thought with a smile. I'm going all in, Belle said, repeating the dwarf's action. Terry smiled maliciously. Hey Terry-san, what if we make the most exciting bet? Belle said with a smile. That damn smile, thought the dwarf as he clenched his fist. I'm listening, said the dwarf. Why don't you bet the casino buried, including what's in the vault? Belle said with a smile. Huh, said the dwarf. Belle snapped his fingers and the human Scot approached and placed a folder on the table. Those are the property deeds for each of the casinos in this city, except this one, of course. It's my newly formed collection. At the end of this round, one of us will have the complete collection, Belle said with a smile. Under the menacing gaze of the elf standing behind Belle, Terry opened the folder and saw exactly what Belle had described, property titles and not just one. Terry swallowed hard as he looked at the folder. Aren't you going to accept? Aren't these kinds of risks what you like? Belle asked with a smile. Faust, the dwarf said as he called his human guard. The human nodded before leaving the room. Terry kept his cards hidden while the other guard, a catman, kept a watchful eye on Belle's every move. Minutes later, the human returned with a finely framed picture inside which was a sheet of paper. With this, the scales are even, Terry said, smiling. This was his victory. How could he possibly lose? Terry flashed his cards with a wide grin. Just as he was about to claim his prize, he saw that damned smile, that mocking grin that had been haunting him throughout the game. Royal Flush, Belle said with a big smile. Bam! The old beast lurched from his chair and collapsed to the floor. With the impact, Terry's stack of chips tumbled down in a cascade, as the platinum chips clattered together. The girls gasped, sweat beaded on the VIPs' foreheads, and Anna froze. Everyone in the room stared in shock. That was undoubtedly the strongest hand of the night. Terry was so dazed it looked like his eyes might pop out of his head as he spun wildly around. Roll, Faust! Cried the dwarf in despair. In response to the dwarf's roar, both bodyguards pitifully shook their heads. With his guard telling him there was no trick, he clenched his teeth as tightly as he could. The VIP lounge was enveloped in silence. Everyone in the room stopped moving, all staring in the same direction in terror. A mountain of chips lay on the mahogany table. The curtain had fallen on the game, an overwhelming victory for one girl. An unimaginable result that would leave anyone stunned, especially the owner of the Grand Casino, Terry. Mr. Cervantes, as promised, will you listen to my fiancé's request? Sir said with a smile. When Sir smiled, Terry clenched his fists tightly. He had promised to fulfill the winner's request before the bet even began. They just took away his casino, what more could he want? Looking at Anna Kreese, the blonde girl beside him, he replied, biting his lip in humiliation. Very well, I'll discharge the girl for a while. Since she just came from a foreign country, I'm sure she's tired, Terry said reluctantly. Terry returned Anna to Ryu, whom he had been searching for. He was annoyed to see Anna walking fearfully beside him, still completely bewildered. In reality, he was letting her go. He had just bought her and hadn't yet had a chance to enjoy her. Are you satisfied, Mr. Cranel? The dwarf spat out his words, looking at the human who stood before Anna. That bastard will regret it. He'll regret humiliating me like that, Terry thought. No, not yet, Belle said. Upon hearing those words, Terry felt his eyes twitch with rage. What is this? Aren't you satisfied with just Anna? Terry growled. Upon reflection, he realized that Belle had never explicitly stated return Anna as his request. However, asking for more at this point was little more than spite. Ignoring Terry's expectations, Belle looked directly at him. Oh heavens, you're quite greedy for a Mr. Cranel. How many of my lovers would you divorce me from? Grumbled the dwarf. Ignoring the sarcasm dripping from his words, Belle spoke. All of them, Belle said with a smile. The women in the room immediately turned around, their eyes wide with surprise. Even Sir seemed surprised, staring in astonishment. Her expression gradually shifted to a smile, her shoulders beginning to tremble as she stifled a giggle. Terry clenched his fist in anger. They were taking away his casino, and now they were taking away his women. He would not endure such humiliation. Faust Rollo, kill him, shouted the dwarf. Closing the distance in an instant, the man and the cat drew their specialized weapons, black steel gauntlets and 2 knives. Faust and Rollo are the famous Black Fist and Black Cat. I'm sure you've heard of them before, said the dwarf with a laugh. The human who went by the name of Fausto threw a punch towards Belle, but Belle stopped it with his left hand and with his right hand threw a punch to his enemy's cheek, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. The catman tried to stab Belle, but the blade bounced off his body. Then he delivered a powerful kick to the catman's stomach, throwing him to the other side of the room. Terry, do you seriously think I'd go from casino to casino taking these guys without being prepared to deal with guys like that? Belle asked with a smile. Terry swallowed hard as he looked at Belle in fear. It's time you paid for what you've done, Belle said with a very sinister smile. The dark sky had blue hues as it gradually brightened. Early morning. The eastern sky heralded the beginning of a new day. So what happened to that casino, Naya? Anya asked while yawning. In the kitchen of the Lady of Abundance restaurant, Sir was working to prepare lunch, peeling a fruit while answering. The Grand Casino is operating as before. All that's changed is the owner. Management continues from there, Sir replied. Centaurio Vega is quite brazen, Lenoir said. Well, that city isn't going to be discouraged by something like that, Naya Chloe said. Actually, Sir said with a smile. What? At the Hestia Familia's temporary base, a rented house, the screams of surprise from Hestia, Lily, Wendy, and Makoto echoed throughout the place. Only the captain could pull off something like that, Lewin said with great admiration. Belle laughed nervously. He had told them about his trip to the casino and they had all shown their surprise. Owner of all the casinos, Hestia murmured. Our family needed extra income and this was the best solution, Belle said with a smile. But they are Belle-sama's property. Our family cannot or should not use that money, said Lily, while Wendy and Makoto nodded. Don't worry about it. Our family's bank account will only receive 20% of the total profits. Everything else is my property, Belle said. The 4 girls sighed with relief. And what is that 20%? Hestia asked timidly. Belle smiled slightly before speaking. 15 billion would be the sum to be transferred to our family's account, Belle said with a smile. That's too much, they all shouted at the same time. Belle said that was the initial sum, and it was 20% of the total treasure that each owner had in their vault and bank account. Speaking of the casino earnings, it would be a variable sum that his family would receive daily. Belle could only smile nervously at the incredulous faces of her companions and the goddess. Hey Lewin, tell Goibniu-sama that his workload is going to increase and that he shouldn't worry about the money, Belle said with a smile as he handed Lewin a small notebook. Lewin nodded before heading for the door. Belle glanced at his companions and goddess before sighing. This would be a very long day. This concludes chapter 1.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.